My name is Jiang Yuqing. The first thing I remember in this life is being in a dark yet warm and comfortable place. I couldn't talk, only hear sounds from the outside. My arms and legs could barely move. After trying many times to figure out where I was, I realized something shocking. I was inside someone's belly. More precisely, I had been reborn, carrying memories from my past life. I soon learned that the voices I heard belonged to my parents. My mother gently stroked her belly, talking with my father. They seemed happy and hopeful, though my mother wished for a daughter. My father laughed, saying that if I were a girl, our entire family clan would celebrate because no girl had been born in our family for 200 years. As a baby inside the womb, I would often fall asleep. In my dreams, I saw my past life. I had been an orphan, surviving in a welfare home, and working hard to become a top neurosurgeon in the military. I also had a special ability to make plants grow and communicate with animals. I lived a busy yet fulfilling life until I died at 27 while saving children from an explosion. After my death, I was honored as a hero, and many mourned for me. Just when I thought I would remain a wandering ghost, an old Taoist priest appeared. He granted me a chance at a new life, placing a red lotus-shaped jade into my forehead. The next thing I knew, I was in my mother's womb. I discovered that the jade contained a vast space called Lotus Spirit Realm, filled with medical equipment, herbs, and even military vehicles. This meant I wouldn't have to worry about survival after being born. As time passed, I learned more about my new family. My grandfather, father, uncles, and many cousins made up a large, lively household. We lived in the Great Xia Dynasty, an ancient-style kingdom. But there was a problem. The land had been suffering from a drought for months. My family worried about the crops and food supply, and even though I wished to help, I was still just a baby in the womb. Then the day of my birth arrived. My mother's water broke, but the midwife was unavailable. My grandmother had to help deliver me herself. As I was born, something magical happened. Golden light filled the room, and a fragrant scent spread through the air. Plants outside grew at an unbelievable speed, and a tree in the yard instantly bore giant ripe fruits. Everyone was shocked by the miracle. And then, with a loud cry, I entered the world once again. As soon as I was born, a golden light filled the room, and a fragrant scent spread everywhere. My birth caused an incredible phenomenon. Plants grew rapidly, and the air was filled with a sense of blessing. The women helping my mother almost fell from the shock. But when they saw me and realized I was a girl, they were overwhelmed with joy. My family had waited for a daughter for generations. My grandmother was so happy that she cried, and my aunts cheered. My exhausted mother, hearing the news, smiled and fell asleep peacefully. As they cleaned me up, my aunt noticed something unusual, a red lotus-shaped birthmark on my forehead. It looked just like the glowing lotus that had appeared earlier during my birth. My grandmother gently touched it, marveling at the mystery of it all. When my aunt carried me outside, my entire family was waiting anxiously. The moment she announced, "It's a girl," everyone froze in disbelief. My grandfather, the head of the family, was the first to react. He pushed through the crowd, his eyes wide with shock. When he finally held me, he was so happy that he started crying. My father, usually a calm and gentle man, was grinning like a fool, repeating, "I have a daughter," over and over again. My family members crowded around to see me. Everyone was amazed at how delicate and beautiful I looked, unlike most newborns. My grandfather refused to let go of me, calling me his precious granddaughter. My uncles and cousins all stared at me with admiration, completely smitten. Meanwhile, outside, the effects of my birth continued. The giant grapefruit tree in our yard suddenly bore ripe fruits 3 times larger than normal. Grass sprouted instantly, and the sky, which had been dry for months, finally opened up with a heavy rain. The drought had ended. My grandfather declared that I brought good fortune, and the entire family celebrated. As I lay in my grandmother's arms, I felt something I had never known in my past life: love and belonging. I had spent my previous life alone, without family, struggling as an orphan. Now, I had parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins who adored me. This time, I wouldn't just survive, I would live. I would grow up happy, protected, and loved. That thought made me smile, and as I yawned, feeling warm and safe, I closed my eyes and drifted into sleep. My family was filled with joy after my birth, and my grandmother praised my mother and aunts for being kind and understanding. That night, my grandmother and aunts brought my mother chicken soup to help her recover. My father, still lost in happiness, sat beside us, staring at me like a fool. My mother came from a well-off family and had never suffered hardships before marriage. Even though my father's family wasn't wealthy, my grandmother and aunts never let her struggle. They did the hard work while she focused on raising my older brother and doing embroidery to earn extra money. Since my birth was such a rare and joyful event, my family decided to hold a big celebration for my full-month milestone instead of a smaller, 3-day ceremony. However, on the third day after my birth, my mother's family arrived with gifts, beautiful silver jewelry, soft clothes, baby essentials, and even a tiny red cape lined with white rabbit fur. They adored me and showered me with love. That day, I was officially given my name, Jiang Yuqing. Qing symbolized purity, like a lotus rising from clear water, while Yu followed the family tradition. Normally, daughters weren't included in the family records, but since I was the first girl in 200 years, the elders made an exception. As time passed, spring rains finally arrived, breaking the long drought. Farmers, including my family, rushed to the fields to plant crops. My father, a scholar, even helped. Every evening, my family members would take turns visiting me, making silly faces to make me smile. I was still too small to do much. My main tasks were drinking milk, sleeping well, and trying not to cry. I also tried to smile whenever my family played with me. It made them so happy. When my father returned to his studies, the news of my birth spread everywhere. My existence became a fascinating topic in town. People believed I was special because of the unusual events surrounding my birth. As I grew, my eyesight became clearer, and I gradually recognized my family. My grandfather was a kind, lively old man. My grandmother was strict but deeply loving. My uncles were strong and protective, and my aunts were warm and hardworking. My father, Jiang Wenyuan, was a gentle scholar, and my mother, Lu Yuan, was a beautiful and intelligent woman. My older brother, Jiang Yuchuan, was already a handsome little boy. With such good-looking parents and a cute brother, I had high hopes for my own appearance in this life. This time, I wasn't alone. I had a big family that cherished me, and I was determined to enjoy every moment of it. In my generation, there were 8 children, including me. My eldest brother, Jiang Yujiang, was 12, while my other brothers ranged from 10 to 5 years old. Only my eldest and third brothers attended my grandfather's private school. The rest had to learn from them or wait for my uncles to teach them when they were home. Education was expensive, and even though my family worked hard, money was always tight. Despite this, my family planned a big celebration for my full-month milestone. To pay for it, they sold the giant grapefruits that had grown after my birth, and they planned to sell our biggest pig. But I knew that pig was meant to fund my father's journey for his upcoming exams. I didn't want my family to worry about money, but as a tiny baby who couldn't even talk, what could I do? I thought about my secret treasure, the spiritual realm inside me. If only I could bring something valuable out of it. That night, as everyone slept, I decided to try. I focused hard and managed to pull out a large red lingji mushroom. It was so heavy that I struggled under its weight. My mother woke up, thinking I needed to pee, but when she saw the giant mushroom, she was stunned. She even pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. She quickly checked to see if I was hurt, then whispered, asking me where it came from. I babbled in response, trying to assure her I was fine. She didn't question my abilities, but instead held me close and told me that no matter what, I was her daughter, and she only wanted me to grow up safe and happy. Her unconditional love moved me. Still, my mother knew the mushroom was valuable, so she took it to my grandparents in the middle of the night. When my grandfather saw it, he recognized it as a rare red lingji and was completely shocked. Soon, my uncles and aunts gathered, their eyes filled with amazement and a hint of reverence toward me. That night, my family decided to keep my abilities a secret, swearing not to tell anyone, not even their own relatives. My grandmother warned that if anyone leaked the truth, it could bring disaster upon us. As they discussed, I had already drifted into sleep, unaware that my birth had forever changed the fate of the Jiang family. At dawn, my grandfather, father, and eldest uncle went to the mountains to pick mushrooms. It was the rainy season, so the forest was full of fresh fungi. Many villagers were out collecting them too. By noon, the whole village saw my family returning with excited faces. They had found a large lingji mushroom, a rare medicinal herb worth a fortune. Everyone in the village remembered an old story about someone who once found a lingji and sold it for enough money to build a grand house. But that family eventually lost everything due to bad luck and gambling. My family, however, was different. After a quick meal, my grandfather and father took the lingji to the county's biggest pharmacy. Because it was of excellent quality, they sold it for a shocking price, 180 taels of silver. They had never seen so much money before and rushed straight home without delay. That night, after dinner, my grandfather poured the silver onto the table. My grandmother and aunts were speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. My grandfather confirmed the amount and divided a little for each household. My mother received an extra gift, 10 taels, as a token of gratitude, since it was all thanks to me. My grandfather then declared that a portion of the money would be used for my full-month banquet and my father's upcoming exams. But the biggest decision was that every child in the family would be sent to school. This news made me so happy that I flailed my tiny arms and babbled loudly in approval. The next day, my eldest uncle took my brothers and cousins to my maternal grandfather's school for enrollment. Even my 5-year-old brother, Yu Chuan, was accepted because he was exceptionally bright. The rest were placed in different classes based on their abilities. News of our fortune spread quickly. Some villagers admired us, others were jealous, and many became curious about me. They whispered that ever since my birth, the drought ended, my family found riches, and now all my brothers were in school. Meanwhile, preparations for my full-month banquet began. My father even took leave to come home. My family had announced that no gifts were required, and all clan members were welcome to feast. The whole village buzzed with excitement as the big day approached. Early in the morning, the house was alive with activity. Helpers arrived, food was prepared, and even a large pig was slaughtered for the feast. My celebration was about to begin, and I felt, for the first time in both my lives, what it truly meant to be cherished. After daybreak, the Jiang family's yard was bustling with people. Several groups of strong young men from the same clan borrowed tables, chairs, and benches from various families and set them up in the designated areas in the yard. If there was no room, they would set them up in the yards of the neighboring families. The women and maids who were invited to help were divided into several groups. Some washed vegetables, some killed chickens, some cut fish, some chopped meat, and some cut vegetables. They were all very skillful. In the open space outside the Jiang family's yard, large stoves were set up along the west wall. A blazing fire was burning in the stoves. One pot was simmering rice, another pot was boiling big bone soup, and in the remaining 2 large pots, the chef was also skillfully stir-frying meat and vegetables with a large shovel. The strong aroma of meat drifted far away, making people drool. Farmers depend on the weather for their livelihood. In good years, the grain they earned could only barely make ends meet after paying taxes. Meat is not easy to eat. Only when the elders of the family celebrate their birthdays or during the new year can they cut a little bit to have a feast. It is impossible to eat a full meal. This time, the Jiang family prepared a full 30 tables of banquets for their granddaughter's full-month celebration and killed a whole fat pig. Wang Lao said that the pig was too fat and the meat alone must be more than 200 kilograms without the offal. In addition, there were whole chickens and whole fish, which was more abundant than the New Year. Whether it was the invited families or the villagers who came to watch the fun. On the one hand, they felt that the Jiang family loved their granddaughter, and on the other hand, they couldn't help but secretly smack their lips at the Jiang family's generosity. The Jiang family has made a fortune and is so generous. There is also a scholar in the family. I heard that the imperial examination will be held in the second half of the year. If he passes, the family will be on the rise. In the future, we must be friends with him. Of course, there are also outsiders who can't eat grapes and say that the grapes are sour, secretly saying that old man Jiang and old Mrs. who are confused. Why would you spend money to hold a full-month banquet for a little girl when you have so many grandchildren to love? No matter how good that granddaughter is, she will belong to another family in the future. It is better to save the money for the grandchild to marry a wife in the future. Let's not talk about other people's thoughts. April 20th. Jiang Yuqing is 1 month old. As the protagonist, the baby Jiang Yuqing woke up in the morning and was dressed up by her mother, grandmother, and 2 aunts. It was mid-spring, and the flowers were blooming everywhere, and it was already very warm. Despite this, as a baby, Jiang Yuqing was still put on a red tiger head hat with padded quilting by the elders. The hat was very finely made, and 2 lifelike little koi were embroidered with golden silk on the tips of the 2 standing tiger ears. It echoed with the red lotus on her forehead, which was very childish and cute. She was wearing a bright red skirt of the same color and red pants under the skirt. On her fat feet were small cute tiger head shoes. In short, her whole body was red, just like the lucky doll in the New Year picture. In a month, the little girl has grown up completely. In addition, because she drinks spiritual spring water every day, her body does not contain a trace of impurities. Her skin is as transparent and delicate as the finest white jade, with a hint of healthy pink in the whiteness. A small and straight nose, a cherry pink mouth, thick and dense fan like long eyelashes, especially a pair of big eyes as clean and clear as grapes. When looking at you, people instantly feel that their souls are purified. Who doesn't love such a child? But the Jiang family is very nervous and doesn't let anyone hold it easily. At the beginning of the morning, Lu's family arrived. Mr. Lu and Lu's mother Gua, together with his son Lu Pingzhong, daughter-in-law Chen, and 2 grandchildren drove a mule cart. Hearing that her family had arrived, Lu hurriedly came out of the house with the child in her arms. As soon as Gua met, she hugged Jiang Yuqing and coaxed him with her heart. Facing his beloved grandmother, Jiang Yuqing gave a toothless smile to show his face. Then it was his Aunt Chen. Chen had 2 sons and no daughters. Ever since she saw her aunt's daughter at the last 3rd birthday, she really liked her. Today, she saw that the baby girl in her arms was even more beautiful than when she was just born. Especially the red lotus on her forehead, shining brightly, like a fairy child in front of Guanyin. She really liked her to the core and wished she could take her home to raise her. Of course, she could only think about it. This was the eye of the Jiang family. Whoever took her would be anxious. As an aunt, she was satisfied to be able to get close to her often and get some blessings. Grandpa Lu and Uncle Lu also liked this little granddaughter very much. It had been heard that this child was born with a lotus on her forehead and was very blessed. It was true when I saw her today. However, men are much more subtle in expressing their emotions. Uncle Lu's 2 sons, one 11 years old and the other 9 years old, have both studied with their grandfather. They are classmates and relatives with the 7 grandsons of the Jiang family, and they get along very well with each other. After meeting the elders of my younger sister's family and seeing my younger sister, I went to play with the boys of the Jiang family. Jiang Wenyuan accompanied his father-in-law, who was also his mentor, and talked with his eldest uncle in the outer room. Lu is talking privately with her mother and eldest sister-in-law in the room. After a while, she heard that her eldest sister-in-law's family had come. Lu apologized to her mother and sister-in-law again and went out with the child in her arms. Lin's family ran an agency. Her father, old Lin, was a soldier when he was young, and after he retired from the army, he opened an agency for a living. He was generous and righteous, and was also a well-known figure in Qingzhou County. This time, when the in-laws had a daughter, old Lin came personally with his family, which showed how much he valued the in-laws. The Lin family's gift to Jiang Yuqing for his full moon was very generous. A silver necklace with 100-baht longevity lock, a pair of silver bracelets and anklets with lotus patterns, for sets of summer clothes for the child, and some other tea gifts. The old lady of the Lin family held Jiang Yuqing in her arms, and was very surprised. She also had a granddaughter, but it was the first time she had seen one so beautiful and lovely. She only praised it to Mrs. Hu. "My dear, this baby is born well, and looks like a fairy in front of the Guanyin seat. It is very lucky. You are lucky." Mrs. Hu liked others to praise her children the most, and she immediately laughed from ear to ear. "My dear, I am not afraid that you will laugh at me. In the Jiang family of Zijindu, only my family has such a precious girl in so many years and generations. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. I am so lucky." "Ha ha, my dear, you are right, we are lucky, we are all lucky." As she was talking, a simple and honest man carrying a load, and an old man with a walking stick came in from outside. On one end of the man's load was a basket covered with red cloth, and on the other end were 2 old hens that clucked. Old Mrs. Hu hurriedly came forward to greet him. "Hey, my old brother, Xiaosan's uncle. Why are you here? You've come all the way here, it's a good thing you came, come in and sit down." This old man is the uncle of Jiang Yuqing's second aunt Zhu, and also the cousin of Master Jiang Wenxi. The man carrying the load is Zhu's cousin. Zhu lost her parents when she was young, and lived with her brother. After her brother got married, her sister-in-law despised her as a burden and treated her badly, often beating and scolding her. She worked hard all day, and often didn't even have enough food. If it weren't for the eldest uncle's family, who couldn't stand it and often helped her out, Zhu would probably not have survived. Later, when Zhu got married, her brother and sister-in-law took the betrothal money from the Jiang family, but didn't spend a penny. It was also this eldest uncle's family who stepped forward to make 2 new clothes for Zhu. The cousins and their wives also put together a box, and then she went out. Because of her brother and sister-in-law's unkindness, Zhu rarely went back to her parents' home after she got married. When she went back occasionally, she only went to visit her uncle's family. As a result, her sister-in-law told her about her being an unfilial and ungrateful person in the village, but let's not talk about it for now. When Jiangyu was awake, she also heard her mother and grandmother talk about some things about her second aunt's family. Therefore, she had a very good impression of this kind old man. When the old man held her, she smiled very generously and even held the old man's fingers with her tender little hands. A total of 30 tables were prepared for the Jiang family's full moon banquet. On the table, there were 8 large bowls of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all of which were dry goods. The fragrance drifted far away, making the villagers, who were already short of oil and water in their stomachs, drool. They just wished that the time would come quickly so that they could have a big meal. In the other room, a group of unfamiliar people were leading a dense crowd to the Jiang family's yard. The young man in the lead was wearing a robe that looked like the sky after rain, a jade crown on his head, a jade pendant on his waist, and a handsome face. He was accompanied by a beautiful child of about 15 or 6 years old, who was also dressed in brocade and wore a small golden crown on his head. Although he was very young, the aura he exuded was so overwhelming that people dared not look at him a second time. The 2 of them were followed by 6 guards, and they were obviously not ordinary people. The head of the village was sharp-eyed and grabbed Jiang Yujiang, the eldest son of the Jiang family, and said, "Go and call your grandfather, your father, and your uncle, because our family has a distinguished person." Jiang Yujiang was startled, raised his head, and quickly glanced at the person who came, and did not dare to look at him any more. He bowed and went inside to call for help. He heard from his grandson that a big shot had come outside. Old man Jiang hurriedly took his sons to greet him, and indeed saw the head of the village standing at the door with a group of people dressed in noble clothes. When the head of the village saw the host coming out, he stepped forward and lowered his voice and said, "This is our county magistrate. Lord Qin and the young master. We are here for a private visit today. We heard that your family makes wine, so we came to visit you. When had old man Jiang ever seen such an important person? For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Jiang Wenkong and Jiang Wenxi were not much better than old man Jiang. It was Jiang Wenyuan who stepped forward first and bowed. Student Jiang Wenyuan greets Lord Qin, the young master, and all the elder brothers. Old man Jiang and his two sons finally reacted and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow to County Magistrate Qin. But County Magistrate Qin stopped him and said, "Don't be polite, father-in-law. I just happened to visit you privately today. I heard that your baby is 1 month old, so I want to come and share in the joy." Old man Jiang said happily, I dare not. It is a blessing for my family that you can come to my house. Sir, young master, brothers, please take a seat inside. Hearing that the county magistrate was coming, everyone in the room wanted to come and pay their respects to the county magistrate. County Magistrate Qin was stopped by his entourage. Jiang Wenyuan arranged for County Magistrate Qin to sit at the main table and invited his father-in-law, eldest brother-in-law, Old Lin, Uncle Zhu, the head of the village, and several elders to accompany him. Uncle Liu Pingzhang was originally the household registration master of the government office, and he was very familiar with County Magistrate Qin. When the two met, they were both stunned. After learning about the relationship between the Liu family and the Jiang family, County Magistrate Qin smiled and said, I knew you were going to come to drink at my niece's full moon wine today, but I didn't expect it to be this family. What a coincidence. With the company of the Liu family's uncle, the table was finally less restrained. Surprisingly, the seemingly aloof young master ran to sit at a table with the 7 boys of the Jiang family and the 2 nephews of Liu's mother's family, just enough to gather 10 people. When the time came, firecrackers were set off to start the feast. After 3 rounds of wine, according to custom, Jiang Wenyuan and his wife had to hold the protagonist of today, Jiang Yuqing, out to thank the guests at each table and also to ask for good food. Wherever they went, the child would receive countless blessings. For a while, within a radius of several hundred meters around the Jiang family yard, there was laughter and joy everywhere, and it was so lively. After eating and drinking, the guests left one after another. County Magistrate Qin was also leaving. Jiang Wenyuan and his clansmen stood up to see him off. Out of curiosity, Qin Zhu asked to see the child before leaving. The county magistrate wanted to see the child, so the Jiang family couldn't refuse. At the first sight of Jiang Yuqing, but the baby in the cradle had a red lotus on his forehead, and his face was as beautiful as jade. He was indeed a beautiful girl. As expected, he was the only girl in the Jiang family in the past 200 years. He was indeed blessed. Jiang Yuqing also looked at the county magistrate in front of him curiously. Although he was in his 20s, he was quite majestic. I think it was because he had been in a high position for a long time. Thinking that his family was all under his rule, Jiang Yuqing subconsciously forced a smile. It is said that the county magistrate who ruined the family and the prefect who wiped out the family were both flattering and not flattering, but at least they should not be offended. Oh. Hello, county magistrate. County Magistrate Qin was stunned, as if he did not expect that the baby would talk to him. However, the other party was in the 10th level of infant language, so he really couldn't understand, so he said quite gently, Little guy, what do you want to say to me? Oh. Nothing, just welcome you to my house to attend my full moon banquet. Haha. Do you know who I am? Oh. I know. You're the most senior official in our Qingzhou County. County Magistrate Qin teased Jiang Yuqing for a few words, then took off the jade pendant hanging from his waist and placed it in the child's swaddling clothes. While smiling, he said to Jiang Wenyuan, Your child is so adorable. I came here without any gift today. I will give this jade pendant to the child as a plaything. Jiang Wenyuan declined hurriedly, saying, Sir, this is too valuable. I can't use it. Qinju laughed and said, No problem. I heard that it is difficult for the female offspring of your Jiang family. For several generations, there is only this one precious child. It is fate that I am on a secret tour today, and encounter her full moon banquet. According to her age, it is also appropriate for her to call me uncle. It is said that the gift of the elders cannot be refused, so don't refuse it again. County Magistrate Qin had said so much, and Jiang Wenyuan would be ungrateful if he refused again, so he had to bow and thank him. Thank you for your kindness on behalf of my daughter. At this time, the young master who was standing quietly beside him suddenly reached out and pulled the corner of Jiang Wenyuan's clothes, raised his head and asked him, "Can I see her?" Jiang Wenyuan was slightly startled and said, "Of course." Then he bent down and held his daughter towards him. Jiang Yuqing looked at the child in front of him, who was only 5 or 6 years old, with a chubby face and a serious expression. Seeing her at this time, he seemed quite surprised. "Can I touch her?" he asked again. Jiang Wenyuan looked at his daughter in his arms, and then at the young master, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. If he didn't agree, he would offend people. If he agreed, he was afraid that the child would hurt his precious daughter without knowing the severity. The young master seemed to see his embarrassment and said seriously, "I will only touch her lightly and will not hurt her." "Well, okay. My daughter is young. Please be careful, young master." "I will be careful." After getting the nod, the young master first stretched out a finger and carefully touched Jiang Yuqing's soft, tender, and fleshy face, which seemed to feel pretty good. The young master gently touched the red lotus birthmark on her forehead again and was surprised. "It's real," he said. "You are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful child I have ever seen." "Oh. Thank you. You are also the most beautiful and lovely little boy I have ever seen." Jiang Yuqing smiled without teeth. In the eyes of the little boy, it was this very beautiful sister who smiled at him, and she liked him. So the little boy reached out and took a warm jade pendant with a blood-red body from his neck and put it in Jiang Yuqing's swaddling clothes. "This is what my father gave me when I was 3 years old. Now I give it to you. I hope you grow up safely and happily." Oh. Thank you, little boy. Although I like it very much, this is a birthday gift from your father. I can't accept it. Qin was very surprised when he saw the jade pendant. But in the end, he didn't say anything, just reached out and touched his head, as if he had acquiesced. Jiang Wenyuan wanted to return it, but the jade pendant was finally kept at the insistence of the young master. That night, the Jiang family, who had been busy all day, could finally stop and rest. As they talked about the jade pendant. The Jiang family were all ordinary people. The highest officials they had seen in the past were the legal advisors of the yamen, such as Uncle Liu. But they never thought that the full moon banquet of their granddaughter would invite the county magistrate to have a drink. The county magistrate and the young master also gave 2 pieces of jade that were obviously precious, which surprised the Jiang family, but also made them feel proud. Ask whose child is full of the moon, can invite the county magistrate to come to the house for a drink? Only their good baby did it. People who dare not even think about it come to the door by themselves. This blessing is not something that ordinary people can have. Old man Jiang felt that he could brag about this for the rest of his life. The news that the county magistrate came to the full moon banquet of the Jiang family's little girl soon spread throughout the country. The elders who had the honor to sit at the same table with the county magistrate that day were even more proud of it. Whenever someone asked, they would patiently tell people the details of the day. They even knew exactly how many chopsticks the county magistrate took of each dish. God knows how this old man, who couldn't even count how many grandchildren he had, could remember it so clearly. A few days after Jiang Yuqing's full moon, the seedlings in the rice field had grown to more than a foot high. Spring plowing officially began. At this time, perhaps it was because of the seeds or because of the technology. Rice can only be planted once a year. Seedlings are raised at the end of March or early April. Rice is planted in mid-April or late April, and rice is harvested in August. The yield is also pitifully low. Thinking of the large tracts of mature and high-yield rice in the spiritual realm, Jiang Yuqing felt that it would be necessary to help his family improve the seeds when conditions were ripe in the future. But now, it's better to drink enough milk and go to sleep. After more than 10 days of busy work, the adults finally planted all the seedlings in the fields. Spring plowing was officially over. It was already early May. The weather was getting warmer day by day, and the little baby had grown up a little. At least, she no longer had to be wrapped in a tight swaddling cloth every day. It was really comfortable to have her hands and feet unbound. At the end of June, when the dogs at the village head were so hot that they stuck out their tongues, the school also had summer vacation. The Jiang family's boys completely liberated their nature. They took off their elegant student uniforms and only wore a coarse cloth shirt or a tattered short jacket. Every day, they gathered a group of naughty children in the village and had fun everywhere. They went to the willow forest by the river to catch cicadas. They went to the river to take a bath, catch fish, and pick snails. They went up the mountain to hunt birds and pick mushrooms. The happiness of farm children is so plain and simple. Oh, by the way, plus a sister to go home to hug. But there is only one sister. So the Jiang family's boys often quarreled over who would hug the sister first and who the sister liked more, which made her head ache. Alas, what a sweet burden. Amid the quarrels of her brothers, Jiang, milk baby, Yuqing also ushered in her 100th day. Although Jiang Yuqing still has few hairs on her head, her arms and legs are like lotus roots, with big eyes and double chins, and she is plump, milky, and fragrant. Because it was hot, she only wore a big red belly band with a lotus pattern of fish and a pair of light and breathable cotton pants. At first glance, she looked like a big white dumpling wrapped in rouge red, which was really cute to the extreme. Because of the full moon wine, the 100th day was only for her family and the grandparents, and the whole house was full of laughter and joy. So lively. There's a saying that 3 turns, 6 sits, 7 rolls, and 8 crawls. On her 100th day, Jiang Yuqing successfully turned over and gave all the elders a surprise. When the food was served, the fragrance filled the house. Everyone sat down and just picked up their bowls and chopsticks when a rather harsh female voice came from outside. Oh, this in-law has really become rich and looks down on us poor relatives. Not only did he not tell anyone when his granddaughter was 1 month old, he also didn't ask anyone to tell him when she turned 100. Such a weird tone made everyone in the room frown. Old, who held down the second daughter-in-law, Zhu, who wanted to get up, stood up and said unceremoniously, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the in-law's sister-in-law. What kind of evil wind brought you here today?" The people who came were Zhu's brother and sister-in-law. At the beginning, Zhu's sister-in-law Luo wanted to sell Zhu to an old man in his 50s as a concubine for 20 taels of silver. Thanks to Uncle Zhu's desperate efforts to stop her, and even use the power of the Zhu family, Luo did not succeed. Later, Uncle Zhu accidentally saw Jiang Wenxi, who was learning a craft from his cousin, and asked his cousin to mediate with Zhu. Although the Jiang family was a little poor, the descendants of the family were all good people, and old Mrs., who was not a person who liked to gossip about others. Such a family would not be bad. When arranging the marriage, Jiang Wenxi's master did not hide the girl's conditions, saying that the girl might not have a dowry when she got married. Old Mrs., who said at the time, "As long as the girl is a good person and comes to my house to live sincerely, it doesn't matter if she doesn't have a dowry." In this way, Jiang Wenxi decided to marry Zhu. On the day of Zhu's wedding, Luo threw a large basin of water far away and cursed, "You don't want to be a rich wife, but you insist on marrying a mud leg. You don't have to come back in the future. I don't want to be asked for money by poor relatives all the time." Zhu wiped her tears and said bitterly, "Don't worry. After leaving this door today, I am no longer a member of the Zhu family. Even if I come back, I will never visit your house." The past words are still vivid in my ears. Today, Luo came to the door to find trouble, and it would be strange if old Mrs., who is polite to him. Zhu's brother is a man who thinks he is smart, but is actually a coward and a fool. People gave him the nickname Zhu Demengxi, but his face was thicker than the city wall. Seeing that the Jiang family was difficult to control, he immediately changed his face. He flattered, "Don't mind, mother-in-law, I am a foul-mouthed woman, and I don't know how to speak. If I say something unpleasant, don't take it to heart, just treat it as a..." Look, it's noon now, we have walked all the way here, and we haven't even had a sip of water, right? Hee hee. There is a saying that you can't hit a smiling person. Zhu Demengzi said so, and it was naturally difficult for old Mrs. Hu to stop him. She just said to her second son with a cold face, "Second son, add a pair of bowls and chopsticks." Soon, Zhu Demengzi sat at the wine table, and Luo also sat at the women's table. He turned the chopsticks over and picked up meat and vegetables. The plates were turned upside down, and his mouth was full of oil. Such behavior made the women at the same table frown. Zhu was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Zhu Demengzi and his beloved son Zhu Jinbao at the table were not much better. This child was spoiled by his parents. When he was 4 or 5 years old, he was still chased after by his parents with a bowl to feed him. Now he is 6 years old and still can't hold chopsticks properly. He can't hold chopsticks properly, and I can't pick up food smoothly. He simply throws away the chopsticks and reaches into the plate to grab food directly. There is even undried snot on the back of his hand, which is disgusting. The children at the same table have already entered school. They have never seen such rude scoundrels. They were so angry that they threw away their chopsticks and started to make a fuss. Who are you? Eating food with your hands is so disgusting. That's right, your hands are so dirty. How rude. As soon as the children started to make a noise, everyone in the room looked at the table. Seeing his own son grabbing food from the plate with his hands, even though Zhu Dezhi was thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed. He quickly put down his chopsticks and walked quickly to the children's table and pulled Zhu Jinbao down. Zhu Jinbao was holding a large piece of meat bone in his hand and was chewing it happily. He was unwilling to leave the table and immediately started crying. Seeing that everyone in the room was looking at them coldly, Zhu Dezhi felt a little embarrassed for a moment and slapped his son in anger. Zhu Jinbao burst into tears and lay on the ground, crying and rolling. Even so, he was reluctant to put down the large piece of meat in his hand. Seeing her son being beaten, Luo sure could not sit still. Still holding the chopsticks, she rushed up and punched Zhou Dezhi twice on the back. She yelled at the top of her voice, do you want to beat him to death? You useless coward. You only know how to bully people at home, and you have the ability to bully people outside. At the same time, she picked up Zhu Jinbao and held him in her arms, coaxing him like her darling. Mrs. Luo was used to being a boss at home. Seeing Zhu Demengzi standing there with a cold face and not coming to help them, she became even more angry and threw the chopsticks in her hand at her husband without thinking. Zhu Demengzi subconsciously dodged, and the chopsticks hit the wall behind him with a bang and bounced out, just brushing Jiang Yuqing's face. Jiang Yuqing was startled at first, and then he felt a sharp pain on his left face, and he couldn't control his tears. The baby's face is tender, and such thick chopsticks hit it at high speed. Jiang Yuqing's face immediately became red and swollen, with faint blood oozing out, which looked particularly shocking. This time it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Mrs. Hu was so angry that she shook when she saw the darling of the family being beaten like this, and slammed the chopsticks heavily on the table. Pointing at the family who were still making a scene, she roared, "What are you doing standing there, eldest, second, and third brother? Go get the handle of thee and beat this family of shameless scoundrels out. Go home and die in your own house instead of coming to my house to make trouble." Before the 3 brothers could react, Zhu took the lead and rushed over with a handle. She beat Luo and Zhu Dezhi up, crying and cursing as she beat them. "Get out, go back to your Zhu family. You can't bear to see me doing well, and you want me to die, right? How unlucky I was in this life to be born in the same with you, and you want to hurt me like this. Get out, get out, get out of my house. From now on, I will consider you dead. Get out, get out." For a while, the house was in a panic. Jiang Er was busy coaxing his wife, and the women were busy coaxing Jiang Yuqing and looking for a doctor. The other men of the Jiang family, regardless of what they were holding in their hands, were desperately attacking Zhu Demengzi and Luo. It was unforgivable to cause trouble at the 100-day banquet of their beloved baby and hurt her. Even Zhu Jinbao was kicked several times in secret, making several people scream and run away. If they were not afraid of being sued for beating someone to death, the men of the Jiang family would have almost hit the heads of the couple with their sticks. Among them, Jiang Wenyuan was the most ruthless. He specifically picked a few places that were invisible from the outside, but actually hurt the most. Don't look at this guy who is gentle and gentlemanly on weekdays. In fact, among the 3 brothers of the Jiang family, he is the one with the most ideas. In the words of Jiang Yuqing's previous life, he is a white cutting black, a smiling tiger. Anyone who provokes him usually ends up with nothing good. This time, a few rogues from the Zhu family disrupted his precious daughter's 100th day and hurt her. He wished he could tear them apart alive. The Jiang family beat Zhu Da's family far away, which naturally attracted many people to watch the fun. Hearing that these people made a big fuss in the Jiang family and hurt Jiang Yuqing, the Jiang clan members were immediately angry. They joined the army of pursuit and drove Zhu Da's family far away from the village until they could no longer see them. They even directly said that they would not be allowed to come to Zijindu in the future, otherwise they would be beaten every time they saw them. Bah, what a thing! Although Zhu Da's family was driven away, no one was in the mood to eat the meal, so they just stuffed a few mouthfuls and ended it hastily. Fortunately, the doctor came to see it and said it was just a minor abrasion. It was only because the baby's face was tender that it looked so serious. Leave a bottle of mild medicated oil and tell them to apply it 3 to 4 times a day. It will be fine after 3 to 5 days, and there will be no scars in the future. The Jiang family was relieved. After sending the doctor away, Grandpa Liu and his family were also leaving. Although they were worried about their granddaughter, firstly, her family was large, and they really had no place to live. Secondly, after what happened today, the in-laws might make some moves, and it would be inconvenient for them to live here, so they had to go back first. Before leaving, he repeatedly told his daughter and son-in-law to take good care of the children, and if there was anything, they should ask someone to go to Xiushui Bay to tell them. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife personally sent his father-in-law and his family out the door. While his wife was talking to his mother-in-law, Jiang Wenyuan casually said to his eldest brother-in-law, "Recently, our family has been attacked by rats, which have bitten the heirlooms. Although they have been driven away temporarily, there is no guarantee that they will not come back one day. Uncle, do you have any good way to cure this rat infestation?" Lu Pingzhang glanced at his brother-in-law and said dimly, "It's just a few rats, brother-in-law. Don't worry. I have plenty of medicine, and I guarantee that the infestation will be cured." Jiang Wenyuan smiled and bowed. "Thank you very much, uncle." On the way back, Chen asked her husband, "What were you talking about just now? What about rats and poison? Why don't I understand?" Lu Pingzhang glanced at his wife and said meaningfully, "You will understand tomorrow." Old scholar Lu glanced at his son, stroked his chin but smiled without saying anything. As soon as the Lu family left, Zhu's tears came again, and she cried and apologized to Lu. "Third sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that my brother and Luo have become more and more out of tune over the years. Not only did they ruin Guibao as centenary, but they also hurt her like this. As an aunt, I'm sorry to Guibao. I really deserve to die." Although Lu was angry, she knew that it was not Zhu's fault. She had no choice but to deal with such a brother and sister-in-law. So she patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. "Second sister-in-law, don't cry anymore. What happened today is not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. We have been sisters-in-law for many years. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Besides, the doctor also said that my dear is only slightly injured and will be fine after applying medicated oil for a few days. If you keep crying, our room will probably be flooded." I didn't know Zhu was so good at crying before. She cried so hard that her head hurt. Lu Yuan felt sad. She must not let her second sister-in-law cry again in the future. She was too good at crying. Lin and Old, who were also persuading her. Old, who said, "Second sister-in-law, you are a good person. This matter is not your fault. I am also wrong. If I hadn't thought about the face of my relatives and drove them out early, there would be no later things." After all this, Zhu felt better, but she was still depressed. Jiang Yuqing cried for a while and fell asleep when he was tired. When he woke up, he saw his second aunt holding him and apologized to him with tears in her eyes. "My dear, Your second aunt is sorry for you. Those things not only ruined my sweetheart's life, but also hurt you. Second aunt deserves to die." As she said that, she started crying again. Oh, 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 oh. Second aunt, don't be sad. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame those bad guys. Don't cry. I will feel bad if you cry again. As the milk ball said this, she stretched out her two fat arms and wanted to hug Ju. But her arms were too short and she could only barely reach Ju's face. She simply used her fat little hands with firmeat dimples to wipe Ju's tears. Oh, 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 oh. Second aunt, don't cry. I'm fine now. Look, you've cried so much that your eyes are like rabbits. Second sister-in-law, don't cry. Look, sweetheart is helping you wipe your tears. Lu turned to her daughter and said, "Isn't that right, my sweetheart?" Oh, oh, ah. Yes, yes. So please don't cry. Second sister-in-law, look, Ching Ching feels bad for you. Lu handed over her handkerchief. Hurry up and clean up. We still have to make dinner later. Zhu looked at her sister-in-law's worried face, then looked at the clear big eyes of her little niece in her arms, nodded, wiped away her tears, and let the matter go for the time being. After celebrating his daughter's 100th day, Jiang Wenyuan had to return to the county school early the next morning. The autumn examination was approaching, and he dared not delay for a day. Lu was packing things for her husband to take tomorrow, and Jiang, Nebeobo, Yuqing felt that she had to do something for her handsome father. She didn't know much about the imperial examinations. She only knew that poetry, essays, and policy essays were all tested. Although there were many books in the hospital, most of them were related to medicine. However, there was an old professor of national treasure level in the traditional Chinese medicine branch who was a history fan, had been on the 100 Schools forum, and was a great man who had published books. There was a small compartment in his office, which contained a lot of thread-bound books. Maybe she could go look for it. She didn't know until she looked for it. This search really made her many good things were found. There were traditional Chinese collectible editions of Tang and Song poems, several annotated books of various classics written by famous scholars from various dynasties, and even a booklet with several rubbings of Ming and Qing dynasty examination papers. When Jiang Yuqing took these things out, her parents were really shocked. However, after the previous incident with Lingji, the couple was much calmer this time. Jiang Wenyuan flipped through them and felt like he had found a treasure. Poor children like them, unlike the children of nobles, have easy access to various rare ancient books and classics, and it is common to ask great scholars for guidance. Therefore, there is no other way to pass the imperial examination except to study hard. Now that his daughter has given him such a pile of famous annotated classics that he dared not think about before, how can he not be ecstatic and even call them priceless treasures? Jiang Wenyuan hugged his daughter and kissed her all over, and luckily he didn't kiss Jiang Yuqing's little face, which had just gotten better again. My dear, are these for Daddy to take the exam, right? Oh, yes, it's for you. Read more. Maybe it will be useful. My dear, do you think I can pass the exam this time? Oh my God. Dad, do you think I am a god? Can I predict the future? Whether you can pass the exam depends on whether you have worked hard enough. Father Jiang. Oh, it's great if you can pass the exam. I wish you all the best with my good wishes. Jiang Yuqing. Okay, as long as you are happy. That night, Mrs. Hu came to give silver to her son. Jiang Wenyuan told his parents about his daughter giving him books. When the old couple heard that their precious granddaughter gave their son some very precious books, they were overjoyed. They said that Jiang Yuqing was a treasure sent by God to the Jiang family. After being driven out of Zijinda that day, Mrs. Luo and Zhu de Mengxi lay in bed for several days before they felt alive again. Just when they were able to get out of bed, a group of Yamen runners broke into their house, saying that someone had accused them of trespassing and intentionally injuring people. Without saying anything, they arrested the couple and took them to the county government office, where they were each beaten with 30 boards. After that, they were locked up in the prison for several days, and when they were sent home, they were only half dead. The couple then realized that the eldest brother-in-law of the third son of the Jiang family seemed to be a legal advisor in the government office. After realizing this, the couple's faces turned even paler. If they had known earlier, they would have stayed away from the Jiang family. Now that they have been retaliated against, it is too late to regret. They were beaten with boards and spent time in prison. The couple's reputation was completely ruined. It was said that even the ox carts were unwilling to pull them to the market for fear that they would get stuck with this piece of stinky dog and could not get rid of it. Everything went wrong, and the couple quarreled and fought every day, and their lives were a mess. But no matter how bad their lives were, they did not dare to go to Zijinda to seek bad luck again because they were really scared of being beaten. No matter how thick the skin is, it can't withstand such treatment. At the end of July, Jiang Wenyuan packed his luggage and prepared to go to the city to take the autumn examination. The autumn examination started on August 9th, and the examination was held for 3 consecutive days on August 9th, 12th, and 15th. It takes 4 days to travel from Qingzhou County to Lingzhou Prefecture. Jiang Wenyuan and several classmates who were taking the exam were led by the head of the county school and a school official. They set off on August 2nd to take the exam in the city. Lingzhou Prefecture is located in the south of Daxia, with a warm and humid climate. Although August has entered autumn, the autumn heat is still fierce. Jiang Yuqing felt that it was so hot, and the exam lasted for 3 days and 3 consecutive exams. Eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating in a small room the size of a palm were really inhumane. Taking an exam is like fighting a war. How can a logistics not keep up on the battlefield? She had to think of a way to prepare something for her handsome father. Jiang Yuqing's consciousness dived into the spiritual realm, picked and chose, and finally made a bag of things that she thought she could use. A mosquito repellent sachet made of pure Chinese medicine, valid for 1 month. With this, you won't be afraid of mosquitoes. 2 boxes of cooling oil. This stuff not only relieves itching, but also can be applied to the temples and can remind the brain, which is absolutely indispensable. Since you can't make a fire in the room, and the examination room only provides boiled water, you can prepare a box of instant noodles of various flavors and add pickled mustard, ham, and stewed eggs. It's quick, simple, and delicious. Don't worry about whether it's nutritious or not. At least you can eat something hot. You have to go through a strict body search to enter the examination room, and you can only bring a limited amount of things. These things are good enough, and more will be an eye-catcher. Jiang Yuqing didn't remove the outer packaging of the food. Her little body is only more than 5 months old, and it's too early for her to talk. There are instructions printed on the packaging. Although it is in simplified Chinese, with the intelligence of Jiang Wenyuan and Liu, they can guess it almost accurately. Sure enough, when Jiang Wenyuan and his wife saw this pile of things, they successfully guessed the purpose of these things based on the fonts and pictures on the packaging. While feeling the magic of the fairyland, he hugged his baby daughter and kissed her fiercely. Then Jiang Naibao Yuqing was forced to accept a baptism of love from his parents and even grandparents. Oh, what a sweet burden. After being surprised, the couple took off the packaging of the food, wrapped it with dry lotus leaves, and then wrapped it with a layer of oil paper. Even the cooling oil was dug out and carefully packed in a pocket bamboo box. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In terms of protecting their daughter, the couple did a perfect job. Or, it can be said that the elders of the Jiang family would subconsciously conceal the magical powers of their children. On the 2nd day of August, Jiang Wenyuan, with the eager anticipation of the whole family, set off for the city with several classmates. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, because Jiang Wenyuan was in the examination room, facing a table full of delicious dishes, except for the children eating deliciously, the adults of the Jiang family were a little absent-minded. Old man Jiang took a sip of soju and suddenly sighed. I wonder how the 3rd child is doing? Jiang Wenkong put down his chopsticks and said, calculating the time, today is the 3rd exam. It will be at least the beginning of next month when the results are announced.
Well,
Old man Jiang didn't say anything else and lowered his head to eat. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit depressed, Jiang Yuqing wanted to liven up the atmosphere, so she stretched out her little arms to old man Jiang and asked him to hold her. Ah, my dear, come and hold me. Seeing this, old man Jiang immediately hugged his granddaughter happily. Oh, my dear, come and hold me. The little girl hugged old man Jiang's neck with her fat arms, and her little fleshy hands gently patted Grandpa's shoulders to comfort him. My dear, don't worry, Grandpa. It's okay. Daddy is so amazing. He will definitely pass the exam. Old man Jiang was immediately comforted. It was still the precious granddaughter who was considerate. She only knew how to comfort him at such a young age, unlike those brats who only knew how to cook. Humph! What a loser. The Jiang family was getting more and more anxious day by day, and time came to the beginning of September. The sweet grapefruits in the yard had turned yellow, and the branches were bent with dense pressure. Although the fruit was not as big as the one on the day Jiang Yuqing was born, it was much better than in previous years. For fear that the fruit would break the branches, Mrs. Hu asked her sons to cut the tree forks and prop them up one by one. In the past few days, the boys in the family always looked up from time to time. Mrs. Hu thought it was time to pick them, so that the greedy boys would not be tempted one day. It was a small matter to poke the grapefruit, but it was a big matter to damage the grapefruit tree. This old grapefruit tree has been raised for more than 30 years. Now it can produce hundreds of large grapefruits every year. The taste is good and can be sold for a lot of money. Even if a branch is damaged, she feels distressed. At dinner, Mrs. Hu announced the news. The Jiang family boys were excited to hear that they would pick grapefruits after school the next day. The next day was the third day of the first lunar month. It was a clear and crisp autumn day. Early in the morning, magpies sang happily on the grapefruit tree. After breakfast, the Jiang family boys went to school, as usual. Old Jiang took his two sons to the fields too. After the rice was harvested, peas, broad beans, radishes, cabbages, and some vegetables that can survive in winter were planted in the empty fields. Now the vegetables have grown, and the grass has grown tall. Old Hu brought a basin of chicken food to feed the chickens in the backyard, while the three daughters-in-law of the Jiang family brought small stools to do needlework under the grapefruit tree. It will be cold in another month, and the winter clothes and shoes should be made quickly. In previous years, the family was short of money, and the cotton-padded clothes and quilts had not been changed for many years, and they had long been hard and no longer warm. This year, thanks to the little darling in the family, Old Hu had money in his hands and decided to make a new cotton-padded clothes for everyone. Jiang Yuqing was lying in her own baby cradle, listening to her beautiful mother and aunts gossiping about their daily lives, while boredly looking at the carvings on the cradle. The cradle was made specifically for her by her second uncle, with exquisite flowers and birds and beasts carved on the guardrails. It was wide and large. There were wheels at the bottom of the cradle, so it was more like a small baby bed than a cradle. A few days ago, 2 small white spots finally appeared on her lower jaw. Because of her teeth, she always felt itchy gums and wanted to put everything she saw into her mouth to bite it. This time she wanted to bite her fingers again. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she struggled for several times but couldn't resist the instinct of the baby. As soon as the little fleshy hand was put into her mouth, she immediately felt satisfied. What a weird heart. Forget it. Destroy it. Completely mess it up. It's embarrassing, but no one will laugh at her anyway. The fruits on this tree are so beautiful. A voice suddenly said. Jiang Yuqing listened carefully, and it turned out to be a magpie talking. Very good, but the skin is too thick for us to peck open. There was some regret in his tone. This is another magpie. Jiang Yuqing was instantly delighted. Her ability to communicate with birds and beasts in her previous life was indeed still there. Hi, little birds, hello. The 2 birds were startled when they suddenly heard someone talking to them. After taking another look, they found Jiang Yuqing lying in the crib. They found that the smell of this human baby was very pleasant, which made them feel very comfortable, just like the breath of Mother Earth. But she was obviously a human. A black-feathered, long-tailed magpie hesitated and finally couldn't resist the temptation to fly down from the pomelo tree and landed on the guardrail of the crib. The black bean-like eyes looked at Jiang Yuqing in the crib in surprise. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Are you calling me? You can actually understand what we say. Yes, it's a surprise. It's unexpected. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You are so beautiful, and your breath smells so good, just like the breath of life of Mother Earth.
Ah,
That's right. I am the most beautiful child in Zijindu, Jiang Yuqing said very arrogantly.
ah,
Can we be friends? I like you. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then will you hurt me?
ah,
Of course not. We are friends, aren't we? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Well, I am willing to be friends with you. And I like you very much, too.
ah,
My name is Jiang Yuqing, and my family likes to call me good boy. You can also call me Ching Ching. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then I will call you Ching Ching, but I don't have a name. The magpie was a little sad.
ah,
Can I give you a name? Chirp, 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 okay. Thank you.
ah,
Your race is the magpie, so I will call you Xie, okay? Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Sisi?
I like this name. From now on, I will be called Cece. You're so nice. Unlike some human cubs, they always like to chase us and fight. Many of my friends of the same kind have been injured by them. My God. That is indeed a sad thing. But I promise you that in the future, no one in our family will hurt you. You and your friends should also be careful in the wild. If you meet naughty kids with slingshots in the future, stay away from them. In this way, they can't hurt you. Or you can bring your other friends to my house to play with me. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Okay, I remember it. It's a bit noisy outside, as if a lot of people are coming to your house, beating gongs and drums. I'm a little scared. I have to go. My God. Okay, be careful and don't get caught by bad guys. If you can't find food and are hungry, come to my house and I'll give you food. Cha-cha-cha-cha.
Okay.
Thank you, Ching Ching, I'm leaving. I will come to play with you often. The magpie chirped a few times and flew away, with its wings flapping. The women of the Jiang family looked at the child in the cradle lovingly, dancing and talking to a bird. The two sides were babbling and chirping, chatting happily. No matter how you look at it, you feel that this scene is inexplicably funny, yet inexplicably cute and warm. Until the magpie flew away, none of the sisters-in-law made a sound to disturb it. For a moment, Lu even suspected that her daughter could understand bird language. But this was too far-fetched, but thinking about the strangeness of her daughter, knowing bird language didn't seem to be a big deal. At this time, a faint sound of gongs came from outside. Lin said, "It seems like there is a gong sound." Zhu said, "Maybe someone is having a wedding." As she was talking, a flurry of footsteps came from outside. Two sweaty young men from the same clan ran into the Jiang family's yard and shouted, "Aunts, great news. Our uncle Wenyuan passed the imperial examination. The messenger who brought the good news is almost at the entrance of the village. The headman asked me to run back and report the news." Is this true? Although she was mentally prepared, when this moment really came, Lu couldn't help but have a blank mind, thinking that she was dreaming. Her two sisters-in-law were dumbfounded. It's true. They will be at the door soon. The headman asked you to prepare the wedding money quickly. Okay, I know. Lu took a deep breath and managed to calm down. The young man who came with him to report the news said, "Huazi, your seventh grandfather and your two uncles are weeding at the arch bridge. Please go and tell them to come back quickly. Then find someone who is fast to go to Xiushui Bay School and tell my father and the boys in my family." Huazi said excitedly, "Big da ko wanna call my seventh grandfather. I'm going to Xiushui Bay. Good boy. Wait for your uncle to come back and let him treat you to a drink." Huazi said happily, "That's great. And I'm leaving." After that, he turned around and ran out, but he disappeared in a moment. Lu said to another short and strong young man, "You Kai, go and invite the clan leader and several elders to come over. And get someone who is quick to help my family set off firecrackers." "Okay, Aunt, I'll go right away. I'll set off the firecrackers. I like this job." "Okay, you do it." After the two young men left, Old, who heard the noise and came out from the backyard. When he heard that his son had passed the imperial examination and the official bringing the good news was about to arrive at his doorstep, he was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Mrs. Lu had experienced the triple joy of her father and husband passing the imperial examinations to become scholars, and her brother passing the imperial examination to become a jiren. Although she was still excited this time, She became familiar with the process after a while. She asked her excited mother-in-law to watch the baby in the cradle, and she took her two sisters-in-law, who were so happy that they were confused, to move the table, boil tea, and serve snacks at a very fast speed. Just as they were getting ready, the patriarch and several elders of the Jiang clan arrived at the Jiang family, followed by Old Man Jiang and his two sons. Because they came back in a hurry, they didn't even have time to put down their rolled-up trouser legs, and one of the straw sandals on Old Man Jiang's feet fell off. The father and his two sons hurriedly greeted the patriarch and elders, and then ran into the house to change clothes and shoes. Just as they were ready, the messenger had arrived at the door. There were two officials who came to announce the good news, both wearing bright red silk. After one of them rang the gong, another person held a document and announced loudly, "Good news, Mr. Jiang Wenyuan from Qingzhou County, Lingzhou Prefecture won the second place in the Lingzhou Prefecture provincial examination. Good news, Mr. Jiang Wenyuan from Qingzhou County, Lingzhou Prefecture won the second place in the Lingzhou Prefecture provincial examination. This is the good news. Congratulations, masters and ladies. Congratulations." Lu stepped forward and stuffed a bulging purse into the hand of the messenger. "How much?" "Thank you for your trip. Please come in and have a cup of tea." The messenger took it and smiled. He entered the Jiang family's yard and saw that tea, fruit, and snacks were already set out. He smiled even more. He said one nice thing after another, praising the Jiang family to the fullest. The men gathered around to talk, and old Mrs. who came back to her senses. After discussing with Old Man Jiang and his two sons, she took out some money and called a few people from the Jiang family to help. She hurried to buy some meat and vegetables so that everyone could have lunch at noon. Apart from anything else, at least the official who brought the good news, the head of the village and Lu's family must be invited. As for the others, they will invite the villagers to have a drink when the third son returns home. When Lu's biological father, Mr. Lu, heard that his student and son-in-law had won the second place in this provincial examination, his beard curled up with excitement. After announcing the good news in the school and the afternoon holiday, he took his two grandsons and followed the 7 boys of the Jiang family to rush to the school. Go to his daughter's house. When he arrived, the Jiang family was already crowded with guests. Seeing him come in, everyone hurriedly stood up and invited him to take a seat. This old man is both the father-in-law of the Jiren and his mentor, so he must be served well. The Jiang family was very lively all day, and Old Man Jiang said that when the third son came home, he would treat the whole village to a drink. Everyone happily agreed, and then dispersed. In the evening, when the guests had left, everyone in the Jiang family was tired, but their hearts were full of joy. Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination, which meant that the Jiang family had completely changed their status and entered the scholar family. Among scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, the scholar family is the most expensive. For several days in a row, the Jiang family was crowded with people. This bustle reached its peak when Jiang Wenyuan stepped into the house on the 6th day of September. As soon as Jiang Wenyuan entered the house, he personally moved 2 stools to help his parents take their seats. After his parents sat down, he lifted his robe and knelt on his knees, knocking his head 3 times firmly. "Dad, Mom, your son lived up to your expectations and won the second place in this Lingzhou Township ceremony.
Good, good,
Good. Dad is proud of you." Old Man Jiang helped his son up with red eyes. "My son has made it. The ground is cooler." Old Mrs., who was already in tears of joy. After Jiang Wenyuan stood up, he bowed deeply to his 2 brothers and sisters-in-law. "I would like to thank my 2 brothers and sisters-in-law for their support for 10 years. Without my brothers and sisters-in-law, there would be no Jiang Wenyuan today." This is what he really thinks. In ancient times, studying was expensive, and Jiang Wenyuan was supported by the whole family, who tightened their belts. Today, when Jiang Wenyuan bowed, the eldest and second Jiangs felt that all their previous hard work was worth it. The third child in their family is a conscientious person, and he will not forget his brothers even if he makes it. Jiang Wenkong and Jiang Wenxi helped their younger brothers up, their eyes full of satisfaction. "Hurry up, we are all brothers. As brothers, We should help our younger brothers. Jiang Wenyuan finally bowed deeply to Lu and said affectionately, your husband, would like to thank you for your hard work and giving birth to my children over the years. Jiang Wenyuan, can be what I am today, and you have made an indelible contribution. Lu was embarrassed and happy when she heard this, and tears of joy rolled down her cheeks for a while, which made the village women who were watching the excitement in the yard envious. They secretly thought that Lu was lucky, with kind parents-in-law, harmonious sisters-in-law, both sons and daughters, and a husband who loved her. Isn't this what women want in their lives? Jiang Wenyuan also greeted his father-in-law and the elders of the village before sitting down to talk. On this day, the Jiang family had more than 30 tables, and the high shed was full. In addition to relatives, friends, and clansmen, there were also teachers and classmates from the county school, as well as some wealthy gentry who came to congratulate them on their own. It was even more lively than the full moon of Jiangyuqing before. Gifts from relatives and strangers, seen and unseen, filled up half of the room, and there were more than 200 taels of silver. Even the county magistrate Qin sent people to deliver gifts, giving the Jiang family enough face. Of course, these favors must be repaid in the future. 6 people from Qingzhou County went to the provincial examination this time. Although only Jiang Wenyuan passed the exam, fortunately he ranked well, second place, better than expected, and it was a pleasant surprise. In the evening, after the guests left, the family sat in the main hall and talked. Asked about the exams in those days, Jiang Wenyuan took a sip of tea and said with emotion, "You don't know, the examination room leaked. It was very damp, and some places were covered with fungi. It was full of flower-legged mosquitoes, buzzing, and many people were bitten and couldn't stand it. Some people's faces were scratched. Fortunately, I had Guaibao to give me insect repellent sachets, which saved me from the pain of mosquito bites. When eating, others ate dry biscuits and hard glutinous rice cakes with hot water, but I ate noodles. Soaked in boiling water, it was fragrant and delicious, and even the invigilator came to smell the aroma." Later, after leaving the examination room, the examiner secretly asked me where I bought the noodles. I said that my wife bought it from a traveling merchant by chance, and then I couldn't find it again. The adult was quite regretful. Jiang Yuqing could hear just these few words. Instant noodles were extremely popular in this ancient time. Think about it. This thing can be popular in the era of sufficient food in later generations, but it would not survive in this ancient time when food was scarce. This thing is not difficult to make. Perhaps it would be good for the Jiang family to specialize in selling instant noodles in the future. Students who are taking exams, traveling merchants, escorts, and even the army are just in need customers. Of course, it is just a thought at this stage. With her little body of 6 months old, there is still a long way to go. After a few days of bustle, the Jiang family gradually returned to peace. But the Jiang family is different from ordinary villagers. The first is the land tax. According to the Daxia law, a jiren can be exempted from 150 acres of land tax. Although he can also be exempted from land tax when he is a scholar, it is only 15 acres after all. When he becomes a jiren, it has increased tenfold. To put it bluntly, even if you do nothing and just pay the tax of the 150 acres, you will not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. No wonder people say that scholars are poor, but jiren are rich. The Jiang family originally had 17 acres of land. After discussing with his family, old man Jiang bought more than 30 acres, and now the total is 51 acres. The remaining 99 acres are planned to be given to the family. The Jiang family wanted to divide the land among the relatives in the family. The first wife, Lin's family, ran a security company and had no land. The second wife, Zhu's family, had land, but such a ruthless brother and sister-in-law were naturally beyond the Jiang family's budget. In the end, with the unanimous decision of the whole family, the 3 acres of retirement land of Zhu's uncle were given away. As for the third wife, Lu's family, they did have land, but her family had both a jiren and a shiotsai, so they couldn't use all the land, so they didn't give it away. After calculating, there were a total of 96 acres left. Later, everyone discussed it and decided to give this quota to the clan. There were a total of 47 Jiang clan members in Zijindu, and each family was given 2 acres. The remaining 2 acres were given to the most needy family of Grandma Yang in the village. Therefore, the patriarch of the Jiang clan was in the clan. When the good news was announced, the Jiang clan members were almost crazy with joy. It is said that Jiang Wenyuan's family is conscientious. After they became prosperous, they did not forget to help their clan members. The land tax in the Great Xia dynasty was 31, which was very low compared with other dynasties. But the grain output was not high in that era, and the farmers worked hard all year round and paid taxes, but still had little grain. 2 acres of land can save at least 20 to 30 kilograms of rice every year. If you switch to brown rice and coarse grains, you can eat for a month. In a famine, it can save lives. How can you not be happy? Granny Yang is not a member of the Jiang clan. When she was young, she fled here with her parents and later married Yang the hunter in the village. In his early years, Yang the hunter went into the mountains to hunt and was killed by a tiger, leaving only an orphan and a widow. Granny Yang raised her with great difficulty. The son got married, and the daughter-in-law died of dystocia when giving birth to the second child. Less than half a year later, the son also died in an accident while doing corvée. Only Grandma Yang was left with her 6-year-old grandson and 3-year-old granddaughter, and their lives were as miserable as Huanglianshui. If it weren't for the villagers' frequent help, they would have been unable to make ends meet. Grandma Yang never thought that Mr. Jiang would put up her family's only 2 acres of land, and she was so happy that she cried. There would be a lot more food this year, and she no longer had to worry about the children starving to death. The Jiang family is really a good family. The Yang family was penniless and had nothing to show for it. After thinking about it, she took the 2 children to the Jiang family yard and kowtowed to Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Who respectfully. This move scared the Jiang family so much that they hurriedly helped the grandparents and grandchildren up. Grandma Yang thanked the Jiang family 1,000 times and persuaded them for a long time before wiping her tears and going back. When the news spread, the villagers all gave a thumbs up and praised the Jiang family for their kindness. After deciding the tax land, it was time to build a new house. The Jiang family's current house was barely livable, but it was a mud brick house with a thatched roof. To put it bluntly, it leaked every year despite being renovated every year. When the rainy season came, it rained heavily outside and drizzled inside. As time went by, the gray fungus in the corner of the wall grew in clusters. Now that the family had a little extra money and his son had passed the imperial examination, there were more guests coming and going, which was really a bit embarrassing. Old Man Jiang discussed with his sons and decided to build a large courtyard with 3 entrances, one for each of the 3 brothers. It was just right that in a few years, the grandchildren would grow up, and when they got married and had children, they would have a place to live. When Jiang Yuqing heard that they were going to build a new house, her beautiful eyes curved into small crescents. Fearing that the family didn't have enough money, she quickly pulled out a bowl-sized Ganoderma lucidum from the spiritual realm and stuffed it into old Mrs. Hu. The delighted old Mrs. Hu hugged her and kissed her. Build it, and it's better to build it bigger. I also want a separate room. After the matter was settled, the Jiang family immediately looked for a construction team and bought materials to make furniture. They were so busy. Of course, these had nothing to do with Jiang Yuqing. The milk ball ate when she should eat and slept when she should sleep. Occasionally, outsiders would call her young lady when they saw her. Since Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination, whenever he went out in the village, even the head of the village would respectfully address him as Master Jiang or Mr. Jiang. Even when Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Hu walked in the village, no one dared to call them Old Man Jiang or Mrs. Hu. They would call them Old Master or Old Lady more respectfully. Even the most worthless ones would call him Old Brother Jiang or Old Sister-in-law Jiang. In short, no one dared to look down on anyone who was from the Jiang family. Married girls in the village, if they said their parents' home was in Jindu, would be looked up to by others. However, Jiang Wenyuan himself did not become complacent because of this. After this exam, He became more aware of the gap between himself and others, and only told himself in his heart that he had to work harder. So after staying at home for 2 days, he said goodbye to his wife and daughter and returned to the county school, preparing for the next spring exam. The headmaster of the county school was very pleased to see that he worked so hard and was not arrogant or impatient. The Jeong family was afraid that he would work too hard and ruin his body, so after discussion, they bought a smart 17-year-old boy named Ping and sent him to be a servant, so that he could take care of his daily life nearby. Although Jeong Wenyuan was a little helpless, he also knew that it was the good intentions of his family. And soon he realized the benefits of having a servant. At least he no longer has to worry about trivial matters such as washing clothes and buying meals every day, which can save a lot of time. The weather is getting colder and colder. At the beginning of the 12th lunar month, the Jeong family's mansion was officially completed and moved in. The blue brick and black tile, spacious and bright 3-entry mansion became the first in Zijindu, which really made people jealous. However, it can only be jealous who let the family have a scholar. When the 12th lunar month was almost halfway, the first snow of this winter finally fell, and it might be the only snow of this winter. Although it was only a thin layer, it really made people happy. The climate in the south is mild and warm, and snow is really a rarity in the south. The 9-month-old baby Jeong Yuching is getting more and more cute. Because he is wearing a lot of clothes, he looks like a chubby glutinous rice dumpling. This fat dumpling can't walk yet, but he can crawl well. At night, after taking off the thick clothes, he can stand steadily on the bed for a while by holding the bed rails. However, whenever she wanted to move her feet and walk, her short legs would make her fall down. She was not discouraged, and she fought again and became more and more courageous. At this time, Mrs. Liu would always happily watch her little daughter fall on her back, then get up, walk again, fall again, and get up again. Occasionally, when her daughter fell on her back, she would gently poke her soft belly or tickle her fat feet, and she never got tired of it. She even wrote this as a funny thing in a letter to her husband. Fortunately, there was a very mature and strong soul inside the glutinous rice dumpling. While despising her mother's bad taste, she continued to work hard for the great cause of walking independently as soon as possible. The new year in the south began on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. The school had a winter vacation one day before the kitchen god year. Jeong Wenyuan also came back from the county school. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, they swept the house to celebrate the kitchen god year. The Jeong family's house and furniture were all brand new and did not need to be cleaned much. Even so, cleaning the bed curtains, quilts, and New Year's offerings is a big project. For a while, the women in the family were all very busy. Jeong Wenyuan took on the good job of looking after his precious daughter and also detained a group of young boys in the study to review their books. Among the 7 boys of the Jeong family's grandchildren, the eldest brother Jeong Yujiang is the most stable and good at studying. After 2 more years of training, he can give it a try. In addition, Jeong Yuhu, the 3rd child, and Jeong Yuchuan, the 7th child, are both very good. Especially Jeong Yuchuan. Perhaps he inherited his father's gene for reading. Although he is young, he is the smartest among the 7 brothers. No matter what the teacher says, he often remembers it once and can draw inferences from it. He can remember everything he has seen. Such a talent is naturally very much liked by the teacher. Mr. Liu also pays great attention to this grandson and often gives him special treatment. When Jeong Wenyuan found that his son had a talent for reading, he was also very happy. Every time he went home, he would always bring him with him and teach him carefully. The rest of the children, although not as talented as the first ones in studying, were also very hardworking and did quite well. Only the 2nd child, Jeong Yuha, had a rebellious bone in his body. He had a headache when he read books and only liked to wield swords and sticks. He often dreamed of learning from the heroes in the storybooks and going to the rivers and lakes with swords in the future, taking pleasure in revenge. Therefore, after studying in the school for a long time, he could only barely read half of the 3-character classic, which made the teacher so angry that he often scolded him for being a useless person. As for the little milk ball Jeong Yuching, when her brothers were reading, She would sit obediently in her handsome father's arms, open her big round grape eyes, up her little ears, and watch and listen quietly without crying or making a fuss. If any of her brothers were absent-minded while her father was reading, she would shout a few times to remind them to be more serious. Her voice was milky and soft, and even if the tone was a little higher, it would not make people feel disgusted, but instead they would think that their sister was so cute. At first, Jiang Wenyuan thought his daughter was just impatient and yelled a few times. After all, children are very active. But after a long time, he found that his daughter would yell whenever one of the younger generation was absent from class or recited incorrectly. He was shocked to realize that his precious daughter might not only be cute, but also very intelligent. At least she could remember the articles that her brothers had read. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why she would accurately remind them every time they recited incorrectly. He lifted his daughter in front of him, facing the little girl, and teased her with a smile. Did Daddy's good baby know that the brothers read incorrectly, so he reminded them? My good baby. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a little baby who can't even speak. How could I know this? The little baby's eyes were floating, and she didn't dare to look into the eyes of her handsome father. Jiang Wenyuan didn't intend to let her go. Then from now on, the good baby will be responsible for supervising the brothers' reading, okay?
No.
Dad, you are exploiting child labor. Is this a job for babies? Nate Chuanzi was very angry, but when he saw the dense and shiny saliva on his handsome dad's face, he felt a little guilty. Well, I didn't mean it. It's just that my tongue is not very obedient. At most, I'll just give it a kiss as an apology. So Nate Chuanzi smacked his handsome dad's face, and the saliva mark became brighter, the kind that was bright and sparkling. Nate Chuanzi felt even more guilty, and he pretended to be an ostrich. He put his little face on his handsome dad's shoulder and pretended to sleep, and he really fell asleep while pretending. After a while, Jiang Wenyuan took out a handkerchief to wipe the saliva on his face, and then touched the little head with few hairs on the neck, smiling like a pervert. It's true that girls are still fragrant. Even the saliva they spit out has the fragrance of milk. The nephews and nieces looked at their father, uncle, with a perverted look on their faces and despised him in their hearts. Of course, they would never admit that they were jealous that he could hold his sister for so long. On weekdays, only a few older ones were allowed to hold their sister for a short time, and the younger ones were not allowed to hold their sister at all, fearing that they were not strong enough and would drop their sister. Especially the seventh brother Jiang Yuchuan. He was really wronged. He was obviously the biological brother of the same mother, but he was not allowed to hold his sister, which was really too much. From the day Jiang Wenyuan returned home, villagers came to his house one after another, wanting to ask for a couplet. Jiang Wenyuan was also easy to talk to, and he wrote when the villagers asked. Each couplet was charged 20-30 coins according to the number of words. When he was a scholar, it was this price. Now that he has become a jiren, it is still this price, which greatly saves the face of the neighbors. After the news spread, more and more people came to ask for couplets, and even many people from other villages came after hearing the news. On the 25th and 26th, there were especially many people, and Jiang Wenyuan was not busy at all. As a last resort, he had to ask a few of his nephews to help him. He was busy until the lights were on, and he barely finished writing the couplets that the neighbors wanted. He also spread the word that he would go out to give New Year gifts the next day or the day after tomorrow, and if anyone wanted couplets, they had to come back in the late afternoon. Jiang Wenyuan was busy, and so were the rest of the Jiang family. He had to clean the utensils and buy New Year goods, making rice cakes, glutinous rice cakes, and rice cakes. Qingzhou is rich in rice, and there is a kind of fragrant rice. The rice cooked is particularly fragrant, and there is even a saying that 1 family cooks rice, and 10 families cook it. The yield of this fragrant rice is extremely low, and the raw grain obtained from 1 mu of land is no more than 100 kilograms, and the corresponding price is also high. Usually only wealthy families will buy it during the new year, dye it with yellow gardenia fruit, and make rice cakes, either for their own use or as gifts to relatives and friends. The other way is to steam glutinous rice and make glutinous rice cakes or rice cakes. In those days, ordinary people could barely fill their stomachs only when the weather was good and the harvest was good. During the new year, they would only symbolically buy 2 or 3 caddies of meat and fish to fill their stomachs. They would not even think about these things. Only when a family married a daughter-in-law and gave an engagement gift would they make a few of glutinous rice cakes as one of the betrothal gifts. This was considered very prestigious in the countryside. Also, during the new year, the clan would pay to make 2 or 3 of glutinous rice cakes as an offering to the ancestors. This was also a gesture. As for rice cakes, it was even more difficult because a lot of sugar and oil were used. In the countryside, it was rare to see oil in the rice bowl, let alone fried rice cakes. They could not even think of it. This year, the Jiang family had a better life. Old who bought 200 caddies of fragrant rice and 300 caddies of glutinous rice to make rice cakes, glutinous rice cakes, and rice cakes. In this way, in addition to offering to the ancestral hall and sending favors, they could also keep some for themselves. Making rice cakes, glutinous rice cakes, and rice cakes is a laborious job, and it is definitely not enough for just a few people in the family. Old who asked some close relatives in the clan to help. 26th, make rice cakes. Soak the fragrant rice for 2 days. Wash and drain. Boil the yellow cashew fruit until it is soft and squeeze the juice. Dye the rice evenly into golden yellow, and then steam it. In just half an hour, the fragrance of the fragrant rice will spread all over the village, making adults and children drool. Even Jiang Yuqing was tempted by the unique and overbearing fragrance, which made her nose twitch. Mrs. Lu amusedly tapped her nose and teased her. "My dear baby wants to eat it too, right?"
Ah.
"Yes, it smells so good. Little greedy cat. Wait, mother will get it for you." After a while, Mrs. Lu came back with a tiny rice ball. When Jiang Yuqing saw it, her big eyes suddenly sparkled, and she opened her mouth to eat it. When the rice grains entered her mouth, the unique, bright, fresh, and elegant fragrance exploded in her mouth in an instant, making her feel like she was in the clouds. It was so delicious that she cried. The fragrant rice from a certain country that was boasted by her parents a generation ago was not even a dregs compared to it. The little milk ball ate the fragrant rice with a roar and opened her mouth for more. Mrs. Lu refused to give her any more. Although this thing is fragrant, it is difficult to digest. If you eat too much, you will easily get indigestion. Although Jiang Yuqing felt sorry, she also knew that what her mother said made sense, so she did not insist. Anyway, there will be a chance to eat it in the future, so there is no need to rush. After dinner, she wanted to go to the yard to watch the rice cakes being beaten. Mrs. Lu had no time, so she wrapped her up tightly and asked the steady Jiang Yujiang to carry her, and repeatedly told her nephew to stand away from the stone mortar to avoid being accidentally injured by the men beating the rice cakes. At this time, there was already a circle of people in the yard, including adults and children. Each of the children was holding a small rice ball in their hands and chewing it, laughing and watching. Seeing the eldest brother of the Jiang family coming out with his sister, he hurriedly gave them the best position. The steamed fragrant rice was golden yellow, and each grain was distinct. Poured into a special large stone mortar, 3 strong men took wooden hammers and took turns to hammer, hammering and turning while shouting, "Hey yo," very rhythmic. This job requires experience and strength. After the 3 strong men beat for a while, another group of people came on stage, taking turns to hammer and beat for about 3/4 of an hour. The fragrant rice in the stone mortar was thoroughly beaten into a fine rice dough. At this time, the older aunts came over with clean and oiled bamboo dustpans. The beaten rice dough was put into a large funnel-like device and pressed down with a trapezoidal wooden awl. The rice are squeezed out of the round tube under the funnel and become regular and smooth cylinders. Then use clean and wet scissors to cut them into certain lengths and place them on a special wooden board to dry. The rice cakes are ready. The freshly made rice cakes are the most delicious, fragrant, glutinous, and chewy. But because this thing is precious, even if the crowd of onlookers are greedy, they can't take the initiative to ask for it. But Mrs. Hu took the initiative to have some short sticks cut and distributed to the children watching. The method of making glutinous rice cakes is similar to that of rice cakes. Steam the best glutinous rice, Pound it into fine rice dough in a stone mortar, then pinch it into a dough the size of a child's fist and press it into shape. The method of making rice cakes is much more complicated. After soaking the glutinous rice, wash it, drain the water, and pound it into powder. Divide it into 1/5, add water and mix it into rice dough. Press it into cakes, and then put it into the boiled brown sugar syrup and cook it. The cooked dough and syrup were poured into the remaining rice flour pile, and several rice dough weighing more than 10 kilograms were made and left to ferment for 2/4 of an hour. Then, they were rolled into large dough cakes with a thickness of about 1 centimeter using a rolling hammer and cut into noodles of about 5 to 7 centimeters using a special ruler. Then, they were cut into small strips with a width of about 1 centimeter using scissors or a knife, sprinkled on the chopping board to dry the moisture, and finally fried in oil. For a whole day, the courtyard of the Jiang family was filled with strange fragrance. The prepared rice cakes, glutinous rice cakes, and rice cakes filled the 3 rooms of the Jiang family. After dinner, Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs., who called their 3 sons and daughters-in-law to sit together and held a family meeting to discuss the matter of sending New Year gifts. Everyone talked and talked, and after drinking 2 pots of tea, they finally came up with a reasonable charter. The first was the New Year gifts for the clan members. There were 47 Jiang clan members. Including the head of the village, there were 51 households in total, including Zhao Liuji, Qi Doufu, and Grandma Yang. Each of these families sent 5 rice cakes and 5 glutinous rice cakes, which added up to 1 he. In addition, each family gave 1 jin of rice fruit and 2 jin of meat. Over the years, the Jiang family has received a lot of help from relatives and clansmen. Now that they have risen, they naturally cannot forget the big guys. Otherwise, they will forget their roots. For example, the Zhao family. Zhao Liuji and Jiang Wenyuan are childhood friends, and he is 2 years older than Jiang Wenyuan. When they were young, a group of naughty kids in the village had a fight with kids from other villages. He was the leader of the kids and helped Jiang Wenyuan take a lot of beatings. Later, he helped a lot. His family has few fields, and when he sees that the Jiang family is too busy during the busy farming season, he often comes to help. Whenever there is a good thing, he never forgets to leave a portion for Jiang Wenyuan. Therefore, Jiang Wenyuan remembers his kindness very much. Now that he has a good life, he will naturally not forget the brothers who helped him take the beatings. For example, the Qi tofu family. Although the Qi family is an outsider, they have a good skill in making tofu, so they live a good life. More than 10 years ago, Old Man Jiang was seriously ill and needed an extremely expensive herb to save his life. Old Hu and her 3 sons borrowed money from all the clansmen, but still couldn't raise enough money for the medicine. After hearing about it, Qi Doufu took the initiative to borrow a sum of money from the Jiang family, and only then did they raise enough money for the medicine. Because of this favor, the Jiang family also treated Qi Doufu's family with special courtesy. As for Grandma Yang's family, it was purely a matter of convenience. It is not easy for an orphan and a widow, so we should help as much as possible. The second one is the 3 relatives and the family of Jiang Wenxi's master. Each of these 4 families gave 2 he of rice cakes, 2 boxes of glutinous rice cakes, 5 caddies of rice cakes, 5 caddies of brown sugar, a whole piece of fine cotton cloth, a jar of 10 caddies of wine, 10 caddies of pork, and 2 caddies of fine tea. Because Lu's family was both a relative and the teacher of 7 children, they doubled the original amount, and the Jiang family's first and second houses had no objections. As for Old Hu's family, 2 years after the death of his brother and sister-in-law, his only nephew also died of illness. His niece-in-law remarried with her 3-year-old nephew, and there's been no news since then. Let's not talk about it. The third one is the county magistrate, the county school teacher, the head of the mountain, the school official, and several gentry who presented gifts. The New Year gifts from these families are heavier. Although the Jiang family has a jiren, their foundation is shallow after all. No matter how they put it together, it is just some ordinary local ceremonies. The Jiang family didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and they gave whatever they had. First, it fits the status of the Jiang family, and second, it avoids the suspicion of deliberate flattery, which makes them feel at ease. The next day was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. At dawn, Jiang Wenkong took his eldest son Jiang Yujiang, and Jiang Wenyuan took his son Jiang Yuchuan to the big mule cart that had been bought a month ago and rushed to the county town. In addition to the New Year gifts sent to each family, the mule cart also carried the three sisters-in-law of the Jiang family and Jiang Yuqing, the milk ball. As for Jiang Wenxi, he took the other boys in the family to deliver New Year gifts to the clansmen from house to house. The mule cart was very fast, and it was almost dawn when it arrived in the city. Although it was still early, the city was already very lively because it was close to the end of the year. The three sisters-in-law took Jiang Yuqing to get off the car at the city gate and went to buy New Year goods. The other two pairs of fathers and sons went to deliver New Year gifts separately. Jiang Wenkong and his son went to deliver to other gentry, and Jiang Wenyuan had to go to the county magistrate and the head teacher of the county school in person. The family agreed on a time to meet here and then went their separate ways. This was the first time Jiang Yuqing had gone out since he came to this world. Therefore, he was very curious about this lively ancient market. The streets paved with bluestone or cobblestones could barely accommodate 2 carriages. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were 2- or 3-story buildings, lined up one after another. On the door of the shop, there are various signs carved from logs or framed with whole calligraphy. At the very least, there will be a flag on a pole. In addition, the small vendors playing long tunes and shouting and hawking all over the street are full of ancient charm and fireworks. The Jiang family has a good life, and Mrs. who is also generous. She bought cloth and cotton early and changed the whole family into new clothes. Especially the baby of the family, Jiang Yuqing, who was dressed from head to toe. A bright red tiger head hat with a small silver bell on one side of the tiger ear of the hat, which jingled when it moved slightly. A small red skirt embroidered with a pattern of hundreds of butterflies and flowers, and a thick cape inlaid with rabbit fur in the same color. On the feet are equally cute little tiger head cotton shoes. A collar with a longevity lock with a pattern of hundreds of bats is worn around the neck, and silver bracelets and anklets are worn on the chubby hands and feet, which makes the red lotus birthmark on the forehead more vivid, like a jade doll. Therefore, no matter where they went, many people stared at Jiang Yuqing, praising the child for his good looks and looking like a blessed child. The three sisters-in-law of the Jiang family strolled for a whole morning and bought a lot of things. The baskets on their backs were full. Even Lu's basket was filled with a lot of things. When they passed by the embroidery shop, several people couldn't help but walk in again. At this time, it was the end of the year, and there were many people buying clothes in the shop, which was very popular. When the shopkeeper saw Lu, he greeted her happily. "Hey, junior sister, I haven't seen you for a while." The shopkeeper's husband's surname was Chun, and people called her Mrs. Chun, or the shopkeeper's wife. She was a hot-tempered and straightforward person. Her late husband had been taught by Mr. Lu for several years. Because of this relationship, he would call Lu junior sister when he saw her. In the past, when life was not easy, Lu would come to the shop every month to sell embroidery, and she was taken care of by Mrs. Chun. Since Lu gave birth to a daughter, she has come less often. Firstly, she didn't have that much time, and secondly, the family situation had improved, so she didn't need to work day and night. There are so many things to do at home these days, and I'm really too busy. I took advantage of my free time today to come and see Sister Chun. That's great. I heard that your husband passed the imperial examination, and you are now the wife of a jurin. After all these years, I have finally made it. Mrs. Lu was happy and said, "Thanks to Sister Chen's good words, I am living a good life now." Mrs. Chen saw the fat baby in her arms and said happily, "This must be my little niece. Look at this little thing. She looks like the jade girl in front of Guanyin. It's really rare." Mothers like others to praise their children, and Lu is no exception. Although there is a polite element in this, she will still be very happy every time she hears others praise her daughter. "My dear, call me Auntie." Mrs. Lu asked her to call people, but she still has to be polite. Jiang Yuqing also babbled a few times to show her respect. "Oh my, so good." The three sisters-in-law each picked a few pieces of clothing, preparing to give as gifts when they returned to their parents' home on the second day of the Chinese New Year. When paying the bill, Mrs. Chen not only gave the most favorable price, but also gave Jiang Yuqing 2 pairs of small tiger head shoes decorated with rice grains and pearls. Mrs. Liu couldn't refuse, so she had to accept it. The three of them said goodbye to Mrs. Chen and went out of the embroidery shop to continue shopping. Seeing that it was past dinner time, everyone was a little hungry. Mrs. Lin suggested finding a place to fill their stomachs first, and then go to the city gate to wait for their own mule cart after eating. The most important thing was that the child was hungry. It was not convenient to breastfeed outside. The child had not eaten for most of the day, and his little stomach was growling with hunger. Mrs. Liu had heard the sound twice. This child is also sensible. He must know that his mother is not convenient. Even if he is very hungry, he does not cry or make a fuss, which is really heartbreaking. The sisters-in-law walked for a while and saw a wonton stand on the roadside that was doing very well. It looked clean, so they went over, picked a clean table, sat down, and ordered 3 bowls of meat wontons. While the stall owner was cooking wontons, sister-in-law Lin took Jiang Yuqing and held her on her lap, playing with her. The 9-month-old baby was plump because of adequate nutrition. It was okay to hold her for a short time, but it was really tiring to hold her for a long time. Lin held Jiang Yuqing and weighed her, and said with a smile, "Our darling is growing up so well. She is so nice to hold in my hands." "It's a good thing you held her for so long." Liu said shyly, "I only held her, and didn't take anything. You and my second sister-in-law had to carry so many things, and you were the most tired." After a while, the wontons were served. The skin was thin, and the filling was large, fresh, and delicious. Liu wanted to take her daughter back, so that her sister-in-law could eat. Lin refused and said cheerfully, "Eat first. I'll feed her. I usually can't get this job." Zhu was not to be outdone and said, "I'll join you." Then she pretended to be fierce and glared at Liu. "Eat yours. This is none of your business." It may be true. Ever since Jiang Yuqing was able to eat complimentary food, Mrs. Hu basically took care of feeding the child. Even Mrs. Liu, the biological mother, had to stand aside. Jiang Yuqing was a very easy baby to feed. He was never picky about food and basically ate whatever was given to him. He ate rice in big mouthfuls, and it was delicious. When he was happy, his fat arms would swing involuntarily. When they swung, the silver peanuts on his wrists would also make crisp sounds. At this time, a rude voice sounded, "Grandma, I want the bracelet that makes a sound." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy of 6 or 7 years old. There was a bowl of wontons in front of him, and an old woman with patches on her sleeves was feeding him with a loving look. The boy's fat face was arrogant, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, were squeezed into a slit by the fat. Judging from the clothes of the grandparents and grandchildren, their family did not look like a wealthy family. It was also a skill for him to be raised like this. The old woman looked in the direction of her grandson's finger and saw the extremely rich girl in Lin's arms. She couldn't help but curl her lips and said to her grandson, "Okay, okay, okay, I'll buy it for you when I go back." The naughty child refused. "No, I want it now. I want the one from that child. Go get it for me." The old woman was a little helpless, but she had only one precious grandson in the family, so she didn't want her grandson to suffer grievances. She immediately put down the bowl and coaxed him in a gentle voice. Okay, I'll go get it for you." Then she got up and went to the table of Zhang's sisters-in-law. The Zhang family heard everything the strange grandparents and grandchildren said, and they all frowned for a moment. Jiang Yuqing immediately turned around and hid his chubby hands in his aunt's arms, only tilting his little head to observe the situation vigilantly. So smart. The old woman walked up to Liu and said with a big face, "Well, sister, my grandson really likes the bracelet on your baby's hand. Can you lend it to my grandson to wear it? I will return it to you later." Liu frowned and was about to refuse, but her sister-in-law Lin raised her eyebrows and interrupted. "Oh, I am talking to you, old lady. I have seen many beggars on the street, but this is the first time I hear of borrowing a bracelet." Old woman Tan said embarrassedly, "My grandson really likes it. Besides, I am not returning it to you. What's wrong with lending it to you?" Lin sneered. What's not a big deal? I still want your money. How about you lend me 100 or 80 taels, and I will return it to you after I use it. The old woman raised her triangle eyebrows when she heard it. Bah. Not to mention that my family does not have 100 or 80 taels. Even if they are not relatives or friends, why should I lend it to you? This shameless man really made Lin laugh, and she said in a loud and clear voice, Then why should I lend you my bracelet? Just because you have a big face? This made the guests around laugh. A red-faced man sarcastically said, It's because you have a big face? Your nickname is Tandalien. Another old woman said, I think it's more appropriate to call you shameless. Hearing this, the women of the Jiang family understood instantly. It turned out that this was still a scumbag. Old woman Tan made everyone laugh so hard that she was immediately angry and cursed at the people around who were watching the joke. I lend you my things. What's it to you? You have nothing to do with me. Then she turned around and spit at the Jiang family as if to make up for it. Bah, if you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Who cares? It's just a little girl who loses money, and she dresses so well. Aren't you afraid that she won't grow up? These words are really heartbreaking. Mrs. Liu, who had been watching coldly, suddenly yelled, picked up the bowl of noodles on the table, and slammed it on Mrs. Tan's head. Before she could react, Mrs. Liu raised her palm and slapped the old woman all over her face, making her scream. Mrs. Liu was furious, and she cursed while beating her. I will beat you to death, you shameless old woman. You went out to eat this morning, and your mouth is full of. How old is my daughter? You curse her like this. Can you scold her? Who do you think you are? Jiang Yuqing was stunned. He didn't expect that this mother, who is usually gentle and kind, would have such a fierce and domineering side. This fighting power is simply off the charts. So don't underestimate a mother's love for her children. Once their bottom line is touched, they will instantly turn from a gentle and harmless cat into an angry lioness, tearing anyone who dares to hurt her child into pieces. Obviously, Mrs. Liu is. Although Liu was always gentle, she was young and furious. She was merciless when she attacked. The loud slap sound was painful to hear. Zhu was thinking of going forward to help, but when she saw the overwhelming fighting power of her brother and sister-in-law, she immediately retracted her outstretched foot. While protecting her eldest sister-in-law who was holding the child and her things, she calmly watched the excitement. The one-sided beating lasted for more than 10 breaths, during which the table was knocked crooked and several stools were knocked over. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the old woman Tan, who once dominated half of the county, was beaten by the weak Liu without any resistance? For a while, the streets were full of the screams of the old woman Tan. Help! Someone is beaten to death. Someone is killing people. Come and save my old woman. But this scumbag was usually violent and shameless, and could be called the cancer of West City. She offended all the neighbors. The crowd of onlookers wanted to kick her a few times, not to bother trying to stop the fight. As for her grandson, who was as fat as a pig, he not only did not help when he saw his grandmother being beaten, but he hid at the first moment. This time, no one knew where he had gone. Although the stall owner and his wife did not like Mrs. Tan, they were afraid that they would not be able to bear the consequences if something really happened, so they hurried to find the patrolling Yamen runners. After a lot of confusion, they finally separated the two. When Mrs. Tan saw the Yamen runners, she felt as if she had seen her real father. She hugged one of the Yamen runners and started to howl. My lord, please help me. I am going to be beaten to death by her today. She beat me up for no reason. Mrs. Tan had just been severely punished by Liu, and her old face was blue and purple, swollen like a pig's head. There was noodle soup dripping from her head and body, and there were dots of coriander foam on it. This face was really unbearable to look at. Mrs. Tan cried so hard that her nose and saliva were all over her body. The Yamen runner's face turned black when she hugged her. He pushed her away twice but failed. Finally, he couldn't help but kick Mrs. Tan hard, and she fell down before he got rid of her. Why is it you again? The Yamen runner was really disgusted when he saw the snot and soup on her clothes. He thought that he would use mugwort leaves to fumigate her clothes after returning home to get rid of the bad luck. This old woman, today is the last day of work before the new year, and she is still causing trouble for them. I will ask her the reason later. If she is the one who started the trouble, she will be punished. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Before the women of the Jiang family could speak, the crowd of onlookers talked about everything clearly. The Yamen runner turned around and looked at the Lin family and saw that they were not dressed like ordinary farmers. The little girl, who was held, was even worse. She was covered with jewelry and looked very rich. She asked, "Where are you from? How did you get into a conflict with this woman?" Lu gathered up her hair that was torn apart by Mrs. Tan, straightened her clothes, and said, "Sir, we are from Zaludu." The Yamen runner was stunned and asked carefully, "From Zijindu, do you recognize Mr. Jiang?" Lu raised her head. Her pretty face, still covered with bloodstains, was full of pride. "It's my husband." Lu pointed at Lin and Zhu. "Those are my two sisters-in-law and my daughter." The Yamen runner was startled and bowed quickly. "It turned out to be Mrs. Jiang and my two sisters-in-law. I am sorry. How did you get into a conflict with this scoundrel?" When she mentioned this, Lu was filled with anger. "We don't know her at all. We were eating well when she came up and asked for my daughter's bracelet for her grandson. We refused, so she called my daughter a worthless girl and cursed that she would never grow up." Lu choked up as she spoke. "If she scolded me a few times, I would just endure it. It doesn't matter. She should never scold my daughter. How could she scold my sweetheart? Okay, it was really this old hag who caused all the trouble." After understanding the whole story, the Yamen runner stopped talking nonsense. He said with a dark face, "Mrs. Tan, you cursed the child when you failed to get what you wanted. You also confuse right and wrong. Do you know that you will be beaten if you falsely accuse others?" Mrs. Tan was shocked. No. She was the one who put the bowl on my head first and beat me. Look, I am covered with wounds. She has to pay me for medicine, and I won't ask for more. Just give me 20 taels. The Yamen runner laughed angrily. "Who told you to curse the child first? You deserve to be beaten to death. You still have the nerve to ask for medicine money. I think you really want to be beaten. If you dare to make trouble again, I will take you away." After that, he drew out a knife with a swish. Mrs. Tan was almost scared to death when she saw the sharp knife. She was used to being arrogant and making a scene, but she only did it to ordinary people in the neighborhood. She would never dare to offend officials and wealthy people. Unexpectedly, she kicked the iron wall today and offended the family of the Jiren. She knew that she couldn't get any bargain today, so she turned around and tried to run away. However, she was stopped by the stall owner. "Wait, you want to leave without paying? A bowl of wontons costs 5 cents. Mrs. Tan didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly took out 5 big coins and threw them on the table, pushing through the crowd and running away, leaving behind a chorus of boos. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the crowd quickly dispersed. Lu let out a sigh of relief and felt that the sky was much brighter. She stuffed a small purse into the hand of the Yamen runner and apologized. "The new year is coming soon, and I am sorry to trouble you too. It's freezing cold. Please have a bowl of hot wontons to drive away the cold. Please don't be disgusted." The two Yamen runners pretended to refuse, then accepted it and politely said goodbye and left. This woman was the wife of the newly promoted Jiren Jiang, the younger sister of Mr. Lu in the Yamen. Mr. Jiang was now chatting happily with the county magistrate in the county Yamen, and he must not offend her. Jiang Yuqing looked at his mother's messy hair and scratched face and felt really distressed and moved. He struggled to be brought back by Mrs. Lu, hugged Mrs. Lu, kissed her again and again, and babbled to comfort her. The people around saw it clearly and thought that this child was thoughtful. He knew how to feel sorry for his mother at such a young age. The child of a Jiren family is really smart. After the stall incident, the women of the Jiang family no longer had the interest to go shopping. They gave 300 coins to the stall owner as compensation for disrupting their business. They had almost bought everything, so they simply took the things and went to the city gate to wait for people. After Lu and the others left. In a private room on the second floor of the tea house opposite the wonton stall, facing the street, Several men in rich clothes leaned against the window to watch the excitement, and then sat back at the tea table to continue discussing what had just happened. The foreign merchant wearing a mink coat and a plump figure was quite puzzled and said, although the old woman was a bit talkative, it was really too much to beat people like this. I think the family education of this Jiren family is just like this. The local rich man in Qingzhou sitting opposite him smiled and shook his head and said, Brother, you are wrong. This Jiren is the runner-up in our Lingzhou Prefecture's provincial examination this year. His knowledge, character, and family style are beyond reproach. His wife also comes from a scholarly family. The reason why she was so angry today, I think the woman really hit her in the lungs. Oh, is it because the Jiang family does not have many offspring? The local rich man shook his head. On the contrary, the Jiang family has 8 grandchildren, 7 of whom are grandsons, which can be said to be a prosperous family.
Why is that?
The local rich man said, Brother, you asked the right question. The woman just scolded the only girl among the grandchildren of the Jiang family, who is also the youngest one.
Oh.
I understand. This girl is quite favored in the family, right? The local rich man took a sip of tea and said, more than favored. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the apple of the eye. The foreign merchant was quite skeptical. Not really. She is just a little girl, no matter how much she is favored. She can't surpass the male offspring. The local rich man said, if it were an ordinary family, the situation would be, as you said. However, this Jiang family is different. The foreign merchants were thoroughly interested. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how it's different. The local rich man just said, this has to start with our Zijindu Jiang family. The Jiang family has been here for 200 years since the previous dynasty. They have reproduced for more than 10 generations and hundreds of people, which can be said to be a prosperous family. But the strange thing is here. I don't know if the Jiang family is too favored by God, or the place where the ancestors are buried is too biased. It is really a good choice for boys, but not girls. For 200 years, no girl has been born. All of them are boys. You and I are both businessmen, and we know that things are precious because they are rare. This is also true for people. Others are looking forward to having sons, but the Jiang family is looking forward to having daughters. Maybe God opened his eyes. This spring, Mr. Zhang's wife was pregnant for 10 months, and after the fruit was ripe, she actually gave birth to a girl. The one you saw just now. This incident caused a sensation in the whole county at that time. Qingzhou had been suffering from drought for a long time, and the spring plowing was about to be delayed. As a result, as soon as the child was born, there was thunder and lightning in the sky, and heavy rain fell. In this way, the spring plowing was carried out smoothly. At that time, Mr. Jiang was still a scholar, and his family was very ordinary. In order to hold a full moon banquet for the newborn girl and pray for blessings, the Jiang family even thought about the money for their son's exam. Several masters of the Jiang family thought about going up the mountain to try their luck and see if they could hunt wild animals or something, so as to exchange some silver. As a result, they didn't hunt wild animals, but they accidentally picked a red Ganoderma lucidum as big as a bowl, which was later sold to Hyeontong. I heard from the young man of Hyeontong that this Ganoderma lucidum was sent to the capital overnight by the shopkeeper of Hyeontong. How rare is it? It is rumored that this girl is born with blessings. Sure enough, not long after, her father Jiang Xiaozai successfully passed the imperial examination and was the second runner-up. If he passes the imperial examination next year, he will surely become an official. This girl is definitely the treasure of the Jiang family. They hold her in their hands for fear of dropping her, and hold her in their mouths for fear of melting her. They cherish her like the apple of their eye. Isn't that old woman cursing someone else's eyeball like hanging herself to death? In my opinion, she deserves to be beaten to death. The foreign merchants opened their mouths in surprise when they heard this. Oh my God, this is a strange news in the world. If so, the beating that old woman received was really not unjust. The women of the Jiang family who had left had no idea that their family had become a legend in the eyes of others. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. They walked to the agreed place and waited for a while before seeing a carriage rushing over. Then, with a whoosh, it stopped in front of several people. The people who came were Jiang Wenyuan and his son. Jiang Wenyuan heard the news in the county government office that the women in his family were bullied. His wife even fought with the shrew. He knew his wife, and her temperament was the most gentle. She never blushed with others, but now she and her partner were fighting in public on the street for the first time. It must be that the other party had done something particularly excessive. The county magistrate Qin was also considerate. When he heard the news, he immediately ordered someone to prepare a car to send them over. As soon as he got off the car, Jiang Wenyuan's eyes were accurately locked on his wife. Seeing that his wife, who was usually dignified and beautiful, had messy hair and tangled clothes, and even had a few holes. There were several deep scratches on her fair and beautiful face, which were oozing blood. She was in a mess. Their baby daughter, with tears still on her face, was looking up and blowing on the injured part of her mother's face, as if she could away the pain. Jiang Wenyuan's heart was broken at a glance. He took off his cloak and covered his wife. When she saw her husband, Lu changed from a protective lion to a weak little white flower in a second, and her tears flowed before she spoke. Jiang Wenyuan was heartbroken, and he hugged his wife in his arms, patting her gently and coaxing her. She looked like they were coaxing a little baby. Lu's tricky operation really stunned the two sisters-in-law next to her. They finally knew that the third couple had been married for many years and had 2 children, but they were still as loving as newlyweds. It turned out that the root of the problem was here. They said they learned something. The two sisters-in-law exchanged a look that showed they understood each other. They planned to have a deep discussion with the third brother and sister-in-law after they returned about the academic issue of controlling the husband. After Mrs. Lu calmed down and stopped crying, Jiang Wenyuan thanked the driver and sent the carriage away. Now that his father was back, he had nothing to do. Jiang Yuqing quietly handed his father a tube of erythromycin ointment and asked him to wipe it on his mother. Such a beautiful face must not be left with scars. Jiang Wenyuan had already developed a good understanding with his daughter. He quickly hid the ointment in his sleeves and then touched his daughter's head. He wiped his wife's face with a handkerchief and applied the medicine. As for what medicine was applied, the couple tacitly did not ask. It must be given by their precious daughter. After applying the medicine, Jiang Wenkong and his son drove the mule cart back. Seeing his brother and sister-in-law in such a state, he was very surprised. He hurriedly asked his wife what was going on. Lin then told him the general idea of what had just happened. Jiang Wenkong was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. He immediately picked up a whistle stick and planned to turn around and find the old woman to settle the score. Jiang Wenyuan stopped him and said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. The old woman is just a broken clay pot. We are famous porcelain. How can we use famous porcelain to touch broken pots? Anyway, she didn't get any advantage. If she doesn't touch us again, it's fine. If she causes trouble again, it won't be too late to deal with her later." Jiang Wenkong thought about it and realized that this was indeed the truth. Besides, the new year was coming soon. It was better to have less trouble than more. He would remember this grudge first and settle it later. Besides, his good boy was a god from heaven who came down to earth. How could a smelly old woman curse him? When he returned home and told his family about this, Old Man Jiang and others were angry for a while and didn't mention it. The 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Send New Year gifts to the in-laws. The first wife Lin's parents' home is in the county town, and they had sent it there yesterday. When Jiang Wenyuan and his wife from the third house returned to their parents' home, they brought all 8 children with them. It was not only to send New Year gifts, but also to let the children wish their husband a happy new year. On the second house side, Jiang Wenxi and his wife drove a bullock cart and returned to Tongluoping village, where Zhu's mother's home was located, with a cart full of gifts. First, they went to Jiang Wenxi's master's house to send New Year gifts and sat for a while. Then they returned to Uncle Zhu's house. This made Uncle Zhu's family very happy. They didn't want these little things from their niece-cousin. As long as the niece-cousin remembered them in their hearts and could come back to see them occasionally, they would be satisfied. The couple chatted with the old man for a long time and had lunch at Uncle Zhu's house. Before leaving, Zhu's cousin stuffed half a basket of yellow oranges and a sack of water chestnuts into their bullock cart and asked them to take them back to eat. Until she left, Zhu didn't even look at the yard next to her, the home she once thought of. It can be seen that she really gave up. The news that Zhu and her husband returned to Uncle Zhu's home with a cart of expensive New Year gifts soon spread throughout the village. While everyone said that Uncle Zhu's family was rewarded for being good people, they also did not forget to laugh at Zhu de Mengxi and Luo's jokes. Zhu de Mengxi and Luo naturally heard about it. Even though they hated it, they did not dare to cause trouble to Uncle Zhu's family, let alone Zhu. They still remember the 2 beatings before. Whenever they think about it, they feel that their bones are aching. Now that the Jiang family has another Jiren, they dare not provoke them even more. Apart from being angry and cursing behind their backs, they can't do anything. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, it was New Year's Eve. The adults of the Jiang family got up early in the morning, killing chickens, chopping meat, and breaking fish. According to custom, at 1 p.m., all the people in the family would go to the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Because there's a Jiren in the family this year, the offerings were several times more than before. A whole roast suckling pig, steamed pork with lotus leaf, a whole braised grass carp, roast chicken, roast duck, etc. In addition, there are other stir-fried dishes, a whole jar of wine, cakes and pastries, dried fruits, and even a large plate of big red apples from the north. These things, including the rare roast suckling pig and red apples, are all from the Jiang family. The old patriarch and the elders smiled and narrowed their eyes when they saw such a rich tribute. Not only because the ancestors can enjoy such a good offering, but also because these tributes will be distributed to each family after they are placed, so they can also benefit from it. It was the first quarter of the night. It was time for the Jiang clan to worship their ancestors. According to the rules, the men of the family, led by the patriarch and the elders, would gather in the inner hall of the ancestral hall and kneel and kowtow to the ancestors 3 times. The women were kneeling in the outer hall of the ancestral hall. After the clan members finished worshipping, the newborns of the clan this year would be carried by the elders into the inner hall to worship the ancestral tablets and enter the family tree. This year, there are 9 newborns in the Jiang family, excluding the 2 who died in infancy. Jiang Yuqing is one of them. The baby Jiang Yuqing, dressed up, was carried into the inner ancestral hall by his father Jiang Wenyuan and worshipped the ancestral tablets in the presence of all the family members. After kneeling and kowtowed 3 times, the old patriarch with white hair and beard opened the thick family tree and solemnly wrote the 3 words Jiang Yuqing next to his brother Jiang Yuchuan's name under the names of Jiang Wenyuan and Liu. There was also a sentence written in small characters next to it, Qingzhou County Bixitang Jiang family, the first female heir since the opening of the ancestral hall. Seeing her own name, which was solemnly written on the yellowed paper, Jiang Yuqing's eyes suddenly became a little hot. Her heart was swollen, warm, and full. If she had to find an appropriate definition for this feeling, she thought it was a sense of belonging. With such treatment, even in the modern society of her previous life that advocated gender equality, girls were not allowed to enter the family tree in many places. However, here, in this backward feudal era, her name was solemnly recorded in the family tree by the clan members. It can be said that as long as her name is still in this family tree, no matter whether she gets married when she grows up, as long as she is willing, she can be buried here after 100 years, in the clan land of the Jiang family. This is the confidence given to her by the clan members. Her family members love her, and the clan members love her too. She is a person with roots. She swore that in the future, she would do her best to repay the heavy love of the clan members. After the ancestor worship, the tribute was divided equally among the clan members. Jiang Yuqing's family also got a small portion. The Jiang family did not lack this little food, so the old man Jiang decided to give this portion to the family with more children. The focus after that was the New Year's Eve dinner. There were 16 people from 3 generations of the Jiang family and a servant aping, a total of 17 people. The adults and the little baby Jiang Yuqing were at one table, and the 7 boys of the Yu generation were at one table with the servant aping. The dishes on the table were all the same, with chicken, duck, fish and meat, and it was extremely rich. It was a pity that the little baby Jiang Yuqing could only take a look at most of them. Except for a small half bowl of chicken soup without oil, shredded chicken thigh meat, and 2 small meatballs, he was not allowed to eat anything else. The room was full of laughter and joy. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, they cleaned up. The adults set out tea, melon seeds, and snacks, and prepared to stay up all night. Old Man Jiang and Mrs. Hu took out a small basket of red envelopes and began to give New Year's money to their grandchildren. This was the happiest time for the children. Each boy received 100 coins. In the past, this was something that they would never dare to think about. Therefore, the boys were very satisfied. When it came to Jiang Yuqing, Mrs. Hu directly gave him a gold necklace with a wishful golden lock, which made the boys envious. However, no one was jealous. They all felt that their sister was the treasure of the family, and it was right for her to give her any good things in the family. Jiang Yuqing felt that her brothers were sensible, but she was a little baby with no money, so she couldn't give them New Year's money. Forget it. There is still a long time to come. The children are growing up, and they can't hold on and go to sleep before midnight. As for baby Jiang Yuqing, she has been sleeping in her mother's arms for a long time without knowing what day it is. Looking at her daughter's pink sleeping face, Mrs. Liu felt that no matter how much she doted on her, it was not enough. The next day was the first day of the new year. Every household in the village began to greet each other. Jiang Wenyuan became a jiren, and his status was unique in the village. Therefore, not long after breakfast, the clansmen who came to pay New Year's greetings filled the hall of the Jiang family. The boys in the family were busy serving tea and water and taking fruits to the guests. As for baby Jiang Yuqing, she was responsible for being cute. Whenever someone praised her for being cute and beautiful, she would give a big smile until she couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Such a quiet, well-behaved, and easy-to-take little kid is not unloved by everyone in the village. Everyone said that Liu was lucky. She was good-looking, had a good family background, married well, and even the girl she gave birth to is more precious than other people's sons. Ordinary people really can't envy it. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, married daughters return to their parents' home. This day every year is the most enviable day for the daughters-in-law of the Jiang family. Because there are no married daughters in the family, they don't have to worry about who stays at home to entertain the girls who come back, or even quarrel. Everyone can go back to their parents' home happily. However, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Because the young people have taken their children back to their parents' home, this day is also the quietest day for the Jiang family and the day when the old men and women feel the loneliest. For example, only Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Hu are left in the Jiang family. At lunch, Old Man Jiang looked at the table full of dishes and the empty chairs beside the table and felt bored. She sighed, "It would be nice if there was someone in our family who could come back home." Mrs. Hu rolled her eyes at him and said bluntly, "It's still daylight. What are you dreaming about?" Old Man Jiang glared at his wife and said confidently, "Why can't you dream? I don't have a daughter, but I have a granddaughter. My granddaughter is so good-looking, she will definitely find a good husband in the future. If she gets married, she must come back to her parents' home on the second day of the new year." Mrs. Hu sneered, "You are such a good grandfather. Your darling is so young, and you've already set your sights on her. You're really going backwards as you grow older." After his wife choked him like that, Old Man Jiang was instantly short of breath and his voice became much smaller. "I'm just thinking about it, and thinking about it doesn't work? Okay, why not? Then just shut up and eat more, and try to live to see the day when your darling can come back home." Old Man Jiang. This life is unbearable. After the 15th day, the Chinese New Year is over. After that, it is February. Jingzhe arrives. The spring breeze brings warmth and spring returns to the earth. In and around the village, in front of and behind the houses, there are patches of new green and the fragrance of flowers everywhere. There's a poem that says, "I don't know who cut out these fine leaves. The spring breeze in February is like a pair of scissors." Another poem says, "The late sun makes the mountains and rivers beautiful. The spring breeze makes the flowers and grass fragrant." From ancient times to the present, whether it is literati or ordinary people, they always prefer spring among the four seasons. Because spring is the season of hope. After the waking of insects, villagers began to repair farm tools and trim field ridges and ditches in preparation for the upcoming spring plowing. While the Jiang family was sorting out farm tools, they were also busy preparing luggage for Jiang Wenyuan, who was about to go to Beijing for the imperial examination. Baby Jiang Yuqing is already 11 months old. He can call daddy, mommy, grandpa, grandma, and some simple reduplicated words. He is trying hard to practice walking. Her short legs were a little difficult to control, and because she was wearing so many clothes, she stumbled and wobbled when she walked, like a stupid penguin. The silly penguin has a good temper. He doesn't cry or make a fuss when he falls down. Even if he falls on his back, he will still turn over, get up, and continue walking. He is a good baby who makes people worry-free. In her grandmother's words, this child is here to repay her gratitude. 2 days before leaving, when only his parents were in the room, Jiang Yuqing pretended to reach into his pocket and took out a pile of paper boxes and bottles and jars. These are medicines. In addition to the cooling oil from last time, there are also medicines for treating colds, fevers, diarrhea, and even first aid medicines such as Yunnan Baiyao and gauze for external injuries. Medicine, Daddy, I'm not sick. With such an underdeveloped little body, it was difficult for him to speak. In fact, Jiang Wenyuan and his wife both knew that there was nothing in their daughter's pockets. But seeing the magic medicine that appeared out of nowhere and piled up like a small mountain on the bed, the couple was still shocked, even though it was not the first time they had seen their daughter's ability. Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's soft hair with a complicated expression and asked worriedly, "My dear, are you uncomfortable with transforming so many things? If you are uncomfortable, don't transform. Daddy doesn't want you to hurt yourself in order to change things. Even without these, Daddy can still take care of himself. Darling, don't worry, okay?" Jiang Yuqing felt warm at heart. When her parents saw these treasures, their first reaction was not happiness, but worry that she would be hurt. She once again felt that it was a blessing to have parents. She was willing to love such parents for the rest of her life. Too much medicine. Dad, don't worry. This realm master has plenty of medicine, so you can use it without worry, Dad. As he spoke, he took out a bunch of food: milk, bread, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice. Beef jerky with various flavors and easy-to-carry hot sauces such as lao gan ma. Even snacks like peanuts, melon seeds, and biscuits. It is convenient and delicious to eat on the road. Just change the packaging and you will know what will happen.
Eat. Eat.
Looking at his baby daughter's innocent and soft face, Jiang Wenyuan felt both happy and worried. He was happy that his daughter had such great abilities, but he was worried that he could not protect such a capable daughter. He swore in his heart more than once that he would pass the imperial examination and pursue a career in government. Only when he became an official and had power could he better protect his daughter. Jiang Yuqing also prepared a few bags of spiritual spring water. Although this water can't bring the dead back to life, it can still strengthen the body. In addition, there are several century-old ginsengs, one of which is at least 500 years old, which can be regarded as a treasure from heaven and earth. This thing is hard currency, and you can't buy it even if you have money. Had been poor peasants for generations, and they didn't have much money. She took this thing out with the intention of saving it for Jiang Wenyuan to use to make money, and if it didn't work out, she could sell it for emergency use. Anyway, there are plenty of these things in the spiritual realm. If you run out of them, you can just plant more. Given by Jiang Yuqing, you should also bring some commonly used books and clothes. Because there were so many things to prepare, it was inconvenient to hire a carriage. The Jiang family simply bought a carriage and hired a coachman. And so, on the 8th day of February, under the eager and worried gaze of the whole family, Jiang Wenyuan, along with his servant Aping and a coachman, set out for Beijing to take the exam. This spring examination begins on March 12th. It took Jiang Wenyuan more than 20 days to travel to the capital. After arriving in the capital, he would need another 10 days to adapt to the local climate and soil. The time was very tight. After seeing Jiang Wenyuan off, the Jiang family began to get busy. 2 spring rains had just fallen, and the fields were filled with water. The men either drove the oxen or pulled the plows themselves to start plowing the fields. The family added dozens of acres of land. Although they hired people to plow the fields, they still had to look after them, so the men were not idle. In the midst of the busyness, it was February 24th. February 25th, which is tomorrow, is said to be the only good day in the first half of this year. It is a good day for offering sacrifices, getting married, raising the beams, and moving graves. In short, everything is suitable and there are no taboos. Many families choose this day to hold weddings. The Jeong family's in-laws, there were two families that were going to hold weddings. One was the marriage of the eldest daughter-in-law, Lin's nephew. This was a formal in-law. The stepsister of Mrs. Hu was marrying off her daughter. Because of past grievances, Mrs. Hu really disliked this stepsister. Originally, the two families had no contact for a long time, but ever since Sano passed the imperial examination and became a scholar, the stepsister shamelessly continued the marriage. After Jeong Wenyuan passed the imperial examination and became a juror last year, the stepsister became even closer. Another one was the invitation that was sent yesterday. The funeral of the Jeong and Chu families in the county. These two families died suddenly, which is really unlucky. But when Jeong Wenyuan passed the imperial examination, both families prepared valuable gifts to congratulate him. The invitation had already been sent to the family, and not going would be a lack of respect and would offend people. Therefore, after dinner, Mrs. Hu organized a family meeting with her sons and daughters-in-law to discuss tomorrow's arrangements. Tomorrow, Lin's family will marry their grandson's wife, so the eldest and his wife will definitely go back. I heard a few days ago that my mother-in-law had caught a cold and was feeling unwell. I have a ginseng in my room, you can take it back to help my mother-in-law recover. Lin quickly refused, Mom, I still have some money on me, I can just buy some supplements. No need for ginseng, you and Dad can keep it for yourselves to nourish your bodies. Lin knew about that ginseng. It was given to the third son by Mr. He from the west of the city when he passed the imperial examination last year, and the two old people have been reluctant to use it. Although she felt sorry for her mother, she also knew that it was not right for a daughter-in-law to use her mother-in-law's things to honor her mother. Old Mrs. Hu glared at her and said, Your father and I are in good health. We can eat and move, so why would we need this stuff? Looks like a dried radish to me. I don't know how to preserve it, so I put it at the bottom of my suitcase, and I'm worried every day, afraid that it will be eaten by moths one day. If you take it away, I can save some trouble. Lin had been married to the Jeong family for many years and knew her mother-in-law's temper very well. She was afraid that if she continued to refuse, her mother-in-law would get angry. Besides, the two sisters-in-law were both generous people and would not care about these things, so they happily agreed. Old Mrs. Hu said to Mrs. Liu, Tomorrow is the funeral of the Jeong and Chu families. They have posted a notice. If we don't go, we may offend them. The third son is not at home, and none of the men in our family are familiar with him, so we would be embarrassed if he went. Only you, the wife of a scholar, can go to support the occasion. But you can't take my sweet baby with you. The child's soul is unstable and it's easy for him to get into trouble. So I will take my sweet baby to the Tan family in Lotus Land. Old Mrs. Hu only said it was the Tan family and did not mention the word An at all, which shows that she has no affection for her stepsister at all. Okay, Mother, I understand. I have already made an appointment with my sister-in-law from my mother's family, and we will go together tomorrow. That's good. I feel relieved to have my sister-in-law here. Old Mrs. Hu turned around and gently said to Mrs. Zhu, Second sister, your eldest brother and his wife will be going back to their parents' home tomorrow, and your younger sister and I will have to go out as well. I'll have to trouble you with the household affairs. Zhu said respectfully, Mother, it's not hard, it's my duty. Old Mrs. Hu patted her hands and said, Good girl, when you are done with this, you can go back to your mother's house, buy some good food and drinks, and visit your uncle and aunt. I will pay for it. Zhu was instantly overjoyed. Oh, thank you, Mother. Old Mrs. Hu smiled and said, We are a family. Why should we be polite? After finishing the business, Mrs. Hu quickly sent her family to rest. Old man, come with me. In the south, spring is always more hazy than bright because of a sentimental rain. The drizzle has been falling since last night until this morning. After breakfast, old man Jiang took his second son to the fields. The 7 boys of the Jiang family went out to school, as usual. The oldest, Jiang Yujiang, walked in front, followed by the 6th and 7th children in the middle, and the second, Jiang Yuha, at the end. They all wore the same sky blue student uniforms, scholarly scarves, and the same style of bookcases. With his head held high and chest puffed out, is full of vigor and vitality. He is an extremely beautiful sight wherever he goes, and often arouses the envy of others. Jiang Wenkong and Lin went back to her parents' home, while Lu went to the county town to meet up with her sister-in-law from her parents' home, and then sent her mother and little niece to the Tan family in Lianhuadi. The Tan family and the Jiang family are not actually very close. Old, whose biological mother died early, and her father later remarried. When the stepmother came, she brought a daughter with her. This daughter was sweet-spoken and eloquent. Later, she coaxed her father into changing her surname to Hu. This was Xiao Hu. Little Hu was always trying to be superior, relying on her biological mother's support to suppress Hu's brother and sister in everything. Fortunately, the stepmother had not given birth to a child since she got married, so the life of the brother and sister was not too difficult. After a few years of bumpy life, when the brother was about to get married, his stepmother withheld the money from the family and refused to give the bride price. At that time, Hu's father was still alive, and he still cared a lot about his only son. Seeing that his second wife was so unenlightened, he was so angry that he threatened to divorce her, so he scraped together money to arrange a marriage for Hu's brother. After the marriage, the stepmother has been relying on her status as mother-in-law to bully her daughter-in-law. It was not until the second year after her brother and sister-in-law got married that Hu's father died. The brother and sister had been accumulating resentment for a long time. Therefore, as soon as his father's coffin was buried, Hu's elder brother took over the housekeeping power and became the head of the family. Only then did the brother and sister live a better life. The stepmother wanted to make a fuss, but after thinking it over again and again, she didn't dare to. You have to know that in ancient times when clan concepts were very strong, if she, a stepwife with a burden and no children, annoyed her stepson, she would be kicked out of the house in a matter of seconds, and she would have no one to turn to for help. Her stepsister is a strong one. She knows that she has lost her support and her stepsister and brother don't like her and her mother anymore. Before Mrs. Hu got married, she found ways to hook up with the son of a small landlord named Tan from the neighboring village whose wife had just died. With her extraordinary means, she was able to get married first and became the second wife of the Tan family. Although Xiao, who was a stepdaughter, she still had the surname Hu. It was unreasonable for a younger sister to marry before her older sister. This caused the Hu clan members to scold the mother and daughter for being shameless. Later, Xiao Hu married into the Tan family and gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. Old Mrs. Hu married into the Jiang family and lived a hard life, so she was often ridiculed by Xiao Hu when she returned to her parents' home. It was not until Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination and became a scholar that Mrs. Hu stopped looking down on him and shamelessly brought gifts to his house. Since they were guests, Mrs. Hu couldn't force them to leave even if she didn't like it. She just gave a return gift according to custom. With this going back and forth, they would visit each other once or twice every year. It was impossible to say that they were close, and they were not even as close as ordinary members of the Jiang family. It was just a matter of face. This time, it was Xiao Hu's daughter who was getting married. Tan Yuhua was the daughter of the younger Hu family, so she was quite favored at home. Her husband's family was from the county town, and they opened a tofu shop. It was said that they had a small fortune. After she arrived at the Tan family, out of consideration for the family, the older Hu family gave her a silver hairpin as a dowry. Although it was hollow, it still weighed 2 taels. With the current wealth and status of the Jiang family, if the dowry was given to a close family, it would not be so shabby. For example, the gift she prepared for her eldest daughter-in-law and the new niece-in-law of the Lin family was a pair of pure gold bracelets. But for the daughter of the younger Hu family, even if it was a hollow silver hairpin. She felt bad. Tan Yuhua was a little dissatisfied with her aunt's stinginess. She thought that with the status of the Hu family, she should have a gold hairpin. Fortunately, she was a bit savvy and did not show it on the spot. In fact, the dowry her mother prepared for her was only a set of 6 silver head ornaments. At least among all the dowries, this silver hairpin was the most expensive. At the auspicious time, the groom rode a donkey and took the bride away with a 4-person wedding sedan chair. After that, the bride's family sat down. Because she was the elder sister of Old Hu and the mother of the Jiren. Old Hu was treated with courtesy by everyone. In this era, when everything is inferior, only reading is superior. Ordinary scholars have to be looked up to, let alone the family of the Jiren. I got up early in the morning and watched the excitement. Jiang Yuqing's baby couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep in Old Hu's arms. Little Hu came over and said flatteringly, "Sister, the child has fallen asleep, and you have been holding her for a whole morning. You're very tired. Why don't you put her in my room and let her sleep for a while? No one except me goes into my room on weekdays." It was really inconvenient for Old Hu to eat while holding her granddaughter. In addition, her granddaughter was good-looking and pressed her hands very hard. After holding her for a whole morning, her hands were really sore. After thinking about it, he agreed to Xiao Hu's proposal and followed Xiao Hu to the room with the child in his arms. After putting the child down, he covered her with a thin rabbit fur cloak and patted her gently for a while, making sure that she would not wake up in the short time, and then left reluctantly. Not long after Lao Hu left, a sneaky figure entered Lao Hu's room. The wretched man searched around, but after not finding anything valuable, his greedy eyes locked on the sleeping baby on the bed. The third aunt said that the child was good-looking. If sold to a brothel, it would definitely sell for a lot of money. She heard that some brothels specialize in buying beautiful girls, raising them up and training them into skinny horses, and then selling them to wealthy merchants and officials to make a lot of money. Moreover, the child is wearing gold and silver and is very rich. Just taking off the jewelry on her body is worth a lot of silver. In recent days, the grandsons of the gambling house have been chasing debts anxiously. If he can't get the silver, his arm will be lost. Selling her, the money he got would pay off his debts, and maybe he could have some more fun. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and took out a handkerchief soaked in knockout drug from his arms and covered the child's mouth and nose with it. The baby struggled slightly and then completely stopped moving. After all, it was the first time he did such a thing, and the wretched man's heart was pounding. He quickly lifted the quilt, picked up the child, and carefully stuck his head out of the door, and saw his third aunt nodded to him. He looked around again and saw that no one noticed this place, so he went out and ran away quickly. Halfway through the meal, Old Hu suddenly felt a palpitation. Thinking of her granddaughter, who was still sleeping in Little Hu's room, she excused herself and got up to see the child. Seeing this, Little Hu had no choice but to put down her chopsticks and follow. The two pushed open the door and saw that the bed was empty and there was no trace of the child. Old Hu's mind went blank in an instant, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her legs were so weak that she could hardly stand. "Where is my baby? Where's my granddaughter?" Old Mrs. Hu trembled and grabbed Little Mrs. Hu. Little Mrs. Hu's face turned pale at this time, and she squeaked and whimpered. "Wasn't she sleeping well here before? Where has she been all this time? I ask you, where is my baby?" Old Mrs. Hu was anxious and angry, and she shouted at the top of her voice, "Didn't you say that no one came to your room? Where is my granddaughter?" "Well, sister, don't worry. Let me ask the family members. Maybe the child woke up and they took her away to comfort her. Who knows?" Old Mrs. Hu had no other way at this time, so she walked out with empty steps to ask who took the child in the room. After asking around, no one said they had seen it. The Tan family felt that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted around to find the child. In a panic, a half-grown boy shouted to Mrs. Hu, "Mrs. Tan, I just saw Uncle Tan going to the county town. He was holding something in his arms, wrapped in a bright red dress with a circle of white fur on it. It looked so pretty." Everyone reacted immediately after hearing this. The little girl from the Jiang family was wrapped in a bright red cloak with white rabbit fur edges. Everyone was surprised at the time. Everyone said that the girl from the Jiang family was very precious. Another rough male voice said, "It must be him. Old Third Tan lost a lot of money in the gambling house in the city a few days ago. I'm afraid he saw that the little girl from the Jiang family was pretty and had evil thoughts." Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once. "Oh, then hurry up and chase after her. That's right, such a cute little baby. If it is really sold, we can never find it back. What a sin. What a beast. He even dared to steal my aunt's child. People who are desperate for money will do anything." Old Mrs. who felt her head buzzing and the world was spinning. Fortunately, someone helped her up in time and she didn't fall down. If she hadn't been thinking about her little granddaughter, who was taken away, she would have fainted long ago. She forced herself to calm down and said to the people around her with trembling lips, "Please send a few people to report to my family in Zijindu while reporting the case to the county government. My child's uncle is Mr. Liu from the county government. He must find my baby. When the baby is found, my Jiang family will reward him handsomely." Most of the people who came to the wine were relatives and friends of the Tan family or from the same village. The head of the Lianhuadi village was also here, knowing that the matter was of great importance. Besides, the child who was lost was a child of a scholar and the niece of Master Liu. If something goes wrong, the whole village will be in trouble. The village had immediately made a decision and arranged several groups of people to quickly go out. While chasing in the direction of Tan Laosan, one group went to the county government to report the case, and another group went to Zijindu to inform the Jiang family. Old Mrs., who was half crazy, her face was full of tears, and she grabbed little Mrs., whose collar with both hands. The hatred in her eyes rolled and almost drowned little Mrs. Who. She gritted her teeth and said, "When we were young, you and your mother harmed me and my brother. Now your good son is harming my granddaughter again. Did I, Hu Yuzhen, dig up your Wang family's ancestral grave in my previous life? I tell you, Wang Suehua, little Mrs. whose real name, if my child is found safely, it's fine. If a hair is missing, I will make your family restless. I, Hu Yuzhen, keep my word." As she said this, she pushed little Mrs. Hu away fiercely. Xiao Hu slumped on the ground, her face as pale as if she had just been dragged out of a coffin. She had originally wanted to take advantage of her daughter's marriage to mend her relationship with her stepsister so that her family could also benefit from it in the future. But she never thought that before she could get any benefit, such a thing would happen. It's over. It's all over. Xiao Hu's eldest and second daughters-in-law were angry and hateful. On weekdays, the mother-in-law favored the third uncle, and all the delicious food and drinks in the house were given to the third uncle. Even the children had to take a back seat. No matter how bad the third uncle was, she would not allow anyone to say a word, and if there was any dissatisfaction, the mother-in-law would scold him. Now, it has even developed to the point of stealing children. Now, the whole family is going to be killed by him. The eldest daughter-in-law of Xiao Hu cried and cursed, "You spoiled your son, who is idle and stealing. If we hadn't kept a close eye on him, he would have stolen your daughter's dowry to pay off his gambling debts. Now he is so bold that he even steals our children. He is worse than an animal." Her younger daughter-in-law also cried, "Today my uncle can steal my aunt's child. Tomorrow, he can take our children and sell them when we are not at home. I dare not stay in this house. Today I will take the children back to my parents' home." After saying that, she pulled a few children and was about to leave. The eldest daughter-in-law also pulled the child, and regardless of the child's father's obstruction, she went back to the house to collect clothes and left. For a while, there were cries and shouts in the yard. A happy event suddenly became a cloud of sorrow. Jiang Yuqing was carried out by Tan Laosan and woke up halfway. Because she was covered with medicine, her head was dizzy. She didn't know what happened to her, but she felt that the force made her very uncomfortable, and she struggled subconsciously. This frightened Tan Laosan, who was holding her. Tan Laosan thought the child was going to cry, So he hugged her with one hand and reached into her arms with the other hand to touch the handkerchief soaked in medicine, intending to apply medicine again. This time, he would cover her for a longer time because he didn't believe she could wake up. However, after touching her, he found that there was nothing in his arms, and he immediately cursed. He threatened the child in his arms fiercely. "Don't cry. I will kill you if you cry." These words exploded in Jiang Yuqing's ears like thunder, and her drowsy mind was instantly clear. She seemed to have fallen into the hands of a bad guy. She remembered that she fell asleep in her grandmother's arms. Now she fell into the hands of a bad guy. What about her grandmother? Did she also meet with an accident? If she was robbed from old Hu by him, with old Hu's love for her, she would rather risk her life than let him succeed. During the fight, she must have woken up a long time ago, so how could she not know anything? Unless someone drugged her in her sleep. She sniffed lightly, and as expected, she smelled the odor of low-quality drugs. And if he wanted to drug her in her sleep, this pervert would definitely choose a time when old Mrs. Hu was not present. She thought about today's situation again. It is very likely that after she fell asleep, old Mrs. Hu put her somewhere to sleep, and then let this pervert take advantage of the opportunity, drugged her, and stole her away. If this is the case, then old Mrs. Hu is safe. Thinking of this, she was immediately relieved. The most important thing at the moment is how to get out. Her mind was working rapidly, looking for a way to get out. After threatening for a while, Tan Laosen saw that the child was no longer moving, and he felt relieved. With the love that the old woman of the Jiang family has for her granddaughter, it is only a matter of time before she finds out that the child is missing. At that time, they will definitely send people to chase him. He was nervous just now, and he just wanted to run away quickly. He was not sure if anyone saw him on the road. However, he could not take the main road to the county town anymore, and had to choose a small road with no people. Thinking of this, he turned onto a mountain road on the side of the road. This mountain road leads directly to Zuojiazwang village outside the county town. It is even closer to the county town from here than taking the main road. However, because this small road is narrow and rugged, and snakes and insects appear in the lush forests on both sides. And there is a gloomy mass grave on the way, so very few people walk. Tan Laosan was in a hurry to run away. When he turned onto the small road, he didn't notice that the shoes on the child's feet were hooked by thorns. He didn't care much, and after pulling it off with force, he hurried on his way. Not long after, the child's other shoe fell off. It was not until he ran a long way and saw that he would reach the mass grave after crossing another hill that Tan Laosan stopped and planned to rest for a while. At this time, on the road below the mountain, several horses escorted a carriage and drove slowly towards the county town. During this time, a slender hand lifted the curtain of the carriage and casually looked at the scenery outside. Suddenly, a small red thing came into view. It was hung in the thorn bushes on the side of the road, floating in the wind. It was a small tiger head shoe worn by a baby. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong and hurriedly stopped the carriage. The one who got off was Qin Ju, the magistrate of Qingzhou County. He asked his followers to take the shoes off the thorns, held them in his hands and examined them carefully, and then his face became a little solemn. Several followers were his confidants who had followed him for many years. They were all capable people. They also noticed something wrong at this time. "Sir, there is no village or shop in the middle of nowhere. How could this child's shoes appear here?" Qin Ju held the shoes in his palm. This tiger head shoe is exquisitely made and decorated with rice-sized pearls. It is very valuable. I'm afraid only wealthy families can afford it. The follower said, but the children of wealthy families are mostly taken care of by servants or wet nurses. Even if they accidentally drop their shoes, they will pick them up immediately.
How could they fall in a place like this?
If the master knew about it, he would be dead or alive. Moreover, the height at which the shoes were hung seems to have been hooked off when the child was held horizontally. Qin Ju stroked the shoe surface, then put a finger into the shoe and frowned. There is still residual warmth. It seems that the shoe has not been dropped for a long time. It is not cold that day, but a baby will catch typhoid fever if he is outdoors without shoes. In what kind of situation would one be so hurried that he didn't even have time to pick up a child's shoes that had fallen off? Two words came to everyone's mind at the same time: escape or run for life. Either way, it's not a good thing. Soon someone found the trail. Sir, there is a mountain trail here. Leave one person to guard the vehicles and horses, and the rest of you follow me to take a look. Chinju led the way into the mountain trail, and the others quickly followed and searched forward. Not long after walking, he picked up another small shoe by the trail, which was a perfect match with the one in Chinju's hand. A few steps away, there was also a small, thin red cloak with rabbit fur edges. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Someone had indeed carried a child in here, and judging from the traces along the way, the person holding the child was probably not a good person. Chinju had someone pick up the cloak and ordered to chase after him as fast as possible. Here, Tan Lao San threw the child casually into the bushes by the road, cursing, "Kid, how many good things have you eaten to grow so fat and heavy? I'm really tired." While cursing, he sat under a tree and panted. His family is not bad, and he is the youngest son. Xiao Hu favors him and never lets him do heavy work at home. Today, he ran all the way with a fat baby in his arms, which really tired him out. This made Jiang Yuqing very angry. The three words that women hate the most are black, ugly, and fat, even if she is still a baby. It's okay for this pervert to steal her, but he even dares to dislike her fat. How can she be fat? That's called baby fat. Don't you understand? Really uneducated. The angry lord of the territory decided to teach this a lesson. It just so happened that the surrounding vegetation was lush and snakes and insects appeared frequently, which was suitable for some reasonable accidents. The few with related abilities spread out, and soon there were rustling sounds in the bushes. 3 snakes came: a bamboo green snake, a silver ring snake, and a king cobra. The first 2 are poisonous, while the latter is not. Earth Spirit, are you calling us? Indeed, I am calling you, but I am not the Earth Spirit, Jiang Yuqing explained. This title is a bit embarrassing for her. Because of her wood-related abilities, this is not the first time that she has been mistaken for the Mother of the Earth by animals. But you have the breath of the Earth Spirit, the silver ring snake said. Jiang Yuqing did not bother with it about this issue anymore. Now, it was important to escape. So he discussed with them, "I have been caught by the bad guys and need help. Are you willing to help me?" "Of course, Earth Spirit. Do you see the man sitting and sleeping under the tree over there? He is the bad guy who caught me." The snakes nodded to show that they understood. Yin Huan and Wang Jin, you go around in front of him and attract his attention. Remember not to bite him. Jia, you attack him from behind and bite his foot hard. The reason for this arrangement is purely because the venom of the silver ring snake is too strong. If it bites Tan Lao San, it won't take long for Tan San to die. What she hated most in her previous life was human traffickers. Who would have thought that she would become a victim in her new life? Tan Lao San is a scumbag who doesn't even let go of such a young child. It's simply too easy for him to die like this. She wants him to live and be judged by the laws of Daxia. Because she had heard her father say that in the Daxia dynasty, those who trafficked women and children would be sentenced to death. The toxicity of the bamboo leaf green snake is much smaller than that of the silver ring snake, and the amount of venom discharged each time is also small. After being bitten, it will not cause death. Of course, if it is not treated in time, it will also cause partial disability. Therefore, she let the bamboo leaf green take the lead. Everyone is afraid of death, and she didn't believe that after being bitten by a poisonous snake, this scumbag would still have the mood and energy to continue to abduct her and run away. If he had a little common sense, he would have gone to find a doctor immediately, and she would have been safe. Moreover, in her spiritual realm, there were more supplies than she could eat in 10 lifetimes, so she didn't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, with her ability, as long as there were no scumbags around, this forest was no different from her backyard. No matter it was snakes, insects, rats, ants, or jackals, tigers or leopards, none of them would hurt her. As long as she wanted, even animals were happy to be driven by it. The most important thing was that she had confidence in her family. When her grandmother found out that she was missing, she would definitely mobilize a large number of people to look for her and even report to the police. Although this place was a bit remote, it was still a road, and if it was a road, people would walk on it. It was only a matter of time before her family found her. Snakes are very fast. When Tan Lao San heard a sound in the bush in front of him, he opened his eyes and saw two big snakes as thick as his wrists. Half of their bodies were standing up, hissing and spitting out their tongues at him, which scared him to death. He slowly stood up and was about to run, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his right calf. Looking down, he saw a poisonous snake with a triangular head and a green body, biting his calf tightly. In shock, Tan Lao San instinctively raised his legs and kicked and swung the poisonous snake away. He pulled up his trouser legs and saw two deep blood holes. Black blood was flowing out. As for the other two big snakes, they were gone. Tan Lao San's eyes went dark, and he thought to himself that he was really unlucky. He recognized that the poisonous snake that bit it was the bamboo leaf green snake. Although it was not fatal, it was possible that it would be disabled. He was still young and did not want to be disabled for the rest of his life and be ridiculed by others. He had to rush to the city as soon as possible to find a doctor to treat his wounds. As for other things, he could not care so much. At the critical moment of life and death, Tan Lao San's mind was particularly clear. He quickly tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and tied it tightly above the wound so that the snake venom could spread more slowly. He also picked up a thick wooden stick as a crutch. Then he jumped to where Jiang Yuqing was lying, squatted down, looked down at her, and said sinisterly, "I wanted to sell you to a brothel. But now I've been bitten by a snake, and I don't have the strength to take care of you. You can fend for yourself here. As for the jewelry on you, I won't be polite." As he said that, he roughly pulled the collar on her neck. Jiang Yuqing subconsciously wanted to use her supernatural powers to resist, but she found that her body was too small. The little supernatural power she had finally gathered had been used up when she summoned the snake just now. It would take time to gather strength again. So, she seemed to be unable to do anything. Her skin was tender and well-nourished, and her arms and legs were like lotus roots, all fleshy. The bracelets and anklets had been worn for a relatively long time and were not easy to remove. Tan Lao San was anxious to go to the county town to find a doctor, so he pulled them roughly. The hard edge of the bracelet scraped off the skin wherever it passed, rubbing her two little hands and feet bloody, and she cried loudly in pain. Tan Lao San's calf was in great pain, and he was afraid that the child's crying would attract passers-by. He turned around hurriedly, leaning on a stick and limping towards the county. County Magistrate Qin and others chased for a few miles along the mountain road. As soon as they turned a small valley, they heard the miserable cry of a baby. The group was stunned, and then ran quickly in the direction of the cry. Not long after, they saw the little baby who was thrown into the grass by Tan San, with scars all over his body. Qin Ju hurriedly stepped forward, wrapped the child with a small cloak, and carefully held him in his arms. He glanced around and saw no one and shouted, "Chase him quickly. The man must be not far ahead. Don't let him run away, this beast." The two followers immediately used their qinggong to fly forward, and soon they came back dragging Tan San, whose face was dark blue. One of them presented Qin Ju with a bloody baby collar, bracelet, and other accessories found on Tan San. "Sir, it's him. He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake." Jiang Yuqing's plan was successful. She was rescued by someone who was an acquaintance, the Magistrate Qin, whom she had met once before. Therefore, her tense mind finally relaxed. She was safe. Because of the red lotus on her forehead, the guards who had attended Jiang Yuqing's full moon wine celebration with Qin Ju easily recognized her identity. After all, it is hard to forget a child who looks so beautiful and so special. Oh, this lotus. Oh my God, is she the daughter of Mr. Jiang, the niece of Master Lu? How did she get brought here? Have you seen another child with a lotus on his forehead? Qin Ju looked at the child's listless face and couldn't stop the anger in his heart. Return to the city quickly and send the child to the clinic for treatment first. Then send someone to Zijindu to notify the Jiang family to pick up people at the county government office. As for the one on the ground who was poisoned by the snake, if he is not dead, take him to the clinic and check his background, by the way. Send someone to watch him and take him back to the government office for interrogation immediately after treatment. Dare to commit a crime under his jurisdiction, and the target is such a young baby. It is really bold. Qin Yu's carriage rushed all the way, and just as he arrived at the city gate, he saw a group of farmers with hoes or rakes on their backs, blocking the road and looking for people everywhere. The messenger stepped forward to ask, and these people were the villagers of Zijindu. When they heard that Mr. Zhang's daughter was missing, they all came to help find her. Qin Ju sent someone to tell them that the child had been found, the thief had been caught, and someone had been sent to inform the child's family. He repeatedly guaranteed the news in the name of the county government before sending them back. After entering the city, he sent away 2 more waves of villagers who were also blocking the road to look for someone. Only then did he successfully reach the clinic. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. The Yamen received a report that Mr. Zhang's beloved daughter and Mr. Liu's niece had been stolen. According to the person who reported the case, the child was stolen by the son of Mrs. Zhang's stepsister, Mr. Tan from the Lotus Land Tan family. According to seniority, the child had to call him his uncle. Mr. Tan had been chased for debt by the casino in recent days. At the time of the incident, the stolen baby was sleeping in Mr. Tan's mother's room, and no one was watching. And the baby was wearing a lot of valuable jewelry. How could this be? Mr. Liu, who received the news, almost fainted, and the whole Yamen was in an uproar. County Magistrate Pian Qin went to the countryside for inspection and was not here at the moment. Fortunately, the head of the Yamen was quite capable and immediately sent people to arrest Mr. Tan throughout the county, focusing on checking casinos, pawn shops, and red houses. When Jing Yan came back from school, he heard about this, and his heart skipped a beat. Is it the beautiful sister with a lotus on her forehead? Changfeng, Polong. 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, knelt on one knee, and landed silently. Master. Jing Yan put his hands behind his back. His still tender face was stern and solemn, with a hint of murderous intent. Go find someone quickly, and make sure to find the child in the shortest time possible. Catch the thief back to the county government office. He wanted to kill him and be done with it, but he had to consider his uncle's reputation.
But,
Master, your safety. The secret guard hesitated. No need to worry. This small place has enough strong winds and heavy rains.
yes,
Not long after Changfeng Polong left, there was another burst of footsteps outside the study. The servant pushed the door open excitedly and said loudly, Sir, the child has been found. The master has personally sent him to the clinic. Okay, prepare the car, we will go and take a look. After the servant went out, he shouted into the air again, Send a signal to Changfeng Polong. The child has been found. There is no need to look for him.
yes.
This time, only the voice was heard, but no one was seen. When Jing Yan arrived at the clinic, the doctor was cleaning Jiang Yu's wound. The little baby was held by the female doctor, with loose hair and bare feet. There were wounds all over his little hands and feet, and blood was all over his little feet. The originally cute little face was printed with a purple human handprint, which looked like a broken and terrifying ghost doll. If it weren't for the unique red lotus birthmark on her forehead, Jing Yan would have failed to recognize that this was the soft and cute little sister. Jing Yan was stunned and stood there for a while. Qin Ju saw him and asked in surprise, Yener, why are you here? Jing Yan replied, I heard that this little sister was injured, so I wanted to come and see her.
Is she?
Okay? Qin Ju said, Don't worry, it should be nothing. To be honest, he didn't know. The doctor didn't say, so he would ask later. Oh, Jing, Yan was relieved a little. For some reason, he always worried about this little sister, maybe because she was cute. After the old doctor cleaned the wound, he began to apply medicine. The golden wound medicine is very irritating. Even adults feel pain when the medicine is applied, let alone such a young child. Jiang Yuqing was in so much pain that tears came out. Seeing this, The female doctor hurriedly coaxed her softly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt in a while. Only after applying the medicine can the hands and feet be healed, right? Oh, our baby is such a brave and good child. Although the little girl's face was wrinkled in pain, she never said a word from cleaning the wound to bandaging it. She just bit her few teeth tightly, tears streaming down her face. It was so pitiful that the adults present were really heartbroken. While admiring the little girl's bravery, they also cursed at Tan Lao San on the ground, wishing they could kick him a few times. How could such a young child be so cruel? What a... Jing Yan stood aside with red eyes, wanting to reach out and touch her, but afraid of hurting her. After hesitating for a long time, he asked softly, "Do you still remember me? Does it hurt?" Jiang Yuqing looked up, took a close look at the little boy in front of him, and recognized him. On her full moon day, the young master of the county magistrate's family gave her a dragon-patterned warm jade pendant. She had the memory of her previous life, but not her previous body. In this life, she was just a baby who couldn't even walk steadily. God knows how scared she was of being killed by that scumbag just now. Now she saw another familiar and gentle person besides Qin. The grievance and fear immediately found an outlet. She struggled to stretch out her hands and hugged the little boy's neck tightly with her uninjured arms. Guagua. Tears fell like beads, and she sobbed and cried, and she complained incoherently while crying, "Guagua, bad, robbed, hand, it hurts." That look was really pitiful. Jing Yan actually understood miraculously and felt the wet heat on his neck and the unstoppable trembling of the little body in his arms, and Jing Yan's heart was broken. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of abuse this cute little guy suffered in the hands of that scumbag, so scared that she didn't even dare to cry loudly. He took the little guy in his arms, holding him firmly. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his young face, and he stared coldly at the unconscious Tan Lao San and said to Qin, "Uncle, I want him to die." Qin gently patted his nephew's shoulder. According to the laws of this dynasty, those who kidnapped and sold people, whether they had kidnapped or not, should be crucified. He can't escape. This means that human traffickers, whether they had kidnapped or not, should be crucified. Crucifixion means dismembering the body after execution. The Qin law is used here. Okay. Qin asked about Jiang Yuqing's situation again. The old doctor sighed and said, "The external injuries on the hands and feet are minor. They will be fine after a few days of rest." But such a young child was covered with knockout drugs. "I'm afraid she can't bear it mentally. I just saw that the child has some symptoms of cold, and she was frightened. She may have a fever later. The adults must have people pay attention. I will write 2 more prescriptions for treating colds and calming the nerves. They are ready." He shook his head and sighed. What a sin. Then he turned to the consultation table to write prescriptions. Qin was in a hurry to return to the county government. He had been away for several days and had a lot of official business. In addition, the case of the little girl also needed to be resolved in time, and there was really no time to delay. He wanted to take the little girl back to the government office, but the government office was full of rough masters, and no one could take care of children. Moreover, the doctor said that she might have a fever. He thought it would be better to leave the child in the clinic and let the female doctor take care of her. Qin told the old doctor about his concerns, and the old doctor readily agreed to keep the child in the clinic. Originally, Qin didn't mention it, but he was going to say it. The knockout drug is not a good thing. Even adults can't stand it, let alone such a young child. It's a pity if such a good child dies. Qin told several followers to make sure to take good care of the child and Tan Lao San. After Tan Lao San was detoxified, he was immediately taken back to the county government for interrogation. Although Jing Yan was reluctant to part with the little guy, he also knew that this was the best thing for her. After carefully handing Jiang Yuqing, who had cried herself to sleep, to the female doctor, he reluctantly followed his uncle back to the county government. Tan Lao San was knocked unconscious and thrown back on the horse's back. After being pricked with a needle and awakened, he didn't worry about being beaten with a stick at the first time. Instead, he cried and made a scene in the clinic, saying that he was bitten by a bamboo leaf green snake and asked the doctor to save his life quickly. He thought that since he was caught by the people in the government office, it was just a matter of being beaten with a stick. It is more important to detoxify it now. If it is too late, even if he does not die, he will be disabled for life.
He is not married yet.
It must be said that the ignorant of the law are always particularly naive. The old doctor's head was throbbing with pain because of the noise. He was a man who hated evil. He immediately shouted back angrily, "What are you arguing about? It's just a useless bamboo leaf green snake. It should be replaced with a mountain-crossing silver ring snake, which would save me the trouble." Humph. Bad luck.
Dan Lao-shan.
The clinic was suddenly filled with laughter, and even Qin-ju's followers, who usually had a cold face, couldn't help laughing. This old doctor is really interesting. The old doctor lost his temper and calmed down a little. Then he slowly asked the apprentice to prepare the tools and herbs needed to detoxify the snake. He took a stack of medicine lists and flipped through them casually. Tan Laosan's legs hurt so much that his face turned an abnormal blue-gray due to the spread of the snake venom, and his head began to throb with pain. He was afraid that if the doctor was slow, his life would be in danger, so he urged him again. "Old man, can you hurry up? It hurts so much." The old doctor did his work slowly, without even raising his head, and said coldly, "Why are you in such a hurry? You will die anyway if you are cured. If you keep making a fuss, I will have someone throw you at the South City Gate. The coffin shop there has a slow business, so it's a good opportunity to take care of you. The shopkeeper is so generous that he might even give you a paper-made young wife for free, saving you the money for the bride price."
Dan Lao-shan.
Tan Lao-san was so angry that he couldn't speak. "You want to die, you want a paper-made young wife." He was so angry, but he couldn't do anything about the old doctor. Ha 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 ha. For a while, the whole clinic burst into laughter, and some people even laughed to the ground. The godlike paper-made young wife. The old doctor's mouth is like a smoky eye, too venomous. Everyone laughed and secretly warned themselves in their hearts not to offend this old man, otherwise his mouth would make you doubt your life. The apprentice prepared everything and saw that the time was almost up. The old doctor then had someone put Tan Lao-san on a chair and had two people hold him down on each side. Then he pulled up his trousers and saw that the leg bitten by the snake had swollen like a small bucket, black and purple. The old man grinned, took a sharp knife and roasted it over the fire, then cut the two bloody holes. For a moment, the whole clinic could hear Tan Lao-san screams. If you didn't know, you would think he was killing a pig. Let's talk about two things. Lu and her sister-in-law Chen had just walked out of the gate of Zhang's house when they heard the servant from her brother's house come to report that their daughter was missing. Lu's whole body went limp, her eyes went black, and she fell to the ground immediately. Hearing that the niece of Master Lu and the daughter of Mr. Jiang were missing, the people in Jiang and Chu mansions were also shocked. After asking about the child's appearance, they hurriedly sent everyone in the mansion to look for her. Chun was anxious and angry. She pinched her sister-in-law's nose and woke her up, saying, "Wanyang, this is not the time to be weak. Our family has already spread a net to look for her. With so many people, Qingzhou is only the size of a palm, so we can always find her. Let's go home first and wait for news." Lu was gentle but not weak, but she was suddenly shocked by the bad news that her daughter was missing. After she woke up, she knew that what her sister-in-law said was reasonable. So she nodded, and with tears in her eyes, she was helped into the car and went to her brother's house. It is said that when the Jiang family in Zijindu learned that their precious granddaughter, niece, was taken away, they felt that the sky was about to fall. Zhu cried and cursed. Did my family dig up the ancestral graves of the Tan family in the previous life?
He wants to harm people like this.
My child is less than 1 year old and can't even walk steadily. If this happens, she really didn't dare to think about the bad consequences. While crying, he ran to inform the clan leader and the head of the village, asking everyone to help find her. When the two elders heard that Jiang Yuqing had been stolen by thieves, they were furious. They immediately took the gong and banged it in the village. The gong in the village would not ring easily, but once it was struck, it was a big deal. When the villagers heard the gong, they dropped their work in the fields and ran back. Hearing that Mr. Jiang's daughter, the treasure of the Jiang family, was stolen by the son of a relative in the lotus field, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They immediately grabbed their weapons and formed teams of 3 or 5. Those who drove ox carts drove ox carts, and those who led donkeys led donkeys. They all ran out, intending to cast a net up and down to find people with the county town as the center. When one of the teams arrived at the Xiaoshuan Fork, they ran into the 7 boys of the Jiang family who had rushed back after hearing the news. Hearing that their precious sister was missing, the 7 brothers of the Jiang family who were in class almost went crazy, dropped their things and ran back. When he reached the roadside intersection, he ran into a villager who was looking for his sister. The 2 of them ran towards a county town as soon as they met. Suddenly, the area within a few miles was in chaos. Fortunately, not long after Lu and Chen entered the house, they heard a report from the government office that the child had been found and was now in the clinic. The child was injured, but the doctor had already treated him. Upon hearing this, the aunt and sister-in-law were both delighted. They asked which clinic the child was in and went straight to Heian Hall. As soon as they entered the clinic, they asked if Lord Qin had sent a little girl. The medicine boy said yes. He recognized Chen and knew that she was the wife of Master Lu. The other beautiful woman called Chen's sister-in-law. I think she was Master Lu's biological sister and the biological mother of the little girl inside. The medicine boy led the aunt and sister-in-law to the detention room in the backyard. In the detention room, a little baby was lying quietly on the bed. The doctor girl sat next to him, flipping through medical books and looking after the child. From time to time, she would reach out and touch the child's forehead, which was very careful. Seeing that the medicine boy brought 2 ladies, they must be the parents of this poor child. The daughter, who was fine when she left home in the morning, was now lying on the bed in the clinic with wounds all over her body, like a fragile rag doll. Mrs. Lu's heart was broken. She bent down to kiss her daughter's little face, but when she saw the dark blue handprints covering most of her daughter's face, she dared not kiss her for fear of hurting her. Mrs. Lu covered her mouth tightly, and tears fell like rain. A few tears fell on Jiang Yuqing's face accidentally. The child lifted her eyelids and woke up. "Mom, hold me." After all the suffering, her throat was itchy and blocked at this time, and her voice sounded particularly hoarse and weak. Mrs. Lu could no longer bear it, and hugged her daughter into her arms and hugged her tightly. Facing her daughter, who was lost and found, Mrs. Lu was sad and happy for a while, and she couldn't help crying. Jiang Yuqing couldn't bear to see Mrs. Lu sad, so she took the initiative to put her little face close to her mother and kissed her. "No, cry. Baby, it's good." Mrs. Lu cried even harder when she heard her precious daughter's tender comfort, and it took a while for her to calm down. At this time, a group of people rushed in from outside the hall. They were Mr. Lu and Jiang Wenkong and his wife. Jiang Wenkong and his wife just went back to her mother's house to have a wedding banquet, and when they heard that their little niece was missing, they dropped their chopsticks in shock. The couple immediately stuffed the recognition gift for the bride tomorrow to their mother, explained it, and left in a hurry. Halfway through the journey, they ran into Mr. Lu. Hearing that the child had been found and was being treated in Heian Hall, the group rushed to the clinic again. In any case, the child was found. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for another half an hour, Mrs. Hu and the Jiang family from Zijindu arrived. Jiang Yuqing wanted to visit the elders one by one, but she had no strength now. She felt groggy, and soon she had a fever. Everyone hurriedly called a doctor. After the old doctor came to see her, his face was very solemn. He said that the fever was dangerous and asked them to be mentally prepared. After hearing this, Mrs. Lu almost fell to the ground. The disease came so fast and dangerous that it happened while the medicine boy was boiling the medicine. Blisters appeared at the corners of Jiang Yuqing's mouth, her lips turned blue and purple, and her whole body began to twitch violently. For a while, the Jiang family was frightened and at a loss. This was a convulsion caused by high fever. The old doctor asked the child to unbutton her clothes, spread out the needle bag, picked up the silver needles, and inserted them into various acupuncture points on her body one by one. Looking at her granddaughter, who was red with fever, Mrs. whose heart was broken, she cried and slapped herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't agreed to that old woman for my face, how could my baby suffer such a crime? Although Lu was angry, she knew that her mother-in-law was not to blame. She held back her sadness, wiped the tears from her face, and comforted her mother-in-law in a hoarse voice. Mom, you don't have to blame yourself. This is just an accident. Anyone in our family loves baby as much as I do as a mother. This is her blessing, and it is also my blessing as a mother. If baby wakes up and knows that her grandmother hurt herself for her, she will definitely not be happy. Others followed and advised, yes, mother, don't be sad. That scumbag has been caught now. The county magistrate is a good official. He will definitely not have a good end. The Jiang family stayed in the clinic all night, busy all night and worried all night. This was also the most tormenting night for all the Jiang family. Looking at the dying child, the Jiang family's heartache and anger reached a peak. If it weren't for the fact that Tan Lao San had been taken back to the county jail to wait for the verdict. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by the angry Jiang family. Perhaps God heard the Jiang family's prayers, and by dawn, Jiang Yuqing's fever had finally subsided. The old doctor, who had also been busy all night, pounded his aching waist and took the child's pulse again, revealing a relieved smile. Okay, it's okay. As the old saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. Take good care of the child, and good days are ahead. Thank you, doctor. The Jiang family was grateful. Lu and Old, who stayed in the clinic to watch Jiang Yuqing. The rest of the Jiang family went out for breakfast. Because Jiang Yuqing had a fever, the family didn't even think about eating yesterday's dinner. After staying up all night, they were hungry and tired. They found a breakfast shop near the clinic and ate a quick meal. They packed some for Lu and Old, who before returning to the clinic. After a short rest, they got up and went to the county government office. This matter should be settled today. This incident was a hot topic. In just one afternoon, the news spread all over the city. Most of the people were kind-hearted and hated human traffickers. Although there was no specific conclusion on Tan Lao San's behavior, the people had privately equated him with human traffickers and therefore sympathized with the Jiang family's plight. I heard that the county government would open a court to try the case today, and everyone who had nothing to do rushed to the county government to watch the excitement. For a while, the lobby of the county government was packed with people. Only Xiao Hu and his two sons came from the Tan family. Her hair was a little messy, her eyes were dark, and her face was haggard. I think she didn't sleep well the night before. Compared with the joyous and high-spirited yesterday, it was completely different. At the beginning of the morning, the court officially opened. County Magistrate Qin asked people to bring the suspect and the victim to the court. Tan Lao San was caught by County Magistrate Qin himself, and he was caught red-handed, so he couldn't deny it. He thought that he couldn't escape the beating today, and in line with the principle of leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist, he hoped that the county magistrate would give him a lighter sentence because of his good attitude. Then he would play the victim and ask his mother to help him, and he would be released after a few days in prison. It must be said that his plan was very good, and his idea was very naive. Therefore, without waiting for the killing stick to be hit, Tan Lao San confessed everything. According to his account, he owed a huge debt of 150 taels of silver to the blockhouse. The blockhouse said that he would give him 5 days to pay back the money, otherwise he would chop off one of his arms. He had no choice but to set his sights on the family's land. However, when his father died, he knew that his youngest son was unreliable, so he gave all the land deeds, house deeds, etc., to his 2 brothers, and he couldn't get them at all. It happened that his sister was getting married, so he set his sights on his sister's dowry. But his sister was also smart, and she looked at her wedding dress like the apple of her eye. He failed several times when he wanted to make a move, and he didn't succeed until the moment his sister left the house. It was not until the wedding that he saw his aunt and her little granddaughter. He noticed Jiang Yuqing because the child was so beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful child in his life, like the little girl sitting in front of the viewing room. His third aunt told him that if a beautiful little girl was sold to a brothel as a skinny horse, she would be very valuable. Moreover, the set of silver jewelry she was wearing alone could be worth a lot of money. He then thought about taking the child away to sell. It happened that the child fell asleep. He saw her aunt put the child in her mother's room to sleep, and when she came out, her mother didn't even lock the door. Moreover, his third aunt found him again and said that she was willing to take the initiative to cover for him. The reason was that her third aunt actually had a grudge against the child's family. He readily agreed. So he sneaked into his mother's room while everyone was at the table. He first searched her mother's room, but found nothing. So he decisively attacked the child. He was afraid that he would wake the child and call someone. He used a handkerchief soaked in sleeping pills that he accidentally found a few days ago to cover the child's mouth and nose. Sure enough, the child struggled a few times and then fainted. After leaving the village, he originally wanted to take the main road to the county town, but later he was afraid that Mrs. would find out and chase him, so he changed to the small mountain road. The entrance to the mountain road was full of thorns on both sides. In a panic, one of the child's shoes was caught by the thorns and pulled down, but he didn't think of picking it up. After running for a short while, he really couldn't run anymore, so he stopped by the side of the trail to rest and was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. The one who bit him was a bamboo green snake. He knew the toxicity of this snake very well. If he didn't find a doctor quickly, he might be disabled for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to take off the child's jewelry, throw her on the side of the road, and rush to the county town alone to find a doctor. Unexpectedly, he was caught by County Magistrate Chin not long after he walked out. Tan Lausen knew that he was caught so quickly because of the little shoe that was hooked off by thorns at the path. He felt so regretful that he wanted to go back to the place where he dropped his shoe yesterday and slap himself twice, and then the shoe back. As for the third aunt that Tan Lausen gave up, County Magistrate Chin asked for her specific name and address and immediately asked someone to bring her. Other people in the Jiang family did not recognize her, but the three daughters-in-law of the Jiang family did. It was the old lady Tan who failed to ask for a bracelet from them at the wonton stall a few years ago and cursed Jiang Yuqing not to grow up and was severely beaten by Lu. On that day, she was invited back to her mother's house for a wedding banquet, and she recognized Jiang Yuqing in old, whose arms at a glance.
Her eyes were red at that time.
It happened that her third nephew lost the bet and needed money to buy his life. She immediately came up with a plan and provoked her nephew, saying that the child was good-looking and could be worth a lot of money if sold to the Red Mansion. Tan Sanner was evil and stupid. He took the bait as soon as she provoked him. Later, she offered to keep watch for him. She was just seeking revenge on the Jiang family, who had angered her years ago. The truth was revealed. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. If it weren't for County Magistrate Chin and Master Lu, who desperately tried to hold them back, the three sisters-in-law would have pounced on her and tore her apart alive. However, County Magistrate Chin held the women of the Jiang family, but not Xiao Hu. Little Hu rushed forward like crazy, swung up her big slap and slapped her, beating and cursing. "We, the old Tan family, have done you wrong. Why do you want to harm your nephew like this? He is your own nephew. You have no conscience." Mrs. Tan was not a pushover and immediately fought back. For a while, the two old women, who were almost 100 years old in total, fought each other, pulling their hair and making a scene. As the saying goes, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. No matter whether it is the married daughters or the daughters-in-law of the Tan family, none of them are good. They are all stupid and bad. Others were happy to watch the fun, but County Magistrate Chin felt a headache. It was too outrageous. In the court, two shrews were fighting each other, so they were hurriedly pulled apart. After such a commotion, the matter should have a result. There are witnesses and evidence. Mrs. Tan instigated others to commit crimes, and in this case, she assisted the principal offender in keeping watch, which resulted in a de facto crime, and was an accomplice. According to the law, she was sentenced to hanging, and the execution was carried out at Kaishiku 3 days later. Mrs. Tan collapsed to the ground when she heard this. The principal offender, Tan Lao-san, abducted and sold young children and abused, injured, robbed, and abandoned the abducted children. His crimes were heinous. According to the law, he was sentenced to crucifixion. He was beheaded at Kaishiku in the west of the city 3 days later and compensated the Jiang family with 30 taels of silver. Although Tan Lao-san went to school for 2 years, he was ignorant and caused trouble. In the end, he was driven out by the teacher, who could no longer tolerate him. When he was driven back, he couldn't even recite the 3-character classic, so naturally he didn't know what crucifixion was. But he still understood beheaded at Kaishiku in the west of the city 3 days later. She was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, and then a foul smell came over her. She was actually incontinent. Little Hu was also so scared that she collapsed to the ground. After she came to her senses, she touched her head to the ground and cried loudly. She cried and pleaded for her son. "Sir, please spare my life. Spare my life. Sana knows he is wrong. He knows he is wrong. Please spare his life." However, the laws of Daxia could not be bypassed by her words of admitting her mistakes. No matter how she acted, the people in the court were indifferent. Some even scolded her severely, saying that if she continued to make trouble, she would be punished with a few strokes of the board. After crying and begging County Magistrate Chin to no avail, Little Hu turned and threw herself in front of Old Hu, hugged her legs, and begged anxiously, "Sister, I was wrong. I beg you, please spare my 3rd son's life. He is still young. Please be magnanimous and let him go this time." Old Hu kicked her away coldly. "Bah! Shameless thing. Over 20 years old and still young? My granddaughter is less than 1 year old. What did she do wrong? When your precious son attacked her, did you ever think of letting her go? A beast, a thing that should go to the 18th level of. The Lord of Justice has made a good judgment. He deserves to die. If he dies, this world will have one less scourge." Little Hu watched her beloved youngest son being shackled and dragged away like a dead dog. She looked at the Jiang family members who were glaring at each other, and then at her eldest and second sons who also had resentment toward her. Suddenly, she didn't even have the strength to cry, and her eyes rolled over, and she fainted completely. The Jiang family received the 30 taels of silver as compensation from the Tan family that same day and took Jiang Yuqing back to Zijindu. 3 days later, Tan Lao-san and his nephew, Tan Pizi, were executed at Kaishiku in the west of the city. On the day of the beheading, both the Jiang family and the Tan family went. The Tan family pulled a thin-skinned coffin on a donkey cart to collect the body of Tan Lao-san. As for the people of Tan Pizi's family, no one even showed up, let alone someone to collect the body. After being taken down from the gallows, he was rolled up in a broken mat and thrown into a mass grave outside the city. Tan Lao-san was dismembered after his death, which was what he deserved. Xiao Hu saw her youngest son being dismembered with her own eyes and went crazy at the time. In fact, Xiao Hu was half responsible for Tan San's fate today. If she had not been so doting on her youngest son, or had slapped him the first time he did something wrong, instead of thinking about how to clean up his mess, the current ending would not have happened. Tan Lao-san died, and Xiao Hu went crazy. The Tan family divided the family as quickly as possible. Xiao Hu had already displeased the other 2 sons because she had previously favored her youngest son. Now, because of Tan Lao-san, not only did they lose most of their family fortune, but the Tan family's reputation in the surrounding areas also plummeted. The 2 daughters-in-law hated her so much that they didn't care about anyone. Not long after, she slipped and fell into the pond and died. The matter was settled. The old couple of the Jiang family discussed with their sons and daughters-in-law, prepared heavy gifts, and went to thank them one by one. For example, they helped find people in the Jiang mansion, Chu mansion, Lin's natal family, Lin family, Lu's natal family, Lu family, etc. They also asked someone to make a plaque with the 4 big characters integrity for the people on it. Old man Jiang personally took the whole family to the county government with gongs and drums. Qinju was moved. Although the Qin family has a lot of backers, who would complain about a good reputation in the officialdom. At least Qin felt very useful in his heart, and felt that the Jiang family really knew how to do things. The Jiang family bought glutinous rice and made glutinous rice cakes, and also bought pigs, sugar, wine, grain, cloth, and other things. Anyone who helped to find someone that day was counted as one. Each family received a bowl of glutinous rice cakes, a jar of 5 caddies of wine, 3 caddies of meat, 5 caddies of white rice, 2 caddies of brown sugar, and 5 feet of cloth. Even the few people who helped to report the news and find someone in Lianhuadi had a share. The Jiang family's meaning was very clear. The Tan family was the Tan family and had nothing to do with the other people in Lianhuadi. They would not do things that would knock down a whole boat. When the news spread, the villages around 10 miles away praised the Jiang family for their generosity. In particular, the other villagers in Lianhuadi were all relieved. At least they didn't have to worry about the revenge of the people in Zijindu. Since losing her granddaughter that day, old Mrs. Hu blamed herself very much. If she hadn't been careless, her little granddaughter wouldn't have suffered so much. Fortunately, after her granddaughter's fever subsided, her condition got better day by day. After changing the medicine several times, the scabs on the wound on her hand fell off and no scars were left. She was still cheerful and smiling. With her daughters-in-law always persuading her, she slowly felt relieved. But she watched her granddaughter more closely. This was a heavy and sweet love for Jiang Yuqing. In fact, she didn't expect that she would have such a serious fever that day. It was just a little bit of inferior knockout medicine and a cold. The reason is that her body is too small now and can't stand the tossing. Fortunately, she often drinks spiritual spring water, and her physical foundation is much better than that of ordinary babies. If it were an ordinary baby, she would probably die directly. Lingquan water is good after all. When she can walk independently, she will fill the water tank at home with spiritual spring water every day. The family members who drink it can not only prolong their lives, but at least strengthen their bodies. No, do it now. Milk, water. Her little tongue has not yet learned to say the word tank, but her little hand has been pointing in the direction of the kitchen. Mrs. Hu thought she wanted to drink water, so she smiled and said, "My dear, do you want to drink water?" Then she took Jiang Yuqing's special carved bamboo cup and poured her half a cup of warm water. The little girl avoided it, leaned forward, and pointed her hand towards the kitchen. Water, water. Mrs. Hu didn't understand. There was water here. Why did she have to go to the kitchen? However, Mrs. Hu, who loved her granddaughter, still followed her granddaughter and carried her to the kitchen. At that time, several daughters-in-law were preparing lunch in the kitchen. Seeing the grandma and grandson coming in, thinking that the child was greedy after smelling the fragrance, Mrs. Lu smiled and scratched her daughter's nose. "The meal is not ready yet. You have to wait a while before eating." Jiang Yuqing avoided her mother's hand and pointed to the big water tank at home. Water. Old Mrs. Hu explained, "Just now in the main room, she kept pointing here and saying water. I thought she wanted to drink water. But she didn't drink it even after pouring it, and wanted to come to the kitchen." Old Mrs. Hu carried Jiang Yuqing to the water tank and pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, it's the water tank. What are you going to do?" The grandma grinned and put her little hand on the water tank. With her heart moving, a trickle of clear water flowed into the water tank that was almost empty. The water flow was very large, clear, and urgent, and it didn't take long to fill up half of the tank. This operation really shocked the women in the kitchen. No one spoke. For a while, the kitchen was so quiet that only the sound of water flowing into the vat and the crackling of firewood in the kitchen could be heard. Until a strong smell of burnt food surged in the big kitchen. Zhu, who was in charge of cooking, screamed and jumped up. "Oh my food." After a flurry of activity, the women finally cleaned up. Then they continued to stare blankly around the already full water vat. Zhu said in a daze, "One of you pinch me to see if I am dreaming?" The eldest sister-in-law Lin was stunned and stretched out her hand to twist her, and Zhu grimaced in pain. It's true. Although they knew that Jiang Yuqing had some magical powers, the women of the Jiang family were still a little distracted when they saw it so directly for the first time. Lu had seen her daughter's ability, to take things out of thin air many times. Compared with her mother-in-law and two sisters-in-law, she was much calmer. Without saying a word, she picked up the gourd ladle and scooped up a ladle of water and drank it. The spring water was clear and sweet, and it was much better than the well water from home. I thought, this must be no ordinary water. Lu drank half a ladle in one breath, put the ladle down proudly, and said with a smile, "You guys try it too." The mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law each took out their household items to drink the water, and it was indeed much better than the water brought back from outside. Lu gently touched her daughter's face. "Bauer, this water is different from ordinary water, but what is the effect?" Chuanzi nodded and said with a smile, "Spiritual water. Drink it, and you won't get sick." Lu said, "You mean, this is spiritual water, and you won't get sick after drinking it? Is it only available today, or will it be available every day in the future?" "Yes, duo. Tuanzi's big eyes smiled into crescents. Very cute. Old Mrs. Who said seriously, "It's the old rules. It's good for the adults in the family to know about this, and there's no need to tell the children. In addition, don't dump the water used to wash vegetables randomly. Take it all to the backyard to irrigate the land." She thought for a while and said, "It's better not to do that. It's a waste to use such good water to wash things. In the future, you can only use it for drinking and use the water brought back from outside to wash vegetables and dishes." The women all agreed. At noon, when the family came back to eat, old Mrs. Who told the story. After a moment of silence, the adults all laughed. The two uncles even teased her. "Okay, with Xiaoguibo at home in the future, we can carry less water."
Yeah, less.
Tuanzi's expression was serious and very confident. The room was immediately filled with laughter. In the evening, the boys of the Jiang family returned home and found that the water at home was particularly delicious today. Jiang Yuhe couldn't help but say, "Hey, did you notice that the water today seems to be particularly sweet?" The brothers echoed, "I noticed it too." Jiang Yushan, the sixth child, was particularly naive. Could it be that grandma put sugar in the water? His mother Zhu interrupted his sweet dream. "What good are you thinking? Who puts sugar in the water they drink every day? You are so smart. It's all from the well outside. You think the water today is sweet. Maybe you're just thirsty today." "Is that the case?" The children rubbed their heads. "Probably, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it tastes good. Drink more." From then on, the Jiang family's kitchen had another smaller jar. The small jar was for drinking Lingquan water, and the large jar was for water from outside. Jiang Yuqing would ask her family to carry her into the kitchen once every morning to fill the small jar. In order to make it easier to water the land, old man Jiang even asked someone to dig a well in the backyard. This provided a better cover for Jiang Yuqing to use the spiritual spring water to irrigate the land later. When the fiery red camellia flowers bloomed all over the mountains, on March 20th, Jiang Yuqing's first birthday arrived. Although his father was not at home, the baby Qing, who was the group's favorite, still held a grand celebration. All the relatives and friends who were free came. In addition, there was an unexpected person, that is Jing Yan, the young master of the county magistrate's family. When Lu saw him, she was quite surprised. Because of her brother, she knew some details about this young master. She knew that he was the nephew of Qin County Magistrate, the son of Qin County Magistrate's sister, and came from Beijing. At a young age, he was serious and full of nobility. I don't know why my little daughter fell in love with him, and he seemed to like his good baby very much. No matter how complicated Lu's heart was, the visitor was a guest, and a distinguished guest. This was the face of the Jiang family, so Lu naturally had to respect it. She was dressed up very festively by her mother and two aunts today. She wore a bright red cross-colored top with a matching skirt embroidered with butterflies and a pair of similarly embroidered shoes. The few hairs on her head were parted in two. Two thin red hair strings were used to cross and twist upwards to form two straight braids, standing on the top of the head, like two small tentacles on a snail's head. With every move, the skirt swayed and the tentacles swayed, which was so cute that it made people's hearts tremble. At this time, in the hall of the Jiang family, two 8 immortal tables were put together to form a large table, and a thick red velvet cloth was spread on it. The adults held all kinds of things in their hands and put them up one by one. For example, her eldest aunt put a small comb and a marriage box, probably hoping that she would become a beautiful girl in the future. Well, she secretly looked in the mirror, and she really looked very beautiful in this life. The second aunt put a small wooden shovel and a sewing kit, hoping that she would be able to hold needles and thread, go into the kitchen, and become a clever girl in the future. When it was her mother's turn, she put a book, hoping that she would be knowledgeable and polite. Grandma who put a silver ingot. The old lady hoped that her precious granddaughter would be rich and noble all her life and never lack money to spend. Well, this is a must. The eldest brother Jiang Yujiang put a pen, hoping that his sister would be knowledgeable and be able to write well. The second brother Jiang Yuha put his most beloved little wooden sword, hoping that she would become a female general or a female knight in the future. This is also possible. Who didn't have a dream of a female knight wrapped in bed sheets in the old days? The third brother Jiang Yu, who was good at mathematics and was determined to become the owner of a big restaurant. He put a small abacus. The fourth brother Jiang Yuhai put a small slingshot, and the fifth and sixth brothers Jiang Yuming and Jiang Yushan put snacks and cakes. Did they hope to become a foodie? Foodies are not bad. Moreover, she is a foodie. The seventh brother, her biological brother Jiang Yuchuan, put a small pen holder, which was carved for him by his father before he went to Beijing. He treasures it very much and put it up today. When it was young Master Jing Yan's turn, he took out a jade seal from his pocket and put it up. After that, the others put some small things like dried fruits and rattles. Come on, baby, choose one. Choose your favorite one. Several brothers were eager to make a move, and they hinted and hoped that their sister would choose the one they had put up. Even young Master Jing Yan looked at her with expectation and almost said to choose the seal. Jiang Yuqing stood on the stage, looking at the pairs of expectant, sparkling eyes around her, and felt extremely comforted, extremely happy, and extremely warm in her heart. Such a sweet love. How could it be let down? Only children make choices. Adults, of course, want everything. She staggered to a corner of the stage, lifted a corner of the flannel, folded it inward, and then pulled it hard to the middle. She walked to another corner, lifted the flannel, folded it, and pulled it to the middle. The other two corners were followed by the same method, turning a good piece of flannel into a large bundle without a tie, and all the things were wrapped inside. After that, she stood in the middle of the flannel, crossed her small fat waist, and announced domineeringly, "Mine." Everyone was surprised for a while, and then they laughed after they reacted. Even the little Master Jing Yan had a high corner of his mouth. This little guy is cunning and doesn't want to offend anyone. Old Mrs. who hugged her granddaughter and laughed. Okay, all of them are yours. They all belong to my Guaibao. Guaibao will definitely be a good girl who can go to the hall and the kitchen, well-educated, well-mannered, and clever in the future. The news that Jiang Yuqing bought all the food on the table during the one-year-old ceremony spread quickly. The Jiang family members said that our Guaibao was very smart and would have great prospects in the future. Of course, there were also some women from other families who said sour words. No matter how promising she is still a girl. Can she become an official in the future? After the woman said this, the man in the family immediately covered her mouth. Watch your mouth. I don't know whether the girl will become an official or not, but her father will definitely be an official. The woman's face changed, and she dared not say anything more. The day when Jiang Yuqing grabbed the one-year-old ceremony was also the last day for Jiang Wenyuan to participate in the joint examination. After the gong sounded in the afternoon to collect the papers, the candidates who had been locked up in the dormitory for 9 days filed out. Most of the candidates who came out were disheveled, pale, and some were so weak that they needed help to walk. Only Jiang Wenyuan walked like a dragon and a tiger, and except for his slightly tired face, his hair was not messy at all. This state really attracted attention among the candidates who were staggering. Seeing that he was in a very good state, the servant A Ping was relieved and helped him get on the carriage. In fact, Jiang Wenyuan was also tired. He didn't even take a bath when he returned to the inn and fell asleep immediately. He slept for a day and a night before waking up. After waking up, he asked the store to send water, washed his hair, took a bath, and had a good meal. Only then did he feel alive. The dormitory was damp, cold, narrow, and small. Those who were slightly taller could not even lie down. Especially for the candidates from the south, they were not used to the climate. After staying in such an environment for several days, there was really no heating except for 3 bowls of hot water every day. Several of them couldn't hold on and were carried out during the journey. Thanks to the food and spring water prepared by his precious daughter, he was spared from many sins. The results will be announced on April 5th. There is still half a month before the results are announced. Jiang Wenyuan has no acquaintances in Beijing, let alone ways to make friends with officials. Fortunately, he has a good attitude. Most of the time he reads in his room and occasionally discusses with familiar candidates or fellow townsmen. He is not in a hurry at all. On this day, he was invited by his fellow townsmen to go to a tea house to meet with a group of candidates to discuss scriptures and history. When the meeting was over, he saw that it was still early, so he wanted to go out for a walk. It was a pity that he, as a father, was not at home at such an important moment of his precious daughter's first birthday. He still had some silver in his hands, so he thought about buying a small gift for his little daughter. Of course, my dear wife and mother must also be given, and the 2 sisters-in-law are also very hardworking, and they cannot be forgotten. Going north from Kaoyuan Street is a very busy commercial street. There are restaurants, money houses, silver shops, silk shops, jewelry shops, cosmetic shops, etc. In addition, there were street vendors selling snacks and small toys and ring tossing. There was really everything you could want for food, drink, and fun. Jiang Wenyuan walked around and bought a pair of small butterfly beads, a pair of velvet flowers, 2 small purses with exquisite embroidery, and a small cloth pillow in the shape of a tiger head for his baby daughter. He bought a jade hairpin for his dear wife, a pair of gold bracelets for his mother, and a gold hairpin for each of his 2 sisters-in-law. Because there were a lot of things to buy, and he didn't have enough money, he went to the medicine store on the way to sell 100-year-old ginseng. Because it was not far from the inn, the master and servant didn't drive. They just walked all the way back. When passing through an alley, they saw 2 gangster-like people pressing a very young child to the ground and pulling something from him. Seeing this, Jiang Wenyuan hurriedly shouted, Hey, what are you 2 doing? Stop it, do you hear me? The 2 gangster-like people were startled by the sound, thinking that they were some extraordinary people. He looked up and saw that it was a scholar. He was quite angry. Get out, it has nothing to do with you. Stay out of my business. The child heard the voice and shouted for help. Uncle, save me. They want to steal my things. Jiang Wenyuan heard this and was inconsolable. He shouted, Let go of that child, let go.
Do you hear me?
Under the feet of the emperor, how can you be so presumptuous? If you don't let me go, I will report to the police. He took Ah Ping and ran over to wrestle with them. Although Jiang Wenyuan was a scholar, he was born in a farmer's family. When he did farm work at home, he was a good hand and had a lot of strength. Ah Ping was also a strong young man with his own blood. When the 2 fought, he actually had the upper hand. The 2 hooligans were hit hard several times. Knowing that they could not beat them, they hurriedly dropped their things and limped away. Although the master and servant won the fight, they also suffered several hits. Especially Jiang Wenyuan, who was hit the chin with a broken mouth corner and some loose teeth, but fortunately they didn't fall out, and they should grow back after some care. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, took a breath, and handed the jade pendant he had just snatched back to the child. Here, hide your things, don't let others them again. The child took the jade pendant, bowed to him seriously, and thanked him. Seeing the blood on the corner of his mouth, he was quite worried and said, Uncle, are you okay? Jiang Wenyuan licked the corner of his mouth and said nonchalantly, I'm fine. What about you? Did they beat you? The child shook his head. No, they wanted to beat me. And then you came. I'm glad you're okay. Jiang Wenyuan squatted down, touched his head, and patted the dust off the child. The child was only about 5 or 6 years old, about the same age as his own mischievous son. Whose child are you? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? The child shook his head and lowered his head. After a long while, he said sullenly, I got separated from my family and lost my way. Jiang Wenyuan sighed, forget it. Do you remember where you live? I'll take you back. You've been lost for so long. Your family must be worried. The child hesitated for a moment before saying, my home is in Roman Street, Ningkangfang, to the west. Jiang Wenyuan thought, it's quite far from here. Forget it, I'll take you west. He led the child out of the alley and came to the commercial street just now. He asked Aping to rent a carriage and found Roman Street, Ningkangfang, according to the address given by the child. When the child directed the carriage to stop in front of a magnificent mansion with a pair of giant stone lions squatting at the door, the master and servant looked at each other. Both of them were a little stunned. But above the vermilion gate, there was a large plaque with 6 characters edict to build the Zhenguagong mansion written on it. The red background was painted in gold, and it was majestic. Jiang Wenyuan looked at the child beside him with a complicated expression. Well, this child was a little noble, but whether he was a noble or not didn't matter to him much. He sent the child back safely anyway. Jiang Wenyuan carried the child out of the carriage and touched his head. Go in, your parents must be worried. Don't run around anymore. Even if you go out to play, you need to bring more people with you. The child nodded and bowed again. Thank you, uncle, I remember. Goodbye, uncle. Jiang Wenyuan watched the child knock on the red lacquer door. After a while, a person came out of the door and shouted in surprise when he saw the child. Oh, it's the young master. The young master is back. The child looked back at him, and Jiang Wenyuan waved at him. Go in, I have to go too. He turned around and got on the carriage and left quickly. Zhenguagong Mansion. The eldest grandson of the Zhenguagong Mansion, who was thought to be sleeping, was missing. The whole Zhenguagong Mansion was in chaos in an instant. The guards and servants searched the whole mansion, but couldn't find the child. When they were busy sending people out, a servant came to report that the young master had returned from the gate. After bringing the child back and asking him carefully, they found out that the naughty child woke up from his nap and took advantage of the maid on duty to quietly avoid the guards and servants and slipped out through the dog hole at the back door. He ran so far. He was also robbed by thieves. If he hadn't been rescued and sent back in time, who knows what would happen now? When they found out the reason and chased him out, the benefactor had already disappeared. Fortunately, it was not difficult for them to investigate someone in the Jingua mansion. Only one day after the order was given, Jiang Wenyuan's information was placed on the desk of Jingua Gongmeng, Lingzhou Prefecture, Qingzhou County. Yuan Meng knocked on the table with his curved fingers. Hey, I remember that the kid from the Qin family is there. You mean Guanji? He is in Qingzhou. The son of Zhenguagong. Yuan Yun put the military book in his hand aside, picked up the information about Jiang Wenyuan and flipped through it. He smiled. Oh, he is the second place in the provincial examination of Lingzhou Prefecture last year. This person seems to be quite talented. Yeah. Yuan Meng habitually stroked the few precious beards on his chin and said, with his ranking, he will definitely get the first place if nothing unexpected happens. Father wants to support him? Yuan Meng said, a weak scholar fought with street thugs to save a child he didn't know. I heard that he was injured. It can be seen that this person is quite brave. Later, when he learned that he was the child of our Jingua mansion, he did not flatter or fawn on him, nor did he ask for favors in return. Instead, he left quietly. This shows that this person's character is very good. But it is too early to draw a conclusion now. Anyway, there is still some time before the announcement of the results. So, Yuner, you should send a letter to the kid from the Qin family as soon as possible to check the details of this Jiang Wenyuan. If his character is really reliable, you should take care of him within your ability. Even though others didn't mention it, we at the Jingua Mansion can't pretend we don't know. That would be ungrateful. Yes, father. Jiang Wenyuan was not aware of what happened in the mansion of the Duke of Jingua. After returning in the afternoon, he put the matter behind him. He was 80% sure of passing the examination. If he passed the examination, there would be the palace examination next. He could not waste any more time and should concentrate on studying. The next morning, Jiang Wenyuan was concentrating on reading his memories in his room. He heard the shopkeeper knocking on the door and said that a distinguished guest was visiting. Jiang Wenyuan wondered if it was a fellow villager. He immediately straightened his clothes and opened the door. However, he saw that the visitor was tall and handsome, but he was unfamiliar with him. Jiang Wenyuan's eyes flashed, and he had some guesses in his mind. He stepped forward and bowed. After a brief greeting, he learned that the visitor was the son of the Duke of Jinghua. Jiang Wenyuan hurriedly invited him to come in and take a seat, and asked Aping to serve tea. The Duke of Jinghua's mansion was founded on military merit. As the son of the Duke of Jinghua, Yuan Yun was also a third-ranked general of Huaihua. People in the military are always straightforward. Yuan Yun went straight to the point and said, "To be honest with you, Brother Jiang, the child you rescued yesterday was none other than my son." He took advantage of the maid on duty falling asleep and avoided the servants and guards to slip out from the dog hole in the backyard. "If you hadn't rescued him, he would have been in trouble yesterday. Your Highness, you are too polite." Jiang Wenyuan smiled and said, "Children of this age are curious and playful. It's their nature. I also have a naughty kid of this age in my family. He followed his brothers to fish in the river and hunt birds in the mountains. He jumped around and was often beaten by his family. As they are all fathers, Yuan Yun's interest was piqued. From what you said, it seems that Brother Jiang's family has a lot of children?" Jiang Wenyuan smiled and said, "You only have one biological son, but you have a group of nephews, which is more than enough to form a Kuju team." Yuan Yun was surprised. "Then you really have a large family." With this topic, the two chatted about everything under the sun for the whole morning. Jiang Wenyuan felt that Yuan Yun was generous and straightforward. He was not only knowledgeable, but also not arrogant and overbearing like the sons of nobles. Yuan Yun felt that Jiang Wenyuan was a scholar, but he was not as pedantic as scholars. He was honest and straightforward, and he respected the soldiers guarding the border. After a conversation, the two people with very different status unexpectedly got along well. It was a strange thing that they met too late. After seeing Yuan Yun off, Jiang Wenyuan looked at the 3 large boxes left in the house and opened them with a complicated heart. The first box was silk, which was tightly pressed. Although he didn't know much about fabrics, he knew it was not ordinary by looking at the patterns and brocade on it. The second box was books, pens, and ink. He flipped through it and found that there were quite a few rare books. There was also a Duan inkstone, a set of Hu brushes, and 2 pieces of pine smoke ink, all of which were extremely valuable. Jiang Wenyuan had only heard of them before, and this was the first time he saw them, and he was really shocked. The last box was the most real gold and silver. There were 3 layers in the box. The top 2 layers were silver. There were 5 rows of silver ingots, each with 10 taels. 1 layer was 250 taels, and 2 layers were 500 taels. The bottom layer was gold. Each ingot was 10 taels, for a total of 25 gold ingots. According to the current exchange rate of 1 tael of gold to 10 taels of silver, not counting other things, this box of gold and silver alone was worth 1,000 taels, which really made Jiang Wenyuan gasp. The Zhenguogong mansion was really generous. These things were really hot to hold, but it was absolutely impossible to return them. After thinking about it, he had to take the thickest one from the bag of ginseng that his precious daughter had stuffed into him, and personally selected a very beautiful brocade box to put it in, and asked Aping to send it to the Zhenguogong mansion as a return gift. Let's talk about Chu, the wife of the Zhenguogong son, who was the head of the family. She heard from the servants that a scholar named Jiang Wenyuan sent someone to deliver a brocade box outside the door, saying that it was for the old lady's health. Chu knew about this Jiang Wenyuan, the benefactor who saved her son. Yesterday, her husband specially prepared a valuable gift to express his gratitude. When he came back, he spoke of this person with great admiration. You must know that among all the civil and military officials in the court, only a handful of them could catch her husband's eye. Therefore, when she heard that such a person had sent someone to deliver something, Chu was quite curious and hurriedly asked someone to invite him in. The maid brought the box up, and when she opened the lid, she was shocked. In the box, she saw a ginseng as thick as a child's arm, with complete whiskers and tails, and a human figure could be seen. It was estimated to be at least 9 tails, and at least hundreds of years old. Chu was born into a famous family and had seen countless good things since she was a child, but this was the first time she had seen such a ginseng. Any ginseng weighing 8 tails or more was a natural treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Unexpectedly, she saw one today. Chu calmed down, closed the lid, and said to Aping, "This is too valuable. Our house cannot accept it. Your master has already been kind to our house. How can he accept such a valuable thing?" Aping bowed and said, "My master said it when he came. He is grateful for the kindness of the prince, and he is just a little help, and he is really unworthy of it. However, he is from a poor family and has nothing. Only this thing can be given in return. Please accept it, otherwise he will feel uneasy." Chu looked at the box in her hand. Such a natural treasure can save lives at a critical moment. Not to mention the mansion of the Duke of Jinghua, even the palace may not have it. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to keep it. At most, she would help out a little more in the future. After rewarding Aping heavily, she asked someone to send him out. After that, she invited the palace doctor to come. After the palace doctor's appraisal, he said that it was at least 500 years old, and it was the best ginseng in terms of appearance and medicinal properties. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of ginseng. Mrs. Chu was even more delighted when she heard this. After leaving the government office in the afternoon, Mrs. Chu told her husband that Jiang Wenyuan had sent him a 500-year-old king of ginseng. Yuanyun took a look at the things and went to his father's study with the box in his arms. Jinghua Gongmeng was also quite surprised. After thinking about it, he said, "Take it. He is a smart man, not greedy, and knows his limits. You can interact with him more often in the future. Besides, he may have sent things here today with this intention. Anyway, my Jinghua mansion can promote a few people we like. We still have the ability to do this." The 5th day of April is the day for the announcement of the results. The square where the results are posted was packed with people. At the beginning of the morning, there was a gong sound, and the xingbang was officially posted. The crowd squeezed forward like crazy. Ping was sandwiched in the crowd, starting from the first place and looking down, but he saw his master's name in a moment. The 4th place Jiang Wenyuan, Qingzhou County, Lingzhou Prefecture. Ping shouted excitedly. His voice cracked. My master passed."
Passed.
4th place, 4th place. As soon as he finished speaking, countless envious eyes were cast towards him. With such a ranking, he would at least be ranked 2nd in the palace examination. If he performed well, it was not impossible to be ranked 3rd. At the same time, the crowd burst into laughter from time to time. Presumably, all of them were candidates on the list. There were also some families who wanted to catch the candidates under the list. As long as they were unmarried, they would carry them away, regardless of whether they were willing or not. However, people's joys and sorrows were not the same. There were also some who collapsed and cried loudly, "Why is my name not there? Why is it not there? I have worked very hard. It must be wrong. Wow, I have studied for a full 22 years and I have taken the exam for 4 sessions, but I am not there. Every year, there are tens of thousands of candidates, but only the top 300 are selected. It's just like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. There are always fewer laughs and more cries." Everyone sympathized for a while, but that was it. Ping squeezed out of the crowd and ran back to the inn. He pushed open the door and shouted excitedly, "Master, I won 4th place." Although Jiang Wenyuan was sure in his heart, he was still extremely happy when he heard that he had won the list. "Let us go downstairs. The news will be here soon." "Okay. Have you prepared the money for the wedding?" "It's ready, and it's enough." The master and servant went downstairs and saw that the hall was full of people, all of whom were candidates waiting for news. Compared with the relaxed smile on his face, many people looked quite nervous. Seeing him coming downstairs, A candidate who had met him several times waved to him. "Brother Shi, this way."
You're so kind to come down just now.
"We have been waiting here since early morning." Jiang Wenyuan bowed to him. "Brother Wenchang." The two sat down and talked while waiting for the messenger to come. Soon, the street became noisy. It turned out that teams of messengers, carrying gongs, began to announce the good news from house to house. Generally, they sang from the bottom of the list first and the top one last. The people in the lobby watched teams of messengers dressed in red and green enter each inn, and the festive firecrackers sounded one after another, and the smoke rose up. They were anxious and envious. As if sensing the eagerness of the people in this inn, a team of good news came straight here. As soon as they stepped into the door, they began to sing, "Congratulations to Mr. Li Wenchang of Jing County, Yuezhou Prefecture, for winning the 74th place in the Xingbang." They sang it twice in a row. When Li Wenchang heard his name, he almost fainted with joy. He didn't do well in the exam, but he still had some luck in his heart. Now that he heard his name, he was so happy that he cried. "Congratulations, Brother Wenchang." Jiang Wenyuan immediately stood up to congratulate him. After 10 years of hard study, it was not easy to pass the imperial examination. As a fellow candidate, Jiang Wenyuan understood his feelings very well. "Congratulations, congratulations." Suddenly, the whole inn was filled with congratulations. "Congratulations, congratulations." Li Wenchang trembled and asked the servant to reward the messenger. He was so happy that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. As soon as the messengers left, the shopkeeper asked the waiter to pick out the firecrackers that had been prepared in advance and set them off. With the sound of gongs and firecrackers, the rankings were getting higher and higher, and only the last few were left. Just when the shopkeeper thought that his inn had produced such a unique talent, a team of messengers entered the inn again. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Wenyuan of Qingzhou County, Lingzhou Prefecture, was ranked 4th in the Xingbang." "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Wenyuan of Qingzhou County, Lingzhou Prefecture, was ranked 4th in the Xingbang." "Oh, 4th place, really amazing." "Congratulations, Brother Wenyuan, you and I are officially in the same class." "Congratulations, congratulations." The whole room was filled with congratulations. Jiang Wenyuan asked Ping to reward the messenger with 5 taels of silver. This was a great event, and he deserved the reward. The messenger secretly weighed the amount in his hand, feeling happy and surprised. "I really can't believe that this gongshi master, who is dressed simply and lives in an ordinary inn, has such a rich family." The shopkeeper once again had people set off firecrackers and announced that from now on, the two masters' food and accommodation in the inn would be free. Of course, the shopkeeper would not do a business that would lose money. It would be great for the reputation of the inn if the candidate of his inn became a gongshi. With a good reputation, it would naturally attract many guests and make a lot of money. The Zhenguogong mansion, which had always been paying attention to Jiang Wenyuan, also sent people to send gifts as soon as possible. 3 days before the palace examination, someone was specially sent to explain to him in detail the etiquette and manners that needed to be paid attention to in the palace examination. Jiang Wenyuan was grateful. He never thought that the child he saved that day would bring him such a blessing. Ping said that he was a good person and got good rewards. It can be said that as long as there is no accident in the next palace examination, it is inevitable that he will become a scholar. The palace examination will be held on April 15th. The emperor will supervise the examination in person. Jiang Wenyuan received the advice from the Duke of Jingguo's mansion and finished the test papers smoothly and steadily. However, among the candidates in the same subject, there were 2 who had poor psychological quality. When they first saw the emperor, one fainted from nervousness and the other knocked over the inkstone. They were dragged out on the spot for being impolite in front of the emperor. It was a pity that they would never have a chance to be in the officialdom in this life. After the palace examination, the papers were reviewed on the next day, and the results were announced on the 3rd day. Jiang Wenyuan was on the gold list and was marked as the 3rd place. After that, he was paraded through the streets on horseback. The new champion was a middle-aged man over 40, and the runner-up was over 30. However, Jiang Wenyuan, The third place was born handsome and in his prime, so he attracted countless young girls and wives to chase him. The flowers, sachets, and handkerchiefs flew to him like snowflakes. Jiang Wenyuan always remembered his dear wife who was still waiting at home, so he was unwilling to be involved in these things. Therefore, he hid in a very embarrassing way, which made the top two candidates laugh for a while. After the Cheonglin banquet, he was officially assigned to an official position. According to the rules, the top three in the first class can stay in Beijing and enter the Hanlin Academy. The top scholar will be appointed as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, which is the 6th rank. The second and third place winners will be editors, which are the 6th rank. The Jiang family has no foundation in Beijing. If they enter the Hanlin Academy, they will have to wait for their qualifications, and they don't know how long they will have to wait. Moreover, the top 3 and third place winners are selected every 3 years. Before you can get 1 or 2, new ones will come in. Haven't you seen how many top 3 and third place winners in the past fell into obscurity after a period of glory? It's better to be sent to a place outside, where you may be able to make a career. When the Zhenguogong mansion learned of his plan, it didn't say it was good or bad. In just 2 days, he was appointed to an official position. Holding the letter of appointment and looking at the place where he was about to take office, Jiang Wenyuan smiled like a 3-year-old fool after being stunned. It turned out that the place where he was about to take office was actually his hometown, Qingzhou County. This was probably the result of the Duke's mansion and his operation. His servant, Aping, almost smiled crookedly and secretly told him that the ginseng was really worth it. He thought so too. Otherwise, just by a little help, the boxes of thank you gifts sent by others before would have been settled, and how could there be these later? He also had to thank his precious daughter for bringing him so many good things. After receiving the letter of appointment, Jiang Wenyuan handed a visiting card to the Duke's mansion and thanked him in person. After that, he bought specialties and various toys from Kyoto and said goodbye to his good friends. On a sunny day, he left the capital and headed straight for Qingzhou. He ran nearly 200 miles in just 1 day. It was really a spring breeze and a horse's hoof. The new Jinshi of Daxia had 1 to 3 months to go back to their hometown to visit their relatives. This was the so-called return home in glory. However, due to inconvenient transportation and long distances, or the tight time to take office, many people could not go back to their hometowns and set out directly from Kyoto to take office. Jiang Wenyuan's appointment date was May 28th. In theory, the time was very tight. If he was in other places, he would definitely not be able to make it home in time. But who made him lucky? The place where he took office happened to be his hometown. Qingzhou, Zijindu. April 28th. It was a rare blue sky without rain. Early in the morning, the magpies sang in the big tree outside Lu's window. Jiang Yuqing looked at the birds on the tree, none of which she knew. I asked them, "Do you know Cici?" The birds looked at each other for a long time before they said, "Human cub, are you talking to us?" "Yes." "Have you seen Cici?" "Cici is also a magpie like you, and she has black feathers on her head."
Oh.
"It's her. She's a mother now, and she is busy feeding her baby." Hearing this good news, the little girl was happy. She took a cup of spring water from the spiritual realm and sprinkled some millet on the ground to entertain the birds. Soon these birds became her new friends. After breakfast, Jiang Yuqing followed Old, who happily to the vegetable garden in the backyard to build a rack for cucumbers and beans. Since she could walk, in addition to reading books and entertaining her parents every day, her favorite thing was to come to the vegetable garden and look at her vegetables. It was late spring now, and there were not many edible vegetables in the garden. Most of them were newly transplanted, such as peppers, eggplants, beans, cucumbers, and other seedlings. However, along the circle of the wall, the roses planted years ago have bloomed, white, pink, deep red, in clusters, covering the entire wall. The fragrance is really rich, beautiful beyond words. When the grandparents and grandchildren arrived, Lin and Lu, who had arrived before them, were weeding and had already finished weeding a small piece of land. After several days of rain, the grass grew taller than the vegetables. Old, who brought a bundle of thin green bamboos that were 10 feet high. One cucumber vine was inserted into one, for were used as a frame, and the top of the green bamboo was tied with rags. Jiang Yuqing volunteered to help, but after working for a long time with his short arms and legs, he did more harm than good. After being laughed at by the elders, the little girl gave up this difficult task temporarily, with a broken heart. Thinking of the purpose of coming to the backyard today. A few days ago, she accidentally found a sack of raw sweet potatoes in the utility room on the second floor of the hospital. It was unknown whether it was sent by a family of a patient in the hospital or whether it was brought by the cleaning lady from her hometown. Anyway, it was a good deal for her now. According to what she had learned these days, the current grain production in this imaginary Great Xia dynasty was extremely low. Even with good farmland and careful care, 1 mu of land could only produce 200 or 300 kilograms of millet a year. After paying the grain tax, the rest was exchanged for coarse grains, and the family could barely make ends meet. This was in a year of good weather and good harvests. If there was a bad year, it was common for people to starve to death and sell their children. Sweet potatoes are also known as sweet potatoes. In some places in the north, they are also called sweet potatoes. In some areas in the southwest, they are also called red peony. This thing once played an extremely important role in the history of China. Because of its high yield, it saved countless lives. Until her death, it was still one of the important grain types in China. In her previous life, in the backyard of the welfare home where she grew up, the director's mother would plant a piece of land every year with the children. Therefore, every harvest day was the happiest time for the children. If it can be popularized in this world, it will not be in vain for her to live again. She found a piece of land that had not been planted yet and poured out the bag of sweet potatoes. She shouted to Lu, "Mom, plant yam." Lu looked at the pile of red fruits that appeared out of thin air on the open space, some large, some small, some long, and some lumpy, and she knew that it was probably her daughter who brought it from the immortal world. So she picked one up curiously and asked her daughter, "My dear, what is this?" "Sweet potato. Yam, plant and produce a lot. Don't be hungry." After she turned 1 year old, her articulation became clearer. Of course, at this stage, the longest she could say was limited to 3 words, and her tongue would get tied if she said more. "My dear, you mean that this thing called sweet potato will produce a lot of fruits, right?" "Yes, a lot. She was afraid that the adults would not believe it, so she stretched out her hand and made a big circle. So many. Sweet. The elders were all amused by her cute behavior. Mrs. Lu kissed her precious daughter's rosy face and said lovingly, "Okay, plant some sweet potatoes for our good baby." Since the sweet potatoes were taken from the immortal world, they must be right. So plant them. The 2 sisters-in-law quickly prepared the field and planted the sweet potatoes according to Jiang Yuqing's method. These sweet potatoes looked a lot, but only a small half of the field was planted. But it didn't matter. When the seedlings grew out, they could survive by cutting the vines and cutting them. This thing is strong and not picky about the land. It can be planted anywhere. As long as it is managed a little, it is not a problem to produce 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms per mu. In China, it is normal to produce 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms per mu. Some well-managed ones can produce tens of thousands of kilograms. After planting the sweet potatoes, Mrs. Hu also built a cucumber rack. While they were busy, they suddenly heard the sound of suona and gongs and drums coming from afar. Several women looked at each other, dropped their belongings and ran to the front yard. A small little kid, with a few green grass leaves on his head and a fat cabbage worm in his little hand, stood alone in the vegetable field. Facing his mother, grandmother, and aunt who were walking away, he fell into deep doubt and self-doubt. Have you forgotten something? What about the 200 years of being the only one? That's it? So love will disappear? Jiang Yuqing sighed and shook his head. He put the fat cabbage worm in his pocket and walked carefully to the edge of the field. He rubbed his little feet back and forth on the edge of the blue bricks to scrape off the dirt on the soles of his shoes, and then walked slowly to the front yard. When he walked to the front yard, he just heard someone singing in a stretched voice. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Wenyuan of Qingzhou County has passed the imperial examination and won the 3rd place in the imperial examination." He sang it twice in a row. Oh, it turned out that my father won the third place. Won the third place. Third place? Ah, my father won the third place. Not only does one have to be good at learning, but one must also look good to be the third place. Rounding off, the third place is the most awesome. Daddy is the most awesome third place scholar. Then I am the daughter of the most awesome third place scholar. Rounding off, I am the most awesome daughter. Nei Chuanzi was so happy. She was so crazy that she gave herself a bunch of weird and hilarious titles. She looked like some star-chasing girls in her previous life. Her mother, Mrs. Liu, was so happy that she cried. She hugged her grandmother and said while crying, "Mom, did you hear that? My husband passed the imperial examination and got the third place in the imperial examination. He is a third place in the imperial examination." Her grandmother also cried, "My son has made it. He is a third place in the imperial examination. I am his mother." Then her grandfather, her eldest uncle and aunt, her second uncle and second aunt, and those brothers who rushed back from school, her grandfather, her grandmother, her uncle, were all very happy. After Mrs. Liu sent away the happy news and the neighbors who came to watch the fun, she calmed down and remembered that she had asked them to leave her precious daughter in the vegetable garden in the backyard. She was so scared that she hurriedly turned back to look for her. As soon as she turned around, she saw her little daughter sitting in the corner. Her eyes were dull, and her mouth was full of green juice from what she had eaten. The little girl raised her head, looked at her innocently with her big grape eyes, and half of a fat worm was still twisting on her lips. Could she say it was a misunderstanding? She was enjoying the fun and habitually took out some winter melon strips and stuffed them into her mouth. After taking a bite, she realized that the taste was not right. She actually forgot that she had put the cabbage worm in her pocket. This thing is high in protein and has no other disadvantages except that it tastes bad. Besides, she had already bitten half of it. If she pretended to be afraid and spit it out, it would be a bit arrogant. She might as well just eat it all. So, Mrs. Liu watched her cute, soft and sticky baby daughter stick out her little tongue, roll up the remaining half of the worm into her mouth, and swallow it with a chew. Mrs. Liu almost fainted and raised her palm high, but she couldn't bear to hit her. She poked her finger lightly on the forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Stinky girl, why do you eat everything? Aren't you afraid of getting sick from eating?" In fact, when the family was in trouble in the past, they also caught cabbage worms and bean worms as vegetables. So Mrs. Liu didn't take it seriously, just took her daughter back to the house, rinsed her mouth carefully, washed her face and hands, and told the family to strictly forbid her to eat anything, especially when she went to the vegetable field. Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination and won the third place. When the news spread, Zijindu was boiling again, and not only that, the whole Qingzhou county was boiling. This was the best result achieved by Qingzhou candidates since the founding of this dynasty. For a time, the name of the third place was known to everyone in Qingzhou. The Jiang family also rose with the tide. However, happier things were still to come. Within 2 days, Uncle Liu sent back news. Jiang Wenyuan is on his way back to Qingzhou and will be home in about 10 days. He has been awarded the rank of the 6th rank official and will soon take over from Qin County Magistrate and become the next County Magistrate of Qingzhou County. Qin County Magistrate's term of office is about to expire, and he will be transferred back to the capital. Of course, Uncle Liu asked the Jiang family to keep the news to themselves for the time being and not to spread it, lest something change and cause unnecessary trouble. The Jiang family knew the seriousness of the matter, so they naturally kept it to themselves and only secretly rejoiced in private. Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination and won the third place. This is not only a major event for the Jiang family, but also a major event for the entire Jiang clan, and even the entire Zijindu. According to the regulations, Zijindu can a memorial archway with the words Jinshijidi at the entrance of the village. The style of this memorial archway is unified throughout the country, and it is built at the expense of the government. This is a supreme honor, used to commend the village that has cultivated Jinshi and also to encourage ordinary people to go to school. In addition, if there is a talent in the clan, It is necessary to open an ancestral hall to report to the ancestors. Old man Jiang even said that when his son returns to the village, he will treat the whole village to a buffet. These things are now being prepared intensively. The Jiang family is busy, but they enjoy it. Even the Dragon Boat Festival was just hastily celebrated, waiting for the third-place winner to return home to celebrate. Jiang Wenyuan had a smooth journey and entered Lingzhou Prefecture on the 4th day of May. He stayed in the prefecture for 2 days and visited his future superiors, such as the prefect and the judge. He rushed to Qingzhou early in the morning on the 7th day, and it was already afternoon when he entered Qingzhou city. The master and servant found an inn to stay at casually. Jiang Wenyuan sent Ah Ping back to Zijindu to report the news, and he rushed to the county government without stopping. At SI time on the morning of May 20th. Escorted by 2 groups of knife-carrying yamen runners, wearing a gauze hat and a bright red official robe, Jiang Wenyuan, who was in high spirits, was cheered and welcomed by the elders and villagers. Riding a tall horse, amidst the roar of gongs and drums and the smoke of firecrackers, he entered Zijindu and returned to his hometown after 3 months away. It was truly a return home in glory. When he arrived at the door of his house, he first thanked his parents and brothers, and then was led by the clan leader to the Jiang clan ancestral hall to pay homage to his ancestors. The nearly 60-year-old clan leader was so happy that he burst into tears. Under his leadership, the family not only gave birth to a girl but also a third-place winner. When he goes to the underworld to see his ancestors in the future, he will be the one with the straightest spine. After paying homage to the ancestors, the Jiang family's banquet officially began, and the buffet was set up for 3 consecutive days. No matter whether you are from this village or not, no matter what your identity or surname is, as long as you sincerely congratulate within these 3 days, you can sit down to eat. Back home, the Jiang family gathered together and surrounded Jiang Wenyuan with surprise again. That night, the couple finished washing up. Jiang Wenyuan hugged his wife from behind and rested his chin on Lu's shoulder. "Wenyang, I've been away from home for so long. Have you missed me?" Lu hit him lightly with a coquettish look and hummed shyly. Jiang Wenyuan looked up and kissed the top of his wife's head. "I miss you, too. I missed you and the children every day when I was in the capital." Lu tilted her head to take a look. "I heard that the nobles in the capital like to choose a son-in-law from the list of candidates, but you are not on the list?" Jiang Wenyuan chuckled, pinched Lu's hand dishonestly, and said, "I asked Ah Ping to go and see the list." Lu snorted to show her satisfaction. "What about the parade on horseback? Wasn't there any young lady throwing a purse or something?" Jiang Wenyuan's handsome face suddenly showed some discomfort. He coughed lightly, and his confidence was a little lacking. "Of course there were some, but I hid them all." "How can you be interested in a stone when you have a beautiful jade at home?" Lu was satisfied. "Humph, you have a conscience." Jiang Wenyuan said dissatisfiedly, "Madam, is it the time to discuss this? The night is just right. Why don't we settle down?" 5,000 words omitted here. For several days, the Jiang family was full of people coming and going, and the house was crowded with guests. When the excitement died down and the days returned to normal, the Lu family told him about some things that happened at home during the days he was away. When he heard that his precious daughter was almost abducted, Jiang Wenyuan's blood rushed to his head instantly, and he slapped his palm on the table. "How dare you?" Later, he heard that the culprit had been executed, and then he loosened his clenched fist. After hearing that Jiang Yuqing had taken the things on the table during the Zhou-year-old ceremony, he was very happy and said that my daughter was domineering. In a few days, she will take office. Jiang Wenyuan decided that in addition to the necessary social activities, he would spend the rest of the time at home with his family and children, especially his precious daughter. Thinking of his precious daughter who was so young, she suffered such a crime. If Qinju had not found the child in time, what would be her fate, and what would this family become? He dared not imagine. Because of this, he prepared a heavy gift and went to thank Qinju. Originally, the Jiang family had already sent a thank you gift for this matter, but Jiang Wenyuan came to express his gratitude in person this time, which shows that he is a man of high moral character and loyalty. Qinju admired him very much, and wanted to make friends with him. It just so happened that one of them was the current head of Qingzhou, and the other was the head who was about to take over. If it was said that they had only interacted for face before, after this, Qingzhou really put Jiang Wenyuan in the same position as himself and as a friend, and talked to him about some taboos in the officialdom from the heart. He said that if he encountered any difficult things in the future, he could go to Pingyang Hofu in Beijing to ask him. Jiang Wenyuan then knew that Qingzhou was actually the son of Pingyang Hofu, and the fact that he could return to his hometown Qingzhou to take up a post was also due to Qingzhou's hand. But he didn't know why he, a son of a Hofu, was willing to live in a small place like Qingzhou for several years. Of course, he was just curious. I will not really explore other people's privacy. This is the most basic morality of being a human being. Qingzhou has been in Qingzhou for 3 years. He is not greedy or corrupt. He governs Qingzhou very well. Although it is not to the point where people do not pick up things on the road, robbery and theft rarely occur. The kidnapping of Jiang Yuqing is considered a vicious case. Therefore, he is loved by the people of Qingzhou, and he has a lot of feelings for Qingzhou. Now that he is transferred back to Beijing at the end of his term, he naturally does not want his successor to be a greedy idiot. It happened that Jiang Wenyuan was the 3rd place in the imperial examination and was unwilling to stay in Beijing. He thought of the origin between the Jingui mansion and Jiang Wenyuan, and he had an idea and immediately mentioned it to the Jingui mansion. So the position of the next county magistrate of Qingzhou fell on Jiang Wenyuan by surprise and unexpectedly. Jiang Wenyuan has a pure heart, and this is his birthplace. It is best for him to take over the position of county magistrate. There are still a few days before the day of taking over, and Jiang Wenyuan did not go anywhere but stayed at home with his family. There was one thing that puzzled Jiang Wenyuan. Other girls liked to wear beautiful clothes and jewelry and dress up beautifully. His precious daughter, on the other hand, would go to the kitchen to fill the water tank with spiritual spring water or go to the vegetable garden in the backyard after getting up every day. In addition, she would sprinkle a handful of millet for the birds that were looking for food and feed them some water. She would pull weeds, catch insects, and water the vegetable garden. The most precious thing among them was the sweet potato she planted. According to her, this thing was not only delicious, but also had a high yield. The more time Jiang Wenyuan spent with his daughter, the more he felt that his precious daughter was extraordinary. For example, when she fed the bird, she would instruct the bird to catch insects for the vegetables. The bird also miraculously ate only the insects and did not hurt the leaves at all. Whether it was the poultry raised at home, the cats and dogs in the village, or even the village bully goose, they all seemed to be particularly close to their daughter. According to her grandmother, there were 2 days when the little one volunteered to feed the chickens on a whim, and the family harvested twice as many eggs as usual during those 2 days. Not only that, since she was born, even in the hottest summer when mosquitoes were swarming, she has never been bitten by mosquitoes. Although they were in the same environment, the kids and adults in the family all had big and small bumps. For example, she watered the vegetables. As long as she put her hands on the roots of the vegetables, a stream of water would flow out from between her fingers. Moreover, any vegetable field she watered, no matter what was planted, grew like crazy. Just like the cucumbers in front of him, the seedlings from the same batch, other families have just climbed the racks, but his family has already picked 2 batches of cucumbers. Not only are they big, but they also taste surprisingly good. He thought that if he couldn't make it in the officialdom one day, he could resign and return to his hometown to grow vegetables and sell them to make a fortune. Fortunately, this is their own backyard, and the family is willing to protect it. Even the children have been repeatedly told not to let outsiders in easily. Therefore, no one knows about his daughter's magical powers. Therefore, he also has a little more expectation for the sweet potatoes that his daughter cherishes. When the sweet potatoes were first planted, Jiang Yuqing was afraid that they would not be able to catch up with the season, so he poured more spiritual spring water to germinate. He even used supernatural powers, although only a little, but in just 6 or 7 days, the sprouts had grown tall and strong enough. Jiang Yuqing directed the adults in the family to peel the potato seedlings and plant them, and then poured spiritual spring water on them. Now, more than 10 days have passed, and these potato vines have grown long enough to cover the ground. It's time to transplant them to the field. Jiang Yuqing estimated that after cutting these vines, at least 1 acre of land can be planted. She pulled her father's arm, pointed at the sweet potato vines, and said, "Vine, grow tall, plant them." Jiang Wenyuan was stunned and gently touched his daughter's head. "Aren't they already planted? Look how well they are growing." Jiang Yuqing just wished she could grow up immediately. Things that can be clearly expressed in a few words are harder to communicate than crossing mountains and ridges. Cut.
Cut.
My dear, do you want a pair of scissors?
Yes.
Okay, just stay here and don't move. Daddy will go back and get it for you. Father Jiang is a daughter, so he will give his daughter whatever she wants. Soon he came back with a pair of big scissors. Jiang Yuqing selected a thick and long potato vine and motioned him to cut it. He personally picked up 3 leaves from the root of the potato vine, left 2 leaves at the back, and motioned him to cut it. After that, he dug soft mud to make a small ridge, dug a small hole for the cut potato vine and buried it, and patted it. Plant at each node, leaving the leaves. Jiang Wenyuan was an expert in farming, and he immediately understood that sweet potatoes could be planted by cuttings. In this way, they can be propagated in large quantities. Thinking of this, his eyes immediately lit up. He asked his daughter about the approximate planting distance and ran back to discuss with his father. They had never planted this thing before, and no one knew how large an area could be planted after cutting the leaves from the field. Fortunately, there are still 2 mu of land at home. Because the land is high and difficult to irrigate, it has been left there untouched, and it is just right for planting sweet potatoes. Plant as much as you can and plant soybeans, peas, etc. on the rest so it won't be wasted. In the Jiang family are good at farming, including Jiang Wenyuan. Every one of them rolled up their pants and went to the fields. They plowed the fields, raked the soil, made ridges, and applied base fertilizer. It took only 2 days to tidy up the 2 acres of land. During this period, Qin Zhu brought Jing Yan to visit Jiang Wenyuan again. When the uncle and nephew saw the newly minted 3rd-place winner, rolling up his pants and sticking his ace out, digging the soil in the field with A, their jaws almost dropped. He stammered, "Brother Shuyi, what are you doing?" Shuyi is Jiang Wenyuan's pen name. Qin Zhu is 1 year younger than Jiang Wenyuan. Jiang Wenyuan put down his, wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve, and said, "Why are you here?" "I'm plowing the soil and planning to plant some sweet potatoes."
What are sweet potatoes? Why haven't I heard of this crop?
He has been to the fields many times during his 3 years in Qingzhou, so he thinks he can recognize common grain crops. Jiang Wenyuan said, "I accidentally saved an old Taoist priest before, and he gave me seeds. He said they were from overseas countries and had a very high yield. I plan to give it a try. If they are grown, the people will have one more kind of food to fill their stomachs. I have already grown the seedlings, and they are in my backyard. If you want to see them, just go to my backyard and take a look." Qin Zhu nodded. "I will go and take a look." The 2 returned home and finished their talk. Jiang Wenyuan really took him to the backyard to see the sweet potatoes. Seeing the green vines all over the ground, Qin Zhu wondered, "This thing doesn't seem so special. Besides, the vines are all over the ground, but I haven't seen them bloom or bear fruit. Did someone trick you?" Jiang Wenyuan shook his head and said seriously, "It shouldn't be possible. The old Taoist priest said that the fruit grows underground and matures around September or October every year. Well, I'll just give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, it's okay. At most I can eat the leaves." Since the farmer said so, Qin Zhu naturally didn't take it seriously. There was a little guest at home, and the brothers were not at home, so Jiang Yuqing volunteered to entertain Jing Yan. He acted as a little tour guide. First, he took him to the backyard to pick cucumbers. They each picked a big cucumber, took it back to wash it, and sat under the eaves with the cucumbers in their arms to eat them. Halfway through eating, they heard the sound of cicadas outside the yard. Jiang Yuqing's ears moved, and she stopped eating the cucumber. She ran back to her mother to ask for a palm-sized shovel and a jar, and led Jing Yan to the big camphor tree outside the house to dig cicadas. Jiang Yuqing had dug up a lot of cicada larvae in her previous life, and took them back to the welfare home and fried them. It was a rare delicacy for the children. The experience was still there, and after digging for a while, she actually dug out several. Several little boys passed by and looked at the two curiously. One of the fat boys looked into her jar, grinned with his leaky front teeth, and said, "Little fat girl, you dug a lot. Let's play together." Jiang Yuqing glared at him. "You, fat." How dare he say she was fat when he was almost fat like a ball? Besides, she was just baby fat, okay? Baby fat, do you understand? TSK. The little fat girl didn't seem to understand her refusal. She was very familiar with a group of friends and scattered under the big trees around Jiang Yuqing. They took tools such as branches and sticks to dig, and put all the cicada larvae they dug into her jar. Jiang Yuqing let them do it. It's the nature of children to love playing and to have friends. But running around outside every day is not a good thing. If there is a school in the village, it would be great to lock up all the naughty children there, and the whole village would be much quieter. Of course, this matter can only be thought about. She is still too young. A group of children played for a whole morning, dug up all the tree roots around Jiang Yuqing's house, and caught most of the jar. She thought that this summer, her ears would be much quieter. At least, the cicadas will no longer disturb their sleepless naps. Jiang Yuqing took the children home and asked her mother to wash and fry the cicadas. She sprinkled salt and chili powder on them, took a few for herself and Jing Yan, and divided the rest among them. The naughty children ate with relish and made plans to go digging again in the afternoon. After lunch, Jing Yan was going to go back with his uncle. He seemed reluctant to leave. After getting on the carriage, he looked back frequently until he could no longer see Jiang Yuqing. Then he lowered the curtain. Because Qin Ju said that the dishes of the Jiang family were delicious, Mrs. Hu was very happy. She took a few daughters-in-law to the backyard, picked up cucumbers, peppers, and eggplants, and filled 2 baskets for him to take away. It really scared Qin Ju, a city kid who had never seen the world. He thought to himself that the old lady of the Jiang family was too enthusiastic. "I'm afraid that we won't have to buy all these vegetables before we set off for Beijing." After tidying up the fields, the women of the Jiang family followed Jiang Yuqing's method to cut the potato vines and cut them into standard seedlings. Fortunately, it rained heavily. The adults wore hats and raincoats and braved the rain to plant them. They didn't even need to water them to fix the roots. They planted 1.5 acres of sweet potatoes. Jiang Yuqing decided not to water the 1.5 acres of sweet potatoes with spiritual spring water. She had her own considerations. Dad was about to take office as the county magistrate of this county. After the harvest of this batch of sweet potatoes, it would be a good opportunity for Dad to make up for his political achievements. This thing is cheap. After planting, it can produce several thousand kilograms per moo with a little management. As long as the brain on the throne is not flooded, sweet potatoes will inevitably be promoted in large quantities. Then all the 1.5 acres of red moo will be collected as original seeds. If she uses spiritual spring water to irrigate, the yield per moo will be at least more than 10,000 kilograms. Ordinary people don't have this heaven-defying spring water. If they promote it and fail to achieve this yield, it will be counterproductive to be criticized for fraud. So the spiritual spring water and the like should be kept for home consumption. Old Mrs. Hu picked the tender sweet potato leaves left over from cutting the seedlings and washed a basket of them. She then stir-fried them with minced garlic and dried chilies. Surprisingly, they were very crisp and delicious. On May 21st, the sun was shining brightly and the sky was cloudless. It was a perfect day for a long journey. Qin Yu and her nephew Jing Yan officially set off for Beijing under the of a team of guards. Jiang Wenyuan used a horse-drawn carriage to pull 2 large baskets of local specialties and brought the whole family to see them off. Seeing the adults talking, Jing Yan also pulled Jiang Yuqing aside. She was not sure what this little boy was going to do, but that didn't matter. She had a good impression of this little boy. Jing Yan pursed his lips. "Can I call you Qing Qing?" "Yeah, Guogua." "It's brother, not Guogua." "Lua." Jiang Yuqing was a little embarrassed. It was not her fault for her poor pronunciation. It would be fine when she grows up. Jing Yan also knew that his sister was still too young and could not be forced. So he told her the main purpose of today. I'm leaving, and in the future, you have to take good care of yourself. Don't get caught by bad guys again. Yeah. Tuanzi nodded, indicating that he remembered. Guagua, GE, safe. Little brother also has to take care of himself and have a safe journey. Yeah, I will.
And
Jing Yan's usually solemn little face showed some awkwardness. Even if I leave, you are not allowed to forget me. My name is Jing Yan, Jing of scenery, Yan of Tainyangki. You must remember it. It was totally unexpected whether such a little girl could understand it. Yeah, I remember it. Guagua, Jing Yan. Hearing what the little Tuanzi said, although he stuttered, he really remembered it. Jing Yan smiled with satisfaction. I will come to see you in the future, and you can also come to Beijing to see me.
yeah.
Tuanzi nodded, but she disagreed in her heart. Forget it. Little brother, you are too idealistic. Not to mention, after you leave, will you still remember me? A little country girl? How can I, such a little thing, leave home and go to Beijing to see you? Wake up. But this little brother is really good to me. She actually wanted to give him a parting gift, but after thinking for a long time, she really couldn't think of anything to give him. Later, she thought of the lollipops in the small convenience store.
This
Should be okay. Anyway, no matter how mature this person is, he is still a child. How did the saying in the previous life go? There is no child who can't be coaxed by a lollipop. If one doesn't work, then two will do. After making up her mind, she pretended to reach into her small bag to take it out, but in fact she grabbed a handful of some kind of BNQ lollipops from the spiritual realm. Her hands were small, so it was said to be a handful, but in fact it was just 3. She put the 3 lollipops in Jing Yan's hand and patted him with a smile. Tang Tang, sweet, here, Guagua. Jing Yan looked at the strange-shaped candy in his hand, said thank you solemnly, and carefully put it in his arms. After sending you thousands of miles, there will always be a farewell. Even if he couldn't bear to leave his little sister, Jing Yan still got on the carriage obediently. Before leaving, Jiang Wenyuan stuffed a small bundle to Qin Ju, saying that it was for him to drink with water, and asked him to open it after getting on the carriage. Qin Ju's eyes flashed. He took the bundle, nodded, and got on the carriage. The convoy officially set off. After walking a distance, Qin Ju opened the bundle stuffed by Jiang Wenyuan and saw 2 cloth bags, one large and one small. When he opened it, he was immediately shocked. The small cloth package contained a ginseng as thick as a child's arm, with all the roots and tails intact. As soon as it was opened, the strong ginseng smell, with astringency, filled the entire carriage. He was so scared that he immediately covered the things, for fear that people outside would see the clues. In the large cloth bag was a 5-leaf red Ganoderma lucidum, as big as a bowl, and as red as blood. He was frightened and trembled again. He hurriedly wrapped the things and put them back into the bag. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Qin Ju's head was throbbing. This Jiang family is really very secretive. Such a rare treasure was given away casually, and it was wrapped so sloppily. It was a waste of talent. He looked around in the car and opened the largest secret room on the side of the car. Fearing that it would be damaged on the road, he put a sheepskin blanket inside. He made up his mind to buy 2 of the best boxes when he arrived in the city, so as not to disgrace their value. After hiding the things, he stretched his waist and lay down on the soft quilt behind him. His eyes met the nephew, who was smiling meaningfully. Qin Ju felt guilty and sat up and said, Well, Yenner, can we discuss it? You want me not to tell my father about these 2 treasures, right? Jing Yan said bluntly. Qin Ju was rather embarrassed when his purpose was exposed. But he was also a bachelor, so he simply said, Your grandparents are old and have always been in poor health. Especially your grandfather, who was injured on the battlefield when he was young, and his health has been getting worse year by year in recent years. Uncle is afraid. Jing Yan looked like this man was hopeless and patted him. Don't worry, my father doesn't need this. Grandparents' health is more important. Qin Ju happily stroked his nephew's head. Thanks, I knew you were a good person. Jing Yan slapped his hand away coldly. I told you not to touch my head again. The convoy gradually went away, raising a cloud of dust. The Jiang family did not return home until they could no longer see the carriage. May 22nd was the day Jiang Wenyuan took office. After all, he was taking office at his doorstep, so he did not feel any sense of parting. After breakfast, Jiang Wenyuan only took the letter of appointment, and he and his wife Lu, carrying a small bag, went to the county government office. It was not until this day that everyone knew that Jiang Tanhua was the new county magistrate of the county, and everyone was shocked again. Jiang Wenyuan was a native of Qingzhou, and he was very familiar with the local customs and people. With the help of his brother-in-law, he was naturally more powerful when doing things. In just a few days, all matters were sorted out clearly and smoothly. Among the original team of the government office, the happiest one was Master Lu Pingzhang. Lu Pingzhang was not very talented in studying. After barely passing the imperial examination, he knew that he had no hope of becoming a jinshi, so he asked someone to find a job as a household registration clerk in the yamen. In the past, he was worried that after County Magistrate Qin left, the new Shangfeng would have a hard time, or simply kick them out and replace them with his own people. Now that the new Shangfeng is his brother-in-law, he really wants to wake up with a smile in his dreams. As long as he does his job well and doesn't make mistakes, he will definitely have a good life. While Jiang Wenyuan was busy in the front yamen, Lu was also busy tidying up the backyard. Furniture and other things are all ready. When Qin Ju left, except for the plaques given to him by the people and some necessary clothes and teacups, he didn't take anything else. He left them all for them, all of which were fine chicken wing wood. But the bed curtains, bedding, pots and pans, etc. had to be bought again. In addition to the room for herself and her husband, there are also rooms for her son and little daughter. In addition, 2 bedrooms are arranged so that when family members come to the county town, they can have a place to stay overnight. Fortunately, her sister-in-law Chun was there to help her. Even so, Lu was exhausted after 2 days. Chun said, "You can't go on like this. You're in a different position now. How can you do everything yourself? You can't just serve tea and water to anyone who comes. It's not right. Even if you don't care, your brother-in-law will be laughed at. Besides, your family doesn't lack this little money now." Lu felt that her sister-in-law made sense, so she told Jiang Wenyuan when he left the yamen in the evening. Jiang Wenyuan said that he had this plan before, but he had just taken over and forgot about it when he was busy. "My eldest brother's family also has servants, and he is familiar with the pawnbrokers in this city. You might as well ask him to find a few good ones." When Chun came again the next day, she told Chun. Chun immediately sent someone to call the pawnbrokers to come. After a selection, she bought 4 maids aged 12 or 13 for her family. They were named after the solar terms: beginning of spring, grain rain, beginning of summer, and grain full. A cook was called Rong Sa, as well as a woman who did odd jobs and a boy who ran errands. 2 strong women and a family of 5 surnamed Yang were bought and sent back to Zijindu. The 5 members of the Yang family were originally slaves in the manner of an official in the nearby Qinzhou prefecture. Later, the official committed a crime and his house was searched. The slaves in the family were sold, and their family was also sold here. Old man Yang was in his 40s and was good at being a doorman. His son Yang Tiesua was in his prime, very strong, and a good farmer. His daughter-in-law was also straightforward and hardworking. The 2 children, one 9 and the other 6, could also help with some light work. If they were smart, they could be book boys for the boys in the family in the future. These people learned some rules when they were in the pawn shop. After buying them back and training them a little, they would be able to get the hang of it soon. Mrs. Lu also felt relieved. It took 4 or 5 days to sort out the mess. Thinking of their son and precious daughter, whom they had not seen for several days, the couple felt anxious. After leaving the government office that day, the couple rushed home without even taking a maid. When they entered the house, it was time for dinner. Seeing them coming back, the 2 unscrupulous brothers teased them. The eldest brother Jiang stretched out his voice and said, Oh, the county magistrate has come to my humble home. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please move the chairs." The second brother Jiang responded and personally added 2 chairs. "Come on, sir. Madam, please sit down." The two brothers sang in unison, causing everyone in the room to laugh, and Jiang Wenyuan and his wife were also amused. Ne Chuanzi was eating. He had not seen his parents for several days and really missed them. Therefore, the first moment they entered the door, they put down their spoons, slid down from the chairs, and ran over to be close to their mother for a while. After that, she threw herself into her father's arms and kissed him until she was satisfied. Then she sat down on his lap and ate with her own bowl again. Ever since she could barely hold a spoon, she refused to let adults feed her. Although she was young and her body was not coordinated, she would always make a mess on the table, but she could always feed herself. As time went by, she got better and better at holding a spoon. Although she would spill some food from time to time, it was much better than at the beginning. Even if his daughter got rice particles all over her, Jiang Wenyuan didn't dislike it at all. He was happy and wiped his baby daughter's greasy mouth from time to time. Or he would pick up a few chopsticks of food that she could eat from her bowl. It was not easy to be a nanny, but he was happy. After dinner, seeing that it was still early, Jiang Wenyuan called all his nephews and nieces to the study, checked their homework one by one, and commented on their shortcomings before getting up and walking to the front hall. In addition to picking up the children, there were two other important things when he came back this time. One was to build a clan school. If a family wants to prosper for a long time, it needs talents. And education is the top priority. We don't expect everyone to be able to pass the imperial examination, but at least we can't be blind. His initial idea was to use his own money to build a school and hire teachers, and then buy hundreds of acres of land as family property. As long as it is properly managed, the subsequent income from the land will be enough to maintain the operation of the family school. The second is to repair the road. The section from Zijindu to the county road is more than 5 miles long, and it is all muddy. It's okay on sunny days, but on rainy days, when there are too many people and cars, it's all crushed into mud, and even his carriage got stuck several times. He plans to discuss with the village, and he will pay for the materials, and the village will provide the manpower. Together, they will repair the road and expand it to a width that can accommodate 2 carriages running side by side. Jiang Wenyuan informed his family, and old man Jiang and his 2 brothers all raised their hands in approval. On the one hand, the villagers benefited, and on the other hand, their family also gained a reputation. And reputation is extremely important in officialdom. Things are easier said sooner rather than later. Old man Jiang immediately sent someone to invite the village head, clan leader, and several respected clan elders. When they came, everyone thought that the new county magistrate was going to issue some decree. When they heard that Jiang Wenyuan wanted to build roads and schools for the village, the old men were so excited that they almost fainted. Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination, and the village only sounded better in reputation. Now, the 2 things he mentioned are to benefit the villagers. After a discussion, it was almost the same as Jiang Wenyuan's idea. The first is the school. The construction cost of the school and the money for hiring teachers in the early stage and the books and writing materials are all borne by Jiang Wenyuan. After the clan fields produce in the later stage, the clan fields will be used to maintain it. The clan school belongs to the Jiang clan members, and any Jiang clan member who is over 5 years old, regardless of gender, can go to school. People from other surnames in the village can also go to school without paying tuition, but they need to pay for writing materials themselves. In addition, all students need to take turns to pay for the teacher's meals. The second is to repair the road. Either don't repair it or repair it better. The existing road is widened to accommodate 2 carriages running side by side, and lime is mixed with river sand and gravel to make a 3-in-1 soil compaction. The ground repaired in this way is not only flat but also very hard, and it will not deteriorate even after 20 years of use. As for labor, each family will contribute 1 person. Anyway, the work in the fields is not busy now. Zijindu is close to Qingjiang River. In the previous dynasty, Qingzhou County had not moved down from the upper reaches, and many commercial ships coming and going stopped here for supplies. After a long time, it got this name. Along the riverbank, including the old wharf, the river beach for more than 10 miles is full of pebbles. On the riverbank, if you lift up a piece of lawn at random, there is thick, fine sand underneath. Many families in Zijindu have sandy fields along the riverbank. Even Jiang Wenyuan's family has more than 10 acres of sandy fields. In short, such natural building materials are not wasted, and a lot of money is saved, but it only costs more labor. The last two items are added together, and the total amount is more than 600 taels. Jiang Wenyuan had the silver from selling ginseng before, and the thank you gift from the Jinghua mansion later. Although he was not rich, he could still afford 600 taels. He immediately asked Lu to take out 600 taels of silver notes, saying that he would return the excess and make up the shortfall. After completing these two things, Jiang Wenyuan was relieved. He had already told the pawnshop that if there was a suitable piece of land, he must be notified as soon as possible. The next morning, Jiang Wenyuan and his wife took Jiang Yuqing back to the county government. As for their son, first, let's do this. First, he can take care of his brothers at home and get to know each other. Second, the teachers in his father-in-law's school are very knowledgeable and very responsible to the students. He himself came from there, so he was very relieved. It won't be too late to bring his son to his side after he passes the examination for a Tongsheng. Zijindu, the head of the village, and the clan leader told Jiang Wenyuan about the money he spent on building the clan school and repairing the road. Everyone was excited and praised Jiang Wenyuan for being a practical man. The Jiang family's reputation in the village has risen to a higher level. The school is related to the children as future, so we can't be careless. We have to invite people who specialize in building houses to design it well. But the work of building roads does not require any technical skills, as long as you have a bit of strength. At the beginning, it was agreed that each family would provide one laborer. Now, from 8 to 60 years old, regardless of gender, age or young, as long as they have time, they go to the river to dig sand and transport pebbles. The tools used are also varied, such as baskets, backpacks, ox carts, and donkey carts. Some women even brought the dung buckets that were not used at home, which was also impressive. Less than 10 days later, Jiang Wenyuan returned the land deed. It was a small village with a total of 121 acres. It was not far from Zijindu, just 5 miles downstream. Originally from a landlord's family, his only son killed someone in a fight for the title of the most beautiful woman in the provincial capital and was detained. The family had no choice but to sell their ancestral property to redeem their son. Therefore, once a child is born, he must be well educated. If he is not educated well, he will go astray and ruin the family sooner or later. Jiang Yuqing followed her parents to the county government office. Whenever she was awake, she would take her 2 maids and explore everywhere on her short legs. She was small, pretty, and sweet-mouthed. The maids in the family all called her sister, and the servants called her brother. The older women, such as the cooks, called her mother-in-law. As for my father's colleagues, they all called her uncle. It only took a few days for her to win the hearts of everyone in the county government office. She went out for a walk every day, and when she came back, her pockets were full of candies, cakes, snacks, preserved fruits, etc. Moreover, she was extremely self-disciplined. She knew that she was teething and could not eat too much. She would only eat 1 or 2 pieces when she was really hungry, and the rest was shared by several maids during the beginning of spring and grain rain. When the adults knew about this, they loved her even more. They gave her more and more things, and Mrs. Liu even sewed a small cloth bag for her to carry across her body. As June came, the weather became hotter and hotter. The little girl was very chubby, and even in the lightest clothes, she was still hot. She began to miss the air conditioning in her previous life. If not, she could just have a can of iced soda or a piece of iced watermelon. She suddenly remembered that the rest areas in the doctor's offices of various departments in the hospital were equipped with large refrigerators. Usually, colleagues would put their favorite snacks and drinks in them. In addition, the small supermarket in the hospital also had refrigerators, and there were more things there. In her previous life, she died in the summer, and she was reborn with the spiritual realm a few days after her death. There might really be watermelons in the refrigerator. Thinking of this, she was excited and immediately sank her consciousness into the spiritual realm. Sure enough, she found a watermelon in the refrigerator of the neurosurgery office. A whole, frozen big watermelon. In addition, there were many snacks and drinks such as cola and soda in the refrigerator. I don't know which colleague bought them, but now it's a bargain for her. After that, she searched all the refrigerators in the hospital office, and almost every refrigerator had watermelons. Some were whole, and some were cut in half. There are the most small supermarkets, and there are at least 40 or 50 of them piled up in the warehouse in the backyard, each of which weighs more than 10 kilograms. In addition, each refrigerator will have some bottled water and drinks, and a lot of tea can also be found. Especially in the dean's office, the entire refrigerator is full of tea. Moreover, they are all rare and good teas. This old man has many students all over the world, and he loves tea, so every year students will try their best to find some local good tea to send to him. After searching for a long time, Jiang Yuqing left the spiritual realm with satisfaction and slept comfortably. After waking up, he signaled Lu to dismiss the maid. Lu glanced at her daughter, guessed that the girl was going to show some magical powers again, and sent the maid to rest as she said. He stuck his head out of the window again and nodded to his daughter when he saw that there was no one around. Jiang Yuqing smiled and took out a huge watermelon from the spiritual realm. Who would have thought that she was so proud that she forgot that she was still a little kid over 1 year old? Suddenly, a watermelon hit her in step with a bang, and the watermelon cracked with a muffled bang. The smile of the little girl froze on her face. It's just a little painful. It hurts so much. It really hurts. I can't bear it. It hurts so much. The little girl sat on the ground with tears in her eyes. It's over, it's over. Her toes won't be broken. No way. She can't cry even if her feet are broken. If her former colleagues knew that the top surgeon in the general hospital of the military region was actually crying because of a watermelon, they would be so funny. Lu was stunned by this sudden change. After coming to her senses, she immediately carried her daughter to the bed and took off her shoes to check her daughter's feet. In just a few breaths, the white jade-like little feet swelled up at a speed visible to the eye. Lu's face turned pale with fear, and she immediately shouted for someone to harness a car to go to the clinic. Several maids ran in and were also shocked to see this situation. They hurried out to ask for a car. They hurried to Heian Hall, and it was the same arrogant old doctor who loved to argue with people last time. The old doctor recognized her and asked what happened. Lu didn't dare to tell the truth, and only said that she was hit by a big green pumpkin. Hearing that it was a big pumpkin that hit her, the old doctor was angry and amused. After a careful examination, he scolded her. You little girl, you are so unlucky at such a young age. Fortunately, your bones are not broken. Go back and apply some medicinal wine to remove blood stasis. You will be fine after a few days of rest. Don't be naughty next time. You are not even as heavy as a pumpkin. Why are you showing off? Blah blah, he kept talking a lot. After applying the medicinal wine to her, he was afraid that she would feel pain, so he asked the female doctor to put a piece of candy in her mouth. Well, Jiang Yuqing felt that the doctor was a good doctor, and the old man was a good old man. Of course, it would be better if they were not so long-winded. Mrs. Lu thanked the old doctor, paid the consultation fee, and was about to go back. A group of people ran in from outside, and the two in the lead were her husband and brother. Jiang Wenyuan and several colleagues were discussing matters in front, when they suddenly heard a little maid from the back office come to report that their little daughter's foot was hit by something, and it seemed that the hit was quite severe, and the wife had been sent to the clinic. Jiang Wenyuan was startled, asked which clinic it was, and left everyone behind and ran out. Lu Pingzhong, who was discussing matters with him, was also startled and ran out. Looking at his daughter's tearful eyes and her little feet swollen like steamed buns, Jiang Wenyuan felt distressed, angry, and amused, and couldn't help but pull the little antennae on his daughter's head. Little troublemaker, what hit you like this? Mrs. Lu looked at her husband with a strange look and whispered, This is not the place to talk. Let's talk about it when we get back. Jiang Wenyuan understood immediately. Everyone returned to the county government office. Seeing that his niece was fine, Lu Pingzhong went back to the front office to do his work. Jiang Wenyuan followed Lu back to the inner room. The broken watermelon was still lying on the ground, and the red juice flowed along the cracks onto the blue brick floor. gathering into a small pool. The milk ball pointed at the watermelon on the ground and said, "Gua gua."
Gua gua, eat it.
Guaibao means that this is a melon and can be eaten, right? Since the little daughter began to learn to speak, the couple's baby talk ability has been growing day by day. Nowadays, there is no professional level 8, but there is also a level 6. Melon, cut and cut, sweet. Oh, what kind of melon is this? You have to cut it with a knife to eat it. It tastes very sweet. Jiang Wenyuan picked up the big watermelon on the ground. The weight in his hand made him exclaim, "My God, it must be at least 17 or 18 kilograms.
No wonder your foot was smashed like that."
Then he said to his precious daughter earnestly, "My dear, you are still too young. In the future, if you encounter heavy things, don't pick them up by yourself. You can ask your mother or father to help you, or Li Chuan and the others can also do it, understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Tuanzi nodded quickly. "It's enough to do such a nasty thing once, and there will never be a second time." Jiang Wenyuan personally took the watermelon to the kitchen, washed it with water, and then cut it into slices with a knife. But this thing has a green skin and red soil, with brown and black seeds in it. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the winter melon described in a travelogue he had read before. When he was in Beijing, he had also heard of this delicious fruit. It was a tribute from the western regions. Because of the long journey, the palace only received a few every year, which was very rare. I heard from people who have eaten it that this juice is rich and sweet, and it is a good delicacy. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to pick up a piece and take a bite. The cool and sweet juice immediately filled his entire mouth and slid down his throat. The heat seemed to disappear in half in an instant, and he felt comfortable all over. Jiang Wenyuan's eyes lit up, and he didn't even want to spit out the seeds and quickly finished a piece. He quickly put the remaining watermelon on a large tray and hurried back to the room. As soon as he entered the room, he happily shouted to Lu, "Wanyang, come and taste it. This melon is so sweet." Lu glared at him and said unhappily, "You smash my daughter's feet like this. I don't want it no matter how sweet it is." Jiang Wenyuan put down the tray with a smile, picked up a piece, and handed it over. "That's why I have to eat it even more. It's just the right time to avenge my good boy." Lu was amused by her husband's perverse logic. She looked at the red watermelon, hesitated for a while, and finally took it. After carefully taking a bite, it was cool and sweet, and indeed delicious. Jiang Wenyuan took his daughter into his arms and fed her a piece of watermelon. "My dear, this watermelon has a name." "Watermelon?" The little boy gnawed the watermelon and mumbled, "Shigua."
Shigua?
This name is quite festive.
No, 11, sigua.
Oh, it's watermelon. This time he understood. Daddy once saw a kind of fruit called manhwa in a book which is quite similar to this. Tuanzi nodded vigorously. Shigua melon, manhwa melon, the same. So manhwa is watermelon. The melon from the western regions, watermelon. Not to mention, this name is quite vivid. The little boy gnawed the watermelon seeds and spit out the seeds in his mouth and carefully placed them on the table. "Dadu, plant some. Seeds, save them for planting." Her tongue had not yet learned the word seeds, so she changed it to another word. The meaning was conveyed, as long as it could be understood. Upon hearing this, Lu immediately imitated her daughter and spit out the seeds and put them together. Jiang Wenyuan kissed his daughter the top of her head. "My precious daughter is smart and knows how to save seeds. As for whether it can be planted, we will know after trying it next year." Watermelon is cold in nature, and Jiang Yuqing is small, so he was afraid that he could not bear it, so he only ate half a piece and stopped. Lu ate 3 pieces and asked Jiang Dad to buy the rest. He was so full that he didn't even have dinner, and he was convinced. The watermelon's origin is unknown, so it's not good to let outsiders know. There are no stupid people working in the government office. If you take it out rashly, they may guess something which will cause trouble. If there are extra ones, just give one to your brother-in-law quietly. It's too late to plant watermelons this year. Jiang Yuqing planted all the remaining watermelon seeds in the spiritual realm. With the magic of the spiritual realm, I believe she will have endless watermelons in a short time. In fact, things in the hospital can be copied infinitely. Even if she doesn't plant, she will have endless watermelons. But she prefers the feeling of sowing and harvesting. Farming seems to be an innate talent of the Chinese, or it is engraved in the genes of the Chinese. Since then, Jiang Yuqing has never held a watermelon in his own hands after getting it out of the spiritual realm. In hot weather, he sends a few to Zijindu and Xiaoshuan every few days, and Uncle Lu also has some. He repeatedly reminded that it can only be eaten by family members and must not be passed on to others. Uncle Lu and Mr. Lu had no doubts. They just thought it was a gift from a wealthy businessman, but they couldn't say it for some reason. This is an unspoken rule in the officialdom. I never expected that the root cause was my own niece. During the days when Jiang Yuqing was recovering from her injury, the wives of the wealthy families in the city often came to visit. The women talked about rouge, jewelry, and dressing. Or they praised her for being beautiful and cute in various ways, which made her fall asleep. She knew the diplomacy of ladies. But understanding is one thing, and liking is another. Instead of listening to these women's boring gossip, it is better to go back to Zijindu to see her vegetable garden. Occasionally, there are also children from their families, just like the children of Zijindu. The older ones treat her as a child, and she can't communicate with those who are about the same age as her. It's boring, so she might as well stay in the room and read. After several days of boring days like this, Jiang Yuqing couldn't bear it anymore and clamored for Grandpa, Grandma, and brother. Lu understood that the girl was bored in the county government office and wanted to go back. Although the couple was reluctant to let their daughter go, they were even more reluctant to let her be sad. After some consideration, they sent their daughter back to Zijindu. Anyway, she is close to home, so if she misses me, she can go back anytime to see her, or bring her to live with her for a while. Nei Chuanzi is also very filial. Before leaving the county government, she stocked up a lot of watermelons for her old parents so that they can eat when they return to the county government. Nei Chuanzi returned to Zijindu as she wished. She saw her grandparents, uncles, and aunts whom she hadn't seen for half a month. Nei Chuanzi wanted to see them all and ran over to hug them one by one. She gave each of them a sweet kiss and then gave them a small gift she prepared by herself. Although they were all worthless little things, they made the elders almost faint with happiness. It's really good to be a little cotton-padded jacket, just thoughtful. She didn't forget to bring gifts for everyone when she came back from the city. When the brothers came back from school, Zai Chuanzi repeated the above operations and skillfully conquered a group of brothers. The next day was the end of the 10-day period. Both the county government and the school were closed. Jiang Yuqing got up early. After getting up, he accidentally saw his father sleeping soundly on the big bed with his bare chest hugging his mother. Her mother didn't seem to be wearing any clothes either. The large area of white skin exposed under the quilt was covered with red marks. Cough, cough. Jiang Yuqing looked away awkwardly. Is this what a baby like her should see? She decided that she would sleep alone from now on. No one could stop her. In order to avoid her parents from being killed when they woke up, Jiang Yuqing quietly slipped out of her little bed. As soon as she left the room, she ran to the vegetable garden in the backyard. The vegetables in the vegetable garden were well taken care of by the diligent elders. Cucumbers, eggplants, bitter melons, beans, peppers, etc. were all full of fruits. Green leafy vegetables such as water spinach, green vegetables, and chrysanthemums were also growing very lushly. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Yuqing condensed a piece of spiritual spring rain to water the vegetable garden thoroughly. He also sent them some supernatural powers and watched the vegetable babies grow a lot at a speed visible to the eye, and then he stopped the operation with satisfaction. Jiang Yuqing grabbed a big cucumber and walked towards the front yard while chewing it. Anyway, it just got soaked in spiritual spring water, so it didn't matter whether it was washed or not. Looking around, none of her little bird friends were there. She thought that they might have gone out to find food while the weather was cool in the morning. In this case, she would come to see them in the evening. Lu got up and didn't find her daughter. Just as she was about to walk to the backyard, she saw her baby daughter holding a huge cucumber and chewing it. The cucumber was longer than half her body, but she didn't eat much after chewing with her little teeth. Her cheeks were puffed up, and her little mouth was moving like a small animal stealing food. Mrs. Liu was so cute about her baby daughter that she took the big cucumber from her hand, kissed her on the face, and took her back to the house to wash her face. After washing her face, Mrs. Liu returned the cucumber to her and asked her to continue chewing. After she had only taken 2 bites, her eldest brother saw it and said that it was not good to eat so much cucumber in the morning, so he broke off a piece and ate it and left. Before she could react, her second brother Jiang Yuhe came and broke off another piece. Then it was the third brother Jiang Yuhu. Tuanzi looked at the small piece of cucumber left in his hand and was speechless. Old Mrs. Who saw this scene and the old lady immediately got angry. Don't you have hands? There are so many cucumbers in the backyard, but you can't pick them yourself. What's your ability to food from your sister's mouth? One by one, you are itching. Jiang Yuqing had no doubt that if she cried impromptu, none of these brothers would be able to escape, and mixed doubles would be a sure thing. Forget it. For the harmony and happiness of the family, Jiang Yuqing was generous and decided to let them go. It's just a cucumber. There are plenty in the backyard. Humph. This baby's pattern is so big. After breakfast, Jiang Wenyuan detained a group of nephews and nieces to teach them homework. It is not a treatment that ordinary people can have to let the third place in the imperial examination teach them homework. The Jiang family boys are happy and sad. Little Tuanzi had nothing to do and also held a book in his arms. Books of this era were in traditional Chinese, bound in thread, and mostly hand-copied, with obscure contents. The order of reading was from right to left, from top to bottom, and the worst thing was that there were no punctuation marks, which was really annoying. Jiang Wenyuan saw his little daughter, holding the book and flipping through it very seriously. After flipping through it for a while, she slammed it shut again, with her cute little brows furrowed tightly. He guessed that she was angry because she couldn't read and couldn't understand, and he felt quite amused. So he rubbed the child's soft head and said in a gentle voice, "My dear, you must learn to read. As long as you learn to read, you can see more interesting things." Tuanzi's eyes lit up instantly. It's really a pity that someone would give you a pillow when you want a kowtow. He immediately nodded heavily and said yes, and got a positive answer. Jiang Wenyuan spread out paper and wrote the 3 big words Jiang Yuqing on it. Pointing at it, he said, "Look, everyone in our family has the surname Jiang. Jiang is our surname. For example, the first character of Guibao's name, Daddy's and my brother's names is Jiang." Tuanzi nodded, indicating that he remembered it. It's pronounced Yu. Yu is the generation name of our Jiang family. Your eldest brother is Jiang Yujiang, your second brother is Jiang Yuhe, and Guibao is Jiang Yuqing. Yu is the name of your generation. Tuanzi nodded again. The last character is pronounced Qing. Because you were born with a lotus between your eyebrows, the lotus is also called lotus. Qing means lotus comes from clear water. Daddy hopes that my dear baby will be a person of noble character in the future. So, these 3 characters together are your full name, Jiang Yuqing. Guibao, do you remember it? Tuanzi nodded again. Jiang Yu Qing. My name. She spoke very slowly, enunciating each word with a straight tongue. Jiang Wenyuan was very surprised. He just said that. No one could accuse a little 1-year-old of remembering things. Not only did his precious daughter remember it after just 1 try, but she also remembered it so clearly. Could it be that his daughter was a genius? In order to verify his guess, Jiang Wenyuan taught his daughter 10 words in 1 breath. Then he threw the paper with the words in a mess. Then he shuffled the order of the 10 words and even recombined them with other words and asked his daughter to recognize them again. Jiang Yuqing recognized them all accurately. She has a photographic memory. His daughter is really a genius. Jiang Wenyuan was so excited that he kept walking around in the study room. His mood was no worse than when he was chosen as the 3rd place in the imperial examination. Then he thought that since his daughter was a fairy from heaven, it was natural for her to be smarter than others. Jiang's father calmed down again. Jiang Yuqing's trick not only impressed Jiang's father, but also his brothers. After the excitement, the men lowered their heads and continued to work hard and study hard. Even Jiang Er, who was always naughty, became obedient. The younger sister is so amazing at such a young age. If they don't work hard, they will soon be surpassed by her. This is such a beautiful misunderstanding. Who knew that it was this beautiful misunderstanding that made the men of the Jiang family start their journey to becoming the king of the imperial examination? After filling in her own papers, she filled in the school papers, and then filled in the school papers and the examination papers, and then she continued to fill in the road to success. Jiang Yuqing felt that she only knew a few words, but her silly father reacted like this. In the future, if she showed off some other skills, her father would faint with happiness. However, learning to read is imperative and it must be done quickly. After that, she will find a reliable master to learn medicine. In this way, the skills she learned in her previous life can have a name and will not be buried. One is willing to learn, and the other is willing to teach. However, in just one morning, Jiang Yuqing finished half of the 3-character classic. If he was not afraid of tiring his daughter, Jiang Wenyuan really wanted to teach the 3-character classic in one go. At lunch, Jiang Wenyuan told his family about this, and everyone was surprised. Jiang Wenyuan even asserted that if Jiang Yuqing was a man, the Jiang family could have another top scholar. After dinner, the sun was at its hottest time of the day. After showing off a big watermelon, everyone went back to their rooms to rest contentedly. In the afternoon, Jiang Wenyuan did not force the children to study. There was nothing to do at home, so old man Jiang directed several grandchildren to carry backpacks, bamboo baskets, and shovels, and they all went to the river to shovel sand and gravel to build roads. Even the youngest Jiang Yuchuan was not spared. The old man said that the men of the Jiang family should not be lazy and ignorant of grains. Your uncle, father, is still a third-place winner, and he still rolls up his trousers and works in the fields when he returns home. Are you more precious than your uncle, father? So, the 7 gourd babies of the Jiang family said nothing, and honestly did whatever they were told to do. The boys at home went to shovel stones, and Jiang Wenyuan carefully put on a small hat with lotus leaves on his baby daughter, and then carried her out the door. He planned to go to the school to take a look. The foundation of the school has been laid, and the masters are building the wall, which is about 1 person high. At this rate, it won't take a few days to put up the beams. When they went there, the old clan leader and several clan elders were sitting in the shade of the village next to the school, enjoying the cool air, each holding a large cattail leaf fan in their hands. They talked and fanned themselves, occasionally looking up at the workers who were working. There was also a teapot with a missing spout and an earthenware bowl next to them. Seeing the father and daughter coming over, they hurriedly stood up to greet them. Wenyuan, when did you come back? I came back last night. The government office is closed today, so I came back to see you. I kept the children at home to study in the morning, so it's a good opportunity to go out for a walk in the afternoon. Uncle clan leader, 3rd grandfather, 7th grandfather, don't stand, sit down. While chatting with the elders, Jiang Wenyuan found a clean brick to sit down, just like before he became an official. His easygoing and casual behavior really comforted the elders. They felt that this child was good. Even if he became a high-ranking official, he did not look down on them, the old men.
Come here, dear.
6th grandpa will hug you. The clan leader stretched out his hand to Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing didn't want to violate the kindness of these lovely elders, so he slipped down from his father's arms and ran into the clan leader's arms. Such intimacy and not being shy really made the old clan leader very happy. He laughed and said, "Your grandpa is a bad old man. He hid you like nothing. It made us old guys have to go to your house to see you every time we miss you. Baby, do you miss 6th grandpa?" "Yes, I miss 6th grandpa." "Oh, you only miss 6th grandpa, but not us, right?" The 2 old men next to him were dissatisfied. Tuanzi realized that something was wrong and immediately turned into a master of keeping things in balance. "I miss grandpa." The 2 old men were immediately satisfied. The old clan leader asked Jiang Wenyuan, "Why is there only Guaibao? Where are the 7 boys in your family?" Jiang Wenyuan smiled and said, "His grandfather went to the river to shovel stones." The old clan leader smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Everyone in your family is like this." Jiang Wenyuan chatted with the elders for a while, then picked up his daughter and said goodbye and went to the road construction site. When he returned to the village yesterday, he took a quick look and knew that the road had been repaired for at least 2 miles. At that time, he was still wondering how it was so fast. Today, when he saw it, he saw that most of the villagers were on this road, including the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Some even had their entire families. Those who pulled sand, shoveled stones, mixed lime, and compacted the road were busy and sweating. Jiang Wenyuan walked along the way, greeting the villagers along the way, feeling happy and touched. In this hot day, he was afraid that the villagers would get sick from the heat, so he called an older sister-in-law, who was also the wife of his childhood friend. He gave her a handful of silver coins and asked her to cook mung bean soup and send it to the construction site every day to cool everyone down. This move moved everyone. They all said that the third son of the Jiang family was good. He did not forget the villagers even after becoming an official. He hired teachers to build a school for the village and gave money to build roads. Now he also hired people to cook mung bean soup for fear that they would get heat stroke. Where can you find such a child? Where can you find such an official? Moreover, since he became successful, the villagers have more face when they go out, and no one dares to bully him. Even if he sells vegetables in the city, once people hear that he is from the village of the third-place winner, the vegetables will be sold faster than others. The marriage proposals of the young girls and boys in the village are very smooth. The girls and boys who come for blind dates are not good-looking or have many troubles in their families, and the matchmakers dare not tell the village. There are countless benefits, visible and invisible, like this. The villagers have nothing to repay him. They can only work hard and repair the road as soon as possible. In this way, it will be convenient for everyone to go out in the future, and the county magistrate can go home faster. Leaving the construction site, the father and daughter turned to the sweet potato field. After nearly a month, the sweet potatoes in the field have grown vines more than a foot long, full of vitality. There is no in the field, which shows that they are well taken care of. Jiang Wenyuan stared at the sweet potatoes with a deep look. It seemed that they wanted to see through the thick soil to see what the result was. Jiang Yuqing took the opportunity to call a group of birds and ask them to help take care of the sweet potato field. If there are insects, catch them in time. If they encounter saboteurs, whether they are people or animals, please ask the birds to tell her in time. The birds happily agreed. When going to bed that night, Jiang Yuqing said she would never share a room with her parents again. She said that she had grown up and was clamoring to sleep in her own room. The couple had no choice but to give in to her wishes and let her live back in her room. Let Li Chuan and Guyu take turns to keep watch. Lu was a little sad at first, thinking that her daughter was grown up and was not close to her. But later, as if she thought of something, her face suddenly turned red, and she hit her husband in shame and anger. Jiang Wenyuan was stunned when he saw his wife acting like a little girl. He seemed to have thought of the reason, and his handsome face turned red. Could it be that the precious daughter saw something when she got up early? Thinking of the little girl who looked like a little man, well, it was not impossible. At night, the couple got up to check twice. Seeing that the little daughter had a blanket on her belly and was sleeping soundly on the bed, they returned to their room with peace of mind. The next day, the couple hugged their daughter and kissed her again and again. Seeing that it was getting late, they left reluctantly. Li Chuan and Guyu were left to take care of Jiang Yuqing. At the end of June, the school was completed. On the day of completion, the always stingy old patriarch sent someone to buy a pig for the first time and invited the whole village to a pig-killing dinner. Jiang Yuqing was also carried by old Hu. Whether the big pot meal was delicious or not is debatable, but it was really lively. At the banquet, the old patriarch drank too much. He sang the Dragon Boat tune with a broken voice and cried while singing. He cried while drinking. He cried about the hard days in the past and the grievances that the tribesmen had suffered. The old man, who was nearly 60 years old, cried like a child. Not to mention the tribesmen who had experienced hardships together. Even she, an outsider, was quite moved. This old man has been planning for the tribesmen all his life, without any selfish motives. Not to mention his ability, just for this reason, He deserves the respect of the tribesmen and is worthy of his ancestors. Jiang Wenyuan asked the former headmaster and classmates to offer very good conditions and wanted to find a gentleman with a good character for the Jiang family's clan school. The mountain chiefs promised that if there was a suitable candidate, they would definitely recommend him. At the end of early July, the road from Zijindu to the county road was paved, and 2 carriages could run in parallel. The total length was nearly 6 miles. It was all rammed with cement, wide, flat, and solid. It was not only better than the county road, but even better than the threshing grounds in many villages. Zijindu became famous again. In the villages within a few miles, girls were proud to marry boys from Zijindu, and boys were proud to marry girls from Zijindu. Zijindu was once again in the limelight. No matter how lively it was outside, it had nothing to do with Jiang Yuqing, a little kid. In the eyes of Li Chuan and Guyu, their young lady was really too lonely and pitiful. At such an old age, it was the time for curiosity and playfulness. But their young lady was either reading in the study, planting vegetables in the vegetable garden in the backyard, or having someone carry her out to patrol the fields. Except for a few brothers, she rarely had a playmate, and she was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Jiang Yuqing had no choice about the playmate issue. There were no other girls with the same surname as her. There were a few people with different surnames in the village. However, those older than her didn't dare to play with her because of her status. Those who were about her age were too young and couldn't even speak clearly, so how could they play together? After all, not everyone was as good as her. If she accidentally made her cry, she would have to comfort her. So forget it. Since the day when she was taught to read in the study, Jiang Yuqing officially started to learn. When her father was away, she learned from her brothers. She had a foundation in her previous life, and she could understand the general idea of a book even by guessing. When she encountered a word she didn't know, as long as someone gave her some pointers, she could remember it almost exactly. Her hands were small, and she couldn't hold a brush. So she asked her second uncle to make a small sand table for her, and she practiced writing on it with a small stick every day to deepen her impression. Later, she simply took out pencils and white manuscripts from the spiritual realm to write. The elders in the family sighed more than once, saying that if this boy was a man, the family would probably have another top scholar. Jiang Yuquan heard this. He swore to himself that since his sister could not take the top scholar exam, he would let her be the sister of the top scholar, the most glorious top scholar sister. From then on, Jiang Yuquan studied harder. In July, the watermelons in Jiang Yuqing's spiritual realm were ripe. The harvested watermelons were piled up into a mountain in the spiritual realm. Fortunately, they can be kept fresh in the spiritual realm, and they will not go bad, no matter how long they are left. They can be planted outside next year. By then, it will be open and above board, and you can eat them however you want, give them to others, or sell them for money. Unlike now, we have to hide our homes, which is really a waste of fun. The cicadas are urging the years. The hot July is finally over, and after the beginning of autumn, the autumn tiger is still aggressive. In the heat wave, the people of Zijindu ushered in the autumn harvest. Jiang Yuqing's family has a total of 51 mu of good land. After harvesting, drying and blowing away the chaff, a total of 16,371 kilograms of grain were obtained, with an average yield of about 321 kilograms per mu. The elders were jubilant and said that the harvest was very good. But in Jiang Yuqing's opinion, the yield was really frighteningly low. Her family did not need to pay grain taxes, and the grain was enough to eat. Most ordinary people's families still have to pay taxes. Take the third great-grandfather's family as an example. His family has 13 mu of land, including 8 mu of good land and 5 mu of inferior land. According to the average yield of 300 kilograms per mu, about 3,900 kilograms of grain were collected. Among them, 2 mu did not need to pay grain taxes, so the tax grain was about 110 kilograms. After paying the tax, there were less than 3,800 kilograms left. Their family has 4 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, a total of 15 people, and on average, Each person only has about 252 kilograms of millet per year. 1 kilogram of millet is 7 taels of rice and 3 taels of bran. According to this ratio, these 252 kilograms of rice, after pounding, only about 176 kilograms of rice are left. If we calculate more carefully, the average rice per person per day is less than half a pound, which is not enough even if we only eat 2 meals a day. Especially except for 2 little kids, the rest of his family are teenagers. There is a saying that teenagers eat their parents to death. In order to fill their stomachs, the family often only keeps a small amount of rice and sells the rest to exchange for other brown rice and coarse grains, so that they can survive for a few more days. Even with such careful calculations, there are still times when there is a shortage of food. At that time, we dig wild vegetables and make rice bran cakes, basically eating whatever we can catch. Jiang Yuqing was an orphan in his previous life. When he was a child in the orphanage, at most he ate worse, but he could still eat enough. Later, when he went to school and studied history, he roughly knew that the grain production in ancient times was low, and there was even a tragedy of exchanging children for food in years of famine. But when I read books at that time, I only saw literal descriptions, which were far less touching than my personal experience now. Jiang Yuqing felt that she could live again and had such a big golden finger as a gift, probably because she had accumulated virtue in her previous life. She was not bragging, but the old Taoist who saved her said so when she was still a ghost. In this case, she should do more good deeds in this life. She does not ask for another life after death, but only hopes that her life in this world is not in vain. After the autumn harvest, it is Mid-Autumn Festival. As the highest official in Qingzhou, Zhang Wenyuan received a whole warehouse full of Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. There were mooncakes, cakes, local rituals, wine, tea, and some precious medicinal materials. Correspondingly, the Jiang family also sent a lot of return gifts. The temperature is still high now, and things cannot be stored. Lu spent a whole morning to pack up all the things. The precious medicinal materials were put away for emergency use. For the rest of the things, some wine, tea, etc. that can be stored and used to entertain guests were left. The rest were divided into 2 parts. Part of it was sent back to Zijindu, and the family members distributed it to the elders of the clan and the village head. Part of it was taken back by the eldest sister-in-law from her mother's family to honor her parents. The county government was closed for 1 day on Mid-Autumn Festival. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival was also the 50th birthday of the head of the Jiang family, Old Man Jiang. According to the rules, it should be celebrated in a big way. However, the old man had already told his children and grandchildren not to hold a birthday party, and the clan members also leaked it. The old man used to listen to storytelling in a restaurant. It was said that a senior official used a birthday party to make money, and was reported, and then his property was confiscated and exiled. This story left a deep impression on him. His son is now the magistrate of Qingzhou County. If his birthday is celebrated in a big way, then all the government offices will have to prepare gifts to come to the door. Wouldn't their family be the same as what was said in the book? Therefore, the birthday party must not be held. It would be much better for the family to have a lively meal, so as not to mobilize a large number of people. The old man was stubborn, and no matter how his sons persuaded him, he would not hold it. The sons had no choice but to obey him. It was Mid-Autumn Festival and Grandpa's birthday. After dinner, the family sat together to eat mooncakes and admire the moon. In order to liven up the atmosphere, Jiang Yuqing decided to dress up and entertain everyone. Tuanzi couldn't speak fluently, so she couldn't even think about singing. She could still dance. Her older brother was good at playing the flute, so she begged him to play a song to accompany her. It didn't matter what the song was, she would just dance for fun. Jiang Yujiang played a lively tune. Tuanzi followed the tune and tried to move her fat arms and short legs to dance. She still remembers that the little sister who came to the orphanage as a volunteer taught her in her previous life. She was a little stupid, but if you look closely, she still looks good, which really amazed the elders. After reacting, everyone applauded and cheered loudly. The brothers even clapped their palms red. The dance was over. Little Tuanzi was kissed by the enthusiastic elders one by one, and her face turned red. Tuanzi was so happy. Oh, this is really a sweet burden. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather became cooler day by day. Jiang Yuqing was taken to the city by Lu to live for a while. In September, autumn fruits began to be put on the market in large quantities. This year, the weather was good, and the fruit harvest was great. Among them, the largest output was oranges, tangerines, grapefruits, pears, chestnuts, and persimmons. There were people selling fruits on both sides of the street. There were also foreign merchants who came to buy fruits, but the amount they took away was very limited. Because these are common fruits in the South, they are available in all states and are not rare. When supply exceeds demand, the price of fruits will inevitably fall to a point where fruit farmers can't sell them even if they cry. Take persimmons as an example. A large persimmon weighing 3 or 4 taels. No one wants 7 for 1 penny. Fruit farmers set up stalls for a day, but the income is not enough to buy 2 buns for themselves. How can they do this? If they can't sell, the fruits will rot in the fields. Without economic income, the family will fall into trouble. People were living in hardship. How could Jiang Wenyuan, as the head of a county, sleep peacefully? In order to sell more fruits to the elders during this period, Jiang Wenyuan even lowered his status to attract merchants in person, just asking them to buy more. But compared with the huge base left, it was still very limited. He was so worried that his hair fell out in clumps. Jiang Yuqing was held by his father, walking on the street, looking at the unsold fresh fruits on the street, thinking that it would be great if some of them could be postponed, such as waiting until winter to be on the market. Thinking of this, she suddenly had an idea. Yes, we can make canned fruits. Thinking of this, she immediately pulled her father's clothes, leaned over, and whispered in his ear, "Dad, go home." Guowa, yes, Fafa. Jiang Wenyuan's eyes lit up instantly when he heard it. He asked his daughter anxiously, "My dear, do you really have a way?" Jiang Yuqing nodded heavily. So Jiang Wenyuan stopped shopping and immediately walked back with his daughter in his arms. The pace was so fast that Ah Ping could hardly catch up. Back home, he dismissed the people around him. Jiang Wenyuan asked his daughter, "My dear, how do you do it? Tell Daddy quickly." Jiang Yuqing then took out a bunch of things from the supermarket in the spiritual realm. Among them was a box of persimmon cakes and 2 bottles of canned fruit. "Daddy, make canned food." When Jiang Wenyuan saw the persimmon cakes and the 2 bottles of canned food, his eyes were as bright as if they were inlaid with titanium alloy. Moreover, the labels on the bottles clearly indicated the ratio of various raw materials. He guessed and looked at the general idea. After looking for a long time, he asked, "My dear, can we make it?" Jiang Yuqing nodded. "Well, let's try." In his previous life, in order to earn tuition, he couldn't remember how many jobs he had done, sometimes working several jobs at the same time. One of them had worked in a specialty, local product, food factory, and was very familiar with the process of making canned food and dried persimmons. Jiang Yuqing had difficulty speaking, so he simply took a pen and paper and wrote down everything he knew one by one and attached the specific production methods. After writing, he explained each one with gestures and drawings. Jiang Wenyuan finally understood it. Oranges, peaches, tangerines, pears, and the like can be canned. Here is the method of making canned food. Long-term storage method of chestnuts. How to make dried persimmon cakes. He asked his daughter if he could pry open the can to taste it, and Jiang Yuqing nodded and said of course he could. He then decisively took it to the kitchen. The dinner that night was bought by someone outside. As for the kitchen at home, it had been temporarily requisitioned by her parents for canning experiments, and Jiang Yuqing was the technical instructor. Canning is not difficult. Wash the pottery jar and put it in the pot with a cork to steam and sterilize. Peel the oranges and remove the meridians. Wash and drain the water. Wash the pot, add an appropriate amount of water to cover the orange flesh. Add an appropriate amount of sugar and cook it over low heat. Add the orange flesh and cook for a while. Put it into the jar while it is hot and plug it with a cork. Then seal it with melted beeswax, and the can is ready. Such cans can be stored for 3 months. The production time of persimmon cakes is much longer. First dry it in the sun, and then pinch it. Pinch it while drying, and finally frost it. Jiang Wenyuan hugged his daughter and kissed her twice. Then he took a few cans of food he had prepared and the box of persimmons his daughter had given him and called a meeting with his subordinates and several famous merchants in Qingzhou overnight. The meeting lasted until midnight. When they came, everyone was in a hurry and confused. When they left, everyone called each other brothers and smiled. Obviously, everyone had reached a friendly cooperation. To set up a food workshop, the Jiang family invested 40% of the shares with technology. The others invested in silver, 10% of the Zhou family, 20% of the Chu and Jiang families, and half of the Liu and another financial master. The prospects and huge profits contained in persimmon cakes and canned food can be seen by anyone who is not a fool. Especially canned food, which can be shipped to the north after it is made, and it will definitely make a lot of money. Jiang Wenyuan holds 2 gold mountains in his hands. It is reasonable that he can eat alone, and with his current status, others can only watch. The reason why this huge cake was taken out to share with them is that time is tight. If it is delayed for 1 more day, the loss of the fruit farmers will be a few points greater. He doesn't want to see the fruit farmers in Qingzhou lose all their money. These big merchants not only have very strong funds, but also have mature sales channels and extremely broad network resources. With their help, fruit farmers can sell their fruits at the fastest speed and reduce losses. Secondly, except for him, the rest of the Jiang family are honest people. Everyone is good at farming, but they can't handle the twists and turns in the market. It's better to share it generously, cooperate with each other, and win-win, and everyone will be happy. His precious daughter said that this is called recruiting officials and merchants to attract, hook capital, not. For all merchants, this olive branch in their hands is a fool not to accept it. Jiang family, they can't even climb up on weekdays. 2 days later, a workshop called Xinjiang Food was established by the Xinjiang River in the east of the city, and the news was released that a large number of fresh oranges, tangerines, plows, and persimmons were purchased. The purchase price of oranges and tangerines is 1 cent and 2 caddies. Pears are 1.5 cents and 2 caddies, and persimmons are 1 cent and 3 caddies. Although this price is not as high as last year's retail price, it is already a very high price compared to this year. For a while, the people rushed to tell each other and brought their own fruits here. At the same time, an inconspicuous small shop in the west of the city also posted a notice to buy a large number of chestnuts, hazelnuts, dates, kiwis, and other mountain products and fruits that are not suitable for canning. This is what Jiang Yuqing asked Jiang Wenyuan to send people to collect. There is plenty of space in her space, and it will not deteriorate. Collecting it now can, on the one hand, allow the people to have a place to sell the hard-earned things, and on the other hand, they can make a profit by releasing them in winter. If it really doesn't work, they can eat it themselves or give it to the tribe as a gift. Who would have thought that this collection was almost unstoppable? When the fruit was about to go off the market, in nearly 20 days, all kinds of nuts and fruits were collected, totaling 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms. During this period, because there was not enough silver, Jiang Wenyuan went home to ask old Hu for some. His father teased him. Other officials take money home, but you don't. Not only do you not take any, but you also take some money out of it. Jiang Wenyuan asked seriously. Then, how about my son also take some money? When old man Jiang heard this, he slammed the table and said, "You dare. If you dare to do something disloyal and unrighteous, I will break your legs." In a blink of an eye, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a smile, and then he realized that he was fooled by his youngest son. He was at a loss for words. "You are so good, third son. You dare to make fun of your father. It's simply treasonous." The canning production at the food workshop is also in full swing. The first batch is on the way to the north. The dried persimmons are also dried very well, and now they just have to wait for the frost to appear after the frost falls. In the busyness, Miss September picked up her golden skirt and left gracefully. Miss October appeared immediately with Xiao Soa. The leaves of some trees have turned yellow, and the wind blows them everywhere. Leaves fall, and they return to their roots. The sweet potatoes in the Jiang family's field have grown big enough to be harvested. 2 days in advance, The Jiang family spread the news that they were going to dig sweet potatoes. Everyone in the village knew about the sweet potato field planted by the Jiang family. When they first planted it, someone asked what it was. The Jiang family said it was sweet potatoes. As for where this thing came from, the Jiang family's unified statement to the outside world was that when Jiang Wenyuan went to Beijing to take the imperial examination, he accidentally saved a wandering Taoist priest on the road, and the Taoist priest gave it to him. It is said that it is a grain variety from overseas with a high yield. But they don't know the specific yield. They only said that their family would try to plant one first. If it is really as the old Taoist priest said, the yield is very high, then it will not be too late to distribute it to everyone to plant. Now that they heard that this thing is about to be harvested, everyone naturally wants to see what it is. On the 5th day of October, the autumn is clear and the sky is cloudless. Early in the morning, Jiang Wenyuan rushed back with the money and grain master and a team of people. In addition to the 7 boys who went to school, the whole family of the Jiang family went out. Scythes, hoes, sacks, baskets, and large scales. The villagers who heard the news and rushed to watch the fun also surrounded the sweet potato field. Jiang Wenyuan took the lead and rolled up his trouser legs to cut the vines. Seeing this, the others also took up sickles and followed closely. Some villagers couldn't bear to watch Ian, and they ran home to get sickles to join the army of cutting vines. More than 30 men spread out in the field, and in just half an hour, they cut 1.5 acres of vines cleanly. The cut vines can be bundled and used to feed pigs or cattle and sheep, so there is no waste at all. The next step is the key point. Jiang Wenkong took the lead and carried A to one end of the ridge. He first moved a little soil, then dug it hard with it and pulled it, and a nest of red lumps appeared. 2 more hoes were used, and the whole nest of sweet potatoes was brought out of the ground. Suddenly, there were exclamations from all around. "Oh my God, how come there are so many in this bunch, and they are so big?" Jiang Wenkong picked up the bunch of sweet potatoes happily and counted them. There were actually 7. The largest one was as big as his palm, at least 1 pound, and the smallest one weighed 2 or 3 taels. After weighing it, this plant must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. 1 pound, so there are so many in this acre, the yield. Jiang Wenkong's eyes turned red. Not only his eyes were red, but the eyes of everyone present were red. Without saying a word, the men each grabbed a row, picked up and started working. The rest of the people did not lag behind and followed behind with baskets, sacks, and other household items. Exclamations were heard from time to time at the scene. "Wow, this one is so big, bigger than my head. Oh my God, this plant actually produced 11 sweet potatoes. Quick, quick, bring another sack, I can't fit it all." An hour later, all the sweet potatoes of 1.5 mu were harvested. The data from Jiang Wenyuan came out. A total of 7,289 kilograms were harvested, with an average yield of 4,859 kilograms per mu, and this was the result of weighing twice. After hearing this data, everyone looked at the sweet potatoes piled up like a mountain at the edge of the field. Everyone was silent, and then their eyes turned red. One of the yamen runners suddenly knelt on his knees and cried loudly, "Mom, open your eyes and look. The yield of grain per mu is 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms. We will never go hungry again, never go hungry again." Seeing this, the yamen runner who came with him patted his shoulder with red eyes to comfort him. Jiang Wenyuan knew the situation of this yamen runner. His father died early, and his mother struggled to survive with him. Later, his hometown suffered a disaster, and the fields were barren. His mother took him and followed the neighbors to leave their hometown and began to flee. On the way, in order to let her son survive, his mother saved her own food for her son and eventually starved to death. Fortunately, he met a good man who picked him up and raised him. He also learned skills from his adoptive father, learned to read, and was recommended to work as a yamen runner in the county government. Seeing his mother starve to death with his own eyes, it is no wonder that he was so sad. I think today, he was also emotional. Jiang Wenyuan asked people to pick out the bad ones and take them home to steam and eat later. The rest are not allowed to be touched. This is the grain for next year and the lifeline of the people. After transporting all the sweet potatoes back to the mansion, Jiang Wenyuan arranged a special room to store them and arranged people to guard them 12 hours a day. It's not that he is worried about his family, but he is afraid of the scoundrels outside. No matter what time, there is no shortage of people who take risks for the sake of profit in this world. After settling all the things, Jiang Wenyuan hurried back to the county government. After returning to the county government, Jiang Wenyuan immediately wrote a letter, attached a booklet that detailed the method of planting sweet potatoes and a basket of sweet potatoes without removing the root diameter, and asked people to rush to the government office. 2 days later, Lingzhou Prefect Li Zheng received Jiang Wenyuan's letter. After reading it, he couldn't help laughing. After that, he used the express delivery of 600 li to send Jiang Wenyuan's original letter and sweet potatoes to the capital. It took only 8 days for the things to arrive in the capital. When the things arrived in the capital, it was the time for the grand court meeting. Hearing the layers of urgent reports coming from outside the palace, all the court officials felt a shudder in their hearts. It's over. Is there another disaster somewhere? Even Emperor Xia Jingdi on the throne looked suspicious. Report Lingzhou Prefecture, 600 Li Express. The exhausted messenger ran into the hall with a bamboo basket on his back, knelt down, took out the letter sealed with wax in his arms, and said, "Your Majesty, Lingzhou Prefecture 600 Li Urgent Report." Li Deshun, the chief eunuch beside Emperor Xia Jingdi, hurried down, took the messenger's letter, and carried a basket of heavy things to the imperial steps. The messenger was taken away to rest. The emperor took the envelope, tore it open in a few seconds, read 10 lines at a glance, and his eyes widened instantly. He held the letter in one hand, pushed away the eunuch who was in the way with the other hand, and personally pulled the bamboo basket over. He took out a bunch of heavy fruits from it, weighed it, and it weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. What the letter said was true. Emperor Xia Jing couldn't help but open his hands and shouted to the sky, "Good, good, good. God bless my great Xia."
Ha ha ha.
The emperor's loud laughter spread throughout the hall. The court officials who had been closely following the emperor's every move immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor was happy. This was a happy event. At the same time, they were curious about what kind of happy event it was that was worth using the 600 Li Express and made the emperor so happy. This suspense did not last long. Emperor Xia Jing laughed for a while, venting his joy, and gave the letter to Zhang Xiu, the Minister of Revenue. "Zhang Qing, come and have a look. And all of you, come and have a look. Everyone, come and have a look." At the same time, he asked Li Deshun to carry the sweet potato down for everyone to see. After reading the letter, the ministers were also shocked and their temples were throbbing. No wonder the Lingzhou Prefecture sent it by 600 miles express. If the matter was true, he would have sent it by 800 miles express. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the country's money and grain. In recent years, the court has collected very little tax from the people in order to recuperate. The country has little income, but the expenditure is not small. Every year, the food and wages of hundreds of thousands of troops, the salaries of officials at all levels of the court, the water conservancy projects built in various places, etc., all require money. From time to time, disaster relief or something. It can be said that every penny spent must be carefully calculated. Zhang Xiu has been working hard for the empty treasury for so many years. At the age of just over 40, half of his hair is white. Even so, many people still call him Zhang Cuckoo behind his back. He is wronged. If you don't run a family, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. Can he not be stingy?
Can he?
Now, suddenly someone gave him such a big surprise. The yield of 4 or 5,000 kilograms of grain per mu. If it is promoted, there will be no more starving people in the whole of Daxia, and the treasury will be filled. He wished he could kowtow to the man who planted sweet potatoes and call him ancestor. Therefore, Zhang Xiu, who had always been extremely stingy, was the first to stand up and say, "Your Majesty, this man should be rewarded heavily." However, there were those who agreed and those who opposed. A pot-bellied official stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I think we should be cautious about this matter. After all, a grain yield of 4 or 5,000 kilograms per mu has never been seen in history. We still need to investigate carefully. If it is true, it will not be too late to reward. I am afraid that there are those daring people who, for some ulterior motives, deceive their superiors and subordinates and try to deceive the emperor. Besides, this Jiang Wenyuan is a county magistrate after all, so how could he go to the fields in person? I think it is clearly for the purpose of greed and fraud. I beg the emperor to investigate clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was retorted by a rather ruffian voice. Lord Tong is so arrogant. This matter has not been investigated clearly, and His Majesty has not said anything, but you just open your mouth and accuse people of deceiving the emperor. Isn't it too arbitrary? As he spoke, a man walked out from the team of civil servants. This man was the newly appointed left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Qinju Ziguanji, the eldest son of Pingyang Marquis Mansion, the younger brother of Empress Qin, the uncle of Crown Prince Jingyan, and the real uncle of the emperor. When Tong Fuqiu saw that it was Qinju, he glared at him fiercely and said, "Isn't what I said the truth? As everyone knows, the output of grain and wheat is only 200 to 300 caddies per mu, and beans are slightly higher, but no more than 300 to 400 caddies. The yield of 4,000 to 5,000 caddies of grain per mu has never been heard of since ancient times." Qinju sneered. How can a frog in a well know the brilliance of the bright moon? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. After that, Qinyu ignored him. He turned to Emperor Xiaojing and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Emperor Xiaojing knew that he had just returned from Qingzhou and must know something, so he said in a friendly manner, "You tell me." I used to be the magistrate of Qingzhou County and had several contacts with Jiang Wenyuan. This boy is both talented and has excellent character, and is well known in the local area. At this point, Qinju looked at Tong Fuqiu meaningfully and continued, "A few days before I left office, I went to the Jiang family with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but the Jiang family told me that he went to the fields. I thought it was strange at the time. Why would he, a top scholar, go to the fields? So I asked a servant of his family to take me and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to the field. When we arrived at the place, I saw Jiang Wenyuan with his father and 2 brothers, wearing coarse cloth shorts, with their trouser legs rolled up, their buttocks sticking out, and sweating profusely as they swung hoes to dig the ground. At this point, Qinju paused and said, "He is a precious scholar who has won the 3rd place in the imperial examination. He still remembers his original intention after all the flowers bloomed. Just for this reason, I admire him." At that time, I asked him what he was going to plant in the land. He said he was going to plant sweet potatoes. I have been in Qingzhou for 3 years and often visited the countryside. I know all the common crops, but I don't know this one. Of course, I have to find out the truth. He said that he had accidentally saved an old Taoist before, and the old Taoist gave him a bag of fruits, saying that this thing is called sweet potato, which can be planted in April and May and harvested in September and October, and can produce a high yield. I have seen the potato seedlings with my own eyes. The vines and leaves are very lush, but there are no flowers and fruits. I even suspected that he was deceived. Jiang Wenyuan said that he had never planted this thing, but he had to try it anyway. If it didn't work, he could eat it as a vegetable. If it worked, the people would have one more thing to fill their stomachs. Now it seems that he really planted it, but I never thought that the fruit actually grew underground. At this time, Jingyan, who was sitting on the small throne next to the throne, spoke. "I can testify that what Lord Qin said is true. Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has said so, then this matter is almost certain." Thinking of Tong Fuan's righteous words just now, the ministers looked at him with some meaningful eyes. This Lord Tong is targeting Jiang Wenyuan so much. Is there something fishy? Tong Fuqiu felt that his face was swollen. Regardless of whether the sweet potato is really high-yielding, at least the sweet potato is really grown by the person himself, and he planted it in the field himself. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince saw it with his own eyes and could not even refute it. He had to cover his tablet and retreat back to the team in disgrace. Emperor Jing of Xia nodded. So, this Jiang Wenyuan is indeed capable. However, What Tong Qing said is not without reason. We should be cautious.
Who do you think should be sent?
At this time, Jean Yaolin, the minister of the Ministry of Agriculture, who had been silent, stepped forward and said, "I am willing to go and verify it." When Emperor Jing saw him, he was happy. "Oh, it's really you who are the most suitable person to do this. Your Ministry of Agriculture is in charge of agriculture and mulberry, which is also your job. So, Jean Qing, you should immediately select a few reliable agricultural officials to accompany you, and I will send you 20 Yulin guards to accompany you. When you arrive in Qingzhou, quickly investigate the matter. If this is true, you must cooperate with Jiang Wenyuan with Qingzhou County as the center and vigorously promote sweet potatoes next year without any mistakes. It's a good opportunity for the agricultural officials to learn how to grow sweet potatoes." "Your Majesty," Jean Yaolin obeys the order. This matter has a temporary result. Emperor Jing asked someone to take the basket of sweet potatoes to the Yushan room to steam them. After steaming, they were sent to the Qingjing Hall. He also wanted to taste what the sweet potatoes tasted like. Is it really as soft, sticky, sweet, and filling as described in the letter? After the sweet potato incident, the court continued. Before the court was dismissed, the eunuch brought the steamed sweet potatoes. On the tray, the red fruits, either long or oval, were hot and exuded a pleasant fragrance. The eunuch took the lead in picking up one. The outside was a layer of red skin. After peeling it, there was yellow flesh inside, with an attractive fragrance. The eunuch took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. He nodded with Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing personally took a medium-sized one and ate it. As Jiang Wenyuan said in the letter, it was soft, sticky, and sweet. Even toothless old people and children could eat it. He was half full after eating only one, and he really felt full. So Emperor Jing had more confidence in sweet potatoes. As for the letter saying that eating too much will make you, he didn't take it seriously at all. When you are full, farting is a trivial matter that can be ignored. There is not much food, and many ministers share one or even 3 people. After tasting it, they all said that this thing is very feasible. After leaving the court, Emperor Jing took the letter and read it again, wondering, "This Jiang Wenyuan, if I remember correctly, he seems to be this year's 3rd-place winner? Why does this 3rd-place winner not stay in the Hanlin Garden and go to Qingzhou to farm?" Let's say that Jean Yaolin received the task and went back to select people immediately. The next morning, Jean Yaolin took several agricultural officials and followers, as well as 20 Yulin guards with swords, and galloped all the way to Qingzhou. This treatment and pomp was the first time that the agricultural officials of Daxia went out on business, which showed the importance that Emperor Jing attached to the new grain. After sleeping in the open air and being dusty all the way, Jean Yaolin and his party finally entered Qingzhou City at the stall of closing the city gate 12 days later. Jiang Wenyuan thought that the court would send someone, but he didn't expect that they would come so quickly, and it was the highest official of the Sinong Temple, Lord Jin. While he was surprised, he was also very relieved in his heart, thinking that His Majesty attached great importance to this new grain. Jean Yaolin and his party were nearly 30 people. The county government could not accommodate them at all. Jiang Wenyuan had to send someone to book an inn nearby, buy wine and food, and accommodate these guests who came from afar. Jean Yaolin and other agricultural officials had been on horseback for more than 10 days in a row, and their old bones almost fell apart. However, he had to remember the mission of this time. He was urged to see the sweet potatoes early the next morning. Since the adults were not afraid, Jiang Wenyuan, a small county magistrate, naturally would not stop them, and he took people back to Zijindu. Although he was prepared when he came, he was still shocked when he saw the mountains of sweet potatoes in the warehouse. After that, Jiang Wenyuan took them to see the 1.5 acres of sweet potato fields. At this time, only some dried sweet potato leaves and another half-acre of soybeans that had not yet been harvested were left in the sweet potato field. Jean Yaolin was lucky and kicked a sweet potato that fell into the soil. He picked it up like a treasure, patted the dirt off it, and held it carefully in his hand. Back at the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Wenyuan led Jean Yaolin and others to the backyard, where there were still a few rows of sweet potatoes planted later, and now it was just right to harvest. Hearing that they could harvest sweet potatoes in person, several agricultural officials were very happy. Even the leader of this team of Yulin guards couldn't help but run over to watch the fun. He also wanted to see the moment when this high-yield grain with a yield of several thousand kilograms per mu was unearthed. Jiang Wenyuan ordered people to bring sickles and hoes, and told them that it would be easier to cut off the vines first and then dig. Several agricultural officials were practical people who were good at farming and understood it at a glance. At that moment, they took the tools and started working. However, the short 5 rows of sweet potatoes only took up 1 mu of land. After harvesting, they weighed it, and it was 607 kilograms. At this moment, he finally believed that there were high-yield grain varieties with an output of 5 or 6,000 kilograms per mu. An unprecedented pride suddenly rose in his heart. The people of Daxia will never go hungry again. Jin Yaolin and his party stayed at the Jiang family for 2 consecutive days. He made a detailed plan with Jiang Wenyuan on the promotion of sweet potatoes next year. After that, he rushed back to the capital to report. Except for Jin Yaolin, the other 3 agricultural officials stayed to assist Jiang Wenyuan in the promotion of sweet potatoes next year. All 20 Yulin guards stayed to guard the sweet potato seeds. So far, the Jiang family can finally sleep peacefully. It was winter at this time. Jin Yaolin went north all the way. The further north he went, the colder it was. There was heavy snow near the border of the capital, which almost froze him half to death. Even so, it was November 12th when he returned to the capital. He didn't care about resting. He went to the palace on the day he returned to Beijing and reported to Emperor Jing that the sweet potato yield of several thousand kilograms per mu was true, and he even participated in the digging himself. He described the sweet potato digging vividly, and Emperor Jing wanted to dig it himself. The next day, Emperor Jing announced this matter in the court, and the whole court was immediately shocked. The country is based on the people, and the people depend on food. Food is the cornerstone of a country. When the people can't even get enough food, the country is not far from war. Therefore, even Zhang Xiao, the Minister of Revenue who has always been stingy, loudly requested His Majesty to reward this man. The politics of Daxia was generally clear. It was a great achievement to be able to grow such high-yield grain. It was a foregone conclusion that meritorious service would be rewarded. As for how to reward, that was the emperor's business, and they had no control over it. But they could make some plans for these grain seeds. So the ministers started arguing again about the distribution of grain seeds. A said, ship them to Kyoto and plant them in the imperial farm. B, who was not on good terms with him, immediately objected, planting them in the imperial farm is false. You want to use public power for private benefit to plant them in your own farm. A said, you are talking nonsense. You are talking about yourself. B said, whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart. But I heard that some people sent people to Qingzhou overnight last night. I was furious. X, you are spying on me. I will fight you. As he said that, he swung a fist at B. B was not willing to be outdone, and immediately fought back, and the two of them immediately wrestled into a ball. When the colleague next to him saw that things were not going well, he immediately stepped forward to mediate the fight, but he was hit in the eye by a fist and immediately got angry. I was kind enough to mediate, but you hit me. I'm not someone to be trifled with either, so I rolled up my sleeves and joined in. For a moment, black gauze, tablets, and shoes flew everywhere, and the entire court was in chaos. Without the emperor's order, no matter how loud the noise was, the guards guarding the palace dared not come in. The civil officials wanted to mediate, but those who didn't have the strength couldn't, and those who had the strength were afraid of being beaten. In the end, the military generals, who were usually the most disliked by the civil officials, couldn't stand it anymore, and they went up and separated the people one by one, like little chickens. The disheveled, bruised-faced people looked at the emperor sitting on the dragon throne, who was majestic and expressionless, and their minds suddenly became clear, and they were completely sober. Only then did they remember what they had just done. Emperor Xiaojing looked at the people fighting below with a half-smile. Why did you stop? I haven't seen enough. You are good at martial arts and you look stronger than the generals. How about I send you to guard the border? There was a snickering sound all around. Emperor Xiaojing suddenly stood up and slammed his palm heavily on the imperial desk, making a loud bang. The hall suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. The emperor's face was as gloomy as water, and he was furious. Ship to the capital. Plant in the imperial farm. Send people south overnight. Are you so impatient? I haven't said anything, but you dare to openly calculate in front of me and try to seize the grain that others have worked hard to grow. Do you think Jiang Wenyuan is just a small county magistrate and let you do whatever you want? Are you worthy? Don't think I don't know what you are up to. I tell you, no one can touch this batch of grain. Whoever dares to raise his hand, I will kill his entire clan. The people who were fighting immediately knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, and dared not say a word to defend themselves. The ministers knelt on the ground and begged the emperor to calm down. After the emperor had a rage, his anger finally subsided. He quickly dealt with the people who fought and fined the salary of those who should be fined, confined them to their homes, and demoted them. After it was done, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Jing of Xia was more pleased with his ministers. Seeing that no one was going to make a memorial, he threw his sleeves and announced that he was leaving the court. 3 days later, Li Deshun, the chief eunuch in front of the emperor, left the capital in the snow and wind with a team of people and headed for Qingzhou. Because the road was slippery and difficult to walk on the snowy day, the group walked on the road for nearly a month before finally arriving in Qingzhou on the morning of the 13th day of the 12th lunar month. Jiang Wenyuan personally led people to welcome the angel at the city gate. As early as when the angel left the capital, Qin Zhu had sent someone to deliver the news to him at full speed. He was named Qingzhou County Earl by His Majesty for his contribution to growing high-yield grain. The angel who came to convey the imperial eunuch this time was Li Deshun, the chief eunuch in front of the emperor. He was a top celebrity in front of the emperor and a confidant of His Majesty. He must treat him well and never offend him. The weather was cold, so the two sides only exchanged a few words of greeting. Lida said, by the way, I heard that the sweet potatoes are hidden in your house, so I will go to your house to announce the decree. Jiang Wenyuan had guessed this would happen, and he agreed immediately. He asked the servant Ah Ping to go home and report the news, and he would arrive with the angel guard. When the Jiang family received the news, they immediately prepared in an orderly manner. The incense table, brazier, and soup had been prepared long ago. At this time, everyone went back to their rooms to change into brand new clothes and shoes. The women even took out the jewelry at the bottom of the box and put them on. Even the little kid Jiang Yuqing was forced by her mother to change into a new bright red skirt, tiger head shoes, and tiger head hat with white rabbit fur edges, and a small bag of the same style as the tiger head hat. She looked like a big red glutinous rice dumpling Fua, and her brothers were so cute that their hearts trembled. It was 3/4 of an hour. The sound of gongs came from the village road. The young man from the same clan who was waiting for news at the entrance of the village ran in quickly to report, Here they come. The angel procession is coming and will soon reach the entrance of the village. Everyone's expression immediately became tense. Not long after, everyone saw a procession that stretched for a mile. The gong sounded in front to clear the way, followed by a sign that said silence, stay away, followed by a flag, and then 6 horsemen with swords as guards. In the middle was a red lacquered carriage with a canopy, followed by 2 carriages with green curtains, and finally a long team of guards. The procession slowly came to the door of the Jiang family and stopped. At this time, the door of the Jiang family was wide open, and the windows were bright and clean. A red carpet was laid from the main door to the main hall, and an incense table had been set up in the main hall. The Jiang family members were all in high spirits, waiting at the main door with solemn expressions to welcome the angel's arrival. Li Deshun got off the car and walked along the red carpet into the lobby of the Jiang family. Seeing that the incense table was ready in the hall, he nodded with satisfaction. Without saying anything, he walked straight to the incense table, took out a bright yellow scroll of holy scriptures and shouted, Qingzhou County Magistrate Jiang Wenyuan receives the order. Jiang's family members immediately knelt on the ground in front of the incense table. Li Deshun opened the imperial edict and began to sing, in obedience. The emperor, "May the will of heaven prevail," said Qingzhou County Magistrate Jiang Wenyuan. Then she sang a long passage full of praise. To summarize, her father planted high-yield sweet potatoes and made great contributions to the country. The emperor was very happy and conferred the title of Qingzhou County Earl on her father. He also awarded him a large farm of 1,000 acres, a large house with 5 entrances in Qingzhou City, and some gold, silver, jewelry, and silks. Then, he encouraged her father to keep up the good work and to cooperate with the agricultural officials to vigorously promote sweet potatoes next year. According to the rules, her father was supposed to go to Beijing to express his gratitude after being conferred the title, but because the emperor was concerned about the promotion of sweet potato breeding next year, he allowed them to return to the palace to express their gratitude after the autumn harvest next year. After the imperial edict was read, the surroundings suddenly exploded. What did they hear? Jiang Wenyuan, who had only been an official for half a year, was actually named a great lord by the emperor. Oh my God, the graves of the Jiang family ancestors must be smoking. The old patriarch was so excited that his eyes rolled up and he fainted. The clan members were so scared that they pinched their philtrum and raised their arms, and finally woke him up. In order to prevent their father from getting too excited and causing trouble, his sons did not dare to leave his side for a moment, at least until his father was calm enough. Some people from other families were quite jealous and said, "The daughter of Lord Jiang is really a lucky star. It has been less than 2 years since she was born." Their family first made a fortune by collecting Ganoderma lucidum, and a few months later, her father passed the imperial examination and became a jiren. Later, he passed the imperial examination and became an official. It has not been long, but she has been conferred a title. No wonder the Jiang family dotes on her so much. If it were me, I would also spoil her to death. The Jiang family members heard this and could not help but sneer. Stop it. Everyone knows what life your 3 daughters live. They don't have enough to eat or warm clothes, and they have endless work to do every day. Even so, your wife still beats and scolds them every day. With your family like this, it's strange that you can have a prosperous family. Instead of envying others, you might as well treat your 3 daughters well. I think your precious son may not be as useful as your 3rd daughter in the future. The outsider's face turned red instantly after his true identity was exposed, and he ran away from the crowd in shame. Jiang Yuqing didn't care what the clansmen said. She was thinking about the things the emperor rewarded her. Farms, gold, silver, cloth, etc. were all practical things. As for what level of title this Qingzhou County Earl was, the little girl really didn't know. She planned to find a chance to ask her father later. The angel had been running around for days, braving the wind and snow all the way, and had suffered a lot. After the announcement of the decree, she was immediately arranged by the Jiang family to rest in a warm house, and each person was given a bowl of hot and spicy soup to dispel the wind and cold. This move really won a lot of goodwill. Under the witness of the clansmen, Jiang Wenyuan carefully presented the imperial decree of the title to the ancestral hall of the Jiang family and announced to the ancestors that his descendants would live up to expectations and bring glory to the family again. The old patriarch was so happy that he cried again. After a short rest, it was time to eat. The Jiang family prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome the guests from afar. Jiang Wenyuan, his son, his brothers, his father-in-law, his eldest brother-in-law, another Wang Shirya from the county government, and 3 Sinong officials accompanied Li Deshun to sit at the main table. In addition to the usual chicken, duck, fish, and meat, there was actually a plate of rare green vegetables in winter on the table. The green vegetables were green and lush, and they were just picked from the ground. Green vegetables of this quality are not common even in the palace. Therefore, they were snatched up as soon as they were served. After dinner, Lu Xiaocai, Lu Dejiu, and Wang Shirya said goodbye and left. The Jiang family was busy arranging accommodation for everyone. This time, Li Deshun brought a total of 66 people, including guards. Together with the 3 Sinong officials and their 3 servants who stayed before, the 20 Lin guards guarding the warehouse, and the 25 Jiang family servants, a total of 117 people. The Jiang family's yard is quite large, but it is not enough to accommodate so many people. Fortunately, the old house was still there. Jiang Wenyuan had anticipated today's situation and cleaned it up in advance. He put a brazier in each room and laid a thick quilt.
He was really exhausted.
After dinner, he took a rest later. Lida asked to go and see the sweet potatoes. The Jiang family agreed. Although it was known that the yield of sweet potatoes was high, it was just a number after all. When he actually saw the warehouse full of sweet potatoes, he was still surprised. He asked in detail about the planting season, how to plant, and when to harvest. Jiang Wenyuan answered one by one. Li Deshun is almost 50 years old. It is really too much for him to travel long distances in the snow and wind in the winter. The winter in the south is wet and cold, the kind that chills you to the bone. His knees were already aching slightly, and he couldn't help but pounding them with his hands. Especially tomorrow morning, he would leave for Beijing again. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. But there was nothing he could do, he had to go. Seeing that he looked bad, Jiang Wenyuan personally sent him back to his room and left after settling him down. Li Deshun's room was arranged in the first courtyard. It was originally Jiang Yuzheng's room. The outer room was a study, and the inner room was a bedroom, one bright and one dark. The rooms of the Jiang family's children are all in this layout. At this time, 2 charcoal basins were lit in the room, which was very warm. On the solid wood flower stand in the corner, there are 2 pots of orchids. They are not famous products, but wild orchids dug up from the mountains. After being nourished by Jiang Yuqing's supernatural power and spiritual spring, they are full of vitality. They have already formed flower buds and will bloom in a few days. The bed curtains and bedding are all brand new. There is no incense, but only the smell of being exposed to the sun, fresh and clean. A new soft couch has been added to the study room outside. On the couch, there are also neatly folded new thick beddings, which are convenient for the eunuchs on duty to rest. Li Deshun looked at the layout of the room and nodded with satisfaction. Although it is not as good as his residence in the palace, it is better in cleanliness and tidiness, which is rare in this rural area. It can be seen that the Jiang family has also put in a lot of effort. Just based on the fact that Jiang Wenyuan arranged the people he brought with him in such a short time, this ability should not be underestimated. Feeding more than 100 people is really not an easy task. Old Hu, Lin, Zhu, and 2 maids all came to the battle, and Lu invited a few cheerful sisters-in-law from the clan to help, and then they arranged the dinner for the evening. The meal was still rich. According to the guest's request, 1 meat dish was reduced and 1 vegetarian dish was added. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After a busy day, everyone was exhausted, tired but happy. County Earl is a 3rd-class Earl title, a 4th-rank official, with a fief of 300 households, and is considered among the nobles. It can be granted to the wife's family or the mother's family. In other words, you can ask for the title of Lady of Imperial Concubine for your wife or mother. Jiang Wenyuan plans to wait until the new year is over, and then write a letter to ask for a title for his mother. The old lady has suffered all her life, and it is time for her to enjoy the blessings of her children when she is old. As for his wife, she had to bear with it for now. I will ask for a title when I make merit again. I believe that with my precious daughter and my own efforts, this day will not be too long. The next day was the 14th day of the 12th lunar month. It rained heavily. With the howling north wind, the coldness really blew into the bones. In such weather, Li Deshun could not set out, so he had to wait another day. However, the weather was like this for 2 days in a row. On the 15th day, it just snowed. It was called snow, but it was not exactly. It was all fine ice particles, hitting the roof and the yard densely, making a rustling sound. It snowed all day long. Because there was no sun and the temperature was low, the ice particles froze into ice as soon as they fell to the ground, forming a thick layer. Under the eaves and on the treetops, there were cone-like icicles everywhere. The kids at home were naughty. When they got up early to go to school, each of them broke off a piece and played with it in their hands, not afraid of freezing their hands. In such a situation, let alone traveling far, even walking a few more steps in the yard had to be careful. That's not all. Worse news came from the prefectural capital. Heavy rains in the past 2 days caused a large-scale landslide, and blocked the official road from Lingzhou Prefecture to the capital. It's freezing cold now, and the blocked road is too long. Even if more people are sent, it will take until the new year to completely clear the road. Jiang Wenyuan half-jokingly said to Li Deshun, "It's raining, it's a day to keep guests, will you keep me?"
Stay.
You see, even God is keeping guests. Why don't you stay in my humble home for a while, and wait until the new year, when the ice and snow melt, and then set off again? Besides, His Majesty has always been kind, and will definitely not blame you for delaying these few days. Hearing the music, he knew the elegant meaning. Li Deshun knew that Jiang Wenyuan was giving him a way out. Anyway, things were already like this, so he might as well go down the ladder and stay at Jiang's house for the new year. It's better than running to the prefectural capital to live in a cold post house. Li Deshun stayed at Jiang's house. The Jiang family was used to being simple and honest. Apart from the initial unfamiliarity, they soon became familiar with him. He was 2 years younger than Old Man Jiang, so Old Man Jiang called him Brother Li, the sons and daughters-in-law of the Jiang family called him Uncle Li, and the grandchildren of the Jiang family called him Grandpa Li. He was called to eat together every day, and he ate whatever the Jiang family ate. Knowing that his legs were not good, and he could not stand the damp and cold weather in the south, Jiang Wenyuan, after his official duties, specially went to Hyantong to invite a doctor back and prescribed a soup for soaking his legs. He was neither flattering nor fawning, and completely treated him as another elder of his family. Old Man Jiang was afraid that he would be bored, so he came to chat with him from time to time. No matter if it was strange stories in Qingzhou or some trivial matters in and outside the village. For example, someone's son lost all his family property in gambling and off his mother to death, or someone's sow gave birth to 11 piglets in a row, or someone's man beat his wife and was taught a lesson by her brothers from her natal family, and so on and so forth. It was rare that Old Man Jiang was happy to talk, and Li Deshun also found it fresh. After that, he would tell Old Man Jiang some fun things in Beijing, such as the prosperity of the capital, the grand occasion when foreign countries paid tribute, and the secrets of the mansions of the rich in the capital. Old Man Jiang was amazed, and his eyes were opened. In short, it was a wonder that these two old guys with different backgrounds, different knowledge, and completely different class levels could talk to each other strangely. Therefore, after the initial discomfort, Li Deshun actually quickly fell in love with the Jiang family and the warm family atmosphere of the Jiang family. On the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Deshun returned to his room after breakfast and was sitting at the desk reading a book. The eunuch who served him was sitting on the small table next to him and pounding his knees. Don't look at him now in front of people, but in fact he has a cheap life. He has been serving people since the day he entered the palace, and he has been kneeling until now. His knees and legs have been scarred for a long time. Now that he encountered such damp and cold weather, his knees were really hurting. He couldn't sleep, but reading a book could distract him. The door suddenly made 3 clicks, and then with a creak, the door was pushed open. Then a little head poked in from the gap. The little head didn't say anything, just tilted its head, opened its big grape-like eyes and looked at him, with the words, "Can I come in?" written all over its face.
Lides her.
This was the only little girl in the Jiang family who was very favored. Because she was too young, she couldn't speak very fluently. It was this little kid who couldn't even speak, but he caught the eye of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who asked him to bring something to her from afar. He had been in the palace for many years, and although he was cold-hearted, he was still willing to be more patient with such a lovely child. So he waved at her, "Come in." After getting the nod, Jiang Yuqing climbed on the threshold with both hands skillfully, lifted her arms upwards, first put one foot over, turned over half of her body, and then took the other foot, like a stupid penguin trying to escape from prison. In the end, the stupid penguin landed safely. After successfully crossing the threshold, Jiang Yuqing straightened her clothes and patted the dust. No matter how high the threshold is, this girl still turned over, while complaining that the threshold at home was too unfriendly to her, while stepping on small steps to da-da and running towards Li Deshun. The reason why she came here was, first, she was curious about the Anuch. Second, she also wanted to gain more favor for her family. She didn't expect him to say a few good words to the emperor after returning, but at least he couldn't say bad things. Li Deshun was curious about her purpose of coming here. Little girl, what are you doing here?
I don't have any candy for you.
Little Tuanzi shook her head. No candy. Look, books. Then she ran to the bookshelf, tiptoed, took out a book from the bottom shelf, ran back to his side, tiptoed, raised her little hand, and put the book on the desk. Then she pushed the chair. The solid wood chair was too heavy for little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi pushed it very hard, almost using all her strength, but still only pushed a little bit. Her face flushed. As a last resort, she had to seek help from the little Anuch next to her. Brother, move the chair, sit down. Little brother, please move the chair down. The little Anuch didn't dare to move, and looked at Li Deshun. Seeing Li Deshun nodded, he moved the chair to his side, put it side by side with him, and then carried the boy to sit on the chair. This chair is much higher than the threshold. It is difficult for the little guy to climb the threshold, so he definitely cannot climb such a high chair. After the young Anuch moved the chair, he sat down again and continued to help Li Deshun massage his legs. Jiang Yuqing saw that Li Deshun's face was a little pale and recalled that he had limped when he went to the front hall to eat just now. Thinking of his profession, he thought that there was a big problem with his knee. Leg it hurts? Ne Chuanzi looked at his legs and then at him with some concern. I thought, why don't I get him some medicine? If something happens to this old Anuch, my family can't afford it. Thinking of this, he slid down the chair swiftly, stretched out his hand, and pressed his knee. The soft touch on his fingers showed that his knee was swollen. But because Jiang Yuqing was small and his hands were weak, Li Deshun didn't feel much. It was the first time that Li Deshun had seen such an interesting child, so he did not mind her offense to him. Instead, he wanted to tease her. Hey, little girl, can you treat illnesses? The little girl did not speak, tilted her head to look at him, and ran away over the threshold. Li Deshun was confused and helpless. He thought that the child was indeed a child, coming and going like the wind, and he had no patience at all. So he shook his head and continued to read. However, after a while, there was another click sound from far to near outside the door. The same way of knocking on the door, the same posture of climbing over the threshold, and the same click-click-click footsteps. Well, the little girl ran back again, this time carrying a bulging tiger head bag. She ran to Li Deshun's side and took things out of the bag. A thick stack of strange cloth pieces half the size of a palm, emitting a strong smell of medicine, and a small porcelain bottle. Jiang Yuqing pulled out the stopper of the porcelain bottle, poured out 5 strange dark brown pills, and motioned him to eat them quickly. Take medicine, legs don't hurt. Li Deshun understood that the little girl saw that his legs hurt, and went back to find medicine for him. In an instant, Li Deshun's frozen, hard, bottomless and dark heart suddenly shone with a ray of sunshine. So rare, so warm. The warmth made his eyes misty. When he lowered his head again, the look in his eyes when he looked at her was much gentler. Although he was moved, he couldn't take medicine randomly. Especially for such a young child, he might have stolen the medicine from some elder in the family and sent it to him for unknown diseases. Seeing that he refused to take the medicine, Jiang Yuqing suddenly came to his senses and realized that he had made a fool of himself. The other party was afraid that she would take the medicine from the family and give it to him. In fact, if you put yourself in her shoes, a little kid wouldn't dare take the medicine given to her casually, no matter how seriously ill she is. Thinking of this, she ran out again, and soon she brought her father back. Jiang Wenyuan knew what was going on when he saw the medicine on the table. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking that his precious daughter was really good at making trouble for him. Just as he was thinking about how to cleverly round this matter off, the little girl spoke. Master, here, take the medicine. Legs don't hurt. The medicine given by my master, my legs don't hurt after taking it. Jiang Wenyuan knew the power of his daughter's pills, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the medicine cured the disease. Besides, his daughter was determined to pave the way for him, and he couldn't hesitate all the time. If he made friends with Li Deshun, he would have more backers in the court in the future. After thinking it through, he pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "My daughter is young and ignorant. I disturbed your peace.
Please don't blame me. If
my uncle has something extraordinary to say, just say it directly. Our family is not unreasonable." Jiang Wenyuan hesitated for a while, and then made up his mind and said, "Although my daughter is young, she has some adventures. When she was 1 year old, she was accepted as a disciple by a hermit master. Because she was too young, it was inconvenient to bring her around, so he only came back every once in a while to teach her some medical knowledge and leave some medicine. The medicine in this jade bottle is called Shujin Huishua tablets. It is said that it has the effect of relaxing muscles and tendons, activating blood circulation, and removing blood stasis. It can be used for bone pain, bruises, bone arthritis, rheumatism, etc. These are the original words of her master. No one in our family has any symptoms in this regard, so no one has ever eaten it, so I don't know whether it is useful or not. As for those pieces of cloth, they are called Shangshi Jitong plaster. It is said that it has similar effects to the Shujin Huishua tablets, except that the former is taken internally while the latter is applied externally. After hearing this, Li Deshun just said, "Oh," and did not say anything else. He put his hands into his sleeves, not knowing what he was thinking. He was doubting the truth of the fact that the Jiang family's youngest daughter had a hermit master. After all, adults would lie, but children would not. Especially for a little kid who couldn't even speak clearly, it was even more impossible. What he cared about was that although the medicine was given by a hermit master, Jiang Wenyuan also said that his family had not used it personally, so he was not sure whether the medicine was really as useful as the master said. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Jiang Wenyuan said, "Although I and my family have never used these two medicines, when I went to Beijing to take the imperial examination, I brought some small pills and golden powder for treating colds and fevers left by masters. I have tried the pills for colds and fevers myself, but it was just a few small tablets swallowed with water, and the disease was cured in 2 days. Later, I used the golden powder to save an old Taoist priest who was seriously injured and bleeding profusely." "Is that the old Taoist priest who gave you the sweet potato seeds?" "That's right." Li Deshun nodded, lowered his head, and pondered for a long time before saying, "Well, the doctors in the Imperial Hospital don't have any good solutions for my leg anyway. It's just trying one more medicine. I can still afford it, so I'll give myself a chance. If there is any improvement, it will be a blessing for our family." Jiang Wenyuan said, "Father-in-law is very generous." He squatted down again and asked his daughter, "How do you use this medicine?" "Eat and take medicine. 5 pills." She stretched out a small palm. 3 times a day, 5 pills each time. "What about this?" Jiang Wenyuan asked his daughter, while picking up a piece of plaster. The little Anuch pulled up Li Deshun's trouser legs and motioned him to pull up his trouser legs. "Pants, pull.
Stick to the legs."
Li Deshun understood that this was for him to pull up his trouser legs and stick them directly to the wound. The young Anuch followed his instructions and rolled up his 2 trouser legs, exposing his knees, which were red, swollen, and deformed. This degree of rheumatoid arthritis cannot be cured even in modern society with advanced medical care and can only be controlled to minimize recurrence. A trace of pity flashed in Jiang Yuqing's eyes. It's not easy for eunuchs. They kneel and serve others for a lifetime, have no family and relatives, and get sick when they are old. In the future, when they can no longer work and leave the palace, a few of them with rich wealth can still live a relatively stable life, but most eunuchs have a very miserable ending. Eunuchs are the most deformed product of feudal society with the least human rights. If she approached Li Deshun in order to improve her favorability, now the only thought left in her mind was to treat him. She was a doctor in her previous life, and she was determined to study medicine in this life. A doctor's duty is to save the dying and the wounded, and she cannot be indifferent to the pain of the patient. In the end, under the guidance of Jiang Yuqing, the little Anuch successfully tore off the plaster and applied it on Li Deshun's swollen knees. Afraid that the plaster would not be firmly attached, Jiang Yuqing subconsciously stretched out his little hand and smoothed it carefully. After finishing, Jiang Yuqing clapped his hands with satisfaction and said, "Plaster, change it once a day. Take medicine, don't eat spicy food. Plaster, change it once a day, and don't eat spicy food while taking the medicine." After the matter was resolved, Jiang Wenyuan also said goodbye and returned to the county government office. There were too many things to do near the end of the year, and he was busy all the time. However, there was a big Buddha living in the mansion, and he couldn't just leave him there without caring about him, both for public and private reasons. He had to go back and forth between Zijindu and the county government office every day, which was really hard. There was no other way. After Jiang Wenyuan left, the little Tuanzi sat back next to Li Deshun, puffed up her rosy face, and began to read seriously. Li Deshun could only see clearly that the cover of the book had 5 big characters written on it, Shenong's herbal classic, and he couldn't help but laugh. I really can't tell that this girl is really a little miracle doctor. A little miracle doctor who is less than 2 years old and can't speak clearly. He wanted to tease her again. "Little girl, can you read?" Tuanzi glanced at him and nodded.
Of course I can.
Li Deshun raised his eyebrows. "Okay, I will test you today." He took the Shenong Benchao Jing from her hand and turned to the first page preface and pointed to a line of words at random, coaxing, "Here, you, read this paragraph. If you read it all correctly, our family will reward you with a treasure. Do you think it's okay?" "Okay. Of course it's okay." Tuanzi looked at him with a speechless look. "Thinking that you are rushing to give me a gift. If I don't accept it, I will be sorry for myself. How does the saying go? If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a." So Tuanzi began to read, "If you want to cure a disease, first observe its source. First observe the pathogenesis, and if the 5 internal organs are not weak, the 6 organs are not exhausted, the blood vessels are not chaotic, and the spirit is not scattered, you can take medicine and it will be cured. If the disease is already developed, it can be half cured. If the disease is over, it will be difficult to survive." Her little tongue was not very good, and she could not read the 4-character phrases, so she had to break them up and read them 2 by 2. "Read. I've finished reading. Not a single word is wrong." After a long time, the little Anuch found his voice again. He looked at Jiang Yuqing with eyes full of amazement and admiration. "Oh my God, this little girl seems to be less than 2 years old, and she is so amazing. She is worthy of being the daughter of the 3rd place in the imperial examination." The performance of little Tuanzi really stunned the 2 eunuchs in the room. Li Deshun has been accompanying the emperor for many years, and he claims to have seen many prodigies and talented women in the capital. Their prince is the most amazing one among them. He can write at the age of 3 and fight at the age of 5. Now this little guy who is less than 2 years old is not much behind, which is really jaw-dropping. Li Deshun touched Tuanzi's head with amazement and relief, and immediately fulfilled his promise. "Go and get the box of Nanju." The young Anuch responded and went into the inner room and soon took out an exquisite wooden box the size of an adult's palm. When he opened it, he saw a box full of pearls the size of an adult's fingertip, each one round and full, emitting a fluorescent luster. The little girl's eyes lit up immediately. "Ah, Juju," beautiful Li Deshun said with a smile. "If you like it, take it back and let your mother make jewelry for you."
Yeah.
Tuanzi was very happy and nodded repeatedly, her big eyes smiling into crescents. These ancient pearls were not cultivated artificially. They were purely wild and not easy to collect. Among them, Dongju is the most valuable, followed by Nanju. Although the box of Nanju given by Li Deshun is not as valuable as Dongju, the number is not large, and the quality is also first class. Its value is at least over 1,000 taels. Tuanzi accepted it with a clear conscience and didn't know what politeness was at all. Or she didn't want to be polite at all. She earned it with her own ability, so why not? At most, she would go back to Genshin when he left. "Thank you, Grandpa Li." Tuanzi thanked her very earnestly. At his age, he really deserved to be called Grandpa. There was no other meaning, just a respectful title. Being called Grandpa Li by such a well-behaved, beautiful and lovely child, Li Deshun's heart melted. He was sold into the palace by his family when he was 7 years old, and he worked diligently for decades. From a powerless eunuch who was bullied by everyone, he climbed to the position of the chief eunuch in front of the emperor and became the emperor's confidant. He suffered so much along the way. When he was down, others insulted and bullied him, and when he was in power, others flattered him. The most disgusting thing is that on the one hand, they try to please him, and on the other hand, they call him a castrated dog and a behind his back. He has no relatives or friends, only a broken body and a cold-blooded, broken heart. Only this child who has just learned to walk and can't speak clearly, will take the initiative to ask him if his legs hurt. She would take the initiative to find medicine for him, and when he suspected that she was unwilling to take the medicine, she couldn't express herself clearly, so she even asked her father to help explain. There was no reason, no purpose, just purely to help him relieve the pain. In fact, to her, he was just a stranger who was temporarily staying in her house, but she treated him so attentively. She really had a pure heart. Li Deshun pressed the corners of his eyes that were a little sore and looked down at the cute little girl next to him. Since you call me Grandpa Li, then I can call you Good Boy too. I remember that your elders all called you by this name. Yeah, Good Boy. Yes, that's what they call me. You can call me that if you want. Jiang Yuqing was thinking about the vegetables in the backyard, so she stayed with Li Deshun for a while and then went back. Li Deshun was very reluctant to let the eunuch send the box of pearls to her mother, so that the little girl wouldn't have to climb over the threshold all the time. Mrs. Liu was shocked to see that Li Deshun gave her daughter a box of pearls worth 1,000 gold. After carefully inquiring about the reason, she put it away, saying that it was for her daughter's dowry in the future. After receiving such a valuable gift from others, Jiang Yuqing thought that she had to give something back. She searched around in the spiritual realm and suddenly saw the tens of thousands of kilograms of chestnuts and fruits purchased in the previous 2 months.
She almost forgot about them.
In the middle of winter, fruits, nuts, and the like are surprisingly scarce. It was the new year again, so if we let it out now, we would definitely make a fortune. Tuanzi picked the most beautiful oranges and dates, put them in a basket, and sent it to Li Deshun, planning to talk to her father about selling fruits when he came back tonight. In the evening, Jiang Wenyuan left the yamen. Jiang Yuqing told him about selling fruits. Jiang Wenyuan said that it was easy to do. Among the cooperating companies, the Jiang family had a fruit and pastry shop, so they would definitely need it. The next day, when Jiang Wenyuan went to the yamen, he asked Jiang Yuqing for a fruit basket. That afternoon, the head of the Jiang family personally brought people to Zijindu and took away nearly 40,000 kilograms of chestnuts, more than 5,000 kilograms of hazelnuts, and 20,000 kilograms of various fresh fruits at a very generous price. The Jiang family had more than a dozen pastry and fruit shops in Qingzhou and several neighboring counties. These were scarce goods before the new year, and he was afraid that they would not be enough to sell. After the head of the Jiang family left, Jiang Wenyuan calculated the accounts and found that he had made nearly 17,000 taels of silver from this item alone. Add in the dividends from the food workshop, and this year will definitely be a good year. Jiang Yuqing's medicine is indeed effective. Taking medicine internally and applying it externally, Li Deshun's knees were swollen in just 2 days. After another 2 days of rest, the pain was gone, which really made Li Deshun very happy. His leg was an old problem. Every time it happened, it would hurt for several days. Even the imperial doctors had no good solution. He really suffered a lot. Now he used Jiang Yuqing's medicine, and it was fine in just 3 or 4 days. It was really magical. Moreover, this little guy seemed to regard curing him as his responsibility. In the past few days, he went to his house 3 times a day to urge him to take medicine on time. He was not allowed to eat heavy food during meals. He would knock on the door at night to see if he had soaked his feet with soup medicine. He really performed the duties of a little miracle doctor 100%. Sometimes, he deliberately acted uncooperative, which made her angry, and she would yell at him loudly, wow and wow, talking incoherently and being cute. Li Deshun's legs were healed, and the year was coming to an end. The sky finally changed the gloom of the past few days and smiled. The winter sun is like the spring rain, which is always extraordinarily precious. People are reluctant to waste it. The 24th day of the 12th lunar month is the kitchen year in the south. On this day, everyone living in the Jiang family yard, from top to bottom, whether it is the master, servants, or guests who are temporarily staying here, all work together to clean the floor of the house, clean the furniture and things, and wash the bedding and bed curtains. It was really lively. Li Deshun also participated in the cleaning personally. These jobs were also done in the palace before. It's just that working in the palace and working here are completely different in terms of mood. The former is cold and wooden, while the latter is warm and life. The 25th day of the 12th lunar month. The Jiang family began to make glutinous rice cakes, and rice cakes. There are many things to do, and a lot of labor. The guards who came with the angel to convey the order were all strong. Most of them were from the north. The New Year in the north is completely different from the New Year in the south, and the food to be prepared for the New Year is also different. They thought it was interesting and they were curious. It was a rare opportunity, and everyone wanted to experience the New Year customs that were completely different from those in the north, so they all participated. Because there were so many people and so much rice, the Jiang family borrowed 3 sets of stone mortars and wooden pestles, and they were busy. The rice cakes, glutinous rice cakes, and rice cakes made were piled up into a mountain. Tuanzi pulled Li Deshun and went back and forth in front of various operating tables. They had a lot of fun and ate a lot of rice cakes. She was so full that she didn't even have lunch. This really distressed Li Deshun, and she hurriedly asked someone to get some hawthorn juice for her to take. In the afternoon, this pair of pseudo-grandfather and grandson, who were supposed to help but were actually saboteurs, rushed to the rice cake making site again. They asked the man who was making the dough for a piece of rice flour, saying that they wanted to make a New Year gift for everyone in the family. As a result, the two really overestimated their artistic creation ability. After playing for an entire afternoon, they got all covered in white rice and flour, but in the end, they made a bunch of things that they didn't even know what they were. So angry. In the end, they had no choice but to knead these works with unique aesthetics together again, and rolled them into a long noodle as thick as a thumb, and then coiled it up in circles. As for what it looks like, well, it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that it won't be wasted. On the 26th and 27th, each family was busy sending New Year gifts and buying New Year goods. The Jiang family has many people this year, and the things they need to buy are several times more. There are all kinds of food and things to use, whether it's an angel or a guard. It's all for their own affairs. Even if they can't spend the New Year with their family, at least they can't neglect them. Good food and drinks must be prepared for them. Therefore, all members of the Jiang family went out to buy New Year goods. With the current status of the family, it is also the first in Lingzhou Prefecture, so there is no need to deliberately please anyone. To put it bluntly, even Jiang Wenyuan's superior Lingzhou prefect had to be courteous to him and respectfully called him uncle. Li Deshun was taken by the Jiang family and walked and looked all the way. He bought a lot of practical and impractical things, most of which were bought for the little dumpling. As long as the little dumpling looked at something for a few more times, he would let the eunuch pay for it. It can be said that he doted on the child. He had accompanied the emperor on a private visit outside the palace in Beijing before. At that time, he was so nervous that he was afraid that there would be assassins who were blind and assassinated him. How could he have the mind to look at the street market? But today is different. Today, he is just an ordinary old man who is dragged by his brothers and surrounded by the younger generations, making noises and going shopping together. He likes such days, without the twists and turns of intrigue, without the deceptions and calculations of you and me, ordinary and fresh, just like the sun in this winter, comfortable and warm. This is the life of a person. At this time, the little girl was held by her big brother Jiang Yujiang, looking at each stall. There were 6 other boys around her ready to take her place at any time. Behind her were Li Chuan and Guyu, and 2 newly bought servants, who were definitely the group's favorites. There were so many people on the street during the New Year's fair. If she wasn't held by someone, She, a little kid who was not even as tall as a stall, would only be able to look at the feet on the street. The 14-year-old boy had a somewhat upright figure. At this moment, he was holding his sister steadily, watching her bargaining with the stall owner, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Jiang Yuqing took a fancy to a set of 7 nesting dolls with monkeys catching the moon, which were made with the most beautiful workmanship. He wanted to buy them back and ask Li Deshun to give them to his little brother as a New Year's gift when he returned to Beijing. Because when Li Deshun came, he gave her a small box, saying that it was given to her by her little brother. Inside was a small seal with a golden phoenix pattern engraved with her name, 2 pairs of very beautiful dragon yarn beads, and some other small jade ornaments. The little brother who lives in the capital and is someone she knows is none other than Jing Yan, who left Qingzhou half a year ago. Unexpectedly, the pretty and overly serious little boy still remembered him and sent someone to bring her something from afar. She naturally couldn't pretend not to know about this friendship. This set of dolls will be a return gift. I just didn't know that he actually knew Li Deshun. The things are beautiful, but when I asked the price, 300 coins were really expensive. She stretched out 2 tender little fingers like green onions and gestured 2 words. No, it's too expensive. 200 coins. The stall owner was a young man who was amused at the sight and said, "Hey, you little girl can bargain at such a young age. You have a future. However, I can't offer 200 coins, it will lose money. Look at this thing, the workmanship, the lowest price is 290 coins. It's 10 coins cheaper. Is this bullying her because she is young? Although the workmanship is really good, if it were porcelain, it would be worth the price, but it's a pity that it is made of pottery. Let alone 200 coins, he would make a profit even if it was 150 coins. He asked for such a high price, just because he saw her young age and took her as a sucker." Thinking back to her previous life, the reputation of cutting in half in the night market behind the main hospital was not for nothing. It was time to let the stall owner see the dangers of the world. Although the little tongue can't say much, it is somewhat disadvantageous. Anyway, let's do it first. No, 200. This is too little. I see you are cute, so I will give you another 10 coins, 280 coins. 200. 200. 270 coins. 109. 260 coins. 108. Hey, why are you getting lower and lower? Okay. 200 coins will be a loss for you. No, 108. The little dumpling insisted. Okay, 108. That's 108.
Take it.
If she continued to talk, she would really lose money. The stall owner put the nesting dolls on and handed it to Jiang Yuqing. Tuanzi took it happily and carefully put it into the cloth bag she carried with her. She took out a small purse embroidered with a fat koi from it, took out a piece of silver, and gave it to the stall owner. The stall owner weighed it with a scale and gave her 72 big coins in return. The lord of the territory was rich and thought the copper coins were too heavy to carry. Just then, a man selling candied haws passed by, and she bought all the candied haws for him with a big hand. There were 67 strings of candied haws at 3 coins a string, and she spent 200 coins. The boy selling candied haws smiled so hard that his big teeth were exposed, and he also gave her the straw bundles for the gourds. So, each of the Jiang family's children took a string of candied haws, including Li Chuanguyu and the servants who followed behind. Jiang Yuha, who was already 13 years old, was the most active. He had a big appetite and was very strong. He was even half a head taller than his brother Jiang Yujiang. At this moment, he was quick to grab the candied haws stick first, which made the rest of his brothers and sisters envious. What child's childhood did not have a sweet and great dream of running around the village with a candied haws stick? Jiang Yuha, carrying the candied haws stick, instantly felt that he was the most handsome boy on the street, with an aura of 18 feet. He walked in front of his brothers and sisters with a proud and confident look, like a general returning from the battlefield. Such a large group of beautiful girls and young men walking on the street, each holding a candied haws to eat, really attracted attention. When the children on the street saw it, they all clamored for their families to buy it. The parents were so annoyed that they had no choice but to ask Jiang Yuhe how to sell the candied haws. Jiang Yuhe wanted to say he didn't want to sell it, but his cousin Jiang Yuhu covered his mouth first. Yes, 4 coins and 1 cent a string. The head of the family was stunned. Why is it so expensive? It only costs 3 coins a string on weekdays. Jiang Yuhu smiled and said, Uncle, you said that it was on weekdays. Now it's the end of the year, and the price of sugar and other materials has risen sharply. We have no choice. The head of the family thought that this was the truth, so he took out 8 coins and bought a string for each of his 2 sons. This was out of control. More and more people came to buy candied haws. Soon, there was only 1 empty pole left. The brothers and sisters of the Jiang family looked at each other and found a corner at the same time, took out the copper coins in the bag and counted them, 224 coins. In other words, they not only made 24 coins, but also ate 11 candied haws for free. The children of the Jiang family were stunned. For the first time, they knew that money could be made in this way. Seeing the more than 200 big coins in her hands again, Jiang Yuqing was quite amused. However, after this incident, she finally saw it. This third brother Jiang Yuhu, who usually does not show off, is a genius in business. If he is willing, he may be trained in the direction of business in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuqing happily gave Jiang Yuhu a thumbs up and said loudly, "Third brother, great." Then, he took out the extra 24 copper coins from the small purse and put them in his hand and said sweetly, "Brothers." Jiang Yuhu was praised by his sister and got the 24 big coins rewarded by his sister. He was really happy and his mouth was raised high, and he never put it down all the way. It was these 24 copper coins that opened the legendary road of Jiang Yuhu's Daxia richest man and later became his heirloom. Of course, this is a later story. Let's not talk about it for now. Although there are maids and servants following, the elders in the family are still paying attention to the children's affairs. Of course, she saw what happened just now. Zhu asked her husband with bright eyes, "If the third child doesn't want to study in the future, how about letting him learn to do business?" Jiang Wenxi said, "I don't care as long as the child likes it." Jiang Wenyuan said, "I think it's okay. The third child's talent for studying is average, but he is flexible and adaptable, and he is a good material for business. In the future, the family will definitely develop some other industries. If you train him well, he may succeed in his career." Hearing the affirmation of his son by his brother-in-law, Zhu's eyes became brighter. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the Little New Year is celebrated. Kill the pig, chicken and duck and steam rice noodles and meat. On this day, the Jiang family killed 3 fat pigs and 5 sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and fat fish. Because there are more than 100 people living in this house, they can't use knives on the first day of the new year, so they can only prepare it in advance. Put betel nut taro on the fresh pork, marinate it with seasoning and mix it well, then wrap it in lotus leaves and start steaming it. The 5-layered steamer was heated from the afternoon of the 29th to the next morning. The steamed rice noodles and meat were filled in 6 large baskets half a meter high, and the aroma was so fragrant that people drooled. The remaining meat, chicken, fish, etc. were also cleaned and rubbed with salt, wrapped in dry lotus leaves and placed in a large vat in the backyard. It was cold now, so it would be no problem to keep it for 2 or 3 days. That night, news came from the capital. The official road from Lingzhou Prefecture to the capital was repaired. After Li Deshun learned about it, he decided to set off for Beijing after the 3rd day of the new year. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. The New Year's Eve dinner in the south is eaten early. From the late afternoon, around 3 p.m., the sound of firecrackers rang out in the village. The Jiang family's New Year's Eve dinner started at the time of Shen. 10 tables were lined up in the hall, and the dishes were the same for both masters and servants, separated only by screens. The 10 imperial guards who took turns guarding the sweet potato warehouse were not allowed to leave the warehouse for too long due to their duties, so the Jiang family simply cleared a piece of space in the sweet potato warehouse, placed a charcoal basin underneath, and set up a feast. This way, they could have a good New Year's Eve dinner without delaying their work. Not only that, The Jiang family also asked people to make dumplings with leek and meat filling according to the custom of celebrating the New Year in the north. Although the appearance was ordinary, it was welcomed by all the guests. If nothing else, the Jiang family's kindness to others was enough for them to cherish for a lifetime. After dinner, everyone set up melon seeds, fruits, tea, snacks, and cakes to stay up all night. It was a bit boring to sit there, so Jiang Wenyuan asked people to bring out a wooden pot and a pole that they had made a long time ago and let everyone play the game of throwing pots. They were all young people and they were most active when they were young, so they immediately got excited and joined in. For a while, the hall was very lively. Li Deshun also became interested and even made a bet of 50 taels of silver. This bet was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, and the noise almost overturned the roof. The boys of the Jiang family were all participating in this game for the first time, and they were very excited. In the past, they only heard from their teacher that this game was popular among the rich and powerful, but at that time, their family was so poor that they couldn't even have enough food to eat. So, how could they take these illusory things to heart? They never thought that they could experience it in their own home now. Jiang Yuqing had only seen it in TV dramas before, and today was her first time to experience it, and she found it quite interesting. However, she was small and weak, and after trying twice and failing to throw it in, she gave up. She concentrated on cheering for her brothers. In the end, the prize of 50 taels of silver was pocketed by a small leader of the guard team. After the game of throwing pots was over, the servants brought fireworks. Setting off fireworks is always the favorite of children. Although it is far less beautiful than the fireworks she had seen in her previous life, it is fun. And because there were so many people and it was lively, the children of the Jiang family, including Jiang Yuqing, successfully held on until midnight. After midnight, it is the New Year. First, the servants of the family kowtowed to the master and wished a happy New Year. As usual, Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Who gave everyone a big red envelope. Each red envelope contained 500 coins. Then, the children of the family wished a happy new year to the elders, including Li Deshun, and everyone gave the children red envelopes. Among them, Jiang Yuqing received the largest red envelope. Next, the agricultural officials who were staying here, the guards from Beijing, and the Jiang family greeted each other. As elders, Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Who gave each of them a red envelope of 1 or 2 taels of silver, wishing them a prosperous and smooth new year. After handing out the red envelopes, everyone went back to rest. On the first day of the next month, the elders and villagers visited each other to wish each other a happy new year. The first wave of arrivals were the children from the clan and the village. The children came in groups, wishing a happy new year and saying auspicious words. In addition to the usual peanuts, melon seeds, and maltose, Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Who also gave each of them a red envelope of 5 cents for good luck. Then came the adults in the village. Li Deshun didn't like these stares and went back to his room. Little Tuanzi was afraid that he would be lonely, so he took him to visit the vegetable garden in the backyard. Only then did Li Deshun know that the green vegetables they ate every day came from here. Looking at these green and lush vegetables, Li Deshun was amazed. It is worthy of being a family that grows high-yield crops such as sweet potatoes. Even vegetables are so well grown in the winter. Because it snowed a few days ago, the family was afraid that the vegetables would be frozen to death by ice particles, so they built a grass roof on each side of the ground. It can't be said to be warm. As long as they are not exposed to snow, these vegetables can survive. At most they grow slowly. Because there were many people at home during this period, Jiang Yuqing was afraid that there would not be enough vegetables to eat, so she often asked her parents to cover for her and water the vegetables with spiritual springs to deliver supernatural powers, which ensured the supply of vegetables in time. There were fewer people coming to pay New Year's greetings in the afternoon. Xia Chuanzi followed her brother to the village to pay New Year's greetings. The 8 brothers and sisters were warmly received by everyone at every house, especially Jiang Yuqing. She didn't know that she had long been a lucky star in everyone's hearts and a mascot of the boy who attracts wealth through word of mouth among the villagers. Therefore, every time she went to a house, the elders would desperately stuff the peanuts, candies, snacks, etc. that they were reluctant to eat into her small bag. Later, even the hood of the rabbit fur cloak was filled with food, which really made the children around envy. She only left a little of these foods. The rest, when passing by Grandma Yang's house, asked her brother to leave them to the two children of the Yang family. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, the daughter of the out-of-laws family returned to her parents' home. On this day in previous years, the Jiang family was empty. Because Li Deshun will leave for Beijing tomorrow, the daughters-in-law of the Jiang family have consciously postponed the time of returning to their parents' home. Old Man Jiang and his sons accompanied Li Deshun to walk around the village, chattering about which fields were planted with rice and which fields were going to plant sweet potatoes this year. After dinner, everyone began to pack their luggage and prepare to leave for Beijing early tomorrow morning. The Jiang family was also packing things for Li Deshun tomorrow. Their family is of grassroots origin. There are no gold, silver, jewelry, or antiques and paintings. The only things that can be sent back are the local products produced by the family. Rice cakes, and steamed rice noodles and meat. There was a basket of big grapefruits picked from the yard of the old house last year, a basket of horse hooves, and even a basket of various green vegetables with mud in the backyard, filling up a horse carriage. It can be said that he is very down to earth. Qingzhou is more than 2,000 miles away from the capital, and it is not always possible to stay in a post house or on the road. Things like glutinous rice cakes are durable, and you can just light a fire and roast them when you rest, which is filling and convenient. After getting along for half a month, everyone has more or less developed some feelings. In particular, the Jiang family is a rare, kind, and honest family. Thinking of leaving here tomorrow, everyone is a little reluctant, especially Li Deshun. The old Anuch drank too much, and he pulled the old man Jiang and sobbed. "Brother, I really envy you. You have a virtuous wife, filial sons, and a large house full of children and grandchildren, enjoying the happiness of family life." He cried for a while and then said, "Don't be fooled by the appearance of Li Deshun. I am actually miserable. I was sold by my father when I was 7 years old and was sold to the palace. Since then, I have no home and nothing but money. When I die in the future, there will be no one to break the pot for me." The old Anuch spoke the truth after drinking, and he cried so sadly. Although old man Jiang sympathized with him, he had never comforted anyone in his life. He stuttered and thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a good idea. When his head got hot, he said, "Don't worry, I will break the pot for you." "No, that's not right. I should let my son break the pot for you. This guy is 2 years younger than himself. Breaking the pot for him himself, not to mention the question of whether it is appropriate or not, it sounds like cursing him to die early. Unlucky during the Chinese New Year, bah, bah, bah." Li Deshun listened to it, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He quickly thought about his future retirement problem. Maybe after leaving the palace, he could really move to Zijindu and live next to the Jiang family. If something happened to him, with the kindness of the Jiang family, they would not stand idly by. Well, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Just then, Jiang Yuqing's little Tuanzi came over with a big bag of something in her arms. Seeing this, the little Anuch took the things Tuanzi was holding and carried Tuanzi into the house, saving her from climbing over the threshold again. Li Deshun stopped crying when he saw Tuanzi coming, for fear of scaring her. He quickly wiped his nose in tears with a handkerchief and said, "Oh, my little darling, what have you brought me again? It's so heavy." Tuanzi said, "Medicine." When he opened it, he saw that it was full of medicines he had used before. Among them were 5 bottles of Shujin Huishua tablets and 50 tablets of Shangshi Jitong plaster. This is because they are afraid that his old injury will relapse after he returns, so they even prepared medicine for her. How can a little girl be so lovable? So, Li Deshun cried again. He wiped his tears and said to Jiang Yuqing, "My dear, Grandpa Li can't bear to leave you. Tell me, how can there be such a good child like you in this world? Otherwise, come with me to the capital. I will buy you whatever you want." Before Jiang Yuqing could say anything, the old man Jiang was unhappy. What? No, no. You old man, I treat you as a brother, but you want to kidnap my granddaughter? No, forget it. You'd better leave quickly tomorrow. Jiang Yuqing knew that the two old men were joking and smiled and said, No. Grandpa, stay. I won't go to the capital, or you should stay. The old eunuch said, Who will support me if I stay? The little boy patted his chest and said proudly, I will support you. Li Deshun instantly felt that his life was complete. The next day, the Jiang family got up early. After breakfast, Li Deshun's motorcade officially set off to return to Beijing. The Jiang family sent them out of the north gate of Qingzhou. Before leaving, the little girl handed a small box to Li Deshun. Gift for you, little brother. Inside was a set of monkey moon catching dolls bought before the new year, 10 peeled lollipops rewrapped in white glutinous rice paper, and a small mechanical wooden toy car painted red. Li Deshun took the box, touched her little head, and said reluctantly, I will definitely bring the things to you, and don't forget Grandpa Li. When your father goes to Beijing this fall, let him take you with him, and then we'll get together again. Okay, dear, remember. Look, Grandpa. So good. After seeing Li Deshun off, the Jiang family's nerves, which had been tense, finally relaxed. With such a big Buddha living in the house, they couldn't sleep well at night. Fortunately, nothing went wrong in the end. After a day of reorganization, on the 5th day of the first lunar month, 3 carriages of the Jiang family set off at the same time and drove to 3 different places. The sons of the Jiang family accompanied their wives back to their parents' home. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife sent someone to deliver a letter yesterday, saying that they would bring the children back today. When they arrived, Lu's brother and sister-in-law from her mother's family were waiting at the door with 2 children. Both sides greeted each other and entered the inner hall. Jiang Wenyuan and his wife and children kowtowed respectfully to his parents-in-law. Old scholar Lu looked at his handsome son-in-law in front of him, and his old face smiled like a sunflower. At the beginning, he didn't think he was a fish in the pond, but he never thought that this son-in-law was really extraordinary. I thought he was very good to pass the exam, but he didn't expect that he was conferred a title less than half a year after becoming a county magistrate. Although it is only a county earl and cannot be inherited, it is also a step to heaven for ordinary people. Now when he goes out, who doesn't say that he has a good eye for choosing a son-in-law? This is something that old scholar Lu can brag about for the rest of his life. While the men were talking in the front hall, Lu went to chat with her mother and sisters-in-law in the room. Lu's mother, Gua, said, Now that my son-in-law has been conferred a title, according to the rules, the maternal and wife's families can apply for titles. Has my son-in-law told you who he wants to apply for a title? Lu said, My third brother said that he would apply for a title for my mother-in-law first. She has worked hard for most of her life, and it is time for her to enjoy the blessings of her children and grandchildren. As for me, my third brother said that the situation is very good now, and as long as our family does not make any mistakes, it is only a matter of time before my wife and son are conferred a title, so I should not be anxious. Gua nodded, That's right. Although the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, there is a first-come, first-served for everything. That is his biological mother, and my son-in-law is a filial son, so he will definitely apply for a title for your mother-in-law first. I am telling you this today because I am afraid that you will think about it in a biased way, get stuck in a dead end, and alienate your son-in-law. Lu refused and said, Mother in your heart, is your daughter as narrow-minded as me? Gua complained unceremoniously, You sound like you're pregnant, but I don't know who it is. Before she could finish her words, Lu covered her mouth. Lu was afraid that her mother would tell her about the embarrassing things in the past, so she said angrily, Mom, please stop talking and save some face for me in front of my sister-in-law, okay? Ha! Chen looked at her sister-in-law in front of her. She has become more and more beautiful in the past 2 years. She is obviously the mother of 2 children, but she still retains the innocence of a girl at home. It can be seen that her husband's family has treated her very well in these years. Gua also discovered this. As a mother, she doesn't ask her daughter to be rich, but only hopes that her son-in-law treats her wholeheartedly, is more considerate, and doesn't do other dirty things. The adults were talking in the house. Jiang Yuqing was taken by his brother and two cousins to visit their school. Grandpa Lu's house is a large house with two entrances. He lives in the backyard, and the front yard is the school. There are 4 classrooms, a teacher's lounge, and a canteen, utility room, toilet, etc. In the middle is a flat and wide kuju field. During breaks, students can form teams to play kuju and strengthen their bodies. There is even a kuju competition every month. The winning team can be exempted from half a month's tuition. The students who come here to study are all from nearby villages. Their families are not rich, and half a month's tuition is a great temptation, so the competition among students is very fierce. Mr. Lu feels that it is useless to have knowledge without a good physique during the imperial examination. Therefore, he attaches great importance to the cultivation of students' physical fitness. Originally, there were only 3 classrooms. Since Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination, more and more students came here to study, and later a new one was opened. At this time, the school was on winter vacation, so there were only neat desks in the spacious and bright classroom. Jiang Yuqing even sat in his brother's seat. After visiting the classroom, the brothers took Xia Chuanzi to a rabbit-raising family in the village and bought a pair of snow-white rabbits for his sister to take home and play with. The brothers happily walked back with the rabbit cages and ran into a woman who was looking over here while cracking melon seeds. The eldest cousin Lu Huai frowned when he saw her. Since she was already in front of him, it was difficult to avoid her, so he had to step forward and greet her. Cousin. The person who came was Lu Xiaoer, the cousin of the next room of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoer married well. Her husband was the owner of Jingxialu in the county. Although it was not a big restaurant, the business was still pretty good over the years. But this woman was not a good person. When she was a girl at home, she always tried to compete with Lu Yuan. Later, she married to the city and became the proprietress of a restaurant, while Lu Yuan was married to a poor boy from the countryside by her father. When she returned to her parents' home during the new year, Lu Yuan was bullied by her. It was not until Jiang Wenyuan passed the imperial examination that she dared not say anything, but she still said a lot of sour words behind his back. The Lu family knew all these things, but they didn't care too much for the sake of their fathers. Hey, isn't this Huaier? Where are you going? Lu Xiaoer raised her eyebrows, her small eyes swept up and down and finally fixed on Jiang Yuchuan and Jiang Yuqing, brother and sister, and didn't move. Lu Huai and Lu Jin stepped forward to block their sister behind them, raised the rabbit cage in their hands, and said, I bought a pair of rabbits and plan to take them home to raise them for fun. Lu Xiaoer looked at Jiang Yuqing and his sister and said, These 2 are your aunt's children. They are really good-looking, like a golden boy and a jade girl. As she said that, she stepped forward and pushed Lu Huai away and pulled Jiang Yuqing over, unexpectedly pulling Jiang Yuqing so hard that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The frightened children screamed together and hurried forward to pull their sister back. Lu Xiaoer was a rude woman. She shook off the hands of the Lu brothers and said dissatisfiedly, What are you doing? I just want to talk to her, and I won't eat her. Lu Xiaoer tightly held her wrists and said with a fake smile, Don't be afraid. I am your mother's cousin. You can just call me Aunt. I have a little brother at home who is very handsome. Aunt will take you home to play, okay? The moment Jiang Yuqing's eldest cousin stood in front of her, she knew that this woman might not be a good person. But she never thought that she would start without saying a word. Jiang Yuqing struggled for a few times to no avail and said angrily, Let go, it hurts. The Lu brothers and Jiang Yuchuan also stepped forward to help beat Lu Xiaoer. You hurt my sister. Let go quickly. Lu Xiaoer was hit several times in a row, and it hurt a little, so she had to let go of Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuchuan quickly pulled his sister back and protected her tightly behind him. The young man, who was already half-grown, had a bit of the majesty of his father. He said angrily with a cold face, My mother has no sisters. How can you be my aunt? If you want to claim kinship, you have to see if we recognize you. After that, he lowered his head and carefully pulled open his sister's sleeve. Seeing 5 red finger marks on her white wrist, which were faintly fading, he became even more angry. He shouted angrily to Lu Xiaoer, You hurt my sister, and our Qingzhou Earl's mansion will not let it go. You just wait. After that, he squatted down his not-so-strong body and steadily carried his sister on his back and walked back. The Liu brothers also glared at the culprit fiercely, picked up the cage, and trotted all the way home to protect the brother and sister. As soon as he got home, Zhang Yuchuan complained to the elders. After hearing the whole story, Uncle Liu said nothing, but said to the servant with a sullen face, "You go to Gao's house." In less than an hour, Liu Xiaoer's man Gao Chong arrived at Xiushui Bay. As soon as he entered the house, he slapped Liu Xiaoer the face, which made her head buzz. It took her a long time to cry. Liu Xiaoer's mother Zhou and her two sisters-in-law were stunned by this sudden incident. After they reacted, they hurried forward to pull their daughter away. Zhou was furious and said, "I don't know what my daughter did. You hit her as soon as you entered the door. If you don't explain today, I will never let you go." Gao Chong always looked down on this family. If he hadn't seen that Liu Xiaoer was the cousin of Master Liu within 5 generations, he would not have married her. Gao Chong said with a gloomy face, "What did she do? Mother-in-law might as well ask your good daughter. What did she do?" Zhou knew that her son-in-law always looked down on her family, but it was the first time that he hit her daughter in front of her without saying a word. She was also worried. Could it be that her daughter really did something stupid? But she was very quiet these few days when she returned to her parents' home. Except for being a little lazy, it seemed that she didn't do anything. Gao Chong was so angry that he couldn't bear to slap the idiot a few more times. He gritted his teeth and said, "Did you hurt the county magistrate's daughter? Why are you so rude? She was just walking on the road. Why did you provoke her? Do you think Jinxila's business is too good, or do you think I won't die soon enough?" Zhou's face turned pale with fear when she heard this. She asked Liu Xiaoer with trembling lips, "Is what he said true?" Liu Xiaoer didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet. She cried and begged her mother to make the decision. "Mom, I didn't do anything. I just thought that the girl was pretty and wanted to coax her back to be a companion for our Hongfu. So I pulled her." Zhou wanted to shut up her stupid daughter when she heard this. She was also arrogant, but she was not as stupid as her own daughter. She knew who could be provoked and who could not be provoked. This girl, that's the Earl's mansion. Can she provoke the Jiang family? The last person who provoked the Jiang family, Tan Lao San, now has grass half a foot high on his grave. At that time, Zhang Wenyuan had not even passed the imperial examination and won the 3rd place. Now he is not only a high official, but also a noble. Gao Chong was really amused by Liu Xiaoer. "Tell her to accompany Hongfu? You really dare to think so? She is the daughter of the county magistrate and the eldest daughter of the Qingzhou Earl's mansion. Your son is just a merchant son, and he actually dreams of marrying her. Is your brain full of?" Gao Chong really hated iron for not being able to make steel. No wonder the old people said that marrying an unvirtuous wife will ruin 3 generations. He said helplessly, "Go with me to the Jiang family to apologize tomorrow. Even if you have to kneel, you must kneel to ask them to forgive you." "I won't go. I don't want to see Liu Yuan's face." It was simply a dream to want her to be subservient to Liu Yuan. "Okay, then you can live in your parents' home for the rest of your life. You want to divorce me?" Liu Xiaoer looked at her husband in disbelief. "You can think so?" Gao Chong nodded. At this moment, he really wanted to divorce this idiot. "Gao Chong, how can you be so heartless? You can't do this." "Why not? You are going to send my whole family to death." Gao Chong roared. "If it wasn't for Master Liu's sake, do you think I would marry you? What do you have? Why would I like you? Would I like you? A family of blood leeches, or a fool like you who doesn't even know you're going to die?" Gao Chong was also furious. He would not give Zhou and the others any face at all. Although Zhou was angry that her son-in-law didn't give her face, she was afraid that Gao Chong would really divorce Liu Xiaoer. That would be a loss of both her dignity and face. She hurriedly pulled Liu Xiaoer to the side and said earnestly, "Xiaoer, go ahead. Go and apologize. We really can't afford to offend the Jiang family. Do you really want to be divorced? It's easy for a man to divorce his wife and remarry, but it's hard for a divorced woman to find another husband. Lu Xiaoer was also afraid and nodded while crying. After being married for several years, she knew that her husband always kept his word. If she didn't apologize, he would really divorce her. The next morning, Gao Chong prepared a lot of gifts and took Lu Xiaoer to the Jiang family in Zijindu. Jiang Wenyuan left them alone for an hour before letting them in. Lu Xiaoer was really scared this time. After entering the house, she kowtowed to Lu respectfully and apologized. Lu didn't make things difficult for them. After ordering people to accept the gifts, she let them leave. After leaving Zijindu, Gao Chong went to Xiushui Bay again and gave Master Lu a generous thank you gift. Master Lu didn't say anything else, just asked Gao Chong to take good care of Lu Xiaoer. Gao Chong respectfully said that he would discipline her strictly in the future. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Xiaoer asked her husband in confusion. It wasn't Master Lu she offended. It would be fine to apologize to the Jiang family. Why did she give gifts to Master Lu? Just because he is Jiang Yuqing's uncle? Lu's biological brother? Gao Chong scolded angrily. I say you are stupid. You are really stupid. Master Lu sent someone to find me with a note that was to give me face and give me a chance, and also because I am always sensible. Otherwise, with the current status of the Qingzhou Marquis' mansion, the Qingzhou Marquis can make my Gao family suffer with just a casual word. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was filial to Master Lu on weekdays, and fortunately, the Qingzhou Marquis gave face to his brother-in-law. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. He glanced at Lu Xiaoer next to him sinisterly. As for this idiot, since then, except for the necessary etiquette during festivals, the Gao family has never given Lu Xiaoer's family a penny. After Zhou shamelessly went to the door to ask for money in person but to no avail, she knew that her son-in-law had completely ignored them. As for Lu Xiaoer, she is now in a difficult situation. Of course, let's not talk about it for now. What happened that day did not cause much impact on Jiang Yuqing. She quickly forgot about it. The county government would start printing in 2 days. Jiang Wenyuan took advantage of the free time in these 2 days to find several agricultural officials to discuss the promotion of sweet potatoes. In fact, this matter had been almost decided before the new year, and now it was just to clarify some minor details. Last year, the potato seeds harvested, excluding those that were damaged, were about 7,100 kilograms. In order to prevent these potato seeds from being bought at a high price by some dignitaries for profit after they were distributed, all these 7,100 kilograms of potato seeds were concentrated together by the county government for breeding and then distributed to the people for free. The people needed to sign a contract with the county government, and the county government would purchase the sweet potatoes at a unified price of 5 cents per kilogram after the harvest. If the growers privately sold sweet potatoes to others, in addition to being fined a high amount, they would also be beaten with a stick or even exiled. After the details were worked out, the yield of the 7,100 kilograms of sweet potatoes was estimated. Calculated at 50 jin per mu, 7,100 jin of sweet potato seeds can plant about 142 mu. Even if there are more, it can only be 1 or 2 mu more, and then it will be planted when the time comes. It is not that the original sprouts of 50 jin of sweet potatoes can plant 1 mu of land at a time, but it is necessary to wait for these sprouts to grow into long and strong vines before a second planting is enough. Otherwise, if only potato tubers are planted, I am afraid that the number will have to be more than doubled. They don't have so many potato seeds, so they can only take the trouble to use the method of secondary planting. Fortunately, the climate in Qingzhou is warm enough, and there is enough time for sweet potatoes to grow. Jiang Wenyuan secretly told the head of the village and the clan leaders of Zijindu. Those who want to plant sweet potatoes should sign up quickly, because there are not many potato seeds. It is temporarily set at 1 mu per household, 500 coins per mu, and 1 mu is 3,000 seedlings, first come first served. The villagers of Zijindu have seen with their own eyes how high the yield of this new grain is, and have been keeping an eye on it for a long time. They also know that the court has ordered the promotion of the whole county. But there are only so many sweet potatoes in total. With so many people in Qingzhou, even if each family gets one, it is not enough. Now the benefits of having someone in the court are revealed. After hearing Jiang Wenyuan's words, the villagers of Zijinda swarmed to the home of the village head and surrounded his house. According to the regulations given by Jiang Wenyuan, the village head registered all 59 households in the village, including the Jiang family, and signed contracts and pressed their fingerprints. The village head threatened that anyone who dared to sell sweet potatoes privately after the harvest would be expelled from the village. The villagers all smiled and said, "How could that be possible? The adults have supported us so much, we can't discredit the adults." At the same time, the remaining 83 places were given to Xiushui Bei 81, one to Zhu's uncle from her mother's family, and one to Jiang Wenxi's master's family. As for Zhu Demenzi's family, forget it. As for the nursery field, old man Jiang said generously that it would be paid for by his family. The emperor was so generous that he gave his family a large farm of 1,000 mu, and he was reluctant to give up the few mu of land he had left. He also saved himself from having to move so many sweet potatoes around. Last year, the planting was late, and Jiang Yuqing had to use his supernatural powers and spiritual springs to accelerate the seedlings before he could catch up with the harvest. This year, with experience, he started to raise seedlings after the spring equinox. With the experience of last year's planting, and with the assistance of several agricultural officials, after a few busy days, the sweet potatoes were planted smoothly. Jiang Wenyuan built 2 small houses next to the nursery, and the Yulin guards took turns to watch over them for 12 hours a day to prevent anyone from deliberately destroying or stealing the seeds. After planting the red seedlings, Jiang Yuqing told her father that she wanted to plant watermelons. Father Jiang, who was a daughter, agreed without hesitation and asked her how many to plant. Jiang Yuqing thought about it and stretched out her fat finger to indicate 2. Jiang Wenyuan was stunned for a moment. 20 acres? It's not impossible. Thinking of the big and sweet watermelons, Jiang Wenyuan swallowed his saliva subconsciously. With the ability of his precious daughter, she should be able to grow them, right? At worst. If it really doesn't work, just treat it as cultivating the land. Jiang Yuqing opened her mouth and swallowed the exclamation that was about to come out of her mouth. In fact, she only wanted to plant 2 acres to try it out first, but it turned out that her father seemed to have more confidence than her. So Jiang Yuqing decided that he must not let his father down. This wonderful misunderstanding was born. Under Wenyuan's instruction, the Jiang family applied enough base fertilizer to the 23 acres of sand field adjacent to Qingjiang River and sorted it out. Then they planted the watermelon seeds that Jiang Yuqing had soaked in spiritual spring water. In order to keep the watermelons warm, they were covered with a layer of translucent tarpaulin. After the watermelons emerged, they were manually opened. Although the cost was a bit high, there was no other way. As for the 1,000-acre manor rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor, it was 5 miles north of the county, right next to the official road, and the geographical location was very advantageous. It was originally the private property of an official. After the official committed a crime and was confiscated, the place was nationalized and now it belongs to the Jiang family. The manor has a total of 1,076 acres, all of which are fertile fields. There is a small courtyard with a well in the courtyard, which can be used for the head of the manor to guard the manor. Farmers always have a special affection for the land. Therefore, as early as before the Lantern Festival, Old Man Jiang brought several sons to visit. Old Man Jiang said happily that this good field must be planted with rice. The Lord of the Realm said at the time that she would provide seeds. The rice in the spiritual realm is all high-quality conventional rice seeds, with stable genetic genes, not only high yield, but also can be kept by oneself. The yield of this rice in the spiritual realm is about 1,000 kilograms per mu, which is slightly higher than the hybrid rice planted on a large scale in the previous life. After being planted outside the spiritual realm, affected by the planting environment, Jiang Yuqing dared not guarantee the yield per mu. It was only 500 to 600 kilograms per mu, which was much better than the rice seeds of this era. The elders of the Jiang family had long known her magical powers and did not find it strange. Even the sweet potatoes were taken out of the immortal world by her. Therefore, when he saw the plump and fat grains suddenly appearing in the little palm of his precious granddaughter, old man Jiang immediately decided to use the rice seeds provided by his granddaughter. This manor originally had tenants. They were all refugees who fled from other places in the early years. After the original owner's family was confiscated, the manor was nationalized. The former county magistrate Qin Ju was not very good at taking care of these mundane matters, so he collected the land rent according to the original amount and filled it into the national treasury. Jiang Wenyuan had the seeds provided by his daughter and wanted to build this place into another base for good seeds, so he naturally would not rent out the land again. But in this way, the tenants who lived on the land would inevitably lose their livelihoods. Jiang Wenyuan would naturally not do such an immoral thing that would cut off people's livelihoods. Therefore, after discussing with the original tenants, he changed the land tenancy into an employment relationship. Each person was paid 5 taels of silver per year, with 1 day off per month, and they were hired to help take care of the fields. In fact, they were long-term workers. But this wage was already the highest in Qingzhou County, and the highest wage of the yamen runners was only 7 taels of silver. Considering their family situation and the whole family waiting for food, Jiang Wenyuan promised them that after the work started, he would advance half of the silver, and the rest would be distributed uniformly after the autumn harvest. The tenants counted on their fingers 5 taels of silver per person. If a family used 2, that would be 10 taels of silver. This price was the highest in Qingzhou. The strong man at the dock outside the city worked hard for a day, but only 30 big coins. Moreover, they don't have to pay taxes and grain. They just need to work as ordered every day, which can be regarded as guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood. As long as there are no accidents in the middle, they can save at least 5 taels of silver, excluding the money for buying grain. Moreover, this is the manor awarded by His Majesty the Emperor to the county magistrate and the county earl of Qingzhou, and its reputation is guaranteed. It would be a fool not to do such a good thing. After finalizing this matter, Jiang Wenyuan transferred Yang Tiesua's family to be the manager. Yang Tiesua is not only good at farming, but the couple can also read. It would be a waste if they don't take care of things. In a few days, it will be Jiang Yuqing's 2nd birthday. Jiang Wenyuan was very sorry that he couldn't catch up with his baby daughter's 1st birthday because he was rushing to take the exam. He didn't want to miss it this year anyway. He wanted to find a beautiful dwarf pony to give to his daughter as a birthday gift. This kind of horse is short in stature, gentle in character, and has good endurance. It is perfect for his baby daughter to ride. But he couldn't find a suitable one after searching for a long time, which was really a bit confusing. Just when he was racking his brains to choose a birthday gift for his daughter, Jiang Yuqing received a package from the capital. The messenger said that he would stay in Qingzhou for 2 days, and if she needed a reply, she could ask someone to find him at Yongfuan. There were 2 wooden boxes in the package, one of which contained a complete set of pink pearl headwear, including more than 10 pieces such as pearl flowers, forehead ornaments, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, etc. One was for little girls. The other had a small gold seal with her zodiac sign cast on it. In addition, there was a letter at the bottom of the box. Although the handwriting was a little immature, it was already quite elegant. This was given to her by the little boy Jing Yan. The letter said that he was doing well in the capital, missed the happy times in Qingzhou, and liked the gift she gave him very much. The other box was given to her by Li Deshun. It contained a necklace with a gold inlaid jade, pigeon bloodstone, and 100 bats and auspicious cloud pattern. Her name was also engraved on the inside of the necklace, and it was obviously specially customized. Regardless of the value, the kindness that old man Shan showed her was precious. Thinking that the messenger was still waiting for her reply in the inn in the city, she quickly found a pencil from the hospital office and started writing a reply. Her hands were small, and it was not easy for her to hold a pen, so she had a hard time writing and her speed was slow. It took more than an hour to finish writing 2 letters with not many words. After that, she asked her father to find 2 boxes for her. The box for Jing Yan still contained 10 peeled lollipops and a box of bear biscuits, without the outer packaging. After thinking about it, she put a wooden Rubik's Cube in it for him. Little boys like this, so he should like it too. As for the things for Li Deshun, she originally wanted to give him plasters. Later, She thought that when he left after the new year, she gave him as many as 50 plasters. Even if the joint fire occurred, it would not be used up so quickly. And Lee Deshun liked tea, so she simply replaced it with a pack of top-grade Tiguanyin. It would be a waste if you don't fleece the dean. No, now they are all hers. After packing the gifts and letters and asking her father to take them to the messenger, the little girl clapped her hands and turned to run to the vegetable garden behind. At this time, the vegetable garden had cabbage, Chinese cabbage, lettuce, garlic, celery, leeks, green vegetables, radishes, and even beans, cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, etc. that were not in season. They were all nourished by Jiang Yuqing using his supernatural powers and Lingquan. Not only did they taste exceptionally good, but eating them regularly also had the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life. Therefore, the Jiang family members were spoiled for choice. After being used to eating the vegetables grown by themselves, they felt that the food outside was not the same. The little girl was also diligent and ran to the vegetable garden every day. There were too many vegetables to eat, and they were reluctant to sell them, so the extra ones were sent to the families of the in-laws. For example, Lin and Lu's maternal families. As for Zhu's maternal uncle, they couldn't eat the vegetables they grew themselves, so they didn't need others to send them. In addition to the vegetable patch in the backyard, Jiang Yuqing now has a melon field to go to. The melon field is not far from home, but the little girl is short and has short legs, so it is difficult to walk there. Every time she goes there, she needs to be carried by someone, which is really inconvenient. She wondered whether she should ask her father to buy her a donkey for transportation. However, she was immediately rejected by her father after she mentioned it slightly. The reason was quite strange, saying that the donkey was too ugly and did not match her temperament. Jiang Yuqing was quite speechless about her father's train of thought. The reason why Jiang's father was so opposed was because he had suffered from donkeys when he was a child. Once the thing was stubborn, it would not move when led, and it would move backwards when beaten, and it might even hurt its precious daughter. Therefore, Jiang's father passed the donkey as soon as possible. Finally, it was March 20th, Jiang Yuqing's second birthday. It was just the 10-day holiday.
Jiang.
The little birthday star, Yuqing, the great master of the territory, was dressed up as a blooming blue snowflake today, just like the one beside her family's wall. She wore a pair of pink palace flowers on her snail tentacles and a blue-pink double-breasted skirt. The upper part was pink and blue, embroidered with a butterfly and love pattern, and the lower part of the skirt was made of pink palace satin as the base, covered with a layer of the same pink palace gauze, embroidered with pink flowers, echoing the top, and a pair of pink satin embroidered shoes on her feet. She wore a gold-inlaid jade collar with pigeon bloodstone and 100 bats and cloud patterns on her neck, which was given by Lee Deshun, and her mother also put a pair of gold bracelets with her zodiac animal on her hands. Jiang Yuqing looked in front of the mirror and felt that she was rich and powerful. Fortunately, she didn't look bad. It was just a birthday celebration behind closed doors, so it was really unnecessary to dress up so grandly. But the elders didn't think so. They think that little girls should dress up beautifully. Besides, it would be a waste if their children were so pretty. Father Jiang failed to find a good-looking pony in the end and could only regretfully order a set of the smallest brushes for his precious daughter as a birthday gift. Jiang Yuqing's 7 brothers, however, mysteriously brought in a large cage covered with a piece of red velvet, saying that it was a gift for their sister. They asked Jiang Yuqing to uncover it herself. Jiang Yuqing raised her eyebrows. No wonder the brothers were so mysterious these days. It turned out that they were preparing gifts for her. It must be some kind of cute little animal in a cage. Even the elders were curious about what was under the velvet. Jiang Yuqing didn't let everyone wait for long. He walked to the cage and lifted the cloth, revealing a big furry white cat with black horizontal stripes. The cat was startled by the sudden light, and its big head suddenly raised and screamed "ah," and slapped its claws on the wall of the cage, making the cage snap. Jiang Wenyuan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted "Tiger! Danger!" He rushed out and grabbed his daughter into his arms, his heart pounding, almost jumping out of his chest. Others also reacted and jumped up to take the children away. It turned out that this was not a cat at all, but an albino tiger cub. Jiang Wenkong said with a sullen face, "You are so brave that you dare to send a white tiger cub to your sister. Tell me, where did it come from?" After knowing that there was a tiger in the cage and not the big cat as they thought, the children were so scared that their faces turned pale. Jiang Yuha, the second child, stepped forward and whispered, "We found it on the ridge. We didn't know it was a tiger cub, we thought it was a cat." "Which ridge?" "Songging Ridge." Jiang Wenkong was so angry that he looked for a broom everywhere. Jiang Yuqing saw that it was not good, so she ran from her father's arms and hugged her uncle's legs. "Uncle, don't hit me, brother." Jiang Wenkong was furious. "My dear, let go of uncle. My brothers are ignorant, and uncle must teach them a lesson, so that they know what they can and cannot do." Tuanzi refused to let go, and if she let go, her brothers' butts would be in trouble.
Uncle, no.
Brothers, very good. Sweetie, birthday. Jiang Wenkong clenched his fist and then released it. Yes, today is Sweetie's birthday, a great day, not suitable for beating people. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing that this trick worked, Tuanzi didn't care about her face. She hugged her uncle and acted cute for a while, finally coaxing Jiang Wenkong. Tuanzi breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw the pitiful little white tiger in the cage, and the little white tiger was also looking at her. Jiang Yuqing's heart moved, and she said to Jiang Dad, "Daddy, stay." Jiang Wenyuan touched his daughter's little head and shook his head seriously. "No, tigers are beasts, even cubs are threatening." Tuanzi said, "Little bird, make friends, catch insects." Who friend? I can be friends with birds, let them help our family's vegetable garden catch insects. Maybe I can also be friends with this little tiger. Moreover, she has supernatural powers and a gentle breath, so animals will not hurt her. To be honest, this little tiger is so cute. Jiang Wenyuan didn't know what to say when he thought of his daughter's abilities. She can promote the growth of plants, water the vegetable garden with rain curtains, and even command birds to catch insects in the vegetable garden. Since she was born, not even a mosquito has bitten her. Now she says she can be friends with tigers, which doesn't seem surprising. Besides, this little tiger is still too young and is locked in a cage. Maybe we can really try to let our baby daughter get in touch with it. There are only boys in our family, and there are always differences between girls and boys. There are no other girls in the tribe, but there are a few people of the right age in the families with other surnames in the village. Jiang Wenyuan thought about it, and thought about the appearance of those people wiping their noses with their sleeves. Anyway, my baby daughter has no playmates of the same age, so she is too lonely. If she really likes this little tiger, and this little tiger will not hurt her, it is not impossible to keep it just as a playmate for my daughter. I have to say that Jiang's father is also generous, letting the tiger be a playmate for his daughter. The conversation between the father and daughter was not avoiding others. The problems that Jiang Wenyuan could think of, the other elders in the family could also think of. A wave of guilt surged in their hearts. After all, they were negligent and tacitly agreed with Jiang Yuqing's words. Jiang Wenyuan held his daughter and approached the cage carefully. The little tiger in the cage just stared at Jiang Yuqing without any other movements. Walking to the side of the cage, Jiang Yuqing stretched out his hand and waved to the tiger as a greeting. Tiger. The little white tiger AOAO twice. Human cub, are you calling me?
Yes, tiger.
I like you, can we be friends? I am still young and can't speak much. I am now using my spiritual sea of consciousness to transmit sound to you. Can you hear it? AOAO.
Sure.
Finally, there is a human who can understand me.
Yeah.
How did you get caught by my brothers? Where is your mother? The little white tiger was sad. Because I was born white, my mother disliked me for being an alien and only liked my brother, so she threw me away. Later, your brother saw me, caught me, and locked me in this cage. The law of survival of the fittest in nature. If a mother animal gives birth to 2 or more cubs at the same time, for the survival and reproduction of the tribe, the mother animal will subconsciously abandon the weak one to ensure that the other cubs can get more survival resources. Tigers live in the jungle, and their white fur is not conducive to hiding and hunting in the bushes. It is reasonable for the mother tiger to abandon this white tiger cub. Don't cry. Don't cry, just follow me in the future. My brothers and I like you very much, but in advance, you are not allowed to hurt anyone, no one.
Ah,
I won't hurt anyone. I am willing to follow you. You have the breath of Mother Earth.
yeah.
Well, I'll ask someone to let you out. After talking with the little white tiger, little Tuanzi turned to her father and said, Daddy, Hoo-hoo mother, lost Hoo-hoo has no home. Jiang Wenyuan said, My dear, are you saying that this little tiger was abandoned?
Yeah, he am sad.
Can you guarantee that it won't hurt people? It's a ferocious beast after all.
Yeah,
Tuanzi nodded vigorously. Hoo-hoo said, Be friends, no, bite people. Everyone. Well. Dad, we'll let it out now. Just try to trust your daughter for once. There are so many people here. Besides, this little tiger cub is really good looking. Jiang Wenyuan opened the cage himself. The little white tiger walked out of the cage, shook its head vigorously, and then walked straight to Jiang Yuqing. In the eyes of everyone, the little white tiger licked her palm. Jiang Yuqing stroked the big tiger head that she had been dreaming of for a long time. It was really furry and felt great. Soon, the man and the tiger started playing together. Seeing this, the adults looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from this situation, I'm afraid I'll have to raise another tiger in the future. The little white tiger is a handsome young man, so Jiang Yuqing gave it a loud name by Xiaojiu. Because she was the 8th child in the family, the little white tiger could only be the 9th, and because it was a white tiger, it was named by Xiaojiu. The brothers complained that it was not very domineering, and it would be better to be called White King. Such a rustic name was of course vetoed by Jiang Yuqing, and it was called by Xiaojiu. From then on, there was a little tiger named by Xiaojiu in the Jiang family's mansion. It was about 2 or 3 months old. The day after his birthday, the little Tuanzi was playing with Bai Xiaojiu in the house. Her mother Lu, her eldest Aunt Lin, her second Aunt Zhu, and her grandmother Lao, who came in with a tray. On the tray were a shiny embroidery needle, a bottle of iodine, 2 cotton swabs, and 2 very thin silver earrings. Lu put down the things and waved to her gently. Good boy, come. Tuanzi looked at the things on the tray, and her little body trembled. She gave her mother a big fake smile, put her hands behind her back, kept moving backwards with her little feet, took a few steps back, and turned and ran. But her mother was quick to catch her in her arms. Tuanzi screamed in fear. Lu turned into the big bad wolf who kidnapped Little Red Riding Hood. Don't be afraid. I'm just piercing your ears. After piercing your ears, you can wear those beautiful earrings. No, don't. My dear mother, your daughter is only 2 years old. Is it necessary to be so anxious? In her previous life, she lived to her 20s without piercing her ears, and she lived just fine. The whole time, the little girl screamed like a pig being slaughtered, calling for Grandpa to help, Daddy to help, Uncle to help, and Brother to help, but at the critical moment, none of these people were at home. She had no choice but to call for Bai Xiaojiu to help. Bai Xiaojiu wanted to save her, but those who were holding her to pierce her ears were all family members of the owner. If it really bit them, the owner would be angry. In short, no one could save her in the end. She was still held by her mother, grandmother, and aunts. After her ears were pierced, she put on a pair of small silver earrings. The little girl was in tears, purely physiological tears, and ran out with Bai Xiaojiu. She decided to break off relations with them for an hour. No, 1 hour, it was too much. Looking at her daughter, who ran away angrily, Mrs. Lu said with a smile, This little rascal is still unwilling to do so. What young lady doesn't need to have her ears pierced? The granddaughter of the old Qi family at the east end of the village is only 3 years old, but she already knows how to use tea stalks to ask her mother to pierce her ears. Just wait and see. When her father, grandfather, and uncle come back, she will definitely complain. Several women laughed. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Sure enough, in the afternoon, when the men of the Jiang family returned home, little Tuanzi pointed to her little ears with earrings and began to complain one by one. The elders were also happy to pamper her and coax her. After the coaxing, Tuanzi was in a good mood and ran away with Bai Xiaojiu with satisfaction. Halfway through the run, she suddenly remembered, Isn't it just a pierced ear? Why is she being pretentious? Still complaining, it's really because she has been a child for too long and her temperament has become like a child. Or is it the nature of children? Thinking about the miserable childhood in the last life, maybe God really compensated her in this life. In this case, just enjoy it. Being a happy baby was the dream of many social animals. So, the optimistic Tuanzi was happy again. Bai Xiaojiu stayed in the Jiang family. Jiang Wenxi even made a very large and beautiful nest for it in the empty room next to Jiang Yuqing's bedroom. This nest is big. Even if this thing grows up to be a big tiger in the future, it will be spacious enough. However, it rarely returns to the nest. Most of the time, it follows Jiang Yuqing and sleeps on the floor next to her bed at night. Jiang Yuqing was afraid that it would be cold, so she asked someone to lay a thick carpet next to the bed. In short, it follows Jiang Yuqing wherever she goes. Two short legs, two cute little creatures. It's so cute that it makes people's hearts tremble. As time goes by, everyone finds that this little white tiger is not only good-looking, but also very spiritual. After eating, he will wash himself and even go to the toilet by himself. His body is always clean, without any peculiar smell that animals should have. Besides, Bai Xiaojiu is not stupid. After following Jiang Yuqing, he is fed with spiritual springs and spiritual fruits every day, and his IQ is quite high. Gradually, the villagers of Zijindu also know that the little girl of the Jiang family has raised a very human white tiger. They were afraid at first, but later they would take the initiative to greet it when they saw it. Bai Xiaojiu was also very polite and would always respond to the villagers with an ow. Later, the adults and children in Zijindu were even proud to touch Bai Xiaojiu, which was also a miracle. Days passed, and when the melon seedlings grew a foot long, Jiang Yuqing still couldn't find a suitable animal for transportation. Tuanzi, who was already more than 2 years old, really didn't want to be held anymore, so she went to her father again. This time, Jiang's father didn't immediately agree or refuse. He just said that if he couldn't find a suitable pony for another month, he would buy her a donkey. Little Tuanzi agreed. The spring rain was fine and dense, lingering. When the grass and trees on the roadside were becoming more and more prosperous day by day, Zijindu also ushered in the best mushroom-picking season of the year. Qingzhou is humid and warm and rich in mushrooms. There are dozens of edible mushroom species. The most common ones are red bean mushrooms, mung bean mushrooms, chicken mushrooms, green straw mushrooms, swan mushrooms, bamboo fungus, matsutake mushrooms, etc. Among them, the most popular one is chicken mushrooms. Zijindu is adjacent to the Qingjiang River. There are many sandbars on the riverside, and the sandbars are full of shrubs and forests. There are many ant nests under the forest, and chicken bushes mostly grow next to the ant nests. This thing grows in nests. A small nest is half a catty or a catty. If you are lucky enough to encounter a large nest, a nest is 2 or 3 catties. It is enough to stew a pot of fresh soup. Yesterday, when Jiang Wenkong and Jiang Wenxi were walking back from the watermelon field, they picked up a large nest, and the stewed soup was so delicious that it was tongue-deep. So early this morning, the eldest Aunt Lin and the second Aunt Zhu made an appointment with several women in the village to come out to pick mushrooms. Such an activity is naturally indispensable for the little dumplings who love to join in the fun. Old Mrs. who knew that she was bored at home. Fortunately, the weather was good today, a rare sunny day in spring, so she persuaded her a little and stopped stopping. She only repeatedly told her 2 daughters-in-law and the 2 maids, Li Chuan and Guyu, to take good care of this little ancestor. With the permission of old Mrs. Hu, Zai Chuanzi carried her palm-sized small basket and shovel and took Bai Xiaojiu with her. There were many mushrooms on the by the river and many people picked mushrooms. Lin and Zhu came out late, and the ones that caught people's attention were picked up by people. Therefore, they didn't find many after walking around for a long time. Jiang Yuqing was afraid that she would not be able to drink the delicious mushroom soup, so she decided to do it herself. She casually put her hand on a tree trunk, and her supernatural power spread like a tide, instantly covering the entire. The mushrooms were like dangerous goods under the security inspection machine, and they were instantly exposed. Tuanzi seemed to be casually looking around, but in fact, she went straight to the target. As a result, she soon found several nests and filled 2 large baskets with mushrooms. The 2 ants praised her good luck. It also attracted many envious eyes. Because of her luck against the sky, Lin and Zhu took her with them when they went out to pick mushrooms for several days. Compared with being at home, Tuanzi prefers to run carefree in nature. As the Dragon Boat Festival approaches, the red bean mushrooms, mung bean mushrooms, and swan mushrooms on the mountain are becoming more and more. The young girls and wives in the village, as long as they have nothing to do, all go up the mountain in groups with baskets on their backs to pick mushrooms. Wild mushrooms are delicious, and you can sell them for money if you can't finish them. The Jiang family doesn't lack this little money. It's just for fun. If you can't finish them, dry them and keep them in winter to stew with young hens. The taste is really wonderful. On this day, Jiang Yuqing took Bai Xiaojiu and followed Lao Hu and the 2 ants and Li Chunguyu, 2 maids, a total of 6 people, to Chili Mountain north of Zijindu. There are many shrubs and miscellaneous trees here and relatively few pine trees. Because the villagers often collect firewood here, the forest is not deep, so there are only some small herbivorous animals and large animals are rarely seen. Relatively safe. As soon as Bai Xiaojiu arrived in the forest, he jumped around and chased pheasants and rabbits and occasionally roared, showing his domineering attitude as the future king of the forest. Jiang Yuqing didn't restrain it and let it play. Although she adopted it, she always believed that it belonged to the forest. The elders were busy picking mushrooms, while Jiang Yuqing was digging herbs everywhere with a small shovel and planted a lot of them in the spiritual realm when no one was paying attention. The medicinal herbs on this mountain are rich in resources. Although the quality is not as good as those in the spiritual realm, it is also very good. What are you doing, little kid? Jiang Yuqing was digging hard, and an old man suddenly jumped out from the side, scaring her. After reacting, she stood up and stepped back a few steps, looking at him vigilantly. The old man seemed to realize that he had frightened her and made a soothing gesture. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I am an old man, just like you, and I also collect herbs. After that, he took off the large backpack from his back and placed it in front of her. Jiang Yu took a quick look and found that they were all herbs. He relaxed a little. She turned her head and looked at the elders not far away. They seemed to have noticed the old man and were running towards her at the same time. Old Mrs., who was the closest to her and came the fastest. She protected her granddaughter behind her and said vigilantly, "My old man, did my granddaughter offend you because of her ignorance?" Although he said so, anyone who was not stupid could understand what he meant. This was protecting his child. The old man hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I am a doctor, and Dr. Fong Yurong from Hiontong in the city is my fellow apprentice. I was surprised to see that your child could recognize herbs at such a young age, so I came to take a look." When Mrs. Hu heard that he was the fellow apprentice of Dr. Fong from Hiontong, she felt relieved and said with a smile, "To be honest, my granddaughter was born different from other children. She doesn't like clothes with pearls and flowers, but likes to tinker with these strange flowers and plants. I'm sorry to embarrass you." The old man said, "No, no." The old man just likes smart and insightful children. After that, he asked Jiang Yuqing with a smile, "Baby, I'm going to test you. If you answer correctly, I'll give you all the herbs in this basket, okay?" Jiang Yuqing didn't say yes or no, but just tilted his head and asked him, "Are you amazing?" The old man said hey quite proudly, "Of course. I am the master of Bien K Valley, known as Chiu the Divine Doctor. The current director of the Imperial Hospital is my eldest disciple." Jiang Yuqing's eyes lit up instantly. She didn't know who the master of Bien K Valley was, but she knew the director of the Imperial Hospital. Anyone who can sit in the position of the highest medical officer in the country must be an absolute great person. This old man must be even more amazing to be able to teach such a powerful apprentice. Moreover, she is in need of a master who is a sage from the world, so she might as well ask him to be her master and make this matter a reality. In the future, her medical skills will have a legitimate source. Thinking of this, the little dumpling nodded immediately. "Okay." Chiu the divine doctor took out 5 medicinal herbs from the backpack and asked the little dumpling to identify them. The little dumpling only took a glance and accurately said their names: honeysuckle, plantain, rush, mint, perilla. None of them were wrong. Although they are all common medicinal herbs, they are too rare for a 2-year-old child. Dr. Chiu was immediately amazed, and his eyes were shining as he looked at the little Tuanzi. Then, do you know what their effects are? Tuanzi thought for a while and said, honeysuckle, clears heat and detoxifies. Plantain, clears heat, promotes diuresis, removes phlegm, cools blood, and detoxifies. Juncus, clears heat and promotes diuresis, clears the heart and relieves restlessness. Peppermint, induces sweating and relieves exterior symptoms, clears the throat. Perilla, relieves exterior symptoms and dispels cold, promotes qi and harmonizes the stomach, regulates qi and stabilizes the fetus. After the age of 2, although the little Tuanzi has made some progress in language, it is still quite difficult for him to speak such a long paragraph. After Tuanzi finished answering, the old man opened his mouth wide and was stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he danced excitedly, looked up to the sky and shouted, "Genius! What a genius!" Seeing that the women around him looked at him with a crazy look, his face flushed slightly. He tried to calm down, squatted down, looked at Tuanzi with an especially gentle look and said, "Baby, who taught you all this? If there is no master, such a genius must be turned into his own disciple. Even if there is a master, it doesn't matter, one more master is also possible." Little Tuanzi was happy in his heart. Okay, it seems that the matter of turning the master has been half successful. As long as he works harder, this miracle doctor can be in his pocket. The elders of the Jiang family have also seen some of the tricks, and they are also happy to see it succeed. Tuanzi scratched his head with his chubby hands, shook his head, and said, "No one taught me. I read books." Dr. Chiu was even happier. "Oh, you can read. What books have you read?" Tuanzi counted on his fingers. Shinnom, Materia Medica, Huangdi Neijing, and nothing else. This is already amazing. Divine Dr. Chiu narrowed his eyes and said, "My dear, since you like to study medicine so much, are you willing to become my disciple?" Tuanzi did not speak, but turned to look at her mother. Mrs. Liu and the others had heard of Divine Dr. Chiu. It was said that this divine man was always hard to find, but they never thought that they would meet him in Chili Mountain today. What was rare was that he wanted to take her daughter as his disciple. It was really a blessing from heaven. Mrs. Liu was happy and nodded to her daughter. Little Tuanzi nodded and agreed after hearing her mother's words. "I am willing." Divine Dr. Chiu laughed. "Okay, from now on, you are my last disciple." Under the guidance of Mrs. Liu and the elders, Jiang Yuqing knelt down and kowtowed to Divine Dr. Chiu 3 times, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. Mrs. Liu felt that the apprenticeship etiquette was indeed a bit shabby, and was afraid that Divine Dr. Chiu would be wronged. She said that she would choose an auspicious day, prepare tea gifts, invite guests and friends, and formally become a disciple. Old man Chiu shook his head repeatedly and said that he didn't care about those empty formalities, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. If she really felt bad, she could ask Jiang Yuqing to give him another cup of tea after returning home. Liu nodded in agreement. However, when she went up the mountain to pick up mushrooms, she unexpectedly brought back a miracle doctor for her daughter. This was really an inexplicable fate. After returning home, Jiang Yuqing took the best tea from the dean's office, brewed it himself, and offered tea to Chiu the miracle doctor, and worshipped this master. Chiu the miracle doctor was alone and had been practicing medicine all year round without a fixed place. This time he actually accepted a very young genius disciple, so he simply lived in the Jiang family, planning to teach him well and strive to train another miracle doctor. It was also after living in the Jiang family that Chiu the miracle doctor learned that his new disciple was actually the daughter of Jiang Wenyuan, the county baron and magistrate of Qingzhou County, who was conferred a title because she planted high-yield grains. With a father who was a third-place winner, it's no wonder that the little apprentice is so smart. Not only that, his little apprentice also raised a little white tiger that was as cute and human-like as her. The two little cute animals jumped and played in front of him every day, and he felt that his dying heart had become much younger. Since becoming a disciple, Xia Chuanzi's daily life has become regular. She gets up at the hour of Mao every day and follows her master to practice a set of 5 animals exercises to strengthen her body. The adults and children of the Jiang family also practice together because they found it interesting. After breakfast, she began to recite medical books and learn medical theories and medicinal properties. In the afternoon, it was free time. In her previous life, she focused on Western medicine and only knew the basics of Chinese medicine. This time, she followed her master and started from scratch, laying a solid foundation bit by bit. Just like a dry sponge, she was thrown into the vast ocean of Chinese medicine and desperately absorbed knowledge. With the continuous accumulation of knowledge, many problems that had been bothering her in her previous life were also solved. Dr. Chiu felt that his precious apprentice, at such a young age, not only had a photographic memory, but was also extremely self-disciplined. When the water is full, it will overflow. It is not good for children to be too diligent. It is necessary to release their lively nature. Therefore, she only had half a day of classes every day. In the afternoon, she would take Bai Xiaojiu to see her vegetable garden. She would water her precious vegetables with spiritual water, release their supernatural powers, and make them grow better. Or she would take her master to inspect her watermelon field. When Dr. Chiu heard that this green vine was the tribute of the foreign country, he was very surprised. But when he thought about his beloved apprentice's family, they could grow thousands of kilograms of grain per moo, and it didn't seem strange to produce a tribute or something. Festival, the imperial decree that Jiang Wenyuan requested for old Mrs. who came down. Old Mrs. who was so excited that she shed tears while holding the imperial decree clothes issued by the court for the 4th-rank lady. After a lifetime of suffering, she enjoyed the blessing of her children and grandchildren in her old age and became a noble lady with an imperial decree. Everyone urged her to go inside and try it on. Old Mrs. who couldn't resist, so she let her daughters-in-law push her in. When the old lady dressed up and walked into the hall surrounded by several daughters-in-law, everyone stared at her. Old man Jiang had just come back from the fields, with the still on his shoulders. Seeing this scene, his eyes almost fell out. The daughters-in-law teased him. "Dad, does our mother look good in this dress?" The old man smiled innocently. "It looks good. It makes me look like a beggar." If they hadn't slept together for decades, he almost didn't recognize that this was his wife. The old man spoke bluntly, causing his children and grandchildren to laugh. He didn't mind. He put down his, walked up to the old lady, looked her up and down, looked again and again. Old Mrs. who squinted at him. "What? Don't you recognize me?" The old man glared at her. "You are my wife. How can I not recognize you?" He stretched out his hand to scratch his head and said embarrassedly, "It's just that I look a lot younger now, like the wife of a rich family. When I stand with you, people who don't know me would think I am your father." Women like to be praised for their youth. Although the old man's love words were a bit earthy, old Mrs. who enjoyed listening to them very much. She immediately became proud. "Of course not. Back then, I was the most beautiful girl in the whole town, but I ended up marrying a fool like you. After several decades of hard work, I am now too old to look good." "Not old. I am still a beautiful girl now." "What kind of flower?" Just that."
What?
Old man Jiang was at a loss for words and had to use his eyes to ask for help from his sons. However, his unfilial descendants were waiting to see the show and pretended not to know. Jiang Yuqing had to help and secretly pointed to the door. Old man Jiang was inspired and blurted out, "Morning flower." As soon as he finished speaking, Mrs. Hu's face immediately fell and she stared at him expressionlessly. That look seemed to tear him apart, and old man Jiang shuddered violently. His sons and daughters-in-law covered their mouths, trying to hold back their laughter so hard that their bodies were shaking. Jiang Yuqing covered his face with both hands, looking frustrated. "Can I take back the words I just said to praise him for his ability? My dear grandfather, I was clearly referring to the peonies in full bloom on both sides of the steps of the gate. You actually looked far away and saw the withered morning glory on the outer wall of 10 feet. Should I praise your good eyesight or say that you are as straight as steel? If it were someone else, you would definitely get a beating. The lord of the territory said that I would not even lean on the wall, but you. In the end, Mrs. Hu couldn't bear to beat him. She generously forgave old man Jiang. In their lifetime as a couple, he had never said a nice word. Think about it again, the son was obviously raised by the couple, but only she got the imperial decree, and he was still a commoner. Thinking of this, Mrs. Hu felt strangely balanced. Since Mrs. Hu got the imperial decree, the old ladies in the village looked at her with more envy. Although the old lady looked calm, she was still quite happy in her heart. From time to time, she would take her granddaughter out for a stroll, and after receiving a basket of compliments, she would go home satisfied. Jiang Yuqing didn't know why at first, but after more times, she understood. Oh, her grandma is trying to be praised. Look at her showing off. The old lady's life is not easy, and now she only has this little hobby left, so let her be happy. The days passed by in the joy, chicken sound, flying and laughter, dog talk, jumping, and soon it was mid-May. In the field, the watermelons that had been vine-beaten have already bloomed small yellow flowers, and many of them have even hung green small fruits as big as the belly of a finger, which are chubby and very cute. After a few days, when the flowers are in full bloom, you can comb the fruits so as to ensure that each watermelon can get enough nutrition and ensure quality. In order to avoid being eaten by people or livestock, Jiang Yuqing also specially asked his grandfather to send someone to guard the melon field every day and pull the grass or something. As for the sweet potato seedling field, the seedlings had been distributed to the people at the end of April. Now they are all alive and growing well. The farmers regard this 1 acre of sweet potato field as their eyes, and even spontaneously formed a patrol team, working 3 shifts a day, guarding it for 12 hours a day. They are afraid that if they make a mistake, the sweet potato will be stolen or eaten by blind beasts. As for the 20 Yulin guards, they were supposed to return to Beijing after completing their mission. Jiang Wenyuan submitted a memorial to the capital and forced them to stay and transfer them to Dazuangzi to guard the rice. Now, the rice planted in Dazuangzi is growing very well. The farmhands said that they had never seen rice growing so well. The seedlings were thick and strong, and there were many sprouts, which was rare to look at. Jiang Yuqing also went there twice and asked his father to pay close attention to it. If there are signs of insects, tell her immediately so that she can find a way to prevent and control them. Life goes on as planned. Divine Dr. Chiu would take Jiang Yuqing up the mountain to collect herbs from time to time. The old man said that it would be a waste of resources if the mountains full of good herbs were not collected. Gradually, the villagers of Zijindu also found out. Jiang Yuqing actually took an old divine doctor as his apprentice to learn medicine, and this old divine doctor lived in the Jiang family. Therefore, based on the principle of seeking medical treatment near rather than far, people would come to the house for medical treatment from time to time. With so many people coming, it was inevitably inconvenient. Old man Jiang waved his hand and simply connected the 2 side rooms near the gate into a small clinic and pharmacy. When Divine Dr. Chiu treated the villagers, he asked Tuanzi to watch by the side. He even asked her to feel the pulse herself, identify the pulse and the cause of the disease, and then prescribe a suitable prescription. Divine Dr. Chiu then made the following according to the prescription of her apprentice. One by one, he pointed out the mistakes in her diagnosis and the deficiencies of the main, secondary, and auxiliary drugs. She had the foundation of her previous life, and with the hands-on teaching of Dr. Chiu, she was able to integrate the 2 aspects and made rapid progress. Fortunately, Dr. Chiu often praised her as a rare talent to her parents behind her back. I really want to kowtow to the master on the spot. In short, Bien K Valley not only has successors, but may even be able to go to a higher level. Is Dr. Chiu the kind of person who hides the treasure he has obtained? Of course not. He also wrote letters to his disciples and grandchildren, and even the disciples of the entire Bien K Valley. He said everywhere how smart and cute his new baby apprentice was, and how talented he was in medicine. Of course, Jiang Yuqing didn't know anything about this. So much so that a long time later, when Jiang Yuqing was walking outside, she was inexplicably challenged by many doctors. Although she never lost, it was enough to make her bald. Later, When she found out that all these troubles were caused by her boastful master, she was so angry that she wanted to run home immediately to tie up the old man and beat him up. In mid-June, Jiang Yuqing came back from inspecting the fields and said that the watermelons could be harvested in 2 or 3 days. The adults and children of the Jiang family immediately became excited. On June 18th, everyone in the Jiang family got up early, including Dr. Chiu and several agricultural officials. In addition to the maids, servants, and dozens of people, they took baskets, straw, and nets made of straw and drove several horse-drawn and mule-drawn carts to the melon fields. More than 20 acres of melon fields were green at first glance, full of round watermelons, which was very shocking. The joy of the harvest lingered in the hearts of every member of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuqing went to the field first, knocked on the watermelons with his fingers, and finally chose a fully ripe one and motioned his father to pick it. Jiang Wenyuan weighed the watermelon in his hand. Wow, it weighed at least 17 or 18 kilograms. It was really a big one. Carry it to the ridge of the field, cut it with a knife. The green skin and red flesh, a sweet smell rushes to the nose, making people drool. Jiang Wenyuan quickly divided the watermelon into several pieces and gave one piece to each person. When he put it in his mouth, he was instantly satisfied. It was really sandy and sweet, and he sweated a lot. The summer heat that had just risen also disappeared instantly. With so many people, one watermelon was far from enough, so Jiang Yuqing picked a few more so that everyone could enjoy it. It was a big deal that the Jiang family grew tribute watermelons that were only available in foreign countries. Especially when there was a Sinong official living in the house, it was naturally impossible to hide it from the superiors. Therefore, this first batch of watermelons had to be sent to the capital as tribute to His Majesty the Emperor. Because of the long journey, the tribute watermelons could not be fully ripe, but had to be 8 or 9 points ripe. Although such watermelons are not as sweet as fully ripe ones, they are durable. Because it was the first time to grow watermelons, how to tell whether the watermelons are ripe and how ripe they are, except for Jiang Yuqing, only Jiang Wenyuan had experience. Jiang Yuqing grew a lot, while the latter ate a lot. He would knock the watermelons habitually before eating each time, and gained experience from eating. Therefore, the responsibility of selecting watermelons and training apprentices fell on the father and daughter. Each of them took 3 apprentices and taught them how to select watermelons. The rest helped to carry them and cover them one by one with dense nets. When they were put into baskets, they were separated by layers of straw. After the baskets were moved onto the carriage, they were stuffed with straw and must be well protected to avoid damage during transportation. A total of 3 carts of watermelons were selected for this batch. After the carts were loaded, they were immediately sent to Beijing at full speed. Among them, 2 carts were presented to the emperor. Another cart gave Li Deshun a basket and Jing Yan a basket, which were specifically sent by Tuanzi. Another basket was given to the Duke of Jinghua Mansion and Xin Zhu a basket. These 2 families were good friends of Jiang Wenyuan. When passing through the prefectural capital, they gave Lingzhou Prefect Li Zheng and Lingzhou Tongpan Luo Ren 1 basket each. These 2 were Jiang Wenyuan's immediate superiors, and it was impossible to bypass them when sending things to the capital. Although it was said to be 3 carts, in fact, there were only dozens of watermelons in total. The watermelons were really too big. A large basket half a person tall could only hold 5, and a cart could only hold 6. After sending these watermelons away, the Jiang family picked another batch of fully ripe ones and distributed them to relatives and friends. For example, Lu's mother's family and Lin's mother's family each gave 2 baskets, and Jiang Wenxi's master and Zhu's mother's uncle each gave 1 basket. Jiang Wenyuan's former classmates, county school teachers, and friendly mansions all gave gifts. In addition, a basket was also sent to the teacher of Jiang's family school. All families in the village, regardless of whether they had the same surname or not, gave one, which was extremely generous. When sending them, they were told that if they wanted, they could keep the seeds themselves. As a result, the villagers of Zijindu praised the Jiang family for their benevolence and righteousness, and Jiang Wenyuan's reputation was further enhanced. As for the remaining watermelons after they matured, they were bought by the Jiang, Chu, and Zhou families at a high price of 300 won per catty. In the end, they sold them for a total of 58,500 taels of silver, not counting the ones given away. When Old Man Jiang and Old Mrs. Who first heard this number, their legs were shaking. The old couple had been farming for their entire lives, and this was the first time they knew that farming could be done this way. Is this a watermelon? This is gold. When the villagers heard that the watermelons the Jiang family gave them were worth 4 or 5 taels of silver, they felt distressed and regretful. They felt sorry for the Jiang family for not treating money as money and giving away so many watermelons. On the other hand, they regretted their greed for food, eating 4 or 5 taels of silver without blinking, while their family only spent less than 4 taels a year. In short, they felt uncomfortable in various ways. Fortunately, most of the villagers kept the seeds, thinking that they would be able to grow some next year. Even if more people planted them next year, and they were not worth so much money, they could still eat them at home. It was already early July when the last watermelon was harvested. Jiang Yuqing calculated the time and asked Jiang's father to quickly send people to clean up the more than 20 acres of melon fields and urgently planted a batch of sweet potatoes. The potato seedlings came from the 2 acres of sweet potato fields that the Jiang family kept. Generally speaking, the sweet potatoes with the vines cut will have a significant reduction in yield. Jiang Yuqing was reluctant to waste these 2 acres of sweet potatoes. After cutting the vines, she quickly watered them with spiritual water and used her supernatural power to promote growth. She didn't dare to do it too obviously, so she only promoted growth a little every day. After a period of time, the vines that were cut in a mess quickly grew back and were even more lush than before they were cut. Some people found it strange and asked why your sweet potato vines grew so fast. The Jiang family used the words that they had prepared in advance, saying that they grew so well with the special potion prepared by her master. The person asked if there was any such potion left, and if there was, they would sell them some. The Jiang family said that it was gone a long time ago. Because the cost was too high, if they were not really reluctant to waste these 2 acres of sweet potatoes, they would not be willing to use them like this. He casually said a number, and the visitor was scared away immediately after hearing it. The matter was fooled away like this. As for the newly planted sweet potatoes in Datian, Jiang Yuqing, under the cover of the Jiang family, also secretly sprinkled spiritual water twice and used supernatural powers to promote growth once. After that, let them grow naturally. Although it is a little late, it should be possible to harvest before the frost in November. Beijing. Imperial Study. After eating a plate of ice watermelon, Emperor Xia Jingdi took the handkerchief handed by Li Deshun, wiped his hands, and leaned back in his chair to rest contentedly. He picked up the folded paper on the table and opened it to look at it again, and smiled. This Jiang Wenyuan is really a good farmer. Sweet potatoes were just planted last year, and watermelons are planted this year. I heard that he also planted new grains in the farm I awarded him, and they're growing well. I don't know what the future yield will be. Compared with him, those guys in the Sinan temple are just good-for-nothings. Li Deshun couldn't respond to this, and he didn't dare to respond. Emperor Xiajing tapped his fingers lightly on the imperial desk and suddenly said, Li Deshun, I heard that you also got a basket of watermelons. Li Deshun's spine shuddered, and he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is not what I asked Lord Jiang for. This is sent to me by my little friend.
Oh.
I didn't know that you stayed in Qingzhou for half a month and you actually had a little friend? Li Deshun wiped his old face and said, Your Majesty, please don't tease me. This little friend of mine is none other than Lord Jiang's little daughter. When I lived in Jiang's house, I got along quite well with her. After returning to Beijing, I asked someone to send small items to her twice. I guess she also cares about my kindness, so she sent me a basket as well. Well, so that's the case? How old is your little friend? Your Majesty, a little over 2 years old. A little over 2 years old? Emperor Xiajing was amused. What are you talking about, my friend? You might as well take her in as your granddaughter. You can also take advantage of your elders. Li Deshun said with a bitter face, I do want to. To put it bluntly, no matter how respectable I am in front of your Majesty, I am still a Inuch who cannot be on the stage in private. If she, a noble lady, recognizes me as her godfather, wouldn't she be ridiculed by others? I see. It turns out that you really care about this little girl. Li Deshun said, Your Majesty, you don't know how good she is. Hearing what you said, this little girl from the Jiang family is quite interesting. Emperor Xia Jing was rarely interested. Come, tell me about it. So Li Deshun babbled. Hearing that Jiang Yuqing was the only girl in the Qingzhou Jiang family in 200 years, even the emperor, who was used to big scenes, was a little surprised. He secretly thought that the feng shui of this Jiang family was too biased. It would be great if some of the good fortune of Yi Nan from the Jiang clan could be shared with the old Jing family. The royal family has had few descendants for generations. He is now over 40 years old, and he has only 2 sons, one legitimate and one illegitimate. The illegitimate son was born with missing and is a disabled person. Fortunately, the crown prince is healthy. Although he is young, he is calm and has great ambitions and is capable of taking on great responsibilities. The country of Great Xia now has a successor. Although Emperor Jing of Xia got 2 carts of melons, there were many people he wanted to reward. The favored concubines in the harem and the capable ministers of the previous dynasty were all indispensable. So after the distribution, he only got half of it. No, he has eaten it all now, and there is no more. The emperor could only get half of it. As a Nuch, Li Deshun naturally did not dare to go past the emperor. He could only contribute his basket with a bitter face. Fortunately, Emperor Xia Jing did not go too far, and at least left him one. In order to keep the last watermelon, Li Deshun accidentally said that the prince, the Duke of Xinghua Mansion, and the Prince Qinju of Pingyang Mansion each got a basket. The implication is, Your Majesty, go ask them. Everyone has a basket. Why should I be the only one to suffer? That's what Li Deshun thought. The emperor was embarrassed to reach out for the watermelons from the Duke of Xinghua Mansion and the Pingyang Mansion. But the Prince Jingyan suffered. Under the guise of visiting his son to keep in touch, Emperor Xia Jing rushed to the East Palace and snatched one of the last 2. In the name of it, it is natural for a son to be filial to his father, which made Jingyan so angry that he almost committed treason. The emperor happily ate the watermelon his son presented him and asked casually, When did the Jiang family get involved with the Xinghua Mansion? Li Deshun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but he remained calm and said, There is indeed some connection. I know something about this matter. Tell me about it. Li Deshun thought for a moment before saying, It seems to be during the autumn examination last year. The eldest grandson of the Xinghua Mansion took advantage of his family's unpreparedness and sneaked out through the dog hole at the back door. He was robbed by several gangsters in an alley near the examination hall. He was rescued by Lord Jiang, who happened to be passing by, and hired a car to send the child back. It is said that he didn't even leave his name at that time. Later, the Xinghua Mansion sent people to find Lord Jiang. The son of the Duke of Xinghua personally prepared a generous gift to express his gratitude. Lord Jiang was still a candidate at that time, so he did not dare to return the thank you gift from the Duke of Xinghua's mansion, but he felt it was too hot to hold. After thinking about it, Lord Jiang gave back a root of old ginseng he had with him and was barely relieved. At that time, the apricot list was announced, and Lord Jiang got a good result of 4th place. The people in the Duke of Xinghua's mansion thought that Lord Jiang was sincere, so they sent someone to teach him the etiquette and manners when meeting the emperor in the palace examination. Later, Lord Jiang was selected as the 3rd place by His Majesty, but he did not want to join the Hanlin Academy and just wanted to be an official outside to do something practical for the people. This matter was known to Lord Qin, who was the magistrate of Qingzhou at that time. Lord Qin wanted Jiang Wenyuan to take over as the magistrate of Qingzhou, so he took the initiative to write to the Duke of Xinghua's mansion and ask them to help go to the Ministry of Personnel to make a deal, and later there was the matter of Jiang Wenyuan returning to Qingzhou to take over. In fact, the emperor knew all the twists and turns here. The power in the court is intertwined and cannot be explained in a few words. As the saying goes, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. As long as it is not too much, Emperor Xia Jing will generally turn a blind eye. Besides, The Duke of Jinghua Mansion and Qinju have really done a great thing this time. The Duke of Jinghua Mansion thinks that Jiang Wenyuan is honest, and this guy is indeed honest. For example, this time he sent him a melon. The beginning of the memorial was, "I respectfully wish you the best of luck." Then there was a simple sentence, "The watermelons planted by my humble servant are ripe, and I sent 2 carts for your majesty to taste." The signature was followed. There was not a single extra word. A detailed handwritten record of watermelon planting was attached. He flipped through it casually: when to prepare the land, how to fertilize, how to sow, what to do after the seedlings emerge, how to prevent and control insects, when to prune the vines and when to comb the fruits, and even how to distinguish whether the watermelon is ripe or not were clearly written. The details were so detailed that Emperor Jing of Xia felt that when he became the Emperor Emeritus one day, he might even use this book to grow 2 watermelons for his eldest grandson. The emperor was very grateful and said, "It's a good thing that he asked to be sent out. Otherwise, I would have missed a real pillar." He suddenly asked, "Who are you going to send to Qingzhou to take over?" Li Deshun said, "It seems to be a fellow Jinshi who ranked last in the top 3. Fellow Jinshi or the last one? Fellow Jinshi, like Madam. It can be seen that his talent is very ordinary. According to the system, he can only be an academic official in the county school or a county magistrate. Even the county magistrate of a lower-class county is difficult to get a turn, not to mention that Qingzhou is a large county of medium or above. If there's no trick, I will never believe it." The emperor was so smart that his face turned cold in an instant and asked, "Whose handwriting?" Li Deshun shook his head and said softly, "Your Majesty, this distant cousin who is also a Jinshi is Mr. Tong, the Minister of Rights." Tong Fuqiu. Emperor Jing of Xia suddenly remembered that when Lingzhou Prefecture sent a memorial and sweet potatoes 600 miles away last year, Tong Fuqiu had opposed it in court and spoke fiercely. He said that Jiang Wenyuan was falsifying and intended to deceive the emperor. He felt strange at the time. No one in the court said anything, but he, the Minister of Rights, who had nothing to do with him, jumped out to oppose it. It turned out that the root of the problem was here. After understanding the whole story, Emperor Xia Jing couldn't help but grind his teeth. For such a person who was at the bottom of the list, he almost lost a pillar of the country. This Tong Fuqiu was really tired of living. The watermelon incident began with Jiang Wenyuan's status in the heart of Emperor Xia Jing. It progressed with Jiang Yuqing registering in front of the emperor and ended with Tong Fuqiu being successfully blinded in front of the emperor. A long time later, Jiang Yuqing learned about this and made a summary. That is, never offend eunuchs. They cannot influence the emperor's decision, but their objective words and deeds will affect the emperor's subjective judgment to a certain extent. Of course, this is a later story. Let's not talk about it for now. The scorching July. The scorching sun seemed to dry up every drop of water on the ground. Bai Xiaoju, who is already 6 months old, is 2 feet and 2 inches tall, almost as tall as Jiang Yuqing. The length from the head to the tip of the tail has reached an astonishing 5 feet and 4 inches, making it a half-grown young tiger. It's just that the thick fur makes it particularly difficult to endure in this scorching summer. Jiang Yuqing was afraid that it would get sick from the heat, so he placed a large oval wooden basin under the big pomelo tree next to the well in the backyard and filled it with cool well water. It loved it very much. Except for morning and evening, it soaked in its favorite bathtub most of the day and would never move a step unless it was necessary. Jiang Yuqing dared not approach its water basin easily, as once it approached it, it would excitedly splash water all over her. Or he would simply carry her into its big basin and take a bath with it, just like carrying a rabbit. Although it was not cold, it was troublesome to change clothes all the time. Because of the hot weather, Jiang Yuqing and the master rarely went out. Instead, there were many more patients who came to the door because of heat stroke. Tuanzi prepared herbal tea bags that could prevent heat stroke by himself and sold them in the small medicine shop for 5 cents a bag, and 1 bag could be used for several days. The villagers who came to see the doctor could decide whether to buy it because the price was not expensive and it sold well. Almost everyone who came to see the doctor would take a few bags back. With more people buying, the prepared herbs are not enough. Fortunately, the herbal tea bags are all made of common medicinal teas, which can be found everywhere in the fields around Zijindu. Jiang Yuqing and his master took Bai Xiaojiu to collect herbs before the sun rose in the morning. Dr. Chiu had to carry a medicine basket, so he naturally couldn't carry her. Tuanzi was embarrassed to be carried all the time. The distance she walked was too far, and her short legs couldn't bear it. She still wanted a means of transportation. Dad always said that he would buy her a pony, but he couldn't find one after searching for a long time. The donkey that was promised to buy her. Now several months have passed, and she hasn't seen even a donkey hair. She thought that she had to find her father, otherwise she didn't know when she could ride a donkey. She actually had her eyes on Bai Xiaojiu. But this guy was too jumpy, and he was still a baby. She couldn't bear it. Just when she was scratching the hair for her mount, her father finally found his conscience and brought her a donkey with a swirl on its forehead and long limbs and white hooves. Jiang Yuqing was so happy. She immediately had someone help her sit on the donkey's back and ride it out for a ride. Jiang's father was afraid that she would fall, so he held the rope to protect his precious daughter all the way. The father and daughter circled the periphery of Zijindu and even ran to the sweet potato field for a turn, which aroused the envy of many children. Tuanzi unexpectedly satisfied some strange vanity. On the way back, when passing by a field in the east, which was the muddy puddle where the buffaloes in the village liked to roll the most. From a distance, a white animal was seen running quickly from the opposite side. The animal was strangely fast, and it soon rushed to the front. It turned out to be Bai Xiaojiu. Bai Xiaojiu was very dissatisfied with Tuanzi's behavior of abandoning it privately, especially when she saw her riding on a strange, ugly thing at this time. She became even more angry. When he got close, he opened his mouth and roared a whoa. This was bad. The donkey was startled and screamed, jumped high, and its 4 hooves flew around. It turned around and ran away. Jiang Wenyuan, who was very strong, couldn't stop it. Bai Xiaojiu, who was afraid that the chaos was not enough, roared twice more. Although it was not to the extent of shaking the earth, it was enough to scare this donkey who had never seen the world. For a while, the situation became even more out of control. Tuanzi was so angry that he cursed. Bai Xiaojiu don't
Scare.
Tuanzi felt his little body being thrown high into the air and then fell rapidly. Then, with a thump, he was actually thrown into the mud beside the donkey. Jiang Wenyuan was shocked and jumped down to rescue his daughter. The donkey lost control, spread its 4 hooves, and ran away. He hurriedly pulled his daughter out of the mud and water, checked her, and found that she was fine, so he was relieved. Tuanzi's head, face, and body were covered in mud and water were still dripping from the tips of the small tentacles on her head. Bai Tuanzi had turned into a black mud ball, which was simply horrible to look at. She spit out the mud and water in her mouth with difficulty and angrily cursed at Bai Xiaojiu, who was confused on the shore.
Bai Xiaojiu, you dead.
It turned out that Bai Xiaojiu, the stupid tiger, heard its name and thought that the little master called it to come down to play. It jumped down excitedly and splashed her with mud again. The little Tuanzi was furious, grabbed Bai Xiaojiu's tiger head, and pressed it into the mud. However, she overestimated her own strength and underestimated Bai Xiaojiu's strength. As a result, she was pounced on by the excited Bai Xiaojiu and was pressed into the mud again. The two Tuanzi played, wrestled, lovingly in the mud pond, and were finally suppressed by force by Jiang Dad, who could no longer bear it. When the 2 people and the tiger stood on the solid road again, Jiang Wenyuan looked at the 2 little ones who looked like mud monkeys, then looked at the mud on his body and the white-hoofed donkey that ran away, and couldn't help but throbbing. It's over. I will definitely be punished by my dear wife when I go home. And that stupid donkey. Stupid and timid. He said that donkeys are unreliable creatures, and sure enough, something went wrong the first time he rode it. On the way home, because the shapes of these 3 are really strange, they really attracted a lot of curious eyes. Due to the accumulated prestige of Zhang's father, they didn't dare to laugh at them blatantly. Of course, they turned their backs and shook their shoulders, and they pretended not to see it. seeing the father and daughter go out happily and go home covered in mud. The volcano in Lu's heart was almost uncontrollable. Did you two roll in the mud? The father and daughter looked at each other guiltily. Didn't they roll in the mud? Speak, are you mute? Father Jiang saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he had to bite the bullet and said, the donkey fell into the mud. Hey, you two are really promising. So, what? Where's the donkey? It ran away. Tuanzi was afraid that her mother would be angry, so she hurriedly added, it was scared by Xiaojiu. Nonsense, Bai Xiaojiu was just. Mrs. Lu looked down at the little mud tiger at her feet, shaking its tail to show its presence. She swallowed the word she hadn't finished. What happened? Tell me from the beginning. The truth is, when Guaibao and I were riding the donkey to go home, Bai Xiaojiu somehow ran out to meet us and roared twice. The donkey was timid and had never seen a tiger before, so it jumped around in fear and pushed Guaibao into the mud. I went down to rescue Guaibao, and then Bai Xiaojiu also jumped in and started a fight with Guaibao in the mud, and finally it became like this. If this matter is really investigated, the culprit is Bai Xiaojiu. Bai Xiaojiu is a tiger, and tigers have a natural bloodline that suppresses ordinary animals. It seems useless to blame it. It can only be said to be an accident. After hearing what her husband said, Lu is also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Looking at her daughter, who was like a black mud ball with her head down, she pretended to be angry and said, throw it away quickly. This daughter can't be kept. She is too dirty. The ball knew that the anger about this matter had passed, so she hurried forward and pulled her mother's clothes, smiling and admitting her mistake. Mom, the baby knows that I was wrong. Don't throw it away. Wash it and you can still keep it. God, like wash, and you can still keep it. Lu really couldn't help laughing out loud, and the last trace of anger dissipated. She personally pulled her daughter to the back to take a bath. As for my husband, go wherever it's cool. He can't even protect his daughter. Humph. After taking a bath, Jiang Yuqing became a clean, beautiful white ball again. As for the donkey that had pushed his precious daughter into the mud on the first day of work, Jiang Dad naturally had no need to keep it. He had someone take it away and sell it the next day after he found it. Tuanzi was still Tuanzi without a mount. I don't know if Tuanzi's desire for a mount was too strong or what, but when she followed her master up the mountain again that day, she suddenly felt a fluctuation in the spiritual realm. Just as she was about to check what was going on, she saw a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and an extremely beautiful animal appeared in front of her. This strange beast is about 2 meters tall and about 20 feet long. It is snow white with light golden patterns on its body. It has a pair of large horns like white jade tree forks on its head, and its neck is covered with flowing silk like hair. It is very majestic and beautiful. Jiang Yuqing fell in love with it almost at first sight. But why does this guy look so familiar? Isn't this the same as the statue by the Lingquan pool? Jiang Yuqing hurriedly took a look in the spiritual realm, and sure enough, the place where the statue was erected was empty. You're alive? The master of the realm stuttered in fear. Bai Lu came up and licked her hand gently. Yes, master, it's me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Shu. I am the spirit of this hibiscus spirit realm. A very cute, lowly voice came into her mind. Spirit of the weapon? As a soul that has lived in modern society, Tuanzi is naturally not unfamiliar with these two words, and even accepts them well. So, you are a little girl like me? Lu Shu nodded. It's okay for the master to think so. Tuanzi touched his head embarrassedly and said, I used to think you were just a beautiful statue, but I didn't expect you to be alive. Lu Shu said, Originally, I didn't wake up so quickly, but you did good things and gained merit, so I was able to wake up so quickly. Merit? Tuanzi blinked his big eyes. Why can't I remember what good things I have done recently? Lu Shu said, Sweet potato. You brought sweet potatoes to this world. These sweet potatoes can save countless lives after promotion. This is merit. In addition, you taught people to make canned food and recovered the losses of fruit farmers. Because of the existence of the workshop, it indirectly provided a lot of labor opportunities to the society. These are all meritorious. Moreover, The hibiscus spirit realm is much larger and more powerful than what you see now. These also require merit to open. The Lord of the Realm's eyes lit up instantly. So, the hibiscus spirit realm can be upgraded. As long as you keep doing good deeds? In principle, that's right. This is possible. Tuanzi was overjoyed and decided to do more good deeds in the future. Hearing that Lu Shu could be her mount, Tuanzi was happy but also a little disappointed. Lu Shu, you are too tall. I am so small now, I can't get on at all. Lu Shu said, this is easy, I just need to become smaller. After that, a white light flashed and he immediately shrank several sizes and added a saddle on his back. Jiang Yuqing looked at the Lu Shu that was as big as a pony in front of him, and his mouth was wide open in surprise. After a long time, he said, Lu Shu, you are so awesome. Of course. The shrunken Lu Shu was a real cute creature, the kind that could kill people. Jiang Yuqing immediately started to play with it. It was so rare. Master, please give me a name. I don't have a name yet? Jiang Yuqing asked curiously. Isn't Lu Shu your name? Lu Shu shook his head. Of course not. Lu Shu is the name of our entire tribe, and our Lu Shu tribe is an ancient exotic beast. Is that so? Okay then.
Let me think about it.
Tuanzi was a bad namer. After searching his mind for a long time, he finally came up with a satisfactory one. How about Bai Xiaoshi? Lu Shu rolled his eyes in an ungracious manner and said, Can you be more perfunctory? I remember that the white tiger next to you seemed to be called Bai Xiaojiu, right?
Yeah.
Because you are both white, I think Bai Xiaoshi is quite appropriate. And look, isn't 10 older than 9? Lu Shu didn't want to pay attention to her. Do you think I'm that idiot, Bai Hu? 10 is older than 9, but when counting, 9 comes before 10. Don't try to fool me. Is that so? Tuanzi laughed dryly. This weapon spirit is too smart and difficult to lead. What should I do? I am waiting online, which is quite urgent. Lu Shu probably also saw that the master of this realm is not very reliable. Besides, although the name Bai Xiaoshi is not very high-sounding, it is still a bit cute. After thinking about it, he reluctantly accepted it. Dr. Chiu did not expect that when he went there to take a rest, there was a beautiful deer next to his apprentice. Dr. Chiu walked around the strange beast twice. Is it a deer? Probably. Horses don't have horns. But this deer is too beautiful. The horns are like white jade. I don't know how effective it is as medicine. There are long stag hairs on the neck, and there are light gold lines on the body. This deer blood and deer meat are very tonic, and there is also a deer whip.
Ah.
This deer seems to be female, without a whip. Bai Xiaoshi suddenly felt cold all over, and turned around to find that this wretched old man was looking at between his legs, and seemed to be quite regretful. That look, scanning up and down, seemed to tear him apart alive. Bai Xiaoshi was so angry that he yelled at him. But the sound was too pleasant. The old man didn't feel threatened at all, but became even happier. Yo, little thing has a bad temper. Bai Xiaoshi spitted at him, and the whole world suddenly became quiet. Bai Xiaoshi raised his head proudly. Let you see, let you see. If I don't show you my color, you really think this spirit is easy to bully. Jiang Yuqing handed a handkerchief to her master, while pulling Bai Xiaoshi to scold him seriously. Bai Xiaoshi, don't be so rude. He is my master. He is my family. You can't treat him like this. Bai Xiaoshi was not convinced. Who made him look so obscene, as if he wanted to tear me apart? Jiang Yuqing also knew the problem of his master, touched his nose and comforted him. My master has been a doctor for his whole life. He is a good person, but he has that occupational disease. Don't mind, I promise you, it won't happen again in the future. Bai Xiaoshi humphed and agreed. Tuanzi didn't know how to explain Bai Xiaoshi's matter to her master, and she would spend a long time studying medicine with her master in the future, and many things could not be hidden. Moreover, the heart of Dr. Chiu to her was the same as her own family. They were all trustworthy elders, and she didn't intend to hide it. So Tuanzi said very simply, Master, it is my friend, Bai Xiaoshi. Please don't bully it in the future. Dr. Chiu nodded to show that he understood. Did you just pick it up from the mountain? Jiang Yuqing shook his head. No, it was there when I was born.
Ha!
Dr. Chiu didn't understand and thought that there was something wrong with his ears. What is it was there when you were born mean? Then, Dr. Chiu saw a scene that destroyed his worldview. The deer disappeared in a flash of white light, and then appeared again in a flash of white light. Master, Master. Jiang Yuqing shouted twice before pulling Dr. Chiu back from his confusion. Dr. Chiu stammered. So, it is not a monster. Jiang Yuqing shook his head. No, Master. It won't hurt anyone. Dr. Chiu looked around for a while and saw that no one else saw it, so he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He glanced at Bai Xiaoshi and said, Do your parents know about this? Jiang Yuqing said, The elders in my family know that I have some strangeness, but they have never seen Bai Xiaoshi. Because Bai Xiaoshi had been in a deep sleep before and just woke up. I will tell them when I go back. That's good. Dr. Chiu then warned her very seriously, Except for your parents, don't tell anyone else about this. You must know that it is a crime to possess a treasure. You should also pay attention to it on weekdays, and the master will try his best to cover it up for you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Master. Well, from now on, Bai Xiaoshi is the one you picked up. Since it is an ownerless object, you should keep it in the future, just as a means of transportation. Yes, thank you, Master. Dr. Chiu patted his little apprentice's head and signaled her to continue collecting herbs. In his life, he traveled all over the country to practice medicine and collect herbs, and he had seen many strange people and things. He never thought that his precious little apprentice would have such an adventure. In fact, living in the Jiang family for so long, some of the strange things in the Jiang family have not been hidden from his eyes. For example, the vegetables in the backyard that were harvested the day before and grew wildly again the next day. The water in the small water tank in the kitchen is sweeter than the best mountain spring, and drinking it can strengthen the body and prolong life. In addition, the Jiang family's protection of the little girl overtly and covertly shows everywhere that these are related to her. Now, the apprentice confessed the secret to him, thinking that he was put on the same level as his parents. While he was extremely relieved, he also felt the pressure. Can he protect such an excellent little disciple? In any case, his little disciple is a person of great fortune. Since ancient times, people with great fortune are accompanied by great luck, and it is not surprising that they have the appearance of auspicious animals. For example, the little white tiger at home and the deer in front of him. Jiang Yuqing went out to collect herbs, and when he came back, he picked up a beautiful white deer as a foot. If this happened to someone else, it would be inevitable to be surprised. But when it happened to her, Jiang Wenyuan was not surprised. And with this deer, my good daughter finally doesn't have to worry about the donkey anymore. This deer is not only beautiful, but also courageous, with extremely high martial arts value. With just one hoof, Bai Xiaoju, who was trying to drive it away, was completely subdued. If he could do it to a tiger, he would be able to do it to an ordinary petty thief. Father Jiang was relieved that his daughter's safety was basically guaranteed. The most important thing was that the deer was beautiful and worthy of his precious daughter. The little girl, the little deer, and the little tiger, 3 cute creatures, were so cute that they made people's hearts tremble. It must be said that Jiang Wenyuan, who was serious and dignified in front of outsiders, was also an invisible cute creature control in private. At night, after his brothers went to bed, Jiang Yuqing decided to tell his parents about the origin of the deer so that they could have a better idea. Dad and Mom, Bai Xiaoshi is my spirit, and I am the master of Furong's spirit realm. Where is Furong's spirit realm? Jiang Wenyuan asked his daughter. Is it the fairyland? Jiang Yuqing couldn't tell him, and after thinking for a while, he pointed to the lotus on his forehead. It's in here. The couple was startled for a moment. Jiang Wenyuan picked up his daughter and said worriedly, You mean it's in your brain? Jiang Yuqing thought about it, nodded and shook his head, yes and no. It is a world that belongs to me alone, my inheritance. It's just that my body is still small now, and I can only enter it with my consciousness. I can only enter it with my body when I am 3 years old. Then is it harmful to your body? Jiang Yuqing shook his head, no.
Don't worry.
Bai Xiaoshi is the spirit of the spiritual realm, the ancient strange beast Lu Shu, and it has great abilities. Because we planted sweet potatoes and have merits, it can come out to meet me in advance. Tuanzi turned to Bai Xiaoshi and said, Bai Xiaoshi, they're my relatives, say hello. Bai Xiaoshi let out a yo as a sign of greeting. He also announced to everyone that from today on, he was a member of the family. The family was very welcoming to Bai Xiaoshi's appearance. The child finally had the mount he had been dreaming of, and they were relieved. It was August in the golden autumn. When the rice in the rice fields in the village began to be harvested, the rice in the 1,000-acre farm of the Jiang family was also ripe. When the autumn wind passed, waves of surging rice waves were raised, rolling with golden pieces, one after another. Very spectacular. Gold is the color of joy and auspiciousness. The rice stalks that were as high as an adult's waist were full of half-foot-long ears, about 3 times longer than ordinary ears. The grains on them were dense, full, and heavy. It was so rare that people were dying. Many of the long-term workers of the Jiang family were old farmers who had been farming for a lifetime. When had they seen such good millet? They were so happy in their hearts that they really wanted to sleep in the fields without the master saying anything. Jiang Wenyuan was grateful for their kindness and said that after the autumn harvest, in addition to the promised wages, each person would receive an extra bonus of 1 or 2 silver coins. In the future, if the family has good land and wants to grow millet, they can also come to him to buy millet seeds. Of course, if they are cheating, let alone buying millet seeds, they will be directly charged with fraud. The county jail provides food and accommodation, and there are rats and cockroaches to provide night wake-up services, which will satisfy you. Because Jiang Wenyuan did not keep it secret, it didn't take long for almost half of Qingzhou to know that the farm awarded to the county magistrate by the emperor had planted high-yield rice that was 3 times the length of ordinary rice ears. Knowing is knowing, watching is watching, but no one has the courage to steal. Not to mention the 4 words Emperor's imperial gift is a deterrent. There are also 12 hours a day and the rotating Yulin Guards guard. In addition, the court Sinong officials and county yamen runners come to punch in from time to time. In addition, the farmhands hired by the Jiang family took the initiative to provide strict protection, so outsiders had no chance to steal. August 8th, good luck. The Jiang family's farm, under the expectant eyes of countless Qingzhou people, began to harvest. The farmhands were divided into 3 groups. One group was responsible for harvesting. One group was responsible for threshing the harvested millet into a large square bucket. One group put the threshed millet into baskets and took it back to Zijindu by horse-drawn carriage to dry. After drying, the chaff was blown away, and then the yield was weighed and counted. In order to ensure fairness and justice, and to reduce trouble when reporting the yield, Jiang Wenyuan handed the matter over to 2 of the agricultural officials, and he did not intervene. Jiang Yuqing also came. She liked this lively harvest scene, but she had some opinions about the big bucket for threshing rice. This thing was really too primitive, time-consuming, and laborious. The welfare home where I grew up in my previous life also had several acres of rice fields. Whenever the rice was harvested, the director's mother would bring some older children with her, not only to help but also to teach them survival skills in disguise. At that time, a rice thresher was used that was powered by foot pedaling. Several boards were used to build a semi-open wooden box structure, with a large drum in the middle, which was covered with inverted V-shaped sharp teeth. The 2 ends were connected to a large and a small gear set that meshed with each other and were driven by a front pedal. The style was not complicated. It was completely possible with the productivity of this era. After watching for a while, she climbed back onto the carriage, took out a pen and paper from the spiritual realm, and quickly drew a picture. It didn't matter if she didn't know the specific size. Her father was extremely smart, and she believed that as long as she saw the general idea, she would understand it. Tuanzi's craftsmanship was not very good, and the lines were crooked, and she could barely see the general idea. But she had a father who trusted his daughter 100%. In Jiang Wenyuan's subconscious mind, as long as his daughter gave him something, it was a good thing. He took the paper that looked like a child's scribble and read it horizontally and vertically for several times, and he really understood it. This is clearly a new type of threshing tube. If it is really made, the efficiency of threshing will at least increase several times. Jiang Wenyuan kissed his precious daughter on the top of her head and took the drawing paper to find the agricultural official. So, everyone just watched these three officials, without any image, sitting on a pile of straw that had just been threshed, gesturing around a small piece of torn paper, and their excitement was beyond words. After a while, one of the agricultural officials ran away with the drawing paper like the wind. His steps were so cheerful that I didn't know if he was going to find a young wife. After the county government promised a large sum of money, the pedal threshing machine sample was made in just 3 days. Jiang Wenyuan asked someone to move this big guy to the field, rolled up his trouser legs, and tried it himself. Hey, it really works very well. With a slight movement of the foot, the barrel started to spin and fly up, and a sheaf of grains was put on it. With a swish sound, the grains close to the barrel were knocked down. With a slight flip of his hand, he turned the rice stalk over. With another swish, the millet on the rice stalk was beaten clean, leaving only straw. In short, this thing not only beats cleanly but also quickly and does not tire people. Such a magical tool must be promoted vigorously. So Jiang Wenyuan placed an order for 10 rice threshers overnight. Although not many can be used this year, there will be next year, and they will be used every year. The weather was good. The autumn harvest was always clear and refreshing. 5 days after the rice in the farm was harvested, the millet was dried and the chaff was blown away. The rest was weighing and storing. 3 agricultural officials personally supervised the weighing, and each load was recorded. It took 2 full days to finish the weighing. At the last count, 1,076 acres of land harvested 847,888 caddies, with an average yield of 788 caddies per acre. This yield per acre was not good enough compared to the hybrid rice yield in the previous life. Even compared with ordinary conventional rice, it is not comparable. However, this is ancient times. There are no chemical fertilizers or pesticides, only the most basic farmyard manure, and this yield is considered very good. Fortunately, the genetic genes of this variety of millet are stable and can be saved by itself. In Jiang Yuqing's eyes, it can only be regarded as a barely acceptable yield, but in the eyes of these ancients, it was something they dared not think of before. The yield per mu of ordinary good land is at most 300 kilograms, but the county magistrate can grow 788 kilograms per mu, which is more than doubled, and the people's eyes are red. After the news came out, crazy people surrounded the county government office, wanting to buy high-yield grain seeds. At this point, these newly harvested grains are no longer something he can count. However, the memorial is still on the way to Beijing, and he has no good way. But if he doesn't come up with a charter, it's hard to explain to the people. Jiang Wenyuan had no choice but to decide to act first and report later, and posted a notice outside the county government office that day. He expressed his intention to sell high-yield grain seeds to the people at a fair price. As for how and when to sell them, he would notify them separately. Afterwards, Jiang Wenyuan looked through all the acres of land in the county again and had a rough idea in his mind. He sought the opinions and suggestions of several agricultural officials and finally decided to keep enough grain seeds for the entire county and distribute the rest equally to several neighboring counties. He couldn't eat meat while his colleagues couldn't even have a sip of soup, which would really make him hateful. High-yield grain seeds cost 30 yuan per caddy, and the amount of grain seeds per mu is 6-8 caddies. The head of each village and the village chief shall count the number of acres of land that the village needs to buy high-yield grain seeds and check them with the household registration acres archived in the county government. Only after they are correct can they go to the county government to purchase them in a unified manner. Transfer and resale are not allowed during this period. Once discovered, the entire village where the person lives will be disqualified from purchasing. This will prevent the big landlords, big merchants, or powerful people from using tricks and taking advantage of loopholes to the greatest extent. Jiang Wenyuan did not want to make wedding clothes for those insects. After formulating the details, Jiang Wenyuan wrote a memorial on the matter again and sent it to the capital as soon as possible. Beijing. Since last year's sweet potatoes, Qingzhou has become the focus of the emperor's attention. The Qingzhou County Magistrate Jiang Wenyuan was granted the right to send his memorial directly to the emperor without going through the state government. Especially after the autumn harvest of rice in the south, Emperor Jing of Xia would ask almost every day if there were any memorials from Qingzhou. It was not until the end of August after the Mid-Autumn Festival that the Qingzhou messenger, who had been eagerly waiting for the whole court, finally entered the capital. The people below did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly presented the letter. It happened to be a grand court meeting. When they heard that the memorial from Qingzhou had arrived, the ministers stretched their heads to look. Even though he had been prepared, when he saw the letter saying that the new rice seed yielded 788 kilograms per mu, Emperor Xiajing couldn't help but applaud. Good, good, good. This Jiang Wenyuan is really a lucky star of mine. Only my great Xia can grow 788 kilograms of rice per mu in the whole world. Ha 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 ha. When the ministers saw the emperor's attitude, they thought it was a great event. So they congratulated in unison. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for getting this good seed. Of course, no one dared to question Jiang Wenyuan's fraud this time. Do you think the 3 agricultural officials sent by Your Majesty are just for show? Didn't you see that there are 3 bright red fingerprints on the letter? In addition, the agricultural officials also sent 2 drawings and a delicate little object along with the letter. After reading the letter, Emperor Xiajing realized that it was actually a new model of thresher. It was such a not-so-complex thing that could increase the efficiency of harvesting rice by more than 2 times. That is to say, with the same acreage and the same rice, the time required to harvest is only half of the previous time, or even less. The agricultural official suggested that it could be promoted nationwide starting next year. And the one who came up with this idea was actually a child who was only 2.5 years old. This child was Jiang Wenyuan's youngest daughter. It is said that she suddenly drew it when she saw the rice threshing bucket when she was harvesting rice. After she finished drawing, she gave the picture to her father Jiang Wenyuan. After Jiang Wenyuan saw it, he thought it was very feasible, so he pulled them together to study and draw the details. After several experiments, they finally made a very useful finished product. After leaving the court, Emperor Xiajing took the palm-sized, wrinkled paper that could barely be called a drawing in his hand and looked at it carefully. The lines on the paper were crooked, and the general outline could be vaguely seen. It was probably drawn with something like a sharpened thin charcoal stick, and the brushstrokes were very immature. Considering the age of the painter, it is rare to be able to draw like this. Emperor Xiajing asked Li Deshun, "Is that little girl really that smart?" Li Deshun said mysteriously, "That, I have no say. However, I heard that earlier this year, Dr. Qiu accepted her as his last disciple." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiajing was thoughtful. The name of Dr. Qiu was known to everyone in the Great Xia dynasty. Even the current director of the Imperial Hospital was his disciple, and at least half of the entire Imperial Hospital were disciples of Bian Ke Valley. He was truly a master among masters. Such a great man actually accepted a 2-year-old girl as his last disciple, which shows the talent of this girl. Who wouldn't want a high-yield grain seed that is 3 times more productive than ordinary grain seeds? Just when the ministers were secretly thinking about it, Jiang Wenyuan sent another memorial to the palace. After reading it, Emperor Xia Jingdi wrote a big approved in red ink and attached a few lines of small words in the blank space next to it. High-yield grain seeds and sweet potatoes are related to the state system. Jiang Wenyuan, the magistrate of Qingzhou, has full authority to deal with them. Those who dare to reach out can be killed first and then reported to the emperor. After the approval, he ordered someone to fetch his sword and send it to Qingzhou with the memorial. Seeing this, some forces that were originally ready to move immediately stopped. His Majesty the Emperor has already given the sword, and it would be stupid to get involved. After receiving the Emperor's reply and the Emperor's sword, Jiang Wenyuan was so moved that he wanted to serve the Emperor until his death. Holding the sword and facing the direction of the palace, he shouted "Long live the Emperor" and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Jiang Wenyuan, a county magistrate who had been in office for more than a year, was not only conferred the title of Earl, but now he was also given the Emperor's sword and the right to execute first and report later. This treatment was only given to the imperial envoys who patrolled the four directions on behalf of the emperor in all dynasties. When the news spread, all the officials of Lingzhou Prefecture were envious, jealous, and hateful. But that was all. Being able to gain such trust from the emperor, Jiang Wenyuan felt a lot of pressure while being moved. Fortunately, now that he has power, he no longer has to shrink back when doing things. After all, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Time quickly came to October amid speculation from all sides, and the sweet potatoes planted this year were harvested. As the sweet potatoes planted by each family were harvested, Zijindu and Xiaoshuan were full of laughter. The sweet potatoes they planted were well cared for, with a high yield of 5,000 caddies and a low yield of 4,100 to 200 caddies. In addition to the 100 caddies of seeds that each family was allowed to keep, the rest of the intact ones were sold to the county government at 5 coins per caddy. This acre of land alone earned more than 20 taels of silver, and getting out of poverty and becoming rich was a piece of cake. All the families who planted sweet potatoes were almost laughing. After the existing sweet potatoes were harvested, a total of 626,400 caddies of sweet potatoes were harvested from 144 acres of sweet potatoes, excluding the 100 caddies of seeds left by each family. This did not include the 23 acres that the Jiang family planted after harvesting watermelons. After the memorial was sent to the capital, it caused another major earthquake. Emperor Jing of Xia was so happy that he decreed that Jiang Wenyuan would be named Qingzhou Ho, and his fiefdom would be granted to him for 3 generations. His daughter Jiang Yuqing was awarded the title of Xiongjuan and the title of Linghui for her meritorious service in designing a new agricultural tool rice thresher. While all the officials envied Jiang Wenyuan's favor from the emperor, they had to admire him. After all, he was really capable, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the Shenong of the modern era. When the imperial edict of conferring the title was delivered to Qingzhou, it was already mid-November. It was early winter and quite chilly. This was the second time the Jiang family received the imperial edict. Although they were excited, they were much calmer after the previous experience. When the angel arrived, he walked to the incense table that had been set up in advance without any nonsense and sang loudly, "Qingzhou County Magistrate, Jiang Wenyuan, accepts the order." After the Jiang family members knelt in front of the incense table, they unfolded the imperial edict and sang, "Abide by the will of heaven." The emperor's decree. It says, Qingzhou County Magistrate Jiang Wenyuan has successively planted high-yield and high-quality varieties of sweet potatoes and rice, made new harvesting tools and rice threshers, and planted watermelons as tribute from foreign countries. His contributions are of great benefit to the present and future generations. He is specially granted the title of Qingzhou Marquis, and his title will be inherited for 3 generations, with a fief of 1,000 households. He is granted a Qingzhou Marquis mansion on Rongning Street, Ningkangfang, Beijing, 3,000 acres of fertile land in the suburbs of Beijing, 2,000 taels of gold, 5,000 taels of silver, 3 boxes of jewels and jade, and 200 bolts of various silks and satins. He is ordered to continue to promote new grain varieties and not make any mistakes. This is decreed. I, Your Majesty, thank you for your grace. Long live Your Majesty. After the kowtow, the angel handed the imperial finger to Jiang Wenyuan, who took it respectfully with both hands. The angel continued, Your Majesty has spoken, and the Marquis has an important responsibility. After receiving the imperial edict, you do not need to rush to the capital to express your gratitude. You can go to the capital after the 3-year term as a county magistrate is over. Yes, I obey the order. With a handful of grain seeds in his hands, he could not release them in advance. At this critical juncture, he was really worried about going to the capital to express his gratitude. Now that he had the imperial edict, he was really relieved. When he was about to get up, the angel took out the imperial edict again and asked with a smile, Excuse me, who is Jiang Yuqing, the county magistrate? Please come to the front. The angel who came back this time was named Lin. Inuch Lin was the adopted son of Li Deshun. Otherwise, he would not have gotten such a good job. Before leaving Beijing, He was repeatedly told by his adoptive father not to put on airs in front of the Jiang family. If he offended someone, he would be skinned alive. Especially the little lady of the Jiang family, who was the apple of his adoptive father's eye, so he could not be neglected. He asked the Jiang family members all turn to look for Jiang Yuqing. Suddenly, a little head popped out from behind Jiang Wenyuan and Liu and said in a baby voice, "Angel Inuch, are you looking for me?" When Inuchlin saw her, he was happy. "Oh, you're Jiang Yuqing, right? Come, little lady, kneel in front. You are the protagonist of this imperial edict." "Oh, okay." Jiang Wenyuan exchanged positions with his daughter and let his precious daughter kneel in front. The little girl knelt there, her body straight. Her big grape-like eyes looked at the angel who was announcing the edict, which made Inuchlin's heart tremble. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that his godfather liked this little girl so much. She was really cute. Inuchlin coughed and began to read the imperial edict. "I obey. The will of heaven. The emperor decrees." It says, "Jiang Yuqing, the daughter of the Marquis of Qingzhou, has assisted her father in designing a new type of rice thresher. She is smart and intelligent at a young age. She is truly a role model for contemporary women. She is specially granted the title of County Lady and the title of Linghui. She is granted the 2 villages of Zijindu and Xiashuan in Qingzhou County as her fiefdom, and is granted a pair of gold and jade rui, a set of ruby, mutton fat white jade headpieces, and a set of gold inlaid jade headpieces, as well as some other jewelry. This is decreed. Your servant thanks the Lord for his grace. Long live the Lord." Inuchlin said with a smile, "Congratulations, my lord, and congratulations to the little county lady." Jiang Wenyuan smiled and bowed to Inuchlin, while stuffing a purse into his hand. "Congratulations, Inuch. You have worked the journey. I would like to offer you a cup of tea as a small token of my appreciation.
I hope you will not despise me."
Inuchlin took it calmly. "You are too polite, my lord. We are counting on you to take care of us." Little Tuanzi then remembered that it seemed like she was going to give a reward to the messenger. The purse her father gave her was light and should contain silver notes. She did not know the exact amount, but it was definitely not less than 100 taels. Tuanzi tucked the imperial edict under her arm and lowered her head to touch her small purse embroidered with a fat goldfish. There were only 2 dimes of silver that her mother had put in her earlier, and a dozen copper coins. It seemed too shabby to use it to reward an angel. However, she was a little kid, and she believed that people would not really argue with her about these things. It was a token of appreciation, and it was enough as long as the intention was there. Thinking of this, he took off his own small purse and tried to tiptoe to stuff it into the hands of Inuchlin, saying word by word, "I'll give you all mine. Please have some tea, Inuch." Inuchlin bent over and took the jingling purse with a smile. "Oh, thank you very much, little country boy. We will definitely have 2 more cups of tea." This person not only caught the eye of His Majesty, but also the heart of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and his adoptive father. Not to mention copper coins and silver coins, even small stones would be treasured by him. Inuchlin did not stay long at the Jiang family. He sat for a while and then returned to Beijing to report. Jiang Wenyuan accompanied him to the village entrance. After Inuchlin left, the old clan leader opened the door of the ancestral hall and ordered the strong young men to set off firecrackers to invite the imperial edict to the altar. The newly promoted Marquis of Qingzhou Jiang Wenyuan and his daughter Linghui Xiangjuan each held their own imperial edicts, and one after the other, they respectfully placed the imperial edicts on the altar and placed them together with the imperial edict that had conferred the title of Earl. The bright yellow color, illuminated by the candlelight, made the cold spirit tablet above seem to have an extra layer of soft light. Truly honoring the family, Jiang Yuqing looked at the thick yellowed family tree on the altar and said in his heart, "You accepted me with your broad mind, and I will also use my wisdom to strive to make you glorious. Who says women are inferior to men?" This time, the Jiang family did not invite a buffet. Today's Qingzhou Marquis Mansion is in a period of prosperity and fire, and it is not suitable to be so high profile. Therefore, Jiang Wenyuan just sent people to buy a few big fat pigs and kill them. One household in Zijindu counted as one household, and each family was given 10 kilograms of meat, which was considered an invitation. By growing sweet potatoes, the villagers of Zijindu and Xiaoshuan made a lot of money. After the autumn harvest, every family began to build new houses, many of which were blue brick and tile houses. Even the poorest Yang Papo's family bought materials and lined up to wait for the construction team to renovate the house. Because there were so many people repairing houses, the brick and tile workshop became a little popular. No one in the two villages mentioned the high-yield grain seeds. With Jiang Wenyuan around, no one would be left behind. Especially now that the two villages are still Jiang Yuqing's fiefdom. They will not be left behind. Thinking that in addition to sweet potatoes, watermelons and high-yield rice can be planted next year, everyone's hearts are burning like fire, and they wish that the new year will pass quickly and spring plowing will come. Only such days can be hoped for, and such days are the days people live. At the end of November, the cold wind was getting stronger and stronger. After a white frost, the 23 acres of sweet potatoes planted by the Jiang family were finally hoed. After the harvest, the average yield per mu was less than 4,300 kilograms. It was quite good to have such a yield, even though it was planted so late. Firstly, Jiang Yuqing's special ability and the spiritual spring water helped. Secondly, the weather was good this year, and it got cold late. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether the seeds could be harvested. In short, it was too risky and undesirable. It must not be done next year. After the harvest, the remaining sweet potato vines were broken and plowed into the ground, except for a small part that was taken home to feed the livestock. After rotting, they became good fertilizer. As the saying goes, fallen petals are not ruthless things. They turn into spring mud and grow flowers. After the sweet potatoes were harvested, the work in the field was completely free. Because of their contributions to assisting in grain planting, the 3 agricultural officials living in the Jiang family were promoted and transferred from Qingzhou to other states and counties to assist local officials in promoting new grain. At the same time, a new letter of appointment was rushed from the capital to the Jiang family. The brothers Jiang Wenkong and Jiang Wenxi were appointed as the 8th-rank agricultural officials by the court for their contributions in assisting in grain planting. After the new year, they went to the neighboring Jiangzhou County and Yunxi County to guide the planting of sweet potatoes and new rice. The two brothers have been working in the fields for half their lives, but they never thought that farming could lead to official positions. On their tanned faces, their smiles were shy and bright. Lin laughed heartily and joked happily. I thought it was a great honor to be the sister-in-law of the Marquis, but I never thought that I would be the wife of an official one day. Master, you have made me proud. When I go back to my parents' home tomorrow, my father will toast you 2 more glasses of wine. Lin's words made everyone in the room laugh. Of course, Jiang Wenkong would never dare to ask his father-in-law to toast him. Even if his father-in-law really did that, he would not dare to accept it. Whether he was filial or not, his wife cut his dog head off with 1 punch. Compared to Lin's straightforwardness, Zhu's eyes were red. She never dreamed that she would become an official's wife one day. Among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Jiang family, her birth was the most difficult. Not only did she lose her parents when she was young, but she also met such an unscrupulous brother and sister-in-law. Fortunately, after marrying into the Jiang family, her parents-in-law were sensible, her sisters-in-law were friendly, her husband loved her, and now her husband has become an official, so she can be said to have finally gotten what she wanted. As sisters-in-law for many years, Lu knew what Zhu was thinking at a glance. She said nothing, but just hugged Zhu gently and patted her on the back. Lin also smiled and hugged her and said, "It's all over." Seeing the 3 daughters-in-law so friendly, Old, who was very relieved. It is said that marrying a virtuous wife is the best choice. The old Jiang family married 3 good daughters-in-law and created a house full of good children and grandchildren. Old, who felt that even if she died now, she would rest in peace. In the middle of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Wenyuan's petition for titles for his family members was approved. Old Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Liu were both given the title of second-rank imperial consorts. Old Mrs. Hu was called Lady, and Mrs. Liu was called Marquise Lady. Jiang Yuqing's brother Jiang Yuchuan was also given the title of Marquise son. So far, Jiang Wenyuan has truly achieved the goal of ennobling his wife and benefiting his son. As the old saying goes, the beginning of the 12th lunar month is the beginning of the new year. Whether you have money or not, it is good to have a wife for the new year. The year before the Lunar New Year is also the peak of marriages among the people. This year, every family in Zijindu made a lot of money. Not only did they have a lot of new houses, but they also married new wives one after another. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month is a good day for marriage. The eldest grandson of the old patriarch, Huazi, is getting married. According to custom, he is to invite a blessed lady to make the bed for the newlyweds, and then find a pair of golden boys and jade girls to press the bed. Looking around Qingzhou, who else can be as blessed as the wife and children of the Marquis of Qingzhou? The eldest daughter-in-law of the old patriarch suggested inviting Liu to make the bed for the newlyweds and invite her 2 children to come home to press the bed. However, the old patriarch suppressed this idea as soon as she said it. He said with a sullen face, "No matter how good your son and my grandson are, he is just an ordinary citizen. How can he be so worthy that a second-rank marquis can make his bed and not worry about shortening his life? And the prince and the lady, is that something we can dream of? Just shut up." He scolded his daughter-in-law so hard that she dared not even breathe and had to give up. Somehow this matter reached the ears of old Mrs. who found Mrs. Liu and said, "The eldest grandson of your clan's eldest uncle is getting married on the 23rd, and he is still in need of a blessed lady to make the bed and a beautiful girl to hold the bed. His eldest daughter-in-law wants to invite you and your 2 children, but the old clan leader feels that our 2 families are not a good match and is unwilling to ask for it." When Mrs. Liu heard this, she smiled and said, "What's wrong with asking for it? Even if I am Mrs. Ho, I am also a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. I will go to him later and tell him that the 3 of us will take this job." Old Mrs. Who smiled and said, "This is the gift. When you and the 3rd brother got married, it was the old clan leader's wife who made the wedding bed for you. It's a pity that she passed away early and didn't see her eldest grandson get married. Now you go to make the wedding bed for her grandson. On the one hand, you are repaying this favor. On the other hand, with your status, it is also a face for our man's side. Let the other girls see that it is a great blessing to marry into our Jiang family." Mrs. Liu asked curiously, "Mother, do you know which family the girl is from?" Old Mrs. Who said, "It seems to be a relative of her aunt's. I heard that the girl's family is well off and has a lot of dowry. I guess that's why I want to invite you to be the main person in charge." "That's fine," Mrs. Liu said happily. "I heard that there are red envelopes for making the wedding bed and spreading the curtains. I will go to the old patriarch and tell him that I will definitely get the red envelopes." Old Mrs. Who laughed and scolded her, "Do you still need those 2 red envelopes?" Then she sent her away. It is said that Mrs. Liu personally went to the old patriarch's house and said that she wanted to be the full blessed lady who made the bed for the newlyweds. Her 2 children were also willing to be the golden boy and jade girl who pressed the bed. This news really made the old patriarch's family very happy. No matter what, if Mrs. Liu was willing to come forward, the man's face would be stable. The woman's side learned that the groom's family had actually invited the wife of the Marquis of Qingzhou to be the full blessed lady who made the bed and spread the curtains. When they heard that the son of the Marquis of Qingzhou and the young lady of the countryside would also press the bed, they were also very happy. Firstly, it proved that the groom's family had a close relationship with the Marquis of Qingzhou, and secondly, it was also a sign of their appreciation for the bride. Because of this, the bride's family took the initiative to add another 30% to the bride's already generous dowry. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, the day before the wedding, after breakfast, Liu took 2 maids to the old patriarch's house. After a busy morning, they made the wedding bed and quilt for the newlyweds and prepared things for the newlyweds to spread the tent tomorrow. They were kept for lunch before going home. In the evening, Liu and several sisters-in-law sent a pair of beautiful little brothers and sisters who were dressed neatly to the old patriarch's house. the 7-year-old golden boy Jiang Yuchuan and the 2-year-old jade girl Jiang Yuqing. The brother and sister were responsible for pressing the bed for the groom, brother Huazi. It means that the newlyweds will have many children and grandchildren. As a result, the elder brother Jiang Yuchuan was used to his own bed and could not sleep in a stranger's bed, so he tossed and turned all night. Jiang Yuqing was also unable to sleep because of the groom's thunderous snoring, so he tossed and turned all night. Isn't it said that people who are going to marry a new wife will be too excited to sleep on the first night? Or is her cousin exceptionally calm, stubborn? After dawn, the groom got up early, happily dressed up, and went to pick up the bride. The poor little brother and sister of the Jiang family each had a pair of panda eyes, staggered home, and fell asleep. Before falling asleep, they thought at the same time that they must talk to their mother and never let him, her, sleep on someone else's bed again in the future. The red envelope was not fragrant at all. The brother and sister slept too soundly and missed the lunch banquet perfectly. They slept until the evening and barely got up to eat some food. The result of sleeping too much during the day is that they can't sleep at night. It took until the next day to adjust. Since the little new year, the Jiang family has received New Year gifts from all sides. There are local gentry and celebrities, and there are also gifts from the capital. For example, gifts from Jing Yan, Li Deshun, the Duke of Xinghua Mansion, and the Marquis of Pingyang Mansion. Similarly, the gifts sent by the Jiang family to them will arrive in these few days. New Year's Eve. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, the children gathered in the yard to set off fireworks. Bai Xiaojiu and Bai Xiaoshi were not willing to lag behind and excitedly ran around in the crowd. Bai Xiaojiu is almost 1 year old, and the elder is a big guy. When squatting and not moving, he looks very majestic, with the majesty and domineering of a mountain king. But when he moves, that bit of style is immediately lost without leaving any residue. Not only jumping up and down, but also wagging his tail. I don't know which local dog in the village learned it from. Fortunately, the house is paved with clean and neat blue bricks, otherwise it would sweep away dust all the way, which is simply too lively. This guy relies on the suppression of bloodline and usually runs around the village when he has nothing to do. He bullies dogs and geese and acts tyrannically. He often looks outside the pig pen of this family and the chicken coop of that family. He doesn't eat, just like a child with ADHD, purely curious. But he scares people a lot. Wherever he passes, either the sow of this family has a difficult birth, or the chickens and ducks of that family stop laying eggs. Because of this, the family members have to clean up its ace and apologize for it. Everyone tried to reason with it, tell it which places it can go, and which places it can't go. It listened well and agreed well, but it was useless, and it still got into trouble. It couldn't be beaten, and it couldn't be scolded. In the end, there was really no other way, so Jiang Yuqing threw it into the spiritual realm and let Bai Xiaoshi take care of it. Although Bai Xiaoshi is a girl, she is an ancient beast after all, and her martial arts value completely crushes Bai Xiaojiu. Whenever it didn't obey, it was beaten, sometimes 3 times a day. After a period of beating, Bai Xiaojiu finally became obedient. Where Bai Xiaoshi was, it was as obedient as a big cat, and it was particularly worry-free. Jiang Yuqing also let it go out to play without worry. The children were playing outside, and the adults in the Jiang family were discussing the arrangements for the fields for the next year while staying up all night. The fields on this side of the family were all planted. Of the original 51 acres of land, 30 acres were planted with watermelons and 21 acres of sweet potatoes. The big farm was all planted with rice. Before the new year, the family bought the unowned wasteland next to the big farm at the request of the youngest daughter. After the new year, they hired more people to open up the wasteland and plant excellent alfalfa and pigweed. They also bought a few servants who were good at breeding and raised dozens or hundreds of cattle, sheep, pigs, etc. Not only can they produce meat, but pig manure and cow manure are also excellent organic fertilizers after fermentation, which can continuously provide nutrients for crops in the fields. The harvested rice straw can also be used as livestock feed and bedding. In this way, a virtuous cycle can be formed. Jiang Wenyuan carefully recalled what his precious daughter said. Oh, I remember it now. It's called sustainable development. The 3,000 acres of farmland in the suburbs of Beijing can't be left alone. We have to find a suitable person to take over first. But there are only so many people in the family, and there is no way to spare any hands. Jiang Wenyuan thought that if it really doesn't work, just leave it there for now. Jiang Yuqing just finished setting off a fairy fire and ran in to drink tea and eat fruit. I heard that the 3,000 acres of farmland in the suburbs of Beijing was not taken care of, and I was really heartbroken. She immediately took Jiang Wenyuan's hand and said, "Daddy, I'll go and plant. I'll go and plant." Jiang Wenyuan refused without a second thought. "No, baby, although you are smart, you are still too young. Daddy is worried about you going to such a remote place alone. Besides, farming is very hard, and Daddy doesn't want you to suffer this." Tuanzi's big eyes were bright, and she looked at her father seriously and said, "Daddy, it's not just me. There is also the master. The master also wants to go to the capital." Tuanzi said, and went to pull the master, with pleading eyes. Dr. Chiu knew at a glance what this little apprentice wanted to do, and nodded her forehead helplessly. He said to Jiang Wenyuan, "I received a letter from my eldest disciple 2 days ago, inviting me to Beijing to see a difficult patient. You all know that I am only interested in difficult and complicated diseases in my life, so I plan to go to Beijing. Although Guaibao is young, since she has followed me to learn medicine, she cannot give up halfway. In the future, she will often travel with me to various places. I believe you all know this. Besides, although your farm is big, with Guaibao's intelligence and talent, she may be able to manage it. Just let her practice." After Dr. Chiu finished speaking, the room was instantly silent. After a long while, Jiang Wenyuan took a deep breath and said, "This is the only way. But my dear is still young, so I'm sorry to trouble the divine doctor to worry about it." Divine Dr. Chiu said, "Don't worry. I love her as much as you do. You know your daughter well. She is a phoenix, and a phoenix should fly in the sky, not stay in a corner which will only break her wings." The divine doctor is right. Jiang Wenyuan nodded in agreement. Thinking about it carefully, he is not without old friends in the capital. If it really doesn't work, it shouldn't be difficult to write a letter to Qinju to ask for help. It just so happens that he originally wanted to send grain seeds to the Pingyang Marquis Mansion and the Jingguo Duke Mansion, 600 kilograms of each grain seed for each family. Just let the little daughter take it together. When will the miracle doctor leave? We can prepare in advance. Miracle Dr. Chiu shook his head and said, "No hurry. The patient has a chronic disease and has been suffering for 1 or 2 years. This little time is not a big deal. It's not too late to leave after the first month of the lunar year. The weather will be warmer by then, and the baby will suffer less on the road." Jiang Wenyuan nodded. So, the matter was settled. After the fireworks outside were over, everyone started playing pot tossing. Jiang Yuqing played all night and still got 0 points. He got a lot of ridicule from his brothers. Father Jiang, who was protective of his son, couldn't stand it anymore, so he went down to the field himself, holding his daughter and crushing all the nephews and nieces with his strength, and vented his anger on his precious daughter. After a lively quarrel all night, the new year came after midnight. After the children kowtowed to their elders, received red envelopes for the new year, and went to sleep, the adults also went back to their rooms to rest. As soon as they entered the room, Lu said anxiously, "Husband, my dear is less than 3 years old. Can you really bear to let her leave her family and go to such a far place? Anyway, I don't want to do that." As she spoke, Lu's eyes were red. If she hadn't thought about the first day of the new year, she would have shed tears. Jiang Wenyuan took his wife into his arms, stroked her back, and said in a hoarse voice, "How can I bear to let her go? I only have this one daughter, so young, like a pearl. But you have also seen with your own eyes that her ability has not only blessed the family, but also benefited many people in this world. Just as the miracle doctor said, our baby was born to be a phoenix soaring in the sky. We as parents cannot break her wings and make her a pheasant that can only flutter. We should believe in her and let her fly freely. When she is tired of flying, we will be her safest harbor. This is the best love we can give her. Okay. Jiang Yuqing, who had already fallen asleep and didn't know what day it was, had no idea that her parents had made a difficult decision behind her back. On the first day of the new year, as usual, they went around the village to pay New Year's greetings. On the second day of the new year, the married daughter returned to her parents' home. Let's say that the Jiang family's eldest wife and her family returned to the Lin family with a car full of gifts. The old Lin smiled from ear to ear. When I married my daughter to Jiang Wenkong, many relatives said sour things. They said that he chose a poor farmer from the countryside as a son-in-law after careful selection. With his status, which family in the city would not be better than the Jiang family if he married his daughter? Now, this son-in-law has been appointed as an official by farming. Although it is not a high-ranking official, it is still an official, which can earn him enough face. During the New Year's party and drinking this year, no one dared to say a word in front of him. It was so refreshing. Old Lin was very happy, and he drank too much when he was happy. Once he drank too much, he started to act crazy, hugging his son-in-law Wenkong and howling. In the end, he did not forget to remind his son-in-law that he was not allowed to take concubines even if he became rich, and if he dared to let his daughter down, he would break his legs. Hearing this, Lin was very upset, and she and her brother carried her father back to the house to sleep. The second branch of the Jiang family also has 5 people. First, go to Jiang Wenxi's master to pay New Year's greetings and give gifts. Then go back to Uncle Zhu's house. Zhu also had a cousin who also returned to her parents' home today. The whole family had to sit down at 2 tables, which was quite lively. After dinner, they sat for a while before leaving. Uncle Zhu brought them a bunch of local products. When they were seeing them off, they saw Zhu damning looking around the corner, so Zhu's cousin carefully asked her, "Do you want to go over there and take a look?" Zhu sneered. "What are you looking at? I've already seen my brother, so you're not my brother?" Zhu's eldest cousin stopped talking. He happily helped load the things onto the cart and told them to drive slowly on the road. When the carriage turned the corner, Zhu Demingzi called out Cui Nyang, and then called out sister. Zhu's expression didn't change. Zhu Demingzi called out brother-in-law again, and Jiang Wenxi ordered the driver, "Hurry up." He ignored him. Some people really don't deserve it. Last year, because of Zhu's relationship, Zhu Dabo became one of the only 2 families in the village who planted sweet potatoes. The other family was the master's family of his cousin Jiang Wenxi. Because Zhu Dabo's sweet potatoes were well taken care of and had a high yield, in addition to the seeds kept by his family, the rest were sold for more than 20 taels of silver, which really made the whole family happy. For this reason, Zhu Dabo specially asked his son to buy a pig and send it to the Jiang family to show his gratitude. Zhu helped her uncle to get rich, but refused to help her own brother and sister-in-law. Zhu Demengxi and Luo were so angry that they spread bad words about Zhu in the village, saying that she was an ungrateful person. Jiang Wenxi's master's wife happened to hear this. This old lady was also a powerful person, and she had a high seniority in the Zhu family. She crossed her hands on her waist, raised her eyebrows, pointed at Luo's nose, and started to curse. "What a shameless little. You are now saying bad things about Cui Nyang everywhere. What were you doing in the past? If your brain is not working well, I will press you into the dung bucket and let you recall it carefully. Cui Nyang used to do everything at home, in the fields, on the land, inside and outside the house. She worked hard to support your family of vampires. How did you treat her? You either beat her or scolded her, and you didn't even let her have enough food. Why didn't you remember that she was your sister at that time? Later, you sold her to an old man in his 50s or 60s as a concubine. It was so difficult to get her to the Jiang family, but not only did you withhold the betrothal money, but you didn't even give her a good piece of clothing before she got married. Is what you did humane? You are such a conscienceless thing. If your parents knew about this, they would be so exhausted that their coffins would not be able to hold them down. Now that Cui Nyang is having a good life, you want to take advantage of her. There is no such thing in the world. If I were Cui Nyang, I would kill you first when I got the upper hand. It's good enough that she doesn't cause trouble for you, but she still has the nerve to jump around here. If I hear you say bad things about Cui Nyang again, I will tear you apart alive. I dare not beat her, and I cannot scold her. Zhu Demingzi and Luo were scolded so badly that they had to flee home in disgrace. The villagers also laughed at them. Today is the second day of the Chinese New Year. The couple calculated that Zhu would return to Uncle Zhu's house, so they thought they could ask about the high-yield grain seeds in person. Will Zhu give them a chance? Of course not. As for Mr. Liu, the old scholar in Xiushui Bay, they are even happier. His children and grandchildren are filial and promising. The daughter's family is even better. The son-in-law was conferred the title of Marquis, the daughter was conferred the title of a second-rank imperial lady, the grandson was conferred the title of the Prince of the Marquisate, and the granddaughter was conferred the title of the county lady. They were all very rich. There were no annoying relatives, and life was really smooth. Starting from the 5th day of the first lunar month, more and more officials, businessmen, and celebrities came to pay New Year's greetings. Most of them came for high-yield grain. They tried to get close to him, build friendships, and even promised him a lot of money. Jiang Wenyuan was not moved at all. Some families even brought beautiful girls of 14 or 15 years old who were trying to find out about the marriages of the Jiang family's grandchildren. The goal of these people was also very clear. They wanted to get married. All of these were blocked by Lu's money. The oldest boy in the Jiang family was only 14 years old, so there was no need to discuss marriage so early. Moreover, as early as last year when the matchmaker came to propose marriage for the first time, the children had made it clear to the elders. At least they should wait until they are 18 years old before considering this issue. Come to think of it, there are 3 officials in the Jiang family now, one of whom was even granted the title of Marquis, and the title was inherited for 3 generations. Even the youngest granddaughter was granted the title of Xiangjuan. Such a family would be the object of flattery in the capital city where the powerful and wealthy gather. What's more, in Lingzhou, it would naturally become the first choice for many officials and gentry in the prefecture to marry. There is nothing to do about the grandchildren. The backyards of the Jiang family's men are very empty except for the legal wives. Besides, there are few men who don't cheat, and it's not easy to find an opportunity to squeeze in a few women. Therefore, some families who take a different approach openly bring their concubines to the door and recommend themselves to be concubines, saying that they are for the Jiang family to expand. Old Mrs., who was so angry that she threw the people and their things out of the door. She cursed, "You dare to put anything into my mansion. Do you think my mansion is a place for picking up rags? I have many good daughters-in-law and grandchildren." Bah! You despicable thing. The visitor did not get any benefits except making a fool of himself, so he could only go back in disgrace. Old Mrs., who had a tantrum, and when her sons came back, she gave them another lecture. She said that no matter how prosperous the family is, concubines are not allowed. It doesn't make sense that your daughters-in-law have suffered with you for most of their lives, and now that they have finally made it, you find a few charming little fairies to make them suffer. If you have such an idea, get out of the house as soon as possible. Jiang Wenkong and his brothers said that they dared not and would not. They were all honest people, and they just wanted to live a peaceful life with their wives and children. Concubines and the like were the source of chaos in the family and were absolutely unacceptable. With the words of their mother-in-law, the daughters-in-law of the Jiang family were more confident. No matter where they went, they held their heads high. Not only because they have sons, but also because they have a good mother-in-law, and more because their husbands do not take concubines. This incident can be regarded as a reminder to the Jiang family. After beating her son, Mrs. Hu still felt uneasy. After thinking about it, she dragged her grandchildren out and gave them a beating. It can be summarized into the following points. 1. Don't pick up the handkerchief or purse that falls when you go out, because it may be an accidental encounter deliberately created by others. 2. When you go to someone else's house as a guest and encounter a girl who falls into the water, you can call for help, but don't go to rescue her yourself. Because it is very likely that after you rescue her, the girl will belong to you whether you like it or not. 3. When you go to visit, be careful not to be accidentally splashed with tea by others, because this may be a trap. Look at this advanced thinking, this extraordinary awareness. If Jiang Yuqing didn't know that Mrs., who was an ancient person who grew up in the countryside, he would have thought that this person was also a modern society. Her eldest cousin Jiang Yujiang asked his grandmother in astonishment, "How do you know it so clearly?" Old Mrs., who said proudly, "The storytellers in the tea houses in the city said it. I have heard it many times. It is also written in the storybooks. I can't read. Can I ask the maids who can read to me?" Good guy, the old lady is quite studious. After showing off, old Mrs., who did not forget to continue to criticize her grandchildren. Did you listen to it? Although it is all things in the storybooks, there is no smoke without fire. If this thing didn't happen in reality, how could it be written so vividly in the storybooks? I don't believe it. Besides, this trick of blackmailing people doesn't have to be bad, as long as it works. In the eyes of some people, you little brats are fat sheep that can walk away. If you catch one, you won't have to worry about the wealth and glory for the rest of your life. This word describes. Although it sounds a bit harsh, it is really reasonable. Jiang Yuqing felt that with such a clear-headed grandmother, her brothers would have a good future. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, the county government issued a seal. Jiang Wenkong and Jiang Wenxi also went to their own battlefields. The direction of promoting high-yield grain varieties had been decided before the new year. Jiang Wenyuan discussed with several staff members and formulated specific implementation details, which were then officially posted outside the government office and distributed to each village at the same time. 1. Sweet potato seedlings are 500 won/mu, 3,000 plants per mu. High-yield grain seeds are 30 won per gene, 6-8 gene per mu. Because the number of seeds is limited, priority is given to the people of the county. All the people of the county must bring their household registration book and land deeds to the village head or village chief to register and strictly purchase the required number of acres of land. They must not falsely report more purchases or transfer or resell. Anyone who commits the above-mentioned acts will be severely punished once discovered. The registration deadline is February 15th. As soon as the notice came out, the whole Qingzhou exploded. People take food as their heaven, and the people are most concerned about the food problem. From the sweet potatoes that came out of nowhere the year before last and produced thousands of caddies per mu to the high-yield rice that produced 780 caddies per mu last year, all of them have touched the nerves of the people. This year, the government finally saved enough seeds and promoted them throughout the county. The people were happier than during the Chinese New Year. It was about their stomachs. After hearing the news, the people surrounded the homes of the head of their respective villages, or the village chiefs one after another. The work of counting and checking the acres of land in each village is in full swing. Those who had money paid for the seeds immediately, and those who had no money borrowed money to pay, fearing that they would lose it if they came too late. Each village counted the number of acres of land and the amount of money, and submitted them to the county government. After the county government verified that they were correct, the county government issued a receipt. The village head or the head of the village took the stamp receipt and took people directly to the warehouse in Zijindu to find Master Liu to collect the grain. For a time, everyone in the government office was busy, working overtime until late every night, and they didn't even have time to go home. Seeing how hard they were working, Liu asked people to clean up the rooms near the front yamen and lay clean bedding and bed curtains for the staff to rest. Every day, he personally led people to prepare rich and delicious meals and sent them to the front yamen. The people below were busy, and Jiang Wenyuan, the county magistrate, was even busier. She often returned to her room in the middle of the night and fell asleep immediately out of exhaustion. She woke up early the next morning, wiped her face casually, slurped up some porridge, and hurried to the yamen. In just 7 or 8 days, she had lost a whole circle of weight. Mrs. Liu saw this and was anxious, so she had no choice but to run back to Zijinda to find her daughter for help. When Jiang Yuqing heard that this was not okay, she immediately ran back to the pharmacy, took out a large bottle of ginseng yangrong that she had just refined and stuffed it into her mother. Because it was the first time to refine medicine independently, the appearance was not perfect, but the efficacy was still great. All the raw materials were produced in Lingjing, and the operation was guided by Dr. Chiu, so the quality was guaranteed. She originally planned to give it to her family for health care, and this was just right. She took 2 baskets of fruits produced in Lingjing, such as apples, oranges, persimmons, dates, etc., common fruits. She had not yet gotten seeds for the others. She also got some rice out, as she remembered that there was not much rice left in the rice jar. The rice in the spiritual realm is much more delicious than the rice outside, and it is also good for health. For so long, everyone in the family has become picky eaters. After getting used to eating the rice at home, they always feel that the food outside is not the same. There are also a lot of snacks such as beef jerky or milk candy, which can be filled at any time when they are hungry. Prevent them from being too busy to eat and causing hypoglycemia. After Lu left, Tuanzi looked at the empty box and thought about taking time to refine some more Yangrong pills for other elders and practice at the same time. The result of the unity of Qingzhou officials and people is that, as of the 22nd day of the first lunar month, all the mu of land has been checked and all the grain seeds have been issued without any mistakes. Finally, the warehouse was counted. Excluding the seeds reserved for self-use, and those prepared to be taken to the capital to the Pingyang Marquis Mansion and the Zhenggugong Mansion, there were less than 2,000 kilograms of sweet potato seeds and less than 1,000 kilograms of grain seeds. Of course, these could not be eaten like this. Jiang Wenyuan packed them up and sent them all to the neighboring Jiangzhou County. The Jiangzhou County magistrate's mustache was twitching with joy, and he sent someone to tell him that he wanted to treat him to a meal. He was really exhausted during this period. As a sympathetic superior, Jiang Wenyuan took advantage of his day off to set up 2 tables at the best dingfila in the city to entertain his subordinates, with good wine and good food. Among them were 2 jars of Xianyang Maotai donated by his beloved daughter. The taste made everyone exclaim repeatedly, "This wine should only be in heaven. How many times can we taste it in the world?" In the busyness, time entered February. Dr. Chiu and Jiang Yuqing were about to go to Beijing. Thinking that she would be away from home for a long time, Tuanzi desperately went out to buy things. Spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, spiritual springs, various precious life-saving medicinal materials and common medicines, as well as delicious melon seeds, candies, and snacks. There were 10,000 kilograms of spiritual rice alone, enough for the whole family to eat for more than a year. She also asked the birds around to help take care of the fields at home and not attract insects. At the same time, she also asked all the elders and brothers in the family to be careful not to let anyone hurt these lovely children. If possible, when they can't find food, they can be fed some millet grains. There are so many things, and they are very worried. These days, the elders are also busy preparing things for her to go to Beijing, from food to clothes and utensils, etc., plus the big and small bags for Dr. Chiu, just like moving. If it is loaded with a carriage, it can be loaded with at least 2 carriages. Fortunately, she has a spiritual realm that can serve as a mobile warehouse. In addition, there were more than 20,000 kilograms of grain and potato seeds. These seeds alone filled more than 10 carriages. In addition, the carriages carrying gifts and specialties that she and her master took were lined up on the roadside for half a mile. If it weren't for hiding her tracks, she could have put all the things into the spiritual realm and set off on the road. In addition to the 20 Yulin soldiers who were responsible for guarding the grain warehouse, the Jiang family also hired the Lin agency from the mother's family of the eldest Aunt Lin to them. Old Chief Lin even brought his 2 sons to go out in person. There should be no problem with safety. As for maids and servants, the master and apprentice didn't bring any. February 10th. The spring breeze blows, the weather is warm and the air is clear. It's a good time to go out and travel far. It's the government office's holiday and the school's 10-day holiday. Early in the morning, the village road of Zijindu was crowded with people who came to see them off, including Jiang family members and ordinary people from Zijindu. All the instructions were said last night. At this moment, before leaving, Jiang Yuqing kissed the elders one by one and finally hugged Lu and kissed her twice. Lu's tears flowed before she spoke, and she was unwilling to let go of her precious daughter. Her beloved daughter was leaving home at such a young age, which was undoubtedly a heartbreaking thing for her mother. Tuanzi reached out and gently wiped away her mother's tears and comforted her mother in a soft and baby voice. "Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of myself, and will be back soon. I will also bring you a gift." In order to liven up the atmosphere, Tuanzi deliberately stretched out her hand and gestured a shape the size of an apple. "Take such a big bead and make a hairpin for your mother." Lu heard the words and laughed with tears in her laughter. "Do you want to break your mother's neck?" Tuanzi nodded firmly, majestic. Lu just imagined herself wearing a pearl hairpin as big as an apple. The scene was simply suffocating. What kind of weird aesthetics does her daughter have? Forget it. Being interrupted by Tuanzi, the sadness of parting suddenly faded a little. It was getting late, and Dr. Chiu urged Tuanzi to get on the carriage. The elders of the Jiang family were reluctant to let her go, but they had to carry Tuanzi on the carriage. Over there, the first wife and her husband finished talking to their father-in-law, and the motorcade officially set off. Little Tuanzi lifted the curtain of the carriage and leaned out half of his body, waving at the farewell crowd and shouting in his baby voice. "Goodbye, Daddy and Mom. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Goodbye, uncles and aunts. Goodbye, brothers. Goodbye, everyone. I will miss you." The women of the Jiang family could no longer hold back and wiped their tears. Even the men had red eyes. Old man Jiang turned his back to the crowd, squatted under a big tree, and cried. She cried and muttered, "My precious granddaughter, my old man's little cotton-padded jacket. How could she be kidnapped by Chiu? When he comes back, I will choke him to death with my chicken ace woo-woo-woo." Over there, the carriage turned a corner, and her family could no longer be seen. Tuanzi reluctantly shrank back her little body, turned around and threw herself into her master's arms, tears falling. Dr. Chiu held his little apprentice in his arms and said nothing, just patted her back lightly. She was not heartless. She was reluctant to leave. She smiled at the separation, just because she didn't want her family to worry and care about her anymore. Fortunately, Tuanzi had a mature, strong, and optimistic soul. Putting aside the sadness of parting, she happily looked at the scenery outside the window. This was the first time she left her family for a long journey after being reborn into this world. The primitive means of transportation and the original scenery were different from the feelings and moods of her previous life. Bai Xiaoshu trotted beside her carriage and occasionally talked to her. As for Bai Xiaoju, she left him at home. This guy grew up too fast because he drank the spiritual spring for many years and occasionally got some of her supernatural powers. He was about 1 year old, but he was already bigger than an ordinary adult tiger. And he still had 3 years to go before he became an adult, so I don't know how big he can grow. It was fine in Zijindu, because everyone had watched him grow up since he was a child, and they were not afraid of him. He would stay at home if he wanted to, and he could go up the mountain to chase rabbits or wild sheep when he got bored. Once he left Zijindu, wherever he passed, people and horses would fall down, chickens and dogs would fly. It's not that they were afraid of it biting people, but humans have a natural fear of wild beasts. So, they could only leave him at home to protect the house. The convoy went all the way north and passed through the city. After a short rest on the roadside at noon, they continued on their way and stopped in a small town called Bai Mengpu in the evening. After a day's journey, Zhang Yuqing was really tired, and he went to bed early after dinner. The next day, she got up, had breakfast, packed up a bit, and started walking again. On the way, sometimes she would recite medical books, and sometimes she would lie down and take a nap. When she got tired of riding in the car, she would ride by Xiaoshu for a while. If she had to rest in the wild, she would ask her master to pick some useful herbs nearby. After stopping and starting along the way, the convoy entered Lingzhou Prefecture on the morning of the 5th day. Dr. Chiu decided to stay here for 1 night before leaving. Dachau's prefecture city is equivalent to the provincial capital in later generations. Compared with Qingzhou County, it is much more prosperous and wealthy. The city gate is majestic and tall, the streets are flat and wide, shops are lined up, and pedestrians are coming and going. Jiang Yuqing even saw several women wearing veils and hats shopping together. I think they are all ladies from wealthy families. The convoy turned a few streets and stopped in front of a large inn with luxurious decoration. The shopkeeper and the waiter immediately came forward and invited them to sit inside. The inn had already been booked by the advance guard, and everything was arranged, so there was no need to worry about anything. After dinner, Dr. Chiu asked Jiang Yuqing if he wanted to go for a walk nearby. Jiang Yuqing thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do, so he could just go for a walk. He asked the shopkeeper if there were any fun places around. The shopkeeper said that there was a Taoist temple not far from the street, named Qinghua Temple. There was a forest of steels in the temple, which was left by literati and poets of all ages. In addition, there were 7 natural fountains in the temple, named 7-Star Springs. The spring water gushed all year round, and the taste was sweet and refreshing. It was also one of the main water sources of our Lingzhou prefecture. If you are interested, you may go and see it. Jiang Yuqing was not interested in the forest of steels, but was very curious about the 7-Star Springs. I wonder how it compares to the spiritual springs in her spiritual realm? Since the little apprentice was interested in the Taoist temple, Dr. Chiu would take her there. After entering the Taoist temple, a little Taoist boy led them to the Sanqing Hall first. When Jiang Yuqing was a ghost, it was an old Taoist priest who helped her to transcend and gave her the greatest opportunity. Therefore, she had a special liking for the Taoist ancestors and gods and was very pious when she kowtowed. When she left the Sanqing Hall, she donated 100 taels of silver for incense money. At the same time, she also received a peace amulet from the master of the temple. Jiang Yuqing kept the peace amulet close to her body, not for anything else, but for her religious belief. Turn left from the main hall and bypass a bamboo forest, and you'll see a winding corridor. The red-painted pillars and the painted and carved brackets are very spectacular. The calligraphy and inscriptions of famous masters of all dynasties are lined up in this corridor. Seal, official, running, regular, cursive, thin gold, all kinds of calligraphy fonts you can imagine can be seen here. Although Jiang Yuqing is not very interested, since she is here, she naturally has to appreciate it. Otherwise, in the future, people would have to circle around and collect tickets to enter. The little girl was watching seriously, but suddenly a young female voice sneered. "Little girl, can you read? You are just pretending." Jiang Yuqing tilted his head and saw that it was a girl of 13 or 14 years old. She was pretty, but her thin lips made her look a little more sour. Such a person should not be paid attention to. Jiang Yuqing walked around her from behind and walked to the front to continue admiring. The girl was quite angry when she saw that Jiang Yuqing ignored her and reached out to grab her collar by the neck. "Hey, little girl, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Jiang Yuqing was prepared, and her little body turned to the side, and the girl grabbed nothing. She turned her head and glared at him. "What are you doing?" Dr. Chiu also saw something wrong here and walked up to him and shouted with a cold face, "Whose girl are you? Why are you so ignorant of etiquette? If you bully my child again, I will have to come to your house to have a talk with you." The girl's 2 maids were afraid that she would get into trouble and would have trouble explaining themselves when they returned, so they stepped forward to persuade her. "Miss, it's getting late. We should go back. Otherwise, if the lady finds out, she will punish you again." The little girl heard this, looked at Jiang Yuqing's cold face, and then looked at Dr. Chiu, who was glaring at her. She turned around and left angrily, not knowing what she was thinking. After the inexplicable lunatic left, Jiang Yuqing lost interest in visiting the Forest of Steels. She asked a little Taoist boy to lead the way and went straight to the 7-Star Spring at the back. The 7-Star Spring is indeed worthy of its reputation. 7 springs are arranged in a big spoon, distributed on a flat land of 2 acres square, and water is gushing out. It is similar to the Baotu spring she had seen in her previous life, and it is very spectacular. In addition to visiting this place, there were many tourists as well as many nearby people who came to fetch water with buckets. The master and the apprentice found a clean water outlet and took turns to drink the water. It was indeed sweet and delicious, but compared with her spiritual spring, it was still incomparable. Jiang Yuqing played in the temple for a long time. When he returned to the inn, it was already dark. After dinner and a simple wash, everyone went to bed. The next day, the sky was gloomy. It started to rain as soon as the convoy left the city gate. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy, and they could barely continue to move forward. The spring rain is continuous and dense. It is the hope of farmers, but not so friendly to travelers. Even if you wear a straw raincoat, you will be soaked in the bones after walking for a day. Therefore, as soon as you arrive at the inn at night, Dr. Chio took a packet of medicine and asked them to boil water and distribute it to everyone to drive away the cold and dampness. From that day on, it has been cloudy and rainy for several days. The road has become particularly muddy and difficult to walk. Jiang Yuqing was bored in the carriage, looking at the continuous rain outside the window, always feeling that he was like the grass on the side of the road, so wet that mushrooms were about to grow. When passing a narrow col, the convoy suddenly stopped. The Yulin guards who were exploring the way came to report that a carriage in front was stuck in a mud pit and couldn't get out. Dr. Chio hurriedly asked someone to come forward to help. Not long after, a middle-aged maid dressed as a nanny came over with an umbrella to thank her. I am the maid of the Qin family in Jizhou Prefecture. Thanks to your help today, our carriage can continue to move. My young lady specially asked me to come and thank your family for your generosity. Dr. Chio said, "Don't be polite. It's just a small favor. The rain is getting heavier. We need to get on the road quickly." The nanny nodded, thanked again, and left. Not long after, the convoy was on the road again. In front, in the carriage that had just been moved out of the mud pit, two maids were accompanying a girl of about 12 or 13. The girl was dignified and beautiful, and she was always paying attention to the movements outside the carriage. Seeing the maid getting on the carriage, the girl asked anxiously, "Mammy, have you thanked them?" The maid smiled and said, "Of course I thanked them. I just inquired and found out that they came from Lingzhou Prefecture. The host is an old man with a very young child. I took a quick look and found that the carriage behind them seemed to be carrying something very heavy. In addition to the team, the other guards were well trained and did not look like ordinary people." Miss Chen scolded, "Mammy, you are really a nosy person. People helped us, so we should just thank them. Why should we care about what is in their carriage? If we annoy them, wouldn't it make us, the Chen family, look rude?" The maid said hurriedly, Yes, Mrs. Wright." The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the sky and the earth were in chaos. The convoy hurried and finally entered Jeju City before the city gate was locked. At this time, the Yulin guards who were leading the way came to report that the roads were blocked by heavy rain and all the inns in the city were full. They had no choice but to look for private houses. The nanny who got off the car just in time to hear it, thought about it, and decided to tell her young lady. Miss Chen said, "In this case, Nanny, please invite them to stay at our house for a night. If it weren't for them, we would probably still be outside the city in the rain." The nanny hesitated, "But, young lady, should we inform the master first?" Miss Chen said, "No need. It would take a lot of time to go back and forth. Besides, I know my father. He is a man who will repay a favor and would never do anything like leaving his benefactor out in the rain." The master and the disciple were surprised and very happy to hear that the owner of the carriage in front invited them to stay in his mansion for one night. After thanking the nanny, they ordered the convoy to follow the carriage of the Qin mansion. After the group settled down in the Qin mansion, they learned that the Qin mansion was actually one of the largest merchants in Jeju City. No wonder the courtyard was built so luxuriously. After returning home, the head of the Qin family heard that his beloved daughter, who had visited her maternal grandmother, had returned, and he was very happy. He also heard that his daughter brought back a team of people, and he couldn't help frowning. After asking carefully, he learned that they were the people who helped his daughter on the road. Because Jeju City was full and couldn't find a place to stay, his daughter invited them to come back and stay for one night. He was always generous and righteous, and said that since the people of the Qin family helped him, they were the benefactors of the Qin mansion. So he ordered people to prepare sumptuous wine and food, and brought his wife and children to personally entertain the benefactor. Hearing that the master and the disciple were from Lingzhou Prefecture, the head of the Qin family praised, "Lingzhou is a good place. Not only are there high-yield grain varieties, but there are also tributes like watermelons. All kinds of canned foods produced are also in great demand. It's a pity that I, old Qin, don't have any connections. Otherwise, I would also like to do this business." Upon hearing this, The master and disciple looked at each other and said nothing. After the meal, after returning to the temporary courtyard, Jiang Yuqing asked Dr. Chiu, "Master, will the head of the Qin family know my identity? Otherwise, why would he talk about grain varieties and watermelons?" Dr. Chiu said, "No. You are young and have always liked to stay at home, and you seldom go to the county town. Few people have seen you. He is a businessman from Jeju and he has no connections, so how could he recognize you? He probably just improvised a few words. However, this head of the Qin family is really good."
Oh.
Tuanzi nodded thoughtfully. When the head of the Qin family got up the next day, the servant came to report that the guest who stayed overnight had left. The head of the Qin family looked at the sky outside, rubbed his temples, which were aching slightly due to the hangover, and said, "I am old, and I get after drinking 2 cups. I have slept until now and just got up. I have neglected my benefactor." The servant handed over a piece of paper with both hands and said, "Master, this was found in the room of the little guest. We are illiterate and don't know what it is, so we brought it to you for your review." The head of the Qin family took it and saw a line of words written on it in a very childish and cute, even crooked font. 10 acres of watermelon, in mid-June, from the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. There was a small bright red seal at the end of the signature. Linghui Township Lord's seal. The head of the Qin family was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. Holding the letter paper, he slapped open the door of his daughter's courtyard like the wind. "Ying, Ying, come out quickly. Come out quickly." When Chen Ying heard her father yelling anxiously, she thought something had happened, so she put down the book she was reading and ran out of the inner room. "Dad, what's wrong? What happened?" The head of the Qin family excitedly stuffed the letter to his daughter and said, "Take a look at this." Chen Ying took the letter suspiciously and almost jumped up with joy. It turns out that the lovely little sister yesterday was the little lady from the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. We really didn't recognize the real one. The head of the Qin family laughed and said, "I didn't expect my daughter to have such a good fortune and invite such a noble person home. With this little lady leading the way, our Qin family's business will surely reach a higher level." Chen Ying said, "This is also the good fortune of our family. If it weren't for Dad, who has always been kind to others, our family would not have been able to make friends with such a noble person. It can be seen that everything has its destiny."
Yes.
The head of the Qin family was also quite emotional. "Dad, let's tell this good news to mother and brother as soon as possible." Okay. Divine Dr. Chiu knew what his beloved disciple had done. "The family is only planning to plant 30 acres of watermelons in total, and you promised to give out 10 acres right away. You are really generous." Tuanzi said domineeringly, "It doesn't matter who it is sold to. The Qin family is a good partner, and Dad will like it too." Divine Dr. Chiu also thought that the Qin family was very good. They were kind, generous, and righteous. When you cooperate with such people, you can trust them with confidence without worrying that someone will stab you in the back. After passing Jeju, they have gone halfway on this journey. Fortunately, although there was rain from time to time on the rest of the journey, it was smooth sailing. On the 26th day after leaving Qingzhou, that is, the afternoon of March 8th, the convoy finally entered the capital. The Prince of Pingyang Marquis' mansion, Qinju, came to the city gate in person to pick them up. When Jiang Yuqing saw him, he rushed up to him and said affectionately, "Uncle Qin, I miss you." Qinju hugged the soft and sticky Tuanzi in his arms and said happily, "Little girl, I haven't seen you for more than a year. It's amazing that you still remember me. I am so touched." Tuanzi rudely exposed his lie. "No way. You are touched. I brought the seeds you wanted." Qinju glared at her fiercely. "Nonsense." Then he smiled and touched Tuanzi's little head. "You've walked such a long way. You must be tired? Do you want to go home or come with me to my house?" Tuanzi asked, "Will there be delicious food when I go home? Will there be a bed to sleep in?" "Of course." Qinju couldn't help but tickled her and said, "Your father has sent several letters by carrier pigeon. He specifically told me to help you sort out the Marquis mansion before you arrive." How dare I not listen? Tuanzi was so itchy that she kept hiding and said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle. Please stop tickling me, I want to go home. Chin-ju put her down, stepped forward, and respectfully bowed to Divine Dr. Chiao. Divine Doctor, you have worked the way. Please go back to the Marquis Mansion to settle down first. Divine Dr. Chiao returned the greeting and said, Thank you, Prince.
I dare not.
When the convoy arrived at the Marquis Mansion of Qingzhou, the gate of the Marquis Mansion was wide open, and the servants stood in a row on both sides, saluting in unison. Welcome Ling Hui Xiangjuan and the Divine Doctor back to the mansion. Jiang Yuqing raised his hand and said, Get up. Everyone will be rewarded. Thank you, Xiangjuan. After entering the gate, Jiang Yuqing solemnly thanked Qin-ju. Uncle Qin, thank you. You take such good care of our mansion. It's just that we just arrived, and we are unfamiliar with the place. Uncle, can you lend us these people from your family first? After we purchase the mansion, we will return it to you, okay? Qin-ju said mysteriously. No need to return it. In a moment, I will give you their indentures, and from now on they will all belong to your family. Tuanzi was puzzled. Why, don't you want them anymore? Qin-ju was about to speak, but a clear young man's voice took over. Because I bought these for your family. The man was Jing Yan. Tuanzi was so happy to see him at first glance that he let go of Dr. Chiao's hand and rushed over. Ah, little brother, Qing misses you. Jing Yan happily hugged the little guy in his arms and chuckled. I miss you, too. The two children kissed each other for a long time, and finally Dr. Chiao couldn't bear it anymore, so he put his hand to his mouth and coughed hard, and then he stopped. Jing Yan had already received a pigeon message from Qingzhou and knew that the little one he had been thinking about had come to Beijing, and he was very excited. Knowing that her motorcade would arrive in the capital today, he went straight to Pingyang Marquis Mansion after the court, just to pick her up with Qin-ju. But because of his identity, it was inconvenient for him to show up at the city gate, so he stayed in Qin-ju's carriage. He didn't get off until he arrived at Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. Qingzhou Marquis Mansion was originally built according to the regulations of the royal palace. Due to some special reasons, this mansion has been idle since it was built. It was not until the emperor gave it to Jiang Wenyuan last year that the Ministry of Works restructured and renovated the mansion in accordance with the regulations of the Marquis Mansion. It was just completed not long ago. But the original big framework is there, covering a very large area. There are 22 courtyards of all sizes, not including a lake of nearly 20 acres and more than 30 acres of landscaped woodland around the wall. Among them, pavilions, rockery and flowing water, wind and rain corridors, winding paths. It is a luxurious garden with everything. Along the way, Jiang Yuqing's eyes almost didn't look over. Wherever she passed, there was a view every 5 steps and a scene every 10 steps. It was really beautiful. She felt that such a beautiful place would not be boring even if she lived there for a lifetime. After walking around for more than a quarter of an hour with the housekeeper, she finally arrived at a 2-story courtyard called Qingba Pavilion. It seems that this is where she will live in the future, just as she expected. Because Qingba Pavilion is next to the lake is full of lotus flowers and the surrounding scenery is the most beautiful. After getting the layout map of the Hofu, Jiang Wenyuan fell in love with this place at first sight and decided to make it the residence of his precious daughter, and personally named it Qingba Pavilion. The layout of the courtyard is all based on her preferences, and the layout of the boudoir is exactly the same as the room in Zijinda's house. These are all drawn by Jiang Wenyuan and arranged by the maids entrusted by Qin-ju. Even Qin-ju couldn't help but sigh that it was unprecedented and unique to spoil his daughter to this extent. The courtyard of Dr. Chiao is just to the east of Qingba Pavilion. It is called Huichun Courtyard. It means to bring back spring with a miraculous hand. There are 2 large flower gardens in the courtyard. At this time, the land is bare. This is prepared for him to grow medicinal herbs. It can be regarded as extremely attentive. As for the accompanying Lin's agency, they were all placed in the guest house in front. The housekeeper's surname is Zhao. He was originally a retired wounded soldier rescued by Jing Yan in the past. Later, Jing Yan saw that he had good abilities, so he asked people to focus on training him. Last year, Jiang Wenyuan was made a marquis, but there was no one to take care of the marquis's mansion in the capital, so he thought about sending him to the Qingzhou Marquis mansion as a housekeeper. Since the day he was sent to the Qingzhou Marquis mansion, housekeeper Xiao was told that his master could only be surnamed Jiang in the future. Therefore, of course, he had to know the family members and various in-laws of the master's family. Knowing that the people of the Lin's agency were not only hired by the master's family to the darts, but also the legitimate in-laws of the Marquis mansion, they could not be neglected. Jiang Yuqing was also very satisfied with the housekeeper Zhao's courtesy and rewarded him immediately. Fearing that the household expenses in the mansion were not enough, he gave him another 2,000 taels of silver and asked him to put it in the public account. Qin Zhu called dinner from Shumping Tower, saying that it was to welcome them. Because they had been traveling for nearly a month, everyone was very tired. So after dinner, Qin Zhu and Jing Yan took the initiative to say goodbye and leave so that the master and apprentice could wash up and rest early. The next day, Jiang Yuqing got up early. After getting up, she took the layout map and rode by Xiaoshi around the mansion. This was her own home, not the gardens that were charged in her previous life. She could walk however she wanted. When she got tired, she just waved her hand, and someone would serve her food and drinks anytime, anywhere. It was really comfortable and pleasant. I walked until noon and only finished half of the walk. When my stomach was rumbling with hunger, I remembered to go back to find the master for dinner. In this huge mansion, Jiang Yuqing is the only owner, and Grandpa Lin from the Lin's agency and his party are distinguished guests. Naturally, she can't abandon the guests, so she and the master accompanied them for dinner. Grandpa Lin said that after dinner they planned to go out and buy some things for their family, and they would set off back to Qingzhou in 2 days. Jiang Yuqing called the housekeeper Zhao and asked him to find 2 familiar people to take them around to avoid being cheated. After dinner, I came back and found that there was a stranger in the master's yard. This man was about 40 years old and wore a gauze hat. He had a goatee on his chin, a straight body, and an elegant temperament. As soon as she saw him, she smiled and said, "Is this the junior sister?" Dr. Chiu nodded. "Yes, that's her." He waved to Jiang Yuqing, "My dear, come and meet your senior brother." Jiang Yuqing knew that he had 3 senior brothers. The senior brother, Tian Guang, was steady and peaceful, with superb medical skills. He was the director of the Imperial Hospital. The second senior brother, Guijie, was the head of the largest chain of medical clinics and drugstores in Daxia, Hyantong. Because he had been out inspecting the shops for many years, Tuanzi had never had the chance to meet him. However, this second brother once sent someone to send her a sign. It was said that with this token, she could unconditionally withdraw medicinal materials and silver from any Hyantong in the country. It was also very generous. There was another third senior brother. It was said that this third senior brother was from a famous family and had a handsome appearance. Not only was he good at medical skills, but he was also very good at playing the Poison Sutra. He is obviously a genius, but he is quite unorthodox and who likes to hang out in the underworld. I think the person in front of me is Tian Guang, the director of the Imperial Hospital. Tuanzi ran over, bowed respectfully, then looked up and called sweetly, "Hello, senior brother." Tian Guang touched the top of her head lovingly, took out a cloth bag from his sleeve and gave it to her. "This is for you. Keep it well. It will be of great use in the future." Tuanzi opened it and was very surprised. It turned out to be a set of 23 gold needles, 8 long and 15 short. The thinnest one is comparable to a cow's hair. With the craftsmanship of this era, it can be made into such a fine product, which is comparable to a priceless treasure. Tuanzi hurriedly and carefully rolled up the cloth bag, held it in both hands and handed it back, shook her head and said, "Big brother, this is too valuable. Qingbao cannot accept it." Tian Guang did not take it and said with a smile, "Don't worry.
Keep it.
I heard from the master that you are very talented and will achieve great success in the future. This set of golden needles will be of great use in your hands." Tuanzi looked at the master in embarrassment. Dr. Chiu said calmly, "The elder's gift cannot be refused.
Just accept it."
Besides, as the big brother, he should give a gift to the little sister. Tuanzi accepted it. She took out a cloth bag from the cloth bag she carried with her. Actually, she took it out from the spiritual realm and took out a cloth bag. Dr. Chio's eyes hurt when he saw the tattered cloth bag, but he didn't say anything in the end. Tuanzi stuffed the cloth bag into Tianguang's hand and said with a smile in her beautiful big eyes, "This is for you as a gift." Tianguang opened the cloth bag, which couldn't be more casual, and inside was a big ginseng as thick as a baby's arm, weighing at least 8 taels. He was stunned for a moment. Tianguang wanted to refuse it, but as a doctor, he really had no resistance to such a good medicinal material, and he was in a dilemma for a moment. Dr. Chio rolled his eyes at his eldest disciple and scolded, "Look at your useless look. Since your junior sister gave it to you, just keep it. She has a lot of good things, so this is not a big deal." Tuanzi couldn't help twitching when he heard it. "What do you mean she has a lot of good things?" It seems a little bit too much. But it can't be said clearly about this matter. Tianguang finally accepted the big ginseng and put it in his sleeve like a treasure. She decided to find a good box to pack the medicine after she got back, so as not to damage the medicinal properties. Tianguang asked his master to come out of seclusion, this time to save his close friend Yan Jijiu. He had been suffering from intestinal abscess for nearly 2 years, and it had recurred repeatedly. Now he was at the point where no medicine could cure him. Intestinal abscess is also called appendicitis. She had been ill for nearly 2 years, and it had recurred repeatedly, which showed that it was a chronic disease. If it was acute, she would have died long ago. In her previous life, this disease could be cured by a small operation, but in ancient times it was really an incurable disease. Tianguang said that he had treated it several times, and each time it was slightly relieved. It would relapse again not long after. He had also discussed this with his fellow apprentices and colleagues in the Imperial Hospital and read a lot of medical books, but still had no good results. Tianguang was helpless, and he didn't want to watch his close friend die. He had no choice but to write a letter to his master, asking him to come out of seclusion. Dr. Chio asked where the patient was now. Tianguang said, "It's at the Imperial Master's mansion in Ningkangfang, west of the city. My dear friend is called Yan Ziguei, the current Imperial College priest, and the only son of Imperial Master Yan." Dr. Chio said, "It's better to go early than late. Go and see him in the afternoon. My disciple would like to thank Master on behalf of my dear friend. I will go to Yan's mansion and tell them the good news." Hearing that Dr. Chio had arrived in the capital and would come to the mansion to diagnose his son in the afternoon, the old Imperial Master, Yan, was very excited and immediately arranged a carriage to go to Qingzhou Marquis Mansion to pick him up. Tianguang was afraid that this ancestor would be too excited and faint, so he repeatedly comforted him and said that the master would come after lunch. No matter how urgent it is, it's not urgent at this time. At such an old age, it would be troublesome if he had After lunch, the master and disciple took a short rest and got up to go to Yan's mansion. The carriage of Yan's mansion had been waiting at the gate for a long time. When they arrived at the gate of the Imperial Master's mansion, they saw that the middle door was wide open. Imperial Master Yan actually personally brought his whole family to greet him, which shows how much the Yan family values Dr. Chio. After a simple greeting, Dr. Chio and his apprentices were welcomed into the Imperial Master's mansion and were directly invited to the patient's yard. The person on the bed was only in his early 40s, with a pale complexion. It was pitiful that a grown man was tortured by illness and only had a skeleton left. When he heard that the doctor was coming, he struggled to get out of bed to greet him, but was held down by Dr. Chio. After a thorough inspection, it was determined that it was chronic intestinal abscess. Moreover, the patient had been ill for too long and had repeated attacks, which had formed intestinal obstruction. Tuanzi saw that the master's face was solemn and knew that the situation was not optimistic. However, in front of the patient and his family, she couldn't say anything. After all, she was too young. She could only gently pull Dr. Chio's sleeve and signal him to step aside to talk. The master and apprentice have been together for a long time and have also developed a tacit understanding. Divine Dr. Chio said to the Yan family, "Would you allow me and my disciples to have a discussion?" Divine Dr. Chio said this presumably involving the secrets of the sect. The Yen family were all smart people, so they naturally agreed. So they specially cut out a flower hall next door, sent away the servants in the mansion, and kept the master and his disciples to talk. When only the master and his apprentice were left in the room, Dr. Chiu asked his young apprentice, Qingbao, in my opinion, this patient's condition is fatal. Do you have a different opinion? Jiang Yuqing looked at him and then at Tianguang. Dr. Chiu understood and said, go ahead. Your senior brother is one of us and can be trusted. He will never reveal your secrets. Jiang Yuqing then said, at the end of our intestines, there is a useless section of intestine called the appendix. Once dirt gets into the appendix and cannot be discharged, it will become inflamed. This is appendicitis, also called intestinal abscess. Yan Jizhou's intestinal abscess has developed to a severe stage, accompanied by severe intestinal obstruction. The abdominal cavity must be opened. This section of contaminated intestine must be cut off. The dirt in the intestine must be cleaned out, and then it must be sutured before it can get better. Oh my God, it's so tiring to write such a long sentence. When will this little body grow up? As soon as she finished speaking, Dr. Chiu and Tianguang were immediately excited. Divine Dr. Chiu held her shoulders with both hands. Qingbao, do you know the BNK Heavenly Medical Skills? What is the BNK Heavenly Medical Skills? Just as you said, open the patient's abdominal cavity and cut out the diseased intestines. Oh, in my inheritance, it is called surgery. Lying is really tiring, but she can't help it. She can't say that she has lived 2 lives. That's too ridiculous. Inheritance? Yeah. Tuanzi pointed to her head and said in a baby voice, it's here. I have always known it. But Daddy and Mommy said that I can't tell others. Otherwise, I will be burned to death. I'm not a monster. I don't want to be burned to death. In fact, even her father didn't know about this. And because she was born with a strange phenomenon, her father and family have been protecting her with all their efforts. It is precisely because Divine Dr. Chiu is the master of BNK Valley that Jiang Yuqing was so happy to become his apprentice. Because their ancestor BNK was one of the earliest doctors in Chinese history to use surgery to treat patients. And her medical skills really need a legitimate source so that when she shows her abilities, outsiders will not look at her with 2 strange eyes. Okay. Qingbao, you are born to be my disciple of BNK Valley. If it weren't for the fact that the occasion was not right, Dr. Chiu would have just laughed 3 times. Dr. Chiu asked her, then when do you think the surgery should be performed? Tuanzi said, his condition is already very serious. Of course, the sooner the better. Tuanzi drooped her head in frustration and stretched out her little hand with a dimpled face. But I am still too young. I am afraid I don't have enough physical strength to complete this operation. Besides, I have only dissected human bodies in my dreams. I need to find a corpse to practice the actual operation. Dr. Chiu touched her head and said, you don't have to do it. I will come in person and let your senior brother help me. Can you give instructions from the side? Have you dissected human bodies? Tuanzi asked with some difficulty. Dr. Chiu and Tianguang looked at each other and smiled. Dr. Chiu said, do you know that one of the conditions for BNK Valley to accept disciples is to be bold? This courage is not only because, as a doctor, you need to see blood from time to time. It is also because after entering the valley, the disciples need to dissect corpses to understand the structure of the human body. The reason for doing this is that one day we will be able to master the superb medical skills of our ancestors. Therefore, every disciple of BNK Valley has dissected no less than 100 corpses. You don't need to worry about this at all. But, Master, why didn't you tell me? Dr. Chiu said guiltily, it's because you are too young. What if you get scared and run away? Jiang, who went to medical university at the age of 14, studied for 8 years for undergraduate, master, and doctoral degrees, is a member of the special department of the country, has been on the battlefield, rotated in many departments, and is the best neurosurgeon in the military region's general hospital. He is afraid. He will run away. Yu Qing. Since they have this foundation, it will be easy. She has the surgical instruments and necessary medicines, but it is still necessary to explain to them some necessary procedures of the operation, various precautions, and postoperative care. Of course, these will be discussed in detail after returning. Right now, he had to think about how to tell the Yen family. The master and his apprentices discussed the matter in detail for a while, made up their minds, and unified their statements before opening the door and coming out. Hearing that his son could still be saved, Emperor Yen almost cried with joy. When he heard that the way to save his son was to perform surgery, cut open his son's stomach, and cut off the diseased intestines, he hesitated again. As an imperial teacher, he had read some medical methods of BNK, the founder of BNK Valley, in a rare book. This method of treating diseases is also called BNK's heavenly medical technique. BNK's heavenly medical technique is also mentioned briefly in some medical books. However, except for BNK, later generations seem to have never succeeded. Over time, people regarded it as a legend. Today, the master of BNK Valley, Dr. Chiu, brought it up again, and he seemed to have no other choice but to believe it. Dr. Chiu also elaborated on the various precautions required for surgery, including the need to prepare a clean room, as mentioned by the little apprentice just now. Ban asked the eldest apprentice to write a surgery consent form. Only after the Yen family signs the consent form for the operation will they help the patient with the operation. When Master Yen looked at the many possible risks listed on the consent form for the operation, his hands shook even more. He was afraid that his son would be tortured by the disease again, and even more afraid that his son would die on the operating table. Master Yen hadn't made up his mind yet, but Yen Jijio said firmly, "Do it." His idea was simple. Instead of lying in bed and waiting to die, he might as well give it a try. What if he succeeded? It might be a helpless move to try his luck. Master Yen finally signed the consent form for the operation. Dr. Chiu used the special anti-inflammatory medicine provided by Jiang Yuqing to temporarily control the condition of Yen Jijio and agreed to come to his house for the operation 2 days later in the morning. As soon as the master and his disciples left, the news that Dr. Chiu was going to perform surgery on Yen Jijio, who was terminally ill, spread quickly. This famous doctor has always been elusive. It is almost impossible for the powerful to find him for treatment, let alone the question of whether he can be found. Even if he is found, he still has 3 things he won't see. He won't see patients who are not difficult or complicated. He won't see those who are extremely evil. He won't see those who are not pleasing to the eye. He is very willful. There has been no news about Dr. Chiu for more than a year. The last time he appeared was in a small place in the south. This time he suddenly appeared in the capital to treat Yen Jijio. It is said that it was Dr. Chiu's eldest disciple, Tianguang, who invited him out of the mountain. Tianguang and Yen Jijio are close friends. It is really strange that these 2 people, one is a teacher and the other is a doctor, are actually good friends. As for what surgery is, most people don't quite understand. Dr. Chiu said that it seemed that he was going to cut open Yen Jijio's stomach and remove a section of necrotic intestines, this or that.
Wait.
Can this man survive after his stomach was cut open and his intestines were removed? Everyone was talking about it behind his back. Some said that Dr. Chiu's medical skills were second to none in the world, and since he said there was a cure, it must be true. But the majority of people were skeptical, and some even said that the Yen family was crazy for letting Dr. Chiu mess around. Some were waiting to see the joke. In short, all the eyes of the capital were focused on Dr. Chiu. There were so many things, and the master and his apprentice didn't know anything. Even if they knew, they wouldn't take it seriously. After the master and the apprentice returned from the banquet, housekeeper Zhao came to report. The crown prince came and left again when he saw you were not there. Jiang Yuqing was surprised and said, "The crown prince? Is he the son of His Majesty the Emperor? I don't know him. Why did he come to see me?" The housekeeper looked at her strangely and said, "You know him. Yesterday, His Majesty came to our house to welcome you." Yesterday. Tuanzi carefully recalled the people who came yesterday. It seemed that Jing Yan was the only one besides Qin Ju. Well, Jing Yan. Tuanzi's eyes were instantly as big as copper bells. Are you talking about brother Jing Yan? But isn't he Uncle Qin's nephew?
Yes.
The biological sister of Prince Qin is the current empress, the biological mother of His Majesty the Crown Prince. Ah, so the emperor's surname is Jing? Tuanzi really hadn't paid attention to this. She was busy with her own affairs. So, who would think of asking this? The housekeeper was speechless, thinking that you only know the name of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But why don't you ask who he is from? This little master of my family is really careless. Jiang Yuqing thought that she might be very busy these days and couldn't take care of him. She didn't have a match card in the palace, so she couldn't enter the palace. So she wrote a short letter and asked the housekeeper to send it to Qinju so that when Qinju went to court tomorrow, he could also pass it to Jing Yan to avoid him running away again. The next afternoon, Tian Guang managed to get a fresh male corpse that no one claimed from the execution ground. At the same time, he also brought his eldest son Tian Shanglu. Jiang Yuqing had people surround Hu Chunyuan and ordered no one to approach. The deceased was a son-in-law who poisoned his wife with his lover outside in order to seize his wife's wealth. He was arrested after the incident, sentenced to death, and hanged in the vegetable market at 3 o'clock in the afternoon today. The noose had just been removed, and it was very fresh. Such a person's death is not a pity. After his death, he can contribute a little to the progress of Daxia's medical cause, which can be regarded as a disguised atonement for his sins. Jiang Yuqing brought a bunch of things from her yard. Blue surgical gowns, hats, shoe covers, masks. A full set of fine steel surgical knives and instruments imported from a certain country, as well as various medicines and gauze needed for surgery. When Dr. Chiu and Tian Guang saw these things, which were obviously not things that should exist in this world, they were surprised, but tacitly did not ask where they came from. As for Tian Shanglu, he should have been told long ago, and he did not show too much curiosity. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. This is an opportunity for the apprentice, little sister. As their master and senior brothers, it is their blessing to be able to follow the light, and they will not have any bad thoughts. After Jiang Yuqing asked them to wear protective equipment, he explained to them one by one how to use these surgical instruments. What type of blade should be used when the operation reaches a certain step, or what size of needle, etc. Dr. Chiu and Tian Guang are both leaders in the field of Daxia medicine, and Daxia itself has a set of perfect surgical knives, so they can do it right away. As for Tian Shanglu, he was brought to such an occasion by his father, so he was naturally very good. Jiang Yuqing ordered someone to bring a piece of pork with skin, and taught them how to suture. Which size of suture needle should be used for which layer of skin, how to hold the needle holder, and so on and so forth. There was really no detail, and they did their best, and she was so dry-mouthed. Fortunately, the results were very good. Seeing that they had practiced almost enough, Jiang Yuqing felt that they could use a knife on the corpse. Start with skin disinfection. Jiang Yuqing stood on a high stool and explained to them little by little where to cut, how deep to cut, what to pay attention to. The master, the apprentice, and the grandson were so busy that they stopped only when it got dark and they could no longer see anything. They were sore from backaches due to bending over for a long time, but no one complained. Instead, they were all excited because they had opened the door to a new world in the medical field. As for the body that had been dissected, cut into a mess, Tian Guang used a special preservative liquid similar to formalin to marinate.
Soak.
Bah! After the preservative treatment, Jiang Yuqing temporarily received it in the hospital morgue and would take it out tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be unlucky to leave it in the yard late at night. If a servant saw it, he would be scared to death. After finishing, the three of them bent over and bowed to Jiang Yuqing, which scared Jiang Yuqing so much that he almost jumped up. Master and senior brother, what are you doing? Oh my God! As a master, he is not afraid of shortening the life of his disciple by giving her such a great gift. Dr. Chiu said cheerfully, "There is no order of learning. The one who is more accomplished is the teacher. Qingbao, you are better than all of us in this area, and you are more than qualified to be our master." Tuanzi laughed dryly and said, "I dare not. I dare not." While responding, she turned around and ran away as fast as she could, as if there was a ghost chasing her. Her master Qiu Shen was so scared that he shouted from behind, It's dark, run slower. Tuanzi ran faster. For 2 days in a row, the four of them were fiddling with the corpse. This poor guy was cut from head to toe by the studious people, and his body was full of centipedes. Even that thing was not spared, which was also cruel. At first glance, he looked like Frankenstein, which was really scary. March 12th was the scheduled day for the operation. It came with the tension and expectation of everyone in the Yen mansion. Early in the morning, the outside of the Yen mansion was surrounded by people watching the excitement. Among them were ordinary people, and more were people sent by various parties to inquire about the news. At noon in the morning, Yen Jijio was stripped of his clothes and covered with only a sterilized thin blanket. He was pushed into the operating room carefully prepared by the Yen family according to the requirements of the genius doctor. Afterwards, Dr. Chiu ordered someone to boil ma fei san and feed it to Yen Jijio. While waiting for the anesthetic to take effect, the master and his apprentices strictly followed the surgical requirements, put on surgical protective clothing, washed their hands with disinfectant, and entered the operating room one by one. Jiang Yuqing, wearing an extra small surgical gown, walked in second to last. It was not until Tian Yuanjing kicked the door of the operating room that the Yen family knew about it. The noble lady of the Marquis' mansion, Linghui Xiangjuan, who was only a little taller than their knees, turned out to be the last disciple of Dr. Chiu and the younger sister of Tian Yuanjing. Dr. Chiu was the main surgeon, Tian Guang was his assistant, and Tian Shanglu was responsible for handing over instruments, wiping sweat, and doing the work of a nurse. Jiang Yuqing was in charge of the operation, keeping everything stable. Of course, if you ignore the high bench she was standing on, it would be even more impressive. The operation officially began. Although it was the first time to perform laparotomy on a living person because he had practiced many times before, and Jiang Yuqing was on the scene to guide him, Dr. Chiu made the incisions smoothly. As soon as the abdominal cavity was opened, everyone smelled a foul odor. Even though they were mentally prepared, they almost vomited. Yen Jijio's entire lower abdomen was blocked with black dirt, and some intestines were even contaminated. Under the guidance of Jiang Yuqing, Dr. Chiu quickly found the necrotic appendix and cut it off neatly. Then he cleared the dirt in the intestines and rinsed the abdominal cavity with saline. Then sew it layer by layer. The whole operation can be said to be very smooth. After Dr. Chiu tied the last knot and cut the catgut, everyone smiled at each other. Then bandaged it neatly, pressed the wound with sandbags, and finally covered the patient with a quilt. As soon as the door of the operating room was opened, the Yen family members who were anxiously waiting at the door immediately surrounded him. Hearing that the operation was successful, Master Yen cried with joy. In the past 2 years, Master Yen has not been able to eat well or sleep well because of his son's illness. I was afraid that one day, the old man would send the black-haired man away, and now I am finally relieved. Seeing the things cut out of his son's stomach and the small half-bucket of dirt washed out, the Yen family members were so disgusted that they almost vomited. Such a scene, even as a family member of the patient, he felt disgusted, but these doctors who had nothing to do with the patient could do it without changing their faces. Thinking of this, the Yen family respected Dr. Chiu and his apprentices even more. They are truly doctors with a caring heart. Because the patient had just finished the operation, it was difficult to move. It is also not advisable to see too many people so as not to bring in germs. Dr. Chiu only allowed Master Yen to change into clean clothes and go in alone to see the patient. Seeing that his son was pale but breathing evenly and strongly, Master Yen finally felt relieved. The news of the successful operation spread to all the major mansions in Kyoto at the first time. Some people who were not optimistic about this matter had to admit that they were narrow-minded. A miracle doctor is a miracle doctor. He can even cure a fatal disease like intestinal abscess. His medical skills are not exaggerated. Some people who have little ideas or have patients at home have written visiting cards before Dr. Chiu returns to the mansion. At this time, in a luxurious mansion in the west of the city, near the south of the city, a man who looks like a servant hurriedly trotted through the garden, ran through a carved corridor, and turned into the moon cave door. In the house, A beautiful woman who seemed a little mean walked around anxiously in the house, asking the maid from time to time whether the person had returned. Just when she was getting angry, she heard the hurried footsteps coming from outside. She was so happy that she rushed to meet him and asked him, "How is the situation?" The poor boy had run all the way and was out of breath. Bending over and supporting her knees, she breathlessly said, "I asked, the operation was very successful. Dr. Chiu said that he would be fine after a few more days of rest." The woman was immediately overjoyed. "If that's true, my son can be saved," she said and hurried into the inner room. On the gorgeous carved bed in the room, a dying young man lay. He should be in his prime, but his eyes were dark and his cheeks were sunken. The exposed skin was covered with terrible pustules of various sizes. Despite the incense, the room was still filled with an indescribable stench. The woman ran into the room with joy to share the good news with her son. "Cheer, you are saved. The divine Dr. Chiu has come to the capital. He can even cure intestinal abscesses, and he can definitely cure yours. Mother will send someone to invite him over now." The young man replied weakly, "Okay, go quickly." "Son, I can't hold on any longer." The woman said yes repeatedly, wiped her tears, stood up, and went out quickly. The smell in her son's room was too bad, and she couldn't stand it. Jiang Yuqing had no idea what was going on outside. After lunch at the Tian mansion, she handed over the follow-up care work to her master and senior brother and asked someone to send her home. She was really tired after being busy these few days. If it were in the previous life, this little work would really not be a big deal. But her body in this life is too small. If she doesn't rest, Yan Jijio will be alive and well, and she should die. Moreover, it is already mid-March, and the work in the suburban farm should be arranged. At dinner in the evening, the old leader Lin said goodbye to her. He said that they would leave early tomorrow morning. They had been in the capital for several days, and they had bought almost everything they needed. It was time to go back. She and her master were busy with the operation these 2 days, and they had no time to accompany Grandpa Lin. She felt really bad. Tuanzi lowered her head and apologized to Grandpa Lin with guilt. The old hero waved her hand nonchalantly, saying that she and Dr. Chiu had come to the capital to save people, so they naturally put the patients first. He was a who traveled all over the country all year round, and it would be a joke if he needed someone to accompany him. Tuanzi knew that he could not stay, so after dinner, she went back to the room and opened a box of medicine from the spiritual realm. There were medicines for treating colds and fevers, reducing swelling and relieving pain, and reducing inflammation and stopping bleeding, all of which Grandpa Lin could use. Each medicine was separately packed in a porcelain bottle with a label on it, indicating the usage, dosage, and contraindications of the medicine. It can be said that he was very careful. By the way, he asked him to help take a letter home to report that he was safe. Grandpa Lin was overjoyed to receive a box of magic medicine. Everyone knows that the medicine of divine Dr. Chiu is worth a fortune. This box of medicine can save lives.
Nothing happened that night.
The next day, Jiang Yuqing got up early. After breakfast, Grandpa Lin and the company set off for home. Jiang Yuqing and butler Zhao sent them out of the city gate before returning. Jiang Yuqing sent someone to deliver a letter to Qin Zhu and the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, asking them to bring back their seeds. The person who came to the Duke of Jinggua's mansion was the Crown Prince Yuan Yun. At first, he didn't take the little girl seriously. It was not until he had received the grain seeds that he saw a tiny girl holding a booklet bigger than her head and giving serious instructions to the head of his farm. What should you pay attention to when breeding sweet potatoes, when to water, and how much to water? When can the plants be transplanted, and how should they be managed after transplanting? When to plant the seeds, how to cut the seedlings. It is very clear, and every detail is taken into consideration. Only then did he realize that this little girl had real ability to be named a county lady, and she must not be treated as an ordinary child. Knowing the details, seeing the big picture. Even such a young child in the Jiang family is so proficient in farming, so you can imagine how capable her father Jiang Wenyuan must be. No wonder he was able to be promoted from an ordinary 7th-rank county magistrate to a baron and then a marquis in just over a year. His abilities and the value he created will truly benefit generations to come, and it is only natural that he should be conferred the title of Marquis. As soon as the Prince of Jingguo left, Jing Yan went to the Qingzhou Marquis mansion in disguise. Jiang Yuqing walked around him twice, and when he was tired of the curiosity, he returned to his normal state. However, Jing Yan made her feel embarrassed and couldn't help asking her, "Qing, what are you doing?" Tuanzi joked, "What are you doing? They said you are the prince, and I just wanted to see if the prince had a mouth and nose than ordinary people." Jing Yan touched her little head helplessly. "Now I see clearly. Is there any difference?" Tuanzi said with a smile, "Yes, you are better than everyone else." Jing Yan's face turned red in an instant. "Little guy, don't talk nonsense." "No nonsense. The little brother is just a pretty little brother." The two of them had a fight for a while, and Jing Yan said again, "Li Deshun asked me to bring you a message. He said that he would ask my father to take a leave in 2 days and come out to see you." Tuanzi said seriously, "If he is too busy, then no need to come out deliberately. Anyway, I have to stay in the capital for a while.
Just come out to see me when he has time."
As he said that, Tuanzi was a little depressed again. "It's a pity that I can't enter the palace. Otherwise, I can go see him too." Jing Yan said, "Who said you can't enter the palace?" "Oh, is that okay?" Tuanzi's eyes lit up instantly. Jing Yan touched the little snail tentacles on her head and chuckled. "You have been conferred the title of Xiongjuan, and according to the rules, you have to go to the palace to express your gratitude. It was fine when you were in Qingzhou before, but now that you have come to Beijing, it is okay for you to go to the palace." "Well, then when should I go? Do I need to submit a letter?"
"No."
"Tomorrow. I will go back and tell my father that after the court session tomorrow, around the beginning of the morning, I will wait for you at the palace gate. Remember to wear your court dress." "Okay." After seeing Jing Yan off, Dr. Chiu came back. Tuanzi asked about Yan Jizhou's condition and said that his wound was healing well. Moreover, today, according to her instructions, Yan Jizhou got out of bed and walked slowly. It is easy to imagine that if the banquet was not good, her master and senior brother would never let her have such an idle time. Upon hearing that his young disciple would be going to the palace tomorrow, Dr. Chiu simply nodded to indicate that he understood. He really couldn't get involved in this matter. Besides, his young disciple was only going to the palace to express his gratitude, and with the prince's support, there shouldn't be any big problems. Dr. Chiu just came back to get something, and after getting the things, he returned to the Imperial Master's mansion. He would have to stay there to take care of him for a few more days, and only return to the Marquis mansion after Yan Jizhou's wound had healed somewhat. By the way, observe his physical recovery and keep records. This was his first surgical patient, so accumulating experience was very important. The next day, with the help of 2 maids, Jiang Yuqing put on his own tailor-made extra small bright red court robe and put on the court crown. This thing has a gold frame and is decorated with pearls and gems. It weighs at least 1 pound. After putting it on, she felt that her son's little neck was in danger of being broken at any time. In short, it's too inhumane and too heavy. Butler Zhao personally drove the carriage to take her to the palace gate. When I arrived, Jing Yan was already waiting there. He seemed to have just come off court. He was still wearing the black court robe with golden dragon patterns embroidered on it and a golden crown on his head. Tuanzi held his head with his hands, ran over, and happily called little brother. Jing Yan felt distressed when he saw the little boy running with his head in his arms. "This crown is too heavy. I will talk to my father and mother when I get back and ask them to make her a lighter one." Jing Yan smiled and said, "Let's go. Mother is waiting for you in the palace." As he said that, palace servants immediately brought over 2 sedan chairs. They were helped to seat each of them on a carriage and carried to the Queen's palace. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, we finally arrived at the destination. The 2 men got off the sedan chair. Jing Yan held her hand and walked up the stairs step by step, but when they reached the door, Jiang Yuqing was stopped by the threshold again. She thought the threshold at home was high enough, but she didn't expect the threshold in the palace to be even more unfriendly. I stood forward and compared it with the chest. What should I do? I can't just crawl over there without caring about my image. It would be too embarrassing, especially with such a heavy thing on my head. While she was struggling, her little body suddenly flew into the air and then stood on the threshold. He was actually carried in by Jingyan. Tuanzi looked at him with gratitude. Jingyan couldn't help it. He curled his lips and pinched her rosy little face. Finally, he calmly took her hand again and said, "Let's go." No one noticed that the hand that had pinched her little face was hanging in the wide sleeve. I gently twisted it between my fingertips. It felt really good. I may pinch it more often in the future. Queen Qin sat upright on the phoenix couch, wearing a dark palace robe embroidered with a golden phoenix, which made her already stunningly beautiful face look even more dignified and graceful. From afar, she saw her usually serious, indifferent and cold son, carefully leading a tiny girl in, and she couldn't help showing a bit of surprise. The two men came up to them, and Jiang Yuqing knelt down and saluted. "Your servant Jiang Yuqing pays homage to Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years. The Qingzhou Marquis's house in the capital is so poor that they don't even have a nanny to teach etiquette." She could only recall what she had seen on TV in her previous life, the etiquette for ladies from outside the royal family to meet the empress, and imitated it. I just hope I'm not too wrong. Even if she was wrong, she hoped that the queen would let her go because she was still young. "Hurry up and get up, the ground is cold." Jiang Yuqing supported himself with one hand on the ground and the other hand on his crown, fearing that it would fall down and he would be embarrassed. There was a saying in my previous life, "Don't bow your head, or your crown will fall off." The reality is that if she didn't hold on to it with her hands, she would really fall. Queen Qin fell in love with this incredibly beautiful girl almost at first sight and waved at her. "Child, come here. Let me take a closer look." Jiang Yuqing subconsciously glanced at Jing Yan and saw him nod slightly before walking to Queen Qin's side. I was stunned at first sight. In her heart, she was madly throwing comments at Bai Shaoshi in the spiritual realm. Bai Shaoshi, this young lady is so pretty, so beautiful. She suits my aesthetic taste in every way, but it's a pity that she's already married. The spirit of the weapon looked down on her. "Wake up, you don't have a chance even if she's not married. Don't forget that you're a woman. But you can dream about her son. TSK. The Lord of the Realm finally calmed down a bit. Queen Qin took her hand, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. "Little girl, why are you suddenly stunned?" Little Tuanzi lowered her head embarrassedly and said, "You are so beautiful. The most beautiful person I have ever seen." Queen Qin chuckled and said, "You are also very beautiful." Tuanzi nodded heavily when she heard it, and said in a childish and cocky way, "I think I am very beautiful too. We heroes think alike." When these words came out, all the palace maids and nannies in the hall couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Queen Qin couldn't stop laughing. She just thought this little girl was so funny. "Since you mean some people think you are not good-looking?" "Some," Tuanzi said. "Qi Xiaobang from the east end of our village. Every time he sees me, he calls me Xiapeng Niu. He laughs at me, but he is actually much fatter than me." Tuanzi patted his slightly bulging belly and said confidently, "I am not called fat, but at best, baby fat. My mother said that I will lose weight when I grow up a little longer." "And what? Did he laugh at you for letting him go?" "Of course not. I've scolded him." "Oh, what did you scold him?" "I told him to squint his eyes." "His eyes are very small?" "Well, very small." Tuanzi stretched out his index finger, pinched his thumb on his index finger, and gestured a very thin slit and said, "It's that big. Aren't you afraid that he will beat you? You are so small." Tuanzi sorted out, he said angrily. "His eyes are small, so I can't say against my conscience or say that he has big eyes. Besides, he dare not beat me. I have 7 brothers." Empress Qin leaned on her back, and she was about to laugh out loud. If she hadn't been worried about her image, she would almost beat the ground with her hands. How can there be such a cute and interesting little girl in this world? She is such a living treasure. Tuanzi frowned and pointed at the imperial crown on his head and said, "My queen, can I pick this up? I feel like my neck is going to break." Queen Qin wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and waved her hand. Take it off, loosen it up. So, a maid came over immediately, took her crown and respectfully put it aside. Without the restraint of the crown, Jiang Yuqing felt alive instantly. Carrying this thing is like carrying a mountain. It's so heavy. Queen Qin pulled Tuanzi into her arms and looked at her carefully. There was a red lotus on the little girl's forehead. Her features were delicate, and her skin was so tender that it seemed that water would come out if she pinched it lightly. Queen Qin thought so, and she did it. The feeling of touching it was really smooth and elastic. At this time, the little girl opened her big grape-like eyes, tilted her head and looked at her curiously, which was really cute to the point of trembling. There are princesses in the harem, but the two princesses were raised like wooden people by their mothers. Dignified is dignified, but there is no spiritual energy at all. She is not close to her, so she naturally can't like it, but she is just doing some face. But this little girl is different. Everything has grown into her heart. Unlike her wronged son, who is obviously very young, indifferent and boring, and not fun at all. She suddenly thought that since the little girl was alone in the capital, why not bring her to her own palace and raise her? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was feasible. She softened her tone and said, I heard Yenner call you Ching Ching, so I will call you Ching Ching. Who knew that before the person concerned could speak, her wronged son immediately objected with a stern face. No. Change it. Queen Qin was shocked. She knew that he was obsessed with this little girl, but she didn't expect that he had such a strong possessiveness that he didn't even allow her to call him by the same name. Queen Qin looked calm and said, Why? Give me a reason. Jing Yan's face showed a little discomfort. No reason. It's just not possible. Her family members call her Guaibao, or Qingbao. Queen Qin looked at her son provocatively. What if I insist on calling her Ching Ching? Mother. Jing Yan looked at her coldly and warned her. TSK, that's boring. Queen Qin looked at her somewhat annoyed son and was very unhappy. Sure enough, sons and the like were all here to collect debts, and little girls were still cute. Forget it, I'll call you Qingbao from now on. Queen Qin couldn't help but pinched the little tufts on Tuanzi's head again, with a tone like a wolf grandmother coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Qingbao, you see, it's so boring to be alone in the capital.
I am also alone most of the time.
Why don't you come to the palace and live with me as a companion? Tuanzi didn't expect that Queen Qin liked her so much and wanted to invite her to live in the palace. Although she was a little curious about life in the palace, the free-souled Jiang Yuqing still decisively refused. Your Majesty, no. I'm going to the farm tomorrow. What are you going to do on the farm? Queen Qin frowned and said, You are so young. Do you have to go to farm?
Tuanzi nodded. Yeah.
Your Majesty has rewarded our family with a farm of 3,000 mu. Dad said it would be a waste if we don't plant it. I brought high-yield grain seeds from Qingzhou, and we will start raising rice seedlings in the next few days. At this time, a rather majestic and solemn voice sounded at the door of the palace. What is raising rice seedlings?
Tell me.
The man was 8 feet tall. Using the Qin dynasty ruler, 1 foot is about 23.1 centimeters, and 8 feet is about 1.85 meters, wearing a black robe embroidered with a golden 5-clawed dragon pattern on the sea, a 9-dragon gold-threaded winged hat on his head, and black deerskin court boots on his feet. With dragon-shaped and tiger-like eyes, he is majestic without being angry. He is the current emperor. Everyone in the palace hurriedly stood up and saluted. Jiang Yuqing also fell to the ground, shouting, Long live the emperor. At the same time, he complained in his heart about this class, always having to kneel down, which is troublesome and tiring. Complaints can be made, but kneeling still has to be done. Emperor Jing of Xia raised his hand. Stand up. Then she sat down in the main seat next to the empress. Emperor Xia Jing said to Jiang Yuqing, You must be Jiang Wenyuan's youngest daughter, right? Tell me about what you just said about growing rice seedlings. Jiang Yuqing was somewhat curious about the emperor, but she was not afraid. She said in a clear voice, It's the big farm of 3,000 acres that you awarded to my family. We're going to grow rice seedlings. I brought these high-yield grain seeds from Qingzhou. Emperor Xiaojing looked the little girl up and down. He wanted to ask her a few questions, but he felt that the little girl seemed too young. He couldn't help but said, "Did your father send someone reliable?" Tuanzi patted her chest confidently. "I am." Emperor Xiaojing frowned. You little girl? You're just fooling around. Don't waste those grain seeds." There was a hint of anger in his tone. He thought to himself that Jiang Wenyuan had only been a marquis for a few days, and he was already so proud. Tuanzi said angrily, "No way. I just know it. You are the emperor, the highest official in the world. You should know that a tiger father will have a dog daughter." The emperor was so angry that he laughed and said, "A tiger father will have a dog daughter. Since you said so, I will test you. If you can't answer, I will punish you and also your father of his title of marquis." As soon as the emperor finished speaking, Queen Qin and Jing Yan became anxious. "Your Majesty." "Father." The emperor raised his hand to stop the two people.
He was just saying that.
After all, it would be beneath his dignity to argue with such a little girl. But Tuanzi also had a temper. "Humph, let me test you.
What if I get all the answers right?"
Emperor Jing of Xia stroked his beard and suddenly came up with a plan. "You are now a county lady. If you answer all the questions I ask correctly, I will make you a county lady." "Okay." Tuanzi suddenly tilted his head and asked, "Is the county lady higher than the county lady?"
"Yes."
The emperor was also a little amused. "Isn't this little girl's focus a bit weird? She is still a child. Don't look at her being a county lady now." In fact, Jiang Yuqing didn't know much about the titles of women in the Great Xia dynasty. He only knew about princesses and county ladies. This county lady should be one level higher than a county lady? Well, ask. The emperor looked at the little girl's serious and confident face, and suddenly remembered that the rice thresher was probably first thought up by this little girl. Maybe she is really good at it, and suddenly he felt like he was going to bleed today. But now that things have come to this, Emperor Xiaojing spoke up. "Then tell me, how many kilograms of seeds are needed for 1 acre of high-yield grain field?" "It depends on what kind of field it is."
6-8 kilograms per acre.
"Tell me in more detail?" Tuanzi said, "If it is a good field, the soil is fertile enough. There will be more sprouts of rice seedlings, and the seedlings will grow big and strong. About 6 kilograms is just right. If it is a medium or a low-quality field, the soil fertility is poor, the rice seedlings will not sprout much, and the seedlings will be thin, then the planting density should be appropriately increased. In addition, reasonable adjustments should be made according to the local climate, water, and soil. But generally speaking, about 6-8 kilograms is enough for 1 acre of field." Emperor Xiaojing nodded, looking at the little girl in front of him with some surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl was really good. He asked again, "Then tell me how to grow seedlings." Jiang Yuqing then started from soaking the seeds. How to prepare the rice field, how to soak the seeds, how to germinate, how to sow the seeds, and how to manage after sowing. When to add water, how deep to add water, how tall to grow to start transplanting the seedlings to the field. He talked all the way to harvesting the rice, and even how to deal with the remaining straw after harvesting the rice. It was as detailed as a professional agricultural book, and everyone in the hall was stunned. Jing Yan's eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles, and he almost applauded and said, "Qing is amazing." Emperor Xiaojing felt as if he was not facing a 3-year-old girl, but an experienced old farmer who had been farming for many years. He dared to say that even among the agricultural officials of the Sinong Temple, there were not many who understood as clearly as this girl. Agriculture is the foundation of daxia, and if grain is secure, the people are secure. Jiang Wenyuan had been a county magistrate for less than 2 years, and he successively planted 2 high-yield grain varieties, which directly made daxia's grain production invincible. And his daughter is so young. She knows farming very well. It is true that a tiger father has a dog daughter. In time, she may surpass her father and become another pillar of daxia. With such a younger generation, daxia will prosper. Thinking of this, Emperor Xiaojing's heart suddenly became hot, and he looked at Jiang Yuqing as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Good, 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 haha. He said 3 good words in succession. For a moment, the whole pepper room was filled with the hearty laughter of Emperor Xiaojing. Minister Jiang is not only good at farming, but also good at teaching children. Pass on my words and reward him. After the eunuch took the order and went down, Tuanzi asked carefully, Your Majesty, have I passed the test? Emperor Xiaojing touched her head and said, Passed, passed. I must not forget what I promised you. Tuanzi then sat down on the small soft stool and said pitifully, Can I have a glass of water?
I'm thirsty.
Everyone in the hall laughed. They felt that this child was really not shy and would say whatever she wanted. Queen Qin immediately asked someone to bring warm tea. Tuanzi took it and gulped it down. She drank half the pot in one breath, which showed that she was really thirsty. Emperor Xiaojingdi thought this little girl was very interesting, so he asked her about things in Qingzhou. Tuanzi picked out some interesting things to tell and quietly tried to improve her father's impression in front of the emperor. For example, Emperor Xiaojingdi asked her, You're so young and you know so much about farming. Who taught you? Tuanzi said, I learned it because I like it. Moreover, my father said that we are children from a farming family and we can't forget our skills in the fields just because he became an official. So, he would take me with him whenever he went to the fields. My brothers also have to go to the fields when they have a day off. For another example, Emperor Xiaojingdi asked her, Do you think your father is a good official? This hole is so badly dug that it's almost crooked. Can Tuanzi jump? Of course he can, and he can jump 3 feet high. Tuanzi said, Of course I can.
Why?
Because Daddy said if an official doesn't serve the people, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. This rhymes, and the words are rough, but the logic is sound. Emperor Xiaojing was immediately more satisfied. Jiang Aiqing was a good official, and his daughter was also a good child. It was noon when they chatted, and the emperor, empress, and their family of 3 warmly kept her to have lunch. After lunch, Emperor Xiaojing and Jing Yan had something else to do, so they left first. Seeing that she didn't even have a maid, Queen Qin gave her 2 senior maids, Yuzhu Yuqing and a head nanny, Nanny Yan. She also kept her in the palace for a while, rewarded her with many treasures, and then reluctantly let her leave the palace. Before leaving the palace, she gave her a card that allowed her to enter the palace at any time and told her not to forget to come to the palace to see her often. Tuanzi agreed, without hesitation. Jiang Yuqing got on the carriage and immediately collapsed. In the carriage, she closed her eyes and did not want to move. Arya thought she was tired, so he took a blanket from the drawer of the carriage and covered her. Jiang Yuqing, on the other hand, felt hopeless. She didn't know how many times she had acted silly and acted cute, and she felt extremely ashamed just thinking about it. Her body was really too small in this life, and she looked good. Even if she just waved her hand unintentionally, others would think she was extremely cute. In this case, she might as well be thick-skinned and make good use of this unique innate condition to earn as much security as possible for herself and her family. She had just returned home and hadn't taken off the imperial crown yet, when Li Deshun came to the Qingzhou Marquis mansion with the imperial edict bestowing the title. Seeing Li Deshun again, Nei Chuanzi was so happy that she almost went crazy. She rushed into Li Deshun's arms like a little cannonball, hugged his neck and rubbed it hard. Inuchli, my dear baby misses you so much. In the capital, besides her master, these are the only 2 people she can regard as her elders. It didn't matter what she called him in Qingzhou, but here, she can no longer call Li Deshun Grandpa Li. This is the rule. Li Deshun hugged her little body, tears streaming down his face. Oh my little ancestor, you miss me so much. They saw each other in the Queen's palace just now, but the time and place were not right, and they both had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. At this moment, there was no scruple. The 2 kissed and cuddled for a long time. Li Deshun said, My dear, let someone set up the incense table and receive the imperial edict first. Tuanzi then remembered that the emperor wanted to confer the title of county lord on her. Unexpectedly, the imperial edict came so quickly, and she hurriedly asked people to prepare the incense table. It was just right that there was no need to change clothes at this moment, so after Tuanzi knelt down, Lida began to read it. It was still a long and lengthy passage. In summary, the emperor conferred on her the title of County Lord of the Second Rank and the title of Linghui. She was given a fief of 1,000 households. She was given gold, silver, jewelry, and a number of silks and satins. Jiang Yuqing put away the imperial edict. He immediately asked someone to take off the crown on her head and took Anuchli back to his own courtyard, where the grandfather and grandson sat down to talk. Jiang Yuqing stretched out his hand to feel his pulse. "How is your leg this year?" Anuchli said, "I had it once last winter, and it was cured after a few days of using the medicine you gave me. Some time ago, I caught a cold, and I used it as soon as my leg started to hurt a little. Now there is nothing wrong with it, and it works great." Tuanzi said, "Use it when you need to, don't save it. There are more after use." As she said that, she ran back to the room and dragged out a big cloth bag. The cloth bag was too big, and the things in it were many and varied. Tuanzi put her head in and rummaged around for a long time before she found 2 bottles of muscle-relieving and blood-activating tablets and a stack of pain-relieving plasters and stuffed them all into Li Deshun. Li Deshun kept them very preciously and carefully reminded her what to pay attention to in Beijing. How to handle necessary interpersonal relationships, which family can be trusted, which family cannot be interacted with, or what is the relationship between which family and which family, no matter how big or small. It is really no more than this for a granddaughter. These messy and tangled networks of relationships made Tuanzi's eyes spin in circles. The relationships around her in her previous life were simple, and she was still young in this life and had never faced any complicated people and things. Suddenly, hearing so many twists and turns, she felt that her brain nerves were about to get tangled. Li Deshun also knew that the little girl, although she is smart, it is very difficult to remember so many complicated relationships at once. Not to mention that she was born in a harmonious family with simple relationships, and she is young. Even many noble ladies in the capital who have been indulged for many years may not be able to take care of everything. Well, in this capital, with herself and the prince watching, nothing serious will happen. Yuzhu Yuqing and Nanny Yen on the side were surprised. They only knew that this little county lady had a good relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but they never thought that she was so close to Li Dezongguan beside the emperor. Such an intimate gesture is not an exaggeration to say that they are grandparents. As a senior maid and head nanny who is popular in front of the queen, Li Deshun naturally knows them. His status is above several people, so he scolded the 3 of them. There are 2 meanings. One is to let them not rely on the fact that they came from the queen's palace to bully the master. Secondly, their young mistress has no legitimate blood elders around, so they must remember to protect her and not let anyone bully her. The 3 of them nodded and said they dared not neglect them. They had seen with their own eyes how favored this young mistress was in the palace, so how dare they bully her? Moreover, now that they have another Anuch, Li, as their backer, they can only be more respectful to Jiang Yuqing. Li Deshun is the emperor's trusted attendant, so it is not good for him to stay outside the palace for long. After talking for a while, he was about to leave. Tuanzi was reluctant to let him go and accompanied him to the gate. Not long after Li Deshun left, Divine Dr. Chiu and Tian Guang returned home. Jiang Yuqing introduced Eryu, Nanny Yen, and Divine Dr. Chiu to each other. "Sister Yuzhu, Sister Yuqing, Nanny Yen, these are my master and eldest brother." "Master, eldest brother, these are my 2 sisters and Nanny Yen given to me by the Queen Mother today." Eryu and Nanny Yen immediately stepped forward to greet them. As Tian Guang was the director of the Imperial Hospital, the 3 of them were very familiar with him. They also knew that Tian Yuanjing's master was the world-famous Dr. Chiu, the owner of the Bien K Valley. They had never thought that their new master would be the last disciple of Dr. Chiu, and Tian Yuanjing's fellow junior sister was also surprised. Eryu and Nanny Yen looked at each other and felt like they had picked up a treasure. Who said that the new master was just a country girl with no roots? She was clearly a rough and crude golden thigh. Divine Dr. Chiu and Tian Guang walked around Jiang Yuqing twice, looking her up and down. They couldn't understand why the little girl only went to the palace to thank the emperor and earn the title of county lady. When did the title of the great Xia dynasty become so easy to earn? Tuanzi had to tell everything that happened in the palace. The master and apprentice let her go. At the same time, they admired the little girl for being so brave and daring to debate with the emperor. She was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Not long after divine Dr. Chiu and Tianguang came back, they heard the doorman come to report that Mu Enbo's mansion had invited divine Dr. Chiu to come to the mansion to treat his son. When Tianguang heard the name of Mu Enbo's mansion, he frowned and said, "When you go back, just say that my master is not available. Let them find another famous doctor." The doorman replied, stepped out of the door, and turned to go out. Jiang Yuqing asked curiously, "Isn't this Mu Enbo mansion not good?" Tianguang said, "It's a dirty thing. Mentioning it hurts your ears." So, Tuanzi stopped asking. She was afraid of hurting her ears. Besides, the news that Jiang Yuqing went to the palace to thank the emperor, won the favor of the empress and the prince, and was named a county lady quickly spread throughout the capital. It also caused a group of noble ladies to twist their handkerchiefs and bite their silver teeth. But a mud-legged girl from the countryside, a yellow-haired girl, Chai Huanyo, said a few funny words and was named a county lady.
Why?
Unlike the little thoughts of the noble ladies, the officials and nobles have another idea. The major families in the capital have spies in the palace. Moreover, Jiang Yuqing played against Emperor Xia Jingdi in the pepper room that day, and they did not hide it from outsiders. They knew every word Jiang Yuqing said clearly. The little girl only said a few words lightly, and Jiang Wenyuan was rewarded by the emperor again. This made all the big guys envious and jealous. Look at other people's daughters.
How old are they?
They can already seek credit and benefits for their father in front of the emperor. Then look at their own daughters and concubines who are jealous and fight for the sake of the head, and the big guys have to admit that they are indeed better at educating their daughters than themselves. The Qingzhou Marquis' mansion suddenly appeared, but because it is far away in Qingzhou, except for a few families in the capital, other families have no way to make friends. Now the daughter of the Jiang family has only been in Beijing for a few days, and she has become a county lady from a county lady. While everyone is shocked, they can't help but envy the favor of the people in the Qingzhou Marquis mansion. In addition, the Jiang family holds high-yield grains that everyone is eager to get, and there is no market for them. For a while, those who know them or not, those who have contacts, and those who don't have contacts all sent people to congratulate them. Various posts about flower viewing and poetry gatherings also came in like snowflakes. She was impatient to socialize with these, and there was no suitable person in the mansion to socialize with these, but she couldn't really offend them. Jiang Yuqing had no choice but to have someone accept the gift and return a gift of equal value. He also asked his subordinates to spread the word that the young master is young, and there is no one in charge of the Marquis mansion in Beijing. After the Marquis and his wife come to Beijing, I will go to thank them. This is also reasonable, and each family also expressed understanding. On March 17th, Jiang Yuqing took Yanma and Eryu and several carts of grain seeds and went straight to the farm in the suburbs of Beijing. Emperor Xiaojing was afraid that some people who valued money more than their lives would take the 20,000 kilograms of grain seeds, so he specially sent a team of 20 Yulin guards to protect it. This farm was originally an imperial farm. Later, when the current elder sister, Princess Rongning, got married, the late emperor gave her a dowry. Princess Rongning and her husband had no children. After she passed away, the farm and the official slaves who took care of it were taken back by the court. It was not until last year that it was given to Jiang Wenyuan again. When Jiang Yuqing was still on his way to Beijing, Qin Ju received a letter from Jiang Wenyuan and ordered the village head to plow the fields. After Jiang Yuqing arrived, he first walked around the village and checked the ditches and waterways. Then he asked someone to take and dig a few places in the leveled field to make sure that the base fertilizer had been applied enough. Then he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this village head is honest. Next, Jiang Yuqing really started to get busy. Before the grain seeds are sown into the rice fields, They must be germinated first. The first step of germination is soaking the seeds. 20,000 caddies of grain seeds, 300 caddies of large pottery jars, 67 large jars were filled, and a warehouse was full. It was very spectacular at first glance. Soaking the seeds takes 2 days. During these 2 days, the water saturation of the seeds needs to be observed at any time. If the water in the jar is not enough, water needs to be added in time. On the 3rd day, Jiang Yuqing was directing everyone to dig up the seeds and drain the water, and Dr. Qiu and Jing Yan came with a bunch of things. She just remembered that today seemed to be her 3rd birthday. She is 3 years old. This means that her body can also enter the spiritual realm. Thinking of this, she suddenly got excited. However, there were many people around now, so it was not the right time. She could only suppress her temper and wait until the evening. At noon, she had a sumptuous lunch with Jing Yan and Dr. Qiu and asked Nanny Yan to give each person in the manor 200 coins as a reward for the good luck. During the meal, Jiang Yuqing asked about the situation of Yan Jijiu and was relieved when he learned that he had recovered very well. Jing Yan still had homework in the afternoon, so he left in a hurry after dinner. As the crown prince, he rarely had time to spare. Dr. Qiu stayed, saying that he didn't need to keep an eye on the Yan family, and the rest could be left to Tianguang. Instead of dealing with those people who came to seek medical treatment in Beijing alone, it would be more comfortable to stay in the manor and accompany his apprentice to farm. In the evening, Jiang Yuqing suppressed his excitement and sent Ariu and Nanny Yan Liangma to rest. Immediately communicate with Bai Xiaoshi in the spiritual realm. Can I enter the spiritual realm? After receiving Bai Xiaoshi's affirmative answer, Jiang Yuqing entered the spiritual realm in a flash. In the past, he only entered with his consciousness, but this time he entered with his real body, and the feeling was still different. While visiting the spiritual realm, Jiang Yuqing asked Bai Xiaoshi, "Can I bring people in the future?" Bai Xiaoshi said, "You are the owner of the spiritual realm. As long as you are willing, you can bring people in. The premise is that you must ensure that the people you bring in will not have bad intentions. You must know that a man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure." Jiang Yuqing still knew this. The spiritual realm has changed a lot compared to before. First of all, there is a jade tablet next to the spring. There is a scale similar to a thermometer on the tablet and a fluorescent white jade bowl whose material cannot be seen on the top of the tablet. Bai Xiaoshi said that this is a merit tablet. When her merit value reaches a certain scale, spiritual milk will condense in the spiritual spring. The higher the merit value, the more spiritual milk condenses in the spiritual spring. And a drop of spiritual milk can increase life by 10 years. A true treasure of the immortals. At this time, the golden line on the merit tablet did not even reach the bottom line. There is still a long way to go. Behind the hospital, there used to be a wall of nothingness, but now it has expanded into an endless majestic mountain range. The mountain range is separated from the hospital by a transparent barrier. An antique and majestic palace is located in the middle, surrounded by clouds and mist, looming, and countless cranes are flying in it. Bai Xiaoshi motioned her to ride on his back. Jiang Yuqing did not doubt it and got on Bai Xiaoshi's back. This guy actually took off into the air and flew straight to the palace. Jiang Yuqing was greatly surprised. "Bai Xiaoshi, you can actually fly?" The spirit of the weapon rolled its eyes at her and said with disdain, "How new is that? I'm an ancient exotic beast. Flying is basic." The ignorant bumpkin realm master said, "But don't you have wings?" Bai Xiaoshi said, "Who says you must have wings to fly? Don't ostriches in the desert also have wings? Can they fly?" You rewrite. Think about it. Many of the mounts of gods in Journey to the West also have no wings. For example, Taishang Laojuan's mount is a green bull spirit.
No.
Why didn't you tell me that you could fly? Bai Xiaoshi said confidently. You didn't ask, and I thought you knew. Jiang Yuqing was almost driven crazy by her own spirit. I'm not an ancient god. How could I know such a thing? If I had known that you could fly, I could have gone home to see my parents earlier. Thinking of this, she suddenly stopped. By the way, how long does it take you to fly back to your hometown in Qingzhou? Bai Xiaoshi said. About a day.
So fast.
The Lord of the Realm was immediately happy. He decided not to argue with the stupid spirit. Calculating the distance from Beijing to Qingzhou, it was about the same speed as the car. The car in her spiritual realm could be used, but it was a pity that she was too short now, and she couldn't even reach the accelerator and brake when sitting in the driver's seat. What a joke. Besides, if such a huge thing suddenly drove out, it would be scary. Bai Xiaoshi was very fast and flew to the palace in a short while. In front of the palace is a large area that looks like a martial arts arena. Above the palace gate, there are 3 words Inheritance Hall. Seeing these 3 words, Jiang Yuqing couldn't help but twitch her lips. In order to have a reasonable and legal source for her medical skills, she racked her brains to make up the word inheritance. She never thought that there really is such an inheritance hall in her spiritual realm. It's not a coincidence. Climb up the stairs. Enter the hall. There is a solemn painted statue in the middle. This statue is lifelike, and it is no different from a real person. It is indeed a tall hat and a wide belt, with an immortal look. Judging from her clothes, she is clearly a Taoist god. There is an incense table in front of the statue. In the middle of the table is an incense burner. On the left and right sides are several jade slips and 2 small jade bottles. Because they are too old, they are covered with dust. At first glance, they look gray and don't look like valuable goods. But this does not affect her piety. After her death in the previous life, she was scattered as a ghost. After being enlightened by the Taoist gods, she was able to live again. Naturally, she had to burn incense and kowtow 3 times when she came in. When she kowtowed for the last time, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Several jade slips on the table suddenly glowed brightly, vying to fly towards her and sticking to her forehead one by one. After a while, the fluorescence dissipated, and the jade slips turned into fine powder and scattered all over the ground. She only felt a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness, and then a large amount of information came in. These jade slips turned out to be cultivation techniques. One is called Qi Ju, one is called Qingmu Derivative Ju, and one is called Rejuvenation Ju. The Qi-inducing art is a basic technique. The latter 2 are wood-related techniques. As for the jade bottle, one of them contains a black iron thorn seed, and the other contains 2 marrow cleansing pills. The former is a spirit seed, which will serve her as its master after she stimulates it to grow. It can be used as a weapon, both offensive and defensive, and very powerful. The latter is a marrow cleansing pill, which is also a good thing. It can be used to cleanse the meridians and marrow. And she herself is a wood spirit body that is even rarer and more precious than the top-grade single wood spirit root. The breath of the wood spirit body is extremely gentle, and it will instinctively attract all living things to get close. No wonder the animals she has seen in 2 lives call her Mother of the Earth. And the wood-related supernatural power she originally thought was actually just the effect of her own physique. And because she did not practice the corresponding wood-related techniques and did not really stimulate it, the plants that can be cultivated are very limited, which is equivalent to guarding a treasure mountain without knowing how to use it. Qingmu Yanqing Ju is a wood-based technique that combines attack and defense. It is divided into 3 stages: primary, minor, and major. Primary. Regardless of the season, it can promote the growth of plants and trees within a radius of 5 miles to sprout, and can ripen crops and fruits within a radius of at least 1 mile. It can also control at least 5 iron thorn vines as attack and defense weapons, and use them at any time. Minor. Regardless of the season, it can promote the growth of plants and trees within a radius of 20 miles to sprout and grow leaves, and can ripen crops and fruits within a radius of 5 miles, and can also control at least 100 iron thorn vines to fight. When it is practiced to the major, it can promote the growth of plants and trees within a radius of 100 miles, can ripen crops and fruits within a radius of 20 miles, and can also control large areas of iron thorn vines to fight. Rejuvenation Ju is a healing technique. It is also divided into 3 stages. The primary stage can heal skin injuries without leaving scars. Minor can heal internal injuries of the lungs. If it is fully developed, it can remove all toxins in the world and make those who are still alive instantly intact and even regenerate broken limbs. If the former gives her an extra means to survive in this world, the latter makes her, who has studied medicine for 2 lifetimes, ecstatic. In her previous life, she saw with her own eyes so many heroic comrades in arms who were disabled for life and retired with hatred. Some even closed their eyes forever because of untimely treatment. She is not without hatred. Now that she has this skill, she does not ask for anything else, but hopes to have fewer such regrets in this life. On the left and right sides of the statue are 2 large side halls. The right side hall is the alchemy room. The shelves are filled with various jade bottles of fine quality, but unfortunately they are all empty. She also found a thick stack of alchemy recipes in a drawer, which are also covered with dust because of their age. On the left is the alchemy room, which contains the ground vein's strange fire. There are strange fire and alchemy furnaces. Just wait until the cultivation level is improved a little bit in the future and try to slowly make the elixir. After coming out of the side hall, she went to the back hall. There are many strange things on the shelf in the back hall. She doesn't understand them very well and can't use them for the time being. She only picked a few about cultivation techniques such as talismans, arrays, and basic spells, and planned to study them when she has time. The time ratio between the spiritual realm and the outside world is 12:1. That is, 1 day in the spiritual realm is 1 hour outside. Of course, this is limited to plants. Otherwise, if she stays here for a year or 2 for some reason, she won't get into trouble when she goes out. Since there is still enough time now, Jiang Yuqing took a cushion, sat cross-legged in the square in front of the hall, and began to practice. Her body is too small and too weak now. The sooner she masters it, the sooner she can protect herself. There was no conversation that night. Jiang Yuqing only practiced for 1 night, but she had already drawn qi into her body and was sweating all over. The sour smell made her want to, so she quickly jumped into the Lingquan River to wash it off. These are all impurities in the body. Because she was young and had been drinking spiritual spring water for many years, there were not many impurities in her body. Bai Shaoshi said that if it were someone else, at least they would be covered with black oil. She hadn't slept all night, but miraculously she didn't feel sleepy, but was full of energy. I guess this is the benefit of cultivation. After breakfast, he directed everyone to work step by step. Not long after they started working, a servant came to report that someone came to seek medical treatment outside the manor, and it seemed that someone was from Mu Enbo's mansion. Asked whether to let them in. Dr. Chio's face turned black when he heard this. Why are they everywhere? Seeing that his master looked strange, Jiang Yuqing asked, Master, is there any problem with this Bo's mansion? Divine Dr. Chio said angrily, I heard from your senior brother that their son, who was raised alone, often frequented brothels and contracted syphilis. He kept it to himself because he was afraid of losing face. By the time his family found out, it was too late. Now the brats in the Imperial Hospital are just using medicine to keep him alive. They have become delusional after seeing that I saved Tian Jijio. When I was in Beijing, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law came to our house and knelt in front of our house to force us. I had to slip away through the back door. Now I have come here to hide, and they have chased me here again. It's really annoying. Syphilis is in the late stage. This disease cannot be cured even in modern times with advanced medical care, let alone in this era. No matter how powerful Divine Dr. Chio is, he is still a human, not a god. Kneeling at the door and trying to blackmail people morally is really disgusting. If he had known this would happen, why didn't he take care of his younger generation? Now that something happened, he came to force others, it's too late. Especially since he classified this guy as the kind of person I don't like among the 3 no savings. He didn't want to pay attention to him even more. But then again, although Dr. Chio was not afraid of this Bo's mansion, he was afraid of these shameless women. Therefore, if he met them unfortunately, he could only hide. But she was different. After all, she was a county lady personally appointed by the emperor, and the imperial edict of the appointment was still hot. In terms of rank alone, she was 1 level higher than Mrs.
Muenbo.
Especially behind her stood the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion and even Jing Yan. Jiang Yuqing patted the old man's arm with sympathy and comforted him. Master, don't worry. I will go out to meet them. After that, he selected 20 Yulin guards, took by Xiaoshi, Nanny Yen, Ariu, and others, and the group of people rushed to the gate of the manor in a heroic and high-spirited manner. On the way, Jiang Yuqing asked Nanny Yen, "What is the situation of this Mu Enbo mansion?" Listening to the title, it doesn't sound like a confident one. Nanny Yen curled her lips and said, "This Mu Enbo mansion Wang family was originally a declining small family in the capital. Later, the legitimate daughter of the family entered the palace and was favored for a few days, and was named Zhaoi. Wang Zhaoi was also quite pregnant, and gave birth to a princess after being favored. His Majesty was happy, so he gave the Wang family some face, and conferred the lowest title of Earl. It's a pity that the princess was unlucky and died when she was 2 years old. Later, new people entered the palace, and Wang Zhaoi had nothing to do, and now she is just a title." Oh, Jiang Yuqing finally understood. It turned out that this Mu Enbo mansion that came today was just a paper tiger. They could only bully people like her master, who had no foundation in the court. Other families in the capital probably also adopted an attitude of watching the show or waiting. If the people from Mu Enbo's mansion succeed in forcing him, it means that Dr. Chiu is not as tough as he says. They can also invite him. If it doesn't work, they can use their power to pressure him. They don't believe that he will not surrender. If forcing him fails, then let's settle for the next best thing. We see and get hurt just for seeking medical treatment. When they arrived at the gate, there was indeed a large group of people standing outside. Except for the 2 ladies in gorgeous clothes and a few maids who served them, the rest were all burly men. What is this plan? It's obvious to everyone. Seeing her, the old lady Zhong of Mu Enbo's mansion angrily mobilized the muscles on her face and tried to put on a kind smile. But she had a mean face, and her smile was distorted and creepy no matter how you looked at it. Not to mention, the old wrinkles squeezed out were quite even. "You are the Lady Ling Hui of the Marquis of Qingzhou, right? We are from the Mu Enbo mansion, and we are looking for your master to seek medical treatment from him. My child is seriously ill, and I urgently need your master to save his life." This smile and attitude are like the big bad wolf who kidnapped Little Red Riding Hood. He really treats her as a 3-year-old child. It's a pity that the big bad wolf is a real big bad wolf, but Little Red Riding Hood is a Little Red Riding Hood with a black heart. Tuanzi started to show off his acting skills. He tilted his head and smiled innocently. "Master is not at home." Mrs. Zhong's smile froze. "Then where did he go?" Tuanzi looked at her like an idiot. "Master is a doctor. In addition to seeing patients, doctors also have to collect herbs." "Is that so?" Old Mrs. Zhong looked embarrassed. "Then, can we go in and wait for him?" Tuanzi shook her head and refused decisively. "No. Master said that there are bad guys outside. If we let the bad guys in, they will take me away. If they take me away, I will never see Master again." Ariu, Nanny Yen, and a group of Yulin guards were trying so hard to hold back their laughter that their faces turned red. Jiang Yuqing was really afraid that something bad would happen to them. Old Mrs. Zhong could hardly hold back her smile. "Is this naughty child so annoying?" "County lady, we are not bad people. I am from the Mu Enbo mansion in the capital, and I am the biological mother of the Empress Zhaoi in the palace." Tuanzi pouted. "Is the Empress Zhaoi older than the prince?" "No, not older. What does this have to do with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Old Mrs. Zhong felt her forehead throbbing. Are the children nowadays so jumpy in their thoughts, hammering here and there? Tuanzi said, "Oh, then I still call His Royal Highness the Crown Prince brother, and I didn't say anything. Why are you showing off in front of me? Isn't it just a comparison of backstage, as if no one doesn't have it? This girl's backstage is stronger than yours." Old Mrs. Zhong's face couldn't hold it anymore. Her face was very ugly, and she was obviously very angry. She also understood this time that she was fooled by a little girl. She pointed at Jiang Yuqing and said, Is this how your family taught you to talk to elders? You are really uneducated." Being accused like this, Jiang Yuqing was also angry. She spoke loudly, and Tuanzi was even louder than her. My last name is Jiang, and your last name is Wang. How can you be considered my elder? Besides, my father taught me that education is different for different people. You should be respectful and courteous to distinguished guests. But if you treat someone who comes uninvited and has ulterior motives, of course you don't have to be polite. You are such a sharp-tongued little girl. Old Mrs. Zhong was so angry that she couldn't speak. Her face twitched, and her hands shook like leaves in the wind. She was plump, and honestly, Jiang Yuqing was a little afraid that she would have a. It would be terrible if she blackmailed him. Mrs. Mu Enbo's daughter-in-law, little Mrs. Zhong, was old Mrs. Zhong's niece. They were both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and aunt and niece, and their looks and personalities were similar. Seeing her mother-in-law so angry and worried about her son's illness, she was anxious and angry. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Mother, why are you talking nonsense with a little girl? Let's just rush in. Dr. Chiu must be in there." She waved her hand and was about to lead people in. Tuanzi hurriedly stepped forward, strode over, opened her hands, and said in a baby voice, "Let's see who dares." It's obviously a small one, but it has an aura of 180 feet. Moreover, in a fight, no matter whether you are right or wrong, as long as you have enough momentum, you have won half the battle. What's more, our side is right in this matter, and the chance of winning is 100%. Madame Muenbo was so angry about Tuanzi that she lost her mind, but the people below her were not. The girl opposite is the newly appointed second-rank county lady by His Majesty the Emperor. If she is really hurt, her entire clan will be killed. For a moment, no one dared to move. Seeing that the people she brought were frightened by a little girl, Xiao Zhong was angry and hateful. Her blood boiled, and amid the exclamations of everyone, she rushed up and slapped Tuanzi's little face. Jiang Yuqing was a cultivator after all. Even if he had just drawn qi into his body flexibility was not comparable to that of an ordinary child. She instinctively dodged and gently moved with her little feet. Xiao Zhong's slap was in vain, and because she used too much force, she couldn't stop, and she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground face down. Her face, which was covered with white powder, was pressed on a pile of steaming cow dung. The scene was silent for a while. What kind of rare and famous scene was this? I don't know who it was, but he finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the scene suddenly burst into laughter. Even the Yulin guards present couldn't stand up straight with laughter. After a long time, the people in Mu Enbo's mansion finally reacted, and several maids came to help Mu and Hao's wife up in a hurry. A maid took a handkerchief to wipe the cow dung on her face. Just after wiping it twice, she finally couldn't help but tilt her head to one side and vomited violently. Xiao Zhong ate a mouthful of dung. After being helped up, she was ashamed, angry, and angry. Tears flowed down, and a dung groove was forced on her face. Then she started to. For a while, the master and servants vomited into a ball. Old Zhong almost fainted. He yelled, "What are you doing? Why don't you take the person back? Are you waiting for others to laugh at you?" The crowd then hurriedly lifted Xiao Zhong and was about to leave. Jiang Yuqing suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears in her baby voice. "Mammy, I can't move my feet. It hurts so much. Oh." Mammy Yan was startled and quickly lifted up her trouser leg to see that her ankle was covered with redness and swelling. Her face changed immediately. Nanny Yan was furious and scolded. A fourth-rank baron's wife dared to beat up a second-rank county lady. Mu Enbo's mansion is really brave. I will go to the Dali Temple to ask what kind of crime this is. If that doesn't work, I will report it to the queen. I don't believe that there is no place to seek justice in this huge capital. Old Mrs. Zhong didn't dare to admit the crime. Her old face turned red and black. Don't talk nonsense. She obviously fell down by herself. Don't think of blaming us. The village head lady couldn't listen to it anymore. She interrupted and cursed. If it wasn't for this who beat people up, would my county lady fall down? The village head lady couldn't read a single word. She was a typical rough woman. Of course, her curse words were not very elegant. Everyone laughed again after hearing this. Mrs. Mu Enbo had a mouthful of feces. Didn't she eat feces? If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Jiang Yuqing really wanted to jump up and give her 12 thumbs up. Old Mrs. Zhong was so angry that her eyes widened. She pointed at the village head's wife, shaking like a leaf in the wind, and her mouth opened and closed. You, this. The village head's wife was not used to her faults. What do you mean you? It's not the one with the loudest voice who is right. Everyone present has seen what happened just now. Do you think you can deny it? A small baron's mansion dared to bring people to our door so blatantly. Isn't it just because they see that our marquis wife is not in Beijing and think that our county lady is young and easy to bully? And your lady? Bah. A bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. This time they really stripped her face and her dignity. Old Mrs. Zhong couldn't stand it anymore, rolled her eyes, and fainted. The maids and servants were in chaos again. Mu Enbo's mansion lost face, and knowing that they were in the wrong, they dared not stay any longer. After putting the Zhong mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the carriage, they ran away as if they were escaping for their lives. After driving away these annoying guys, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When everyone saw the village head lady again, they all admired her, as if she was a general who had won a victory. Sure enough, there is a natural thing that can defeat another. Shameless rolling meat like the Zhong mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can only be dealt with by a master like the village head lady. This fighting power is awesome. Jiang Yuqing was in a good mood, endured the pain in her feet, and asked Nanny Yen to reward her with 10 taels of silver on the spot. The village head lady was so happy that she was speechless. Bai Shaoshi even had the mood to complain about her on the side. In order to trick Mu Enbo's mansion, you even used the long-abandoned redundancy and the self-torture trick, which is really hard. Jiang Yuqing said, Mu Enbo's mansion is too bullying. How can I let them go easily? Otherwise, anyone in the capital can come and step on me, Jiang Yuqing and Qingzhou Marquis Mansion. I am new to Qingzhou Marquis Mansion, and I am worried about how to establish my authority. There is a ready-made victim coming to my door, so how can I let him go? Bai Shaoshi suddenly felt a little sympathetic to the two women just now. The one in front of him, who was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, was the real black-hearted Little Red Riding Hood, the kind that was so black that it was smoking. When Dr. Chiu heard that his little apprentice was beaten by the people from Mu Enbo's mansion, he was anxious and angry, and hurried to the gate of the manor. Halfway through, he ran into Nanny Yen, who was carrying Jiang Yuqing back, and hurriedly took the apprentice over. Just as he was about to check her injuries, he saw the little apprentice winking at him, and Dr. Chiu understood instantly. He carried her back to the room quickly and said that he would treat her injuries and no one else would come in. Jiang Yuqing tripped Xiao Zhong's foot. She felt refreshed at the time, but now she really felt pain. Seeing that her face turned pale with pain, Dr. Chiu took a closer look and immediately changed his face and said, My dear, you may have really injured your bones. Jiang Yuqing was also startled and said, No way. I just wanted to scare them. Dr. Chiu hit her with a gesture of disappointment. What do you mean, no way? It looks like it's cracked. The master can only roughly tell where the is, how wide, and how long it is. For this kind of bone injury, pulse taking is not very useful. For the sake of his own health, Jiang Yuqing decided to go to the hospital to take an X-ray. Jiang Yuqing organized his words and said, Master, I will take you to a place later, which is also the place where I inherit. There is a special machine inside that can see the internal structure of the human body. That place is a little different from the outside world. Don't be afraid or too surprised. Of course, you have to keep it a secret for me after you come out. When the old man heard it, his eyes instantly lit up like lanterns, and he nodded like pounding garlic. Jiang Yuqing ordered Ryu and Nanny Yen to guard the door. Master Dao wanted to see her injury, and no one was allowed to enter without her order. Then he took Dr. Chiu and took him into the hospital in a flash. Jiang Yuqing used his spiritual consciousness to control the machine to take a film of his injured leg, printed it out, and put it on the viewing light. It was indeed a slight bone fracture. So he was relieved and said, It's okay, it's just a slight bone fracture. It will be fine after some rest. Master, Ah? The old man was in a trance. Jiang Yuqing called him for a long time, but he only responded with a few words like, okay. His attention was all on the surrounding machines and X-ray films, and he didn't listen to anything she said. She was so angry that she slapped the table several times, and the little tentacles on her head trembled a few times, which drew Dr. Chiu's attention back. Jiang Yuqing felt that she seemed to have returned to the classroom in her previous life. The scene of the naughty child slacking off and not listening to the class, and the teacher slamming the table and roaring, and Dr. Chiu was that naughty child. Jiang Yuqing shouted angrily, "Master, I'm talking to you, can you listen to me first?" Dr. Chiu was also afraid that if he really offended his little apprentice, it would be bad to be thrown out, and he hadn't figured out what these things were. Jiang Yuqing pointed to the fractured bone on the X-ray and repeated her diagnosis. Dr. Chiu said that it was totally fine. Because the injury was just above the ankle, this area has a lot of movement, so it was necessary to put a splint in the early stage. When being pulled out of the hospital by Jiang Yuqing, Dr. Chiu was still reluctant to leave. He kept asking his little apprentice what the machine was and what it was used for. What was this black magical piece? Why could it be used to draw broken bones so clearly without surgery, etc.? Jiang Yuqing sent someone back to Beijing to deliver a letter while patiently and in detail explaining to him the purpose and imaging principle of the X-ray machine. Dr. Chiu was amazed and called it a divine object. Since he had decided to kill Mu Enbo's mansion, he would kill a chicken to scare the monkeys in Beijing. Of course, this play had to be acted realistically. The master and apprentice began to act through the door. Tuanzi cried out in pain with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. In fact, a large part of it was laughter. "Master, please pinch it gently. It hurts. It hurts me to death." Dr. Chiu stroked her head and said in a rough voice, "How can it not hurt? It's hurting the bones. Black-hearted woman, you are not afraid of being struck by lightning for attacking a child." At the same time, she called Nanny Yen. "Mammy, bring 2 maids in and hold her down. I want to put a splint on her calf." When Nanny Yen heard this, her face turned pale with fear, and she immediately called Ariu in. The 3 of them followed the instructions of Dr. Chiu, pressing the arms and legs to prevent Jiang Yuqing from struggling because of the pain. When putting on the splint, Tuanzi was in so much pain that she sweats profusely, her little face white without a trace of blood, and tears fell in big drops. Jiang Yuqing instantly felt that the Oscars owed him more than one little golden man. Several women cried out of heartache. Nanny Yen was sad and blamed herself. He felt that he really deserved to die, that someone had hurt the young master right under his nose, and that he had failed the Empress's instructions. Bandaged, Divine Dr. Chiu wrote a prescription and asked someone to go to Beijing to get the medicine, and also to send a letter to his eldest disciple. Jiang Yuqing directly asked Nanny Yen to take the post from the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion to the Dali Temple to report the case. "If you want to make a fuss, why not make a big one so that everyone in the capital can see it?" Jing Yan received the news of Jiang Yuqing's injury just after leaving the court. He didn't even have time to change his court clothes. He told his father and rushed to the manor as soon as possible. Seeing the little guy who was still lively yesterday, now sitting on a chair with a pale face and a listless spirit, with a heavy splint on his left foot, his heart was broken. Arya took the opportunity to complain. Jiang Yuqing almost couldn't hold it back because of the exaggeration. After hearing the whole story, Jing Yan was furious and slammed his palm heavily on the table. "Mu Enbo's family is so bold. How dare they bully you?" He was afraid that his emotions would scare Jiang Yuqing, so he calmed down his anger and said gently, "Qing, take good care of your injuries and leave the rest to me. I will definitely make Mu Enbo's family pay for it." Then he hurried back to Beijing with his men. Meanwhile, the Dali Temple received a report from the Qingzhou Marquis Mansion that Mu Enbo's family failed to seek medical treatment and injured Linghui County lady. As it involved the 2 powerful families, the Dali Temple did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly ordered to find out the cause as quickly as possible. In fact, the matter is very simple. For her son who had syphilis, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of Mu Enbo's mansion went to Qingzhou Marquis' mansion to force Dr. Chiu to save him. Dr. Chiu was forced to no choice but to hide in the manor where Linghui County Lord was. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Wang family took people to chase to the manor, trying to trick the county lord into letting them in. Linghui County Lord refused, so they wanted to force their way in. Mrs. Xiao Zhong, the wife of Mu Enbo, directly hit Linghui County Lord, who was only 3 years old. Linghui County Lord avoided the slap, but injured her foot. It is said that her bones were broken. It's really pitiful. The next day, as soon as he went to court, Mu Enbo Wang Mian was jointly impeached by more than a dozen censors, including the Dali Temple. It was said that he did not manage his family strictly, condoned the women in his family to commit evil and violence, forced the doctor, and injured Linghui County Lord. He committed crimes against his superiors and bullied the weak, which had an extremely bad impact. Emperor Xia Jing ordered him to compensate Linghui County Lady for medical expenses of 10,000 taels on the spot, and personally went to her house to apologize publicly. He was fined 1 year's salary and ordered to go home to reflect on his mistakes. It can be said that the last bit of fig leaf was torn off. At the same time, Linghui County Lady's master, Dr. Chiu, also issued an order in the name of the master of BNK Valley, urging all disciples in the world not to see anyone from the Wang family of Mu Enbo Mansion. This time, the eldest son of Mu Enbo Mansion was completely cold. It was also said that Mrs. Mu Enbo used too much force and could not stop, and her face was smashed directly into a pile of cow dung, chewing a mouthful of, and making several maids and women around her. There has never been a shortage of people eating melons in the capital. So, after Mu Enbo's only son got syphilis and Mu Enbo Mansion injured Linghui County Lady, the shocking news of Mrs. Mu Enbo eating swept the entire capital again like a tornado, becoming the latest hot topic in the capital. Especially the last one, it is the hottest of the hottest, the biggest of the biggest. Moreover, rumors are not rational at all, and they are not called rumors if they are rational. As the rumor spread, somehow, it became that Mrs. Mu Enbo likes to eat, and then it became that everyone in Mu Enbo's mansion likes to eat. There are even people who don't know the truth, who really pour their own night fragrance outside the gate of Mu Enbo's mansion. In short, let the people of the capital see enough excitement. And Mu Enbo's mansion, which is at the center of the topic, is also in dire straits every day. Because it angered Bien Kegu, it was banned. Now, let alone Dr. Chiu, even ordinary doctors can't be invited to Mu Enbo's mansion. Mu Enbo's only son can only lie in bed and stink and wait for death. The old lady of Mu Enbo's mansion, Mrs. Zhong, was also sick with anger, lying on the bed groaning and unable to get up. Mrs. Mu Enbo's wife, Xiao Zhong, lost so much face that she dared not go out now, and she couldn't take care of her baby son. Mu Enbo despised her for being shameful and disgusting, and he even refused to enter her yard, and stayed at the concubine's place every day. Emperor Xia Jingdi punished Mu Enbo to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors, but he didn't even give a deadline. Even a fool could see that the Wang family was completely despised by the emperor. You thought it was over. 2 days later, it was revealed that Mu Enbo Wang Mian's son had robbed several women of the people. During his tenure in the Ministry of Works, Wang Mian accepted bribes, embezzled money and engineering funds, and instructed his relatives and servants to occupy the people's land. Now the victims have jointly approached the Dali Temple. Emperor Xia Jingdi was furious and ordered him to be imprisoned, and ordered the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice to investigate the case thoroughly. After Wang Zhaoi in the palace learned the news, she broke into the imperial study room to plead for her brother despite being stopped. The angry emperor abolished Zhaoi on the spot and threw her into the cold palace. 3 days later, due to irrefutable evidence, Mu Enbo's mansion was stripped of its title and confiscated, and the whole family was exiled to the northwest. On the day of the house search, Wang Mian's only son, the former romantic and profligate young man, finally breathed his last. Xiao Zhong dug a pit in the mass grave outside the city and hastily buried her son. She was tied with ropes in tears and rushed to the northwest exile place. 10 days later, the old lady Zhong of the former Mu Enbo mansion also died on the way to exile. In just 10 days, the family was broken up. Wang Mian was not without regrets. In the dead of night, Wang Mian lay on the cold ground of the ruined temple, thinking, if he could not be so greedy, educate his son well, and restrain his family, would he not end up like this today? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The bloody storm in Beijing has nothing to do with Jiang Yuqing's injury. Knowing that she was injured, the friendly families in Beijing, such as Pingyang Marquis Mansion and Zhengguogong Mansion, sent people to send a lot of precious supplements and medicinal materials. Jing Yan would send someone to give her the latest news in Beijing every day and also sent her a small wheelchair to facilitate her daily access. This was done by someone from the Ministry of Works overnight after Jiang Yuqing injured his foot. Nanny Yan was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to get up at night, so she insisted on sleeping in the room to watch over her. Jiang Yuqing had no choice but to use spiritual energy to temporarily block Nanny Yan's five senses, let her sleep, and then enter the spiritual realm to practice. Although there is spiritual energy in the outside world, it is very thin and far less rich than the spiritual realm. And the time ratio between the spiritual realm and the outside world is 12:1. She goes in for 4 hours every night, which is 3 days in the spiritual realm. In just a few days in the outside world, she has cultivated to the 5th level of qi refining, which is considered a little genius even in the ancient world of cultivation. She began to learn the 2 wood-related exercises, Qingmu derivative art and rejuvenation art, as well as some other basic small spells. For example, the simple and practical cleaning technique. As the name suggests, a small spell that can keep oneself clean anytime and anywhere by pinching a small magic formula, for example, the fireball spell. Not only can it allow oneself to light a fire and cook soup anytime and anywhere, but it can also be used to scare some people with bad intentions. Another example is the illusion face spell, which can change one's appearance in the eyes of others anytime and anywhere. It is definitely a weapon for killing and robbing. It is a weapon to protect oneself. Although these small spells are simple, it still takes a certain amount of time to practice them instantly, anytime and anywhere. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Every time she runs the skills for a big cycle, she will use the rejuvenation secret that she has just started to treat her injured foot. I believe that it won't take much time for her to walk freely again, and she doesn't have to wait for 100 days. At the request of her master, Jiang Yuqing found a pile of professional medical books as thick as bricks from the hospital for him to study. Unexpectedly, the old man just flipped through it and put it down angrily, saying that he couldn't understand it at all. Jiang Yuqing just remembered that the book was written in simplified Chinese characters, and there were also a lot of professional medical terms and foreign words. Not to mention the old man, who only knew traditional Chinese characters. Even a modern college student who is not a medical major might not understand it. It was speechless. This road was blocked. Jiang Yuqing looked for something he could understand. For example, detailed color human anatomy diagrams. Not only did Dr. Chiu like this thing, but her senior brother Tian Guang and nephew Tian Shanglu also liked it when they came to see her. They took it back and copied 2 sets by themselves. Tian Guang couldn't stay here for a long time, but Tian Shanglu could. He and his master, 2 medical geeks, even secretly discussed where to get a corpse and gestured. Jiang Yuqing was so scared that she hurriedly found an empty yard and locked them in. She also took the body of the wife killer, who was cut into pieces by them last time out of the morgue, and threw it to them, and then asked people to guard the gate tightly. And that was it. Even so, she, a young child, was still injured. During the day, she had to take care of the farm, the master who was not easy to deal with, and the nephew who was also obsessed with medicine. At night, she had to find ways to practice in the spiritual realm. Her life was so chaotic and miserable. She was so angry that she kept complaining to Bai Shaoshi, saying whether he was the master or I was the master, and whether he should recover from the injury or I should recover from the injury. The unscrupulous spirit of the weapon was gloating over the misfortune and ruthlessly rubbed salt into her wounds. Nothing good can come from someone who is delivered to your door. You have to serve your master even if you kneel down. Jiang Yuqing. This life was unbearable. After working day and night for 10 days, The grain seeds were finally sown in the rice fields, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At dinner that day, Yuzhu told Jiang Yuqing worriedly that she seemed to have lost weight. Her master finally found his conscience and stopped yelling at his apprentice for this, and that all day long. Jiang Yuqing stayed in the manor until early April and was about to practice the greenwood derivative art and rejuvenation art to the entry level. After that, she remembered the black ironthorn seed in the jade bottle. The thing that could be placed on the tribute table by the ancestor as a legacy must be extraordinary. She walked around in front of the mountain gate hall, chose an empty flower bed, and solemnly planted the seed. She watered it with spiritual spring water, thought about it, and poured pure wood spiritual power into it. After a long time, the seed was still motionless. Just when Jiang Yuqing was disappointed that the seed might have lost its activity because it was too old, the soil layer suddenly moved, and a tender green bud slowly emerged from it. Then it quickly rose, grew leaves, and grew into a strong, vigorous vine. The vine seemed to have consciousness, and it came to her and sniffed gently, and then gently wrapped around her legs and climbed up. After wrapping around her waist, it wrapped around her right hand and soon blossomed a bunch of fragrant pink and white flowers, which it handed to her as if it was a gift for her. Jiang Yuqing happily accepted this special gift, put it in a beautiful jade box, and kept it carefully. The vine rubbed her little face happily, then pulled its roots out of the soil, and the vine body quickly shrank and became thinner, wrapping around her right fat arm and forming a ring. At first glance, it looked like a unique carved jade bracelet. The bracelet shyly stretched out a leaf and gently scratched her palm. "Master, Xiao Jing likes you."
Are
you talking to me?" Jiang Yuqing looked at the vine in her hand and widened her beautiful eyes. "Yes, master." Xiao Jing was one of the top 10 spiritual plants in terms of combat power in ancient times. "I'm a good fighter, and from now on Xiao Jing will be the one to protect you." Okay, thank you." She already had an ancient beast spirit and mount, so it seemed natural for her to have a spiritual plant as a weapon. "You're welcome, master." Xiao Jing needs to accumulate more strength to grow up quickly. "Do you need to feed me more?" "What do you like to eat?" "A plant. How about giving it some farmyard manure?" As the old saying goes, a crop depends on fertilizer. For other plants, it should be possible, probably, or maybe. Well, she is not sure. Xiao Jing said happily, "Spiritual energy. Master can feed me some spiritual energy every day. Spiritual spring water is also okay."
"Oh, sure."
As long as it doesn't eat corpses, everything is fine. The master and pet communicated for a while, and Jiang Yuqing let Xiao Jing go to the spiritual spring to drink water by herself. She still has to continue practicing and has no time to waste. Her diligence these days has not been in vain. She has mastered several small spells to perfection. She even started to study formations. And the night before yesterday, she successfully arranged a very simple defense formation with stones. It is a good thing to enter the ranks of rookie formation masters. After making sure that there were no major problems with the sown seeds, Jiang Yuqing told the village head to take good care of them, and then she took Dr. Qiu and Tian Shanglu and others back to the capital slowly. In order to avoid hurting her legs on the road, Jiang Yuqing used the rejuvenation technique to treat herself again before leaving. After Dr. Qiu's constant changing of the medicine and her own wood-based exercises, she was basically fine and could walk freely on the ground. However, in order to hide her tracks, she had to wear a splint to pretend. She had just returned to the mansion and drank a few sips of water. Butler Zhao sent in a pile of various flower invitations. Jiang Yuqing flipped through them casually. This one was a poetry meeting, that one was a tea party, and this one was a flower appreciation meeting. The names were simply varied. After flipping through a few books, she lost interest in reading them anymore, so she closed them and piled them on her desk. She was so busy every day. How could she have the time to appreciate flowers or write poems? That was the work of the young ladies of Qian Yuxian, so she would not get involved. Ariu and Nanny Yen looked at each other. Both of them had some helplessness in their eyes. This master is good in everything, except for the things that women like. Yuzhu stepped forward to tidy up the messy post, took out a post with a bright red background and gold foil, and handed it to Jiang Yuqing. County Princess, you don't have to look at other families' posts, but you'd better take a look at this one. Steward Zhao said that it was sent on the day you went to the manor. Jiang Yuqing glanced at Yuzhu, took the post and opened it, and saw that the signature was written Princess Ronghua's mansion. The content was that the peonies in her garden were about to bloom, and she was invited to enjoy the flowers. The time was 10 days later, April 15th. Jiang Yuqing asked Yuzhu, "Do we have to go to the Ronghua princess's mansion?" Yuzhu said, "If your leg injury has not healed, you don't have to go. If you can walk, I suggest you go there just to relax." "Is she great?" Yuzhu said, "Not really. It's just that Princess Ronghua is the only sister of the current emperor who is still alive. Therefore, the emperor takes good care of her. Princess Ronghua loves peonies, so she has planted a garden of peonies at home, all of which are famous varieties, and her peonies bloom earlier than those elsewhere. At this time of year, Princess Ronghua will hold a flower viewing party and invite noble ladies and celebrities from all over the capital to come and enjoy the flowers. The noble ladies of the aristocratic families are also proud to receive flower viewing invitations from Princess Ronghua's mansion. Therefore, I still suggest that the county lady go there, just to relax." Jiang Yuqing tapped his fingers on the table a few times and said, "Then go. Do you want a reply?" Yuzhu said, "Yes, I will. I'll get you a flower sign." Jiang Yuqing took out a fountain pen from the spirit world and wrote a reply neatly. The characters were a little small, but at least they were readable. If he really changed to writing with a brush, it would be a joke. After the post was finished, he asked Yuzhu to deliver it to Princess Ronghua's mansion in person. Since he had decided to go, he couldn't let anyone find fault with it. After Yuzhu left, Jiang Yuqing took a pen and paper and wrote a notice, and asked someone to post it outside the gate of the mansion. The notice only had one sentence: "The master of BNK Valley will come to Hyantong on Zhuke Street in Beijing to see patients on April 11th. This was discussed with her master before returning to Beijing. Jiang Yuqing used the incident of Mu and Hao Mansion to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, which shocked the dignitaries in Beijing. Now the initiative is in their hands. Who to treat and who not to treat is up to the old man. No one can force him anymore." At the same time, Hyantong in Beijing also posted a notice, which said, "The master of BNK Valley will sit in the hall on odd days from April 11th. The old rules are still 3 no contacts. The number is limited to 5 people per day. If you exceed the limit, please come back another day. Anyone who makes trouble or tries to use power to oppress others will be put on the lifelong refusal blacklist by BNK Valley." As soon as the news came out, the people of Beijing rushed to tell each other. They flocked to Hyantong just to get a number as soon as possible. In this way, the gate of Qingzhou Ho Mansion finally became quiet. During the recuperation period, she did not need to see outsiders or enter the palace. Jiang Yuqing enjoyed the quietness. She read books during the day, let Bai Shaoshi carry her to walk around the garden, or discuss medical skills with her master, brothers, and nephews. At night, she returned to the spiritual realm to practice. It took her another 5 days and 6 days to reach the 7th level of Qi training. She has mastered the green art derivative art to the primary stage. Now, with a wave of her hand, she can make the grass and trees within 5 miles sprout in the cold winter, or make the fruits and vegetables within a mile ripen. This ability is amazing and cool. She has also mastered the rejuvenation art to the primary stage. Now it only takes a few breaths to treat a simple wound. As long as she is willing, the official skin will be intact without any scars. Of course, this does not mean that her medical skills are useless. No matter how powerful the rejuvenation secret is, it still needs the support of spiritual power, and she is the only one who knows it. It's okay to treat 1 or 2 people, but if there are too many people, such as battlefield rescue, she can't treat them all even if she dies of exhaustion. Therefore, this world still needs to be down to earth and rooted in traditional medicine. There is no other shortcut to this path. She is just an accident. In short, she is just a bystander. After these days, Jiang Yuqing's injured leg was finally fully healed after the splint was removed. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, but in her case, she was able to run and jump in less than half a month, and no one doubted it. She now feels that there is a world-famous genius doctor. It's really good. The next day, after she recovered from her injury, she went to the palace. During the days when she was injured, the queen sent her a lot of delicious food and fun things. She even wanted to take her to live in the palace, but she refused. It's not that she doesn't know what's good for her, but the palace is too depressing. Every day, there are concubines, princesses, and noble ladies. She feels overwhelmed just by remembering so many people. She admires the queen even more. She is obviously young and beautiful, but she not only has to compete with a group of women in the harem for her husband, but also has to take care of her husband's concubines. It's not worth it for her to think about it. But this is their lifestyle, and she would at most complain in her heart. She wouldn't really say anything, as it would easily lead to premature death. After not seeing her for half a month, Queen Qin hugged her and coaxed her, saying that she had lost weight. Obviously. Well, she did lose a little weight, less than 2 pounds of meat. God knows how she saw it. The two talked together and talked about what Mrs. Mu Enbo ate a few days ago. They laughed so hard that they fell backwards. At the end, Queen Qin pretended to be angry and scolded her. "You are the most precious national porcelain. How can you go head-to-head with those rotten pots and broken pottery bowls? It's not worth it to hurt yourself. Don't do it next time." Tuanzi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I believe that after this incident, no one will bump into her again." The two chatted speculatively, and Queen Qin simply stopped her from calling her madam, saying that when there was no one in the palace, she could just call her Aunt Qin. Jiang Yuqing thought this name was good, which made her seem close and down to earth. In the afternoon, Queen Qin asked her to stay in the palace, saying that the mansion would be empty anyway, and she would not be afraid of anyone, so it would be better to stay in the palace and talk to her. This stay lasted for 3 or 4 days. In these days, Jing Yan would come to the Pepper Room Palace to see her whenever he was free, and Emperor Xia Jingdi also brought Li Deshun to visit her twice. Perhaps because she had become familiar with the queen, Jiang Yuqing was not as reserved as she was the last time she entered the palace. She took the opportunity to talk to Li Deshun. For a time, the news of Linghui County Master's favor spread throughout the court. It was not until the day before the flower viewing party at Ronghua Princess's mansion that Queen Qin let her go home. Knowing that she was going to Ronghua Princess's mansion to attend the flower party, Queen Qin ordered people to prepare a full set of clothes and jewelry for her and told Nanny Yen and Ariu to take good care of Jiang Yuqing. If the last incident happened again, she would be beheaded. After returning to the mansion, Jiang Yuqing went to Huichun Pavilion to see his master as soon as possible. He missed him after not seeing him for a few days. He never thought that he would come to see him in vain. Then he remembered that today was an odd day, and the old man might still be in charge of Heian Hall. Near noon, Jiang Yuqing asked the servants to prepare a few delicious dishes that his master liked, packed them in food boxes, and personally delivered them to Heian Hall. Heian Hall has a good reputation and is the first choice for all the people of Daxia to see a doctor. Now that Heian Hall on Zhuke Street has a world-famous doctor, it is even more crowded. Even at noon, there are still many people waiting in line outside. It is not much different from the military hospital where she worked in her previous life. So many people gather here, which boosted the business of nearby snack shops and inns. After getting off the carriage at the gate of Heian Hall and taking the food box from Nanny Yen, Jiang Yuqing went straight inside. A waiter stopped her politely and said, "Little girl, if you want to see a doctor, please queue up or make an appointment in advance." Jiang Yuqing smiled and took out the token of BNK Valley from his sleeve and shook it, and asked, "Can I go in now?" When the waiter saw it, he immediately said respectfully, "It turns out to be my junior uncle. I am sorry for my disrespect. The master is seeing patients in the innermost room, and I will take you there now." It turned out that he was also a disciple of BNK Valley. Because he had no talent for studying medicine, he could only work as a chores outside the gate, but he could support his family well. When Jiang Yuqing went in, Dr. Chiu had just finished seeing a patient. Seeing her coming, he was first delighted and then pretended to be angry and said, "Silly girl, do you still remember that you have a master? I thought you were dazzled by wealth and were reluctant to come back." Tuanzi acted coquettishly and said foolishly, "Absolutely not. Am I that kind of person? I miss my master every day in the palace, and I came to find you as soon as I returned home." Then he handed over the food box personally. "Master, look, these are all your favorite dishes." "Ha, ha. That's more like it." Dr. Chiu was immediately satisfied. Jiang Yuqing accompanied his master to see the two difficult patients who had an appointment in the afternoon. The first one had the same rheumatic bone disease as Li Deshun. According to the Huishu Sanyu tablets and the injury and pain relief paste provided by Jiang Yuqing, Dr. Chiu temporarily prepared a prescription with better effect than the previous one. But they are all prescriptions, which need to be boiled and taken at home. A middle-aged couple with elegant clothes came in later. The husband's surname was Chun, and he was a wealthy man. He brought a child who was wrapped tightly. The child was about 5 or 6 years old. Perhaps he seldom saw people. When he saw a stranger, he was very scared and shrank and dared not come forward. Seeing this, Jiang Yuqing hurried forward to comfort him in a gentle voice. "Don't be afraid, little brother. We are doctors, and we won't hurt you." As she said this, she took out 2 lollipops from her bag. These were homemade by Nanny Yen according to her instructions. The maltose was beaten into threads, wrapped around a small skewer, and then wrapped in a layer of glutinous rice paper, and then wrapped in ordinary rice paper. Jiang Yuqing peeled off the packaging, put one into her mouth and sipped it, and handed the other to the child. "This is a lollipop. Very delicious. Here you go." The child looked at her, then at the candy in his hand, and finally couldn't resist the temptation and put the candy into his mouth. Perhaps he felt Jiang Yuqing's friendliness, or perhaps he felt the wonderful taste in his mouth. The little boy finally showed his first smile after entering the clinic. "What's wrong with the child?" asked Dr. Chiu. Mr. Chen and his wife looked at the child, then at Dr. Chiu, and then at Jiang Yuqing, with an unspeakable look on their faces. After a while, Mr. Chen said with difficulty, "Can you ask this young doctor to go out for a while? My child's condition is a little special, and I'm afraid she'll be scared." Dr. Chiu shook his head and said, "No need. She is very brave. His precious little disciple has experienced all kinds of strange things. Dissecting corpses is just like a daily routine for her. It's good enough that she doesn't scare others. What's more, this is just a living child." Mr. Chen and his wife looked at each other for a while, and Mrs. Chen bent down to undress the child. The child realized something and began to struggle violently. The couple comforted him by saying that they were treating him and finally took off the child's clothes by force. But the child's belly was as big as a drum, and there was an underdeveloped little hand sticking out from his chest and abdomen. Jiang Yuqing was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "This is a parasitic fetus." The woman was crying silently, but she immediately raised her head and said in surprise, "Little doctor, do you know what this is?" Seeing that everyone in the room was looking at her, even the master nodded to her. She just said, "The cause of this disease is complicated. To put it simply, it is a fight between brothers and sisters. When the lady was first pregnant, she should have twins. During the development of one of the strong fetuses, in order to rob the mother of nutrients, it absorbed or wrapped up the other overly weak brother or sister. It's like fighting between brothers and sisters, the result of being too anxious to fight. Obviously, your child is in this situation.
Can it be cured?
This is the result that the couple is most concerned about." Chun Yuanwei said, "My family has been a single-line inheritance for 5 generations. I am now at this age, and I only have this one child.
If.
I can't live anymore." As he said this, his eyes were red. Jiang Yuqing said, "Whether this problem can be cured, I can't give you a clear answer at the moment. If you are willing, you can wait here first. I will give you an answer after my master, and I take him into the room and check him with special tools." The couple had been looking for medical treatment for several years, and finally met a doctor who did not treat the child as a monster and could tell the cause of the disease at a glance. They were full of hope. Jiang Yuqing exchanged glances with his master, personally took the child, and followed Dr. Chiu to the lounge inside. In order to avoid exposing the spiritual realm, Jiang Yuqing used his spiritual energy to make the child fall asleep as soon as he entered the room, and then took him and Dr. Chiu into the spiritual realm. An X-ray showed that, as Jiang Yuqing had inferred, the child was in the belly of a parasitic fetus. As long as the operation was removed, the child's future life would return to normal. And the operation was not difficult. The master and apprentice exchanged for a while, and after unifying the words, they took the sleeping child out of the spiritual realm. Chen Yuanwei had been waiting outside for about half an hour. When he saw Dr. Chiu holding the child out, he was startled and asked hurriedly, "Doctor, what happened to my child?" Dr. Chiu said nothing, he just fell asleep. Mr. Chen took the child and said, "Hopefully, doctor, can my child's disease be cured?" This was the couple's last hope. Dr. Chiu nodded and said, "It can be cured. It depends on whether you dare to do it." Mr. Chen said, "Please tell us in detail." Dr. Chiu took a pen and drew the image he saw in the X-ray on the paper and said to the couple, "This is probably the situation in your son's belly. Look, this mass of flesh and blood is the parasitic fetus. It has no consciousness, and its bones have only grown a little. Just make an incision in your son's belly and take out the deformed fetus, and he can live like a normal person in the future." Mrs. Chen cried when she heard it and said, "Doctor, can he still live after his belly is opened?" Dr. Chiu rolled his eyes at her and said, "Why not? Didn't you see that the son of the old imperial tutor in Beijing, Master Yan, the chief priest of the Imperial College, also had an intestinal disease, and I performed surgery to cure it? He had the surgery half a month ago, and he returned to the Imperial College yesterday." In fact, the couple had heard about this, but they only half believed it at the time. Now that they heard Dr. Chiu admit it, the couple finally chose to believe it. In just half an hour, without hurting anyone, they could feel the lesion in the stomach clearly. This mysterious method made them believe it. Since the operation was to be performed, they had to tell them all the risks that might occur during the operation and the risks that the family members needed to bear. Just like the last time in Yan's house, a detailed consent form for the operation was listed, and the couple of Mr. Chen pressed their fingerprints, and the operation was scheduled for 4 days later. Firstly, Jiang Yuqing has to go to the Princess Rong's mansion tomorrow and has no time. Secondly, the clinic needs to prepare a sterile operating room and relevant staffing, which also requires sufficient time. After sending the family of 3 away, Dr. Chiu told the owner of Hyantong that a child would have to undergo an open abdominal surgery to remove a teratoma in 4 days, and asked him to prepare a large, spacious, and bright room as an operating room. He wrote down the requirements and precautions in detail, and then took his precious little apprentice back to the mansion happily. When they left, Hyantong was in an uproar. Dr. Chiu was actually going to perform surgery on the patient again in Hyantong. The operation target is a child with teratoma, and the time is 4 days later. The news spread and immediately attracted the attention of the whole city. Many famous doctors in the clinics all ran to Heian Hall. Because they were going to Princess Ronghua's mansion tomorrow, Arya and Nanny Yen were afraid that she would suffer a loss. So they brought her the background books of the ladies and nobles in various mansions in Beijing. After a rough scan, Jiang Yuqing found that they were all unmarried girls, or more precisely, unengaged girls. She immediately felt something was wrong and asked Nanny Yen, "Is this Princess Ronghua's mansion holding a blind date banquet?" She originally wanted to say concubine selection banquet, but this sentence cannot be said casually in this era. Nanny Yen was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the list and sighed. The county master is still powerful. She can see it at a glance. Nanny Yen handed her a bowl of hot milk and said with a smile, "Princess Ronghua has 2 sons. The eldest son is already married, and the younger son is about to turn 17 years old. It is time to get married." "Really?" Jiang Yuqing was puzzled. "She's choosing a wife. Why did she send me an invitation? I am still so young." Nanny Yen shook her head. "Maybe she is curious about the county lady. After all, although you are young, you are famous. It is reasonable for the princess to take this opportunity to meet you." Jiang Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, as if this was the only explanation. Nanny Yen focused on telling her about the most important ladies. Jiang Yuqing wanted to doze off after listening to the beginning, but she couldn't bear to reject her kindness, so she had to yawn and force herself to listen to her. The next day, April 18th, Jiang Yuqing slept until she woke up naturally. After getting up, Arya changed her into the cherry pink Byun gauze palace skirt prepared by Queen Qin. Her hair was also changed from 2 small tentacles on ordinary days to 2 small flower buds. She was decorated with a pair of palace flowers and a headband of the same color as her skirt. She wore a very rare pink pearl necklace on her neck, and the same pink pearl earrings and bracelets on her ears and wrists. She was young and beautiful, so she didn't need to dress up to look very beautiful. After breakfast, seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Yuqing took Aryu and Nanny Yen on a carriage to the Ronghua princess's mansion. The Ronghua princess's mansion is located on Ronghua Street in the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace, not far from the Qingzhou Marquis mansion. The carriage arrived in a little over a quarter of an hour. When they arrived, both sides of the street were already filled with carriages with various emblems. Presumably all of them were attending the meeting today. The Ronghua princess and her husband Yu Rang had 2 sons. The eldest son, Yu Ming, married Lu, known as Madame Yu. The second son is about to turn 17 and is a handsome young man. Not only Jiang Yuqing, but in fact, everyone with a discerning eye knows that the flower party held by Princess Ronghua today may not be without the intention of looking after her youngest son. The one welcoming guests at the door today is Madame Yu. Madame Yu comes from a famous family, has a beautiful appearance, is good at dancing with long sleeves, and is very popular among the noble ladies in the capital. In addition, she gave birth to 2 sons, so she is quite valued by her husband and mother-in-law, Princess Ronghua. At this time, Madame Yu bent over, held Jiang Yuqing's hands with both hands, and said with a smile, "I have heard that the county lady is cute, but I have never had the chance to see her. When I saw her today, she is really like a fairy made of jade." Jiang Yuqing was a little embarrassed by her praise and said, "Thank you. I think I am cute too. Because I was praised by cute people, I became cute too." Mrs. Yu had heard people praise her for her beauty and dignity before, but the first time she heard someone praise her for her cuteness, she immediately smiled like a lily. She thought to herself, no wonder this little county lady is favored, just this sweet mouth. She is so rare, okay. Mrs. Yu personally brought the master and servant to the waterside pavilion to sit for a while, and told the servants to make sure to serve well, and then hurried to the front to welcome the guests. At this time, there were already many noble ladies sitting in the waterside pavilion, each dressed up, sitting together in 2s and 3s, whispering. Originally, no one knew her, because she was brought by Mrs. Yu herself, and she was called the county lady. At such a young age, I think she must be the one from the Qingzhou Marquis mansion. It is said that the queen has stayed in the palace for several days, and the prince and his majesty also dote on her. For a time, the noble ladies cast their eyes on her. Envy, curiosity, disdain, and even hatred. Jiang Yuqing nodded slightly to everyone, gave a polite smile, and calmly lifted the cup to drink tea. Suddenly, a slightly harsh sneer was heard. "TSK, how old is the child? And you are learning to stick on flowers and hairpins. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" This is extremely impolite. Although the voice was not loud, because the flower hall was very quiet at this time, everyone heard the sentence clearly, and for a moment, everyone showed an expression of watching a good show. Jiang Yuqing's hand holding the teacup paused. Yushu leaned down and whispered in her ear, "This is the second daughter of the Minister of Rights, Tong Xiuzhen. Her biological aunt is the exiled former wife of Mu Enbo, Xiao Zhong, and Lao Zhong is her biological great-aunt. I understand. This is to make up for her relatives." Jiang Yuqing put down the teacup calmly, and there was a bit of coldness in his clear eyes. She raised her hand and gently stroked the lotus mark on her forehead. She looked towards the source of the sound. Her eyes were like torches, and she said coldly, "It was given by my parents, so don't be jealous. You can't learn it even if you want to." As soon as she finished speaking, the noble ladies immediately opened their eyes wide, with a look of excitement on their faces. "My goodness, This Linghui County lady is not very old, but her temper is so strong. Thinking about her tough confrontation with Mu Enbo's mansion not long ago, it didn't seem strange anymore. The girl was choked. Just when she wanted to say something, she was covered by another slightly older girl next to her. The girl apologized awkwardly. My cousin had a cold 2 days ago. I think she hasn't recovered yet. She talked nonsense. Please don't be offended by Linghui County lady. I apologized to the county lady on her behalf. Jiang Yuqing chuckled. Since she had a cold, she should stay at home to recuperate. She shouldn't come out and bite people. Do you really think she is easy to bully because she is young? Today, I will show you how tough I am. Come on, if you are not afraid of breaking your teeth. The county lady is teaching me that I will definitely discipline my cousin. After this incident, none of the noble ladies in the flower hall dared to provoke her anymore, but no one dared to talk to her either. Jiang Yuqing didn't care, as she just had some quiet time. After a while, there were footsteps outside the door, and several groups of people came in. Among them were the daughters of ministers of various ministries and the daughters of princes, and one of them was also conferred the title of county lord. There was not a single county lord or anything like that. When Jing Rushi arrived today, she heard from Madame Yu that County Lord Linghui was also here, in the flower hall. Of course, she wanted to come and see what kind of abilities this Jiang Linghui, who had stolen her limelight, had that could make the Empress so fascinated that she stayed in the pepper room for several days. She didn't even accept the card she handed to enter the palace. Jing Rushi stood in front of Jiang Yuqing, looking down at her for a long time. No matter how she looked at her, she was just a kid. Apart from looking pretty, there seemed to be nothing special about her. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Are you Jiang Yuqing?